Chapter 501, Killing a Chicken with a Butcher Knife. My Lord Crown Prince, Your Excellency the Eastern Heavenly King, the reason I have such thoughts is because of the news I just received. East Province, something happened. Something happened in the Eastern Province. These few simple words had a profound meaning at his level. He could say such words obviously. For Yi Xiao, this matter was very important. Neither the Eastern King nor the Prince of Awakening said anything, but looked at Yi Xiao, waiting for him to speak. If something happened in the Eastern Province, they had to find out what it was. Yi Xiao said, "Today is the birthday banquet for the old man of the Bai family in Eastern Province. I believe that the Crown Prince and His Excellency the Eastern Heavenly King are both aware of this matter. Although the old man of the Bai family has some reputation, it is not so great that you two will always remember him. However, due to some reasons and some people, this time, the old man of the Bai family's birthday banquet has attracted a lot of attention. I still remember vividly what happened in the capital before Mr. Zhou, the big boss of the East Province's underground world, encountered some unhappy things after he arrived. The resulting misunderstandings are all still fresh in my mind. After all, it was only a short time ago. And the fact that Your Excellency, the Eastern Heavenly King, was able to come directly to the imperial capital and meet with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is also thanks to this misunderstanding. Although it was somewhat unpleasant, the final result was still good and can be considered quite comforting. The underground world of Eastern Province is now in your hands. This is what I discussed with Mr. Zhou when he returned. This is also my sincere apology to you, Your Excellency the Eastern Heavenly King. I believe you are clear on this point." King Dong Tian looked at Yi Xiao and nodded yes, he was clear about this. Otherwise, Yi Xiao would not be able to sit here peacefully. He did not make any noise to interrupt Night Owl's words, but listened quietly. As the current most powerful person in the Heavenly Palace, and also a top figure in terms of both martial arts and character, the King of East Heaven has just had some emotional fluctuations because Yun Tang was targeted and his life or death is still unknown. There are really not many things in this world that can make him emotional. Even if Yunting Tianjun was targeted or even killed by some well-known strongmen on some battlefield, he, Dong Tianwang, would not have such a big emotional fluctuation. It was precisely because of the unknown and because others knew his background that he felt an inexplicable fear and a very strange sixth sense. But it made him feel palpitations and he always felt that something had happened. Night Owl, there's no need to say so much, just keep it simple. The King of the East didn't say anything, but Prince Xingshan frowned and asked Yi Xiao to speak simply and clearly. Night Owl's mood and state are not right. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with what he said, but for Prince Xingshan, who knew Yi Xiao well, he could see clearly from what Yi Xiao had just said for a long time that Yi Xiao's heart was in turmoil. It can make people like Yi Xiao feel confused. It is conceivable how much psychological impact this unknown incident has caused to Yi Xiao. Night Owl took a deep breath, smiled bitterly, and nodded yes, I'll try to be brief. This is a serious matter, so I want to explain the situation in as much detail as possible so that you can analyze it, but I'll try to be concise. After saying that, Yi Xiao began to briefly narrate what happened in the Eastern Province. Starting from the structure of the underground world in East Province and the status of the Bai family, he quickly talked about Yi Tianqi's existence and identity. Finally, he explained the relationship between Yi Tianqi and Mr. Zhou, as well as some other things. In short, Yi Xiao said everything that could be said. Finally, he talked about what happened in East Province. What happened in the grand banquet hall where the old man of the Bai family celebrated his birthday made people feel confused and frightened. And all these things, all the changes, were caused by Yi Tianqi alone. As for who Yi Tianqi is, everyone here today knows it, and soon everyone will know it all. Yi Xiao took a deep breath, looked at the Eastern Heavenly King and the Awakening Prince, and said in a deep voice, all of the above can almost be confirmed. There is no falsehood. That's why I suspect that Yunting Tianjuan's accident is probably related to Yi Tianqi, because Yi Tianqi and Mr. Zhou are acquaintances, and if Yi Tianqi is Qi Zixian, then with his intelligence, there is absolutely no way he can't guess why Mr. Zhou came to the imperial capital and why he got into trouble. There is a grudge. At first, I didn't believe it was Yi Tianqi's doing because it was possible and irrational. Yi Tianqi is just a man of great wisdom, almost like a demon, with extraordinary intelligence, but his physical fitness is just that of a sickly person. His health problems doomed him from becoming a peerless powerhouse, but now, this so-called shortcoming seems to have been solved by him. I don't know how he acquired the strength of a general, but the two warriors I sent over are truly mid-level King Realm warriors. Even though their King Realm might not even be as strong as the initial stage of the King Realm who fought with real swords and guns, the King Realm was the King Realm. I think Your Excellency, the Eastern Heavenly King, should understand this. After saying this, a glint of incomprehension and even irritation flashed in Night Owl's eyes. Because there is a problem that he least wants to face, but he has to face it, and this problem, or this person, is something he does not understand. If all of this is still under control, then the appearance of Emperor Lu will be the ultimate possibility for bringing all of this to a perfect conclusion. Who is Emperor Lu? What kind of strength and lethality does he have? I think there is no need for me to introduce him in detail. The prince should know better than me, and I think Your Excellency Dong Tianwang should also know Lu Huang very well if he chooses to stand by Yi Tianqi and support him. With his strength, I think Yuting Tianjun would probably not be his opponent. The so-called "I'm afraid he is not an opponent" is just giving face to the King of the East and to the Lord of Yuntinjit's. More than just not an opponent, it's simply a crushing defeat. Not to mention that Yuting Tianjun was only at the peak of the King realm in their eyes. Even if he really stepped into the Emperor realm, he would be chopped up like melons and vegetables when facing Emperor Lu, who had already reached the perfection of the Emperor realm and was famous for his killing power. Emperor Lu killed Yuntang like using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. Nidal knew about this, Prince Xingshan knew about it, and the King of the East knew about it even better. However, the more they understood, the more they felt that things were more difficult than they had expected. Emperor Lu, why would you help Yi Tianqi? They knew Emperor Lu too well, so they knew best that getting Emperor Lu to take action was no easy task. Compared to some possibilities on the surface, Prince Xingshan knows more about the inside story, so his face is extremely gloomy at this moment. Emperor Lu's move represents a lot of meanings. Even if Emperor Lu did not take action, as long as he stood beside Yi Tianqi, it meant that some things that he or many people least wanted to see were about to happen. 502, Chapter 502. There must be a war. Prince Xingshan was silent because he had to think about what the appearance of Emperor Lu next to Yi Tianqi meant. After all, this Yi Tianqi was not just Yi Tianqi. Emperor Lu seems to remain neutral, but in fact, he has his own judgment and bias. This issue is very crucial. The person who asked Emperor Lu to appear beside Yi Tianqi to protect him is definitely not a member of the royal family. There are people in the royal family who can get face from Emperor Lu, but they are very few. He is the Crown Prince Xingshan, even if he is the Crown Prince of Longhua. But in fact, the only thing Emperor Lu can do is to not take action against him. If he does more, there will be no face left. Of course, the same is true for the other faction. And this Emperor Lu, who was constantly on the move, was suddenly assigned by someone. If it was not the royal family, it would be very interesting. Don't forget, this is Qi the exiled immortal. That man, who was so wise that he was almost a demon, had done many amazing things when he was a teenager, and people called him a magical figure who was banished from heaven to the mortal world. His brainpower is still talked about today. If such a person can be conquered, that would be the best, but if not, then he must never become an enemy. Before, Prince Xingshan didn't know much about it. By the time he knew it, it was already too late. Yi Xiao had done everything he should have done. Moreover, for the sake of Qi Zhixian, whose current background was unknown, many forces that followed him were disheartened. In Prince Xingshan's view, this was extremely unprofitable and had no cost-effectiveness. At least, that's how it seemed to him. Therefore, he could only acquiesce. Otherwise, with all the hatred in his heart, would he, the Prince Xingshan, have to help Yi Tianqi when he proposed revenge? Don't be funny, that was almost 1/3 of his confidence, all because he offended Qi Zhixian. He couldn't do such a thing, and it would make other people feel disappointed at the same time. It would also make some people feel the opportunity and become restless. So, he had no choice. However, if it is a Qi Zhixian who is intact, with no decline in brainpower and improved physical fitness, plus a Lu Huang, then the situation is completely different. After all, that was Emperor Lu. Unfortunately, there is no choice. Prince Xingshan glared at Yi Xiao fiercely and said through gritted teeth, "You've done a good deed, but now that Emperor Lu has been dragged into this, everything has become even more complicated." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao showed a bitter expression. He didn't want to do it either. He was also in great pain, but what could he say? He couldn't say anything now, and he didn't dare to say anything. Prince Xingshan looked at the Eastern Heavenly King, his expression becoming serious. He said in a deep voice, "Yi Xiao wouldn't joke about such a thing. Moreover, there are many witnesses to what happened in the Eastern Province, so it would be easy to verify. Therefore, this matter must be true. If Emperor Lu is involved, then, Your Excellency Eastern Heavenly King, I'm afraid that, as Yi Xiao said, Yuting Tianjun will not be Emperor Lu's opponent. At this time, it doesn't matter whether it's good or bad, or whether to give face or not. If you can't beat him, you can't beat him. This is a very normal thing. In fact, Prince Xingshan really wants to ask, can you, King Dongtian, deal with Emperor Lu? In other words, he felt that the timing was wrong and inappropriate, otherwise, he would really ask. One is the world-famous, decisive and powerful King Dong Tian, and the other is Emperor Lu, who guards the border of Dragon Country with only a sword and has unparalleled killing power. These two are almost at the same realm, the perfect Emperor level and the peak Emperor level. The most important thing is that Emperor Lu is only half a step away from reaching the peak Emperor level, and King Dong Tian has not been at the peak Emperor level for long. The peak Emperor level is just the peak Emperor level, not yet the throne. If you are not on the throne, you are under the throne. Therefore, if these two people fight, it is hard to say who will win and who will lose. It is really hard to say, although on the surface it seems that the King of the East has a greater chance of winning, but at their level, especially when the difference is not much, it is no longer something that outsiders can comment on. Dong Tianwang narrowed his eyes slightly, a playful expression on his lips. He said, "Interesting, even more interesting than I imagined. You two don't have to be so tactful. I know Yun Tang Tianjuan's strength. If it was really Emperor Lu who made the move, then his defeat is inevitable. It's not that Yun Tang is too weak, but rather that Emperor Lu is too strong. Even if Yun Tang attacks with all his might, he wouldn't last more than 5 moves against Emperor Lu, and this is my conservative estimate of Emperor Lu's strength, even though I already have a high opinion of Yun Tang." The fact that the Eastern King could say this was enough to show that, even though the two had never fought each other, for the Eastern King, Emperor Lu was a rare and powerful enemy. Yes, a powerful enemy. In the past, perhaps because Emperor Lu was only guarding the Dragon Kingdom and ignoring other people and things, they could live in peace then. From the moment King Dong Tian chose to enter the Dragon Kingdom, even if there is no intersection between them now, there will probably be opportunities for fighting in the future. After all, the King of the East is not here for tourism in Dragon Country. At the same time, judging from what Prince Xingshan and Yi Xiao said, Emperor Lu was probably not from their lineage. What's more, if Lien Yunting Tianjun was killed by Emperor Lu, it was obvious that he did not take him, the King of the East, or even the entire Heavenly Palace seriously. Based on this point, there would probably be a war between them. Your Highness, I'd like to ask, are you, or rather, the royal family, having any problems with this Eastern Heavenly King? Could it be that he is from over there? Since the Eastern King can say this, it is obvious that he still had some understanding of the situation in Longwei. It was an indisputable fact that the royal family was indeed the ruler of Longwei. However, the power of Longwei was not limited to the royal family. The Grand Secretary's faction also occupied an important position in Longwei, although it seemed to be declining. A lean camel was bigger than a horse. Even if he was the Prince Xingshan, he would have to behave himself when he saw the Grand Secretary. Unless he sat on the throne of the Emperor, he would not be qualified to be on equal footing with the Grand Secretary. The whole thing about the relationship between the ruler and the ministers was a thing of the past. Although the current Dragon Kingdom royal family has begun to rise again, it is not enough for the time being to restore the glory of the past when the royal power was above everything and the king dominated everything. At least, if the line of the Grand Minister of Government does not fall completely, then the goal that the royal family wants to achieve will be unlikely. At least, it is impossible to achieve it within the line of the Grand Minister of Government. This is the pain of the royal family. But unfortunately, there is no better way. Although these are not secrets, they are not widely known. There are naturally various rumors among the people, but rumors are just rumors. It was not surprising that King Dong Tian knew all this given his status and position, but now he took the initiative to say it out, and said that Emperor Lu might be from that side. This was like opening the scars of Prince Xingshan and even the royal family in person. The dignified Emperor Lu was not from the royal family of Dragon Kingdom, but from another faction. This was a shameful matter for both the royal family and the Crown Prince Xingshan. 503, Chapter 503. I need this friend. Admit? Don't admit it? Prince Xingshan was silent for a moment, then looked at the Eastern Heavenly King and shook his head with a smile, saying, "It seems that Your Excellency the Eastern Heavenly King is quite familiar with the conflicts in the Dragon Kingdom. I don't deny that Emperor Lu has a good relationship with some people, but that doesn't mean he's one of them. Of course, there are definitely some people who don't understand the current situation and insist on going all out. It's a real headache for me and the royal family when we encounter such people. Emperor Lu has always been the one we've been courting. Although he's a bit stubborn and doesn't listen to our orders, he's never really interfered in our conflicts with the other sides, just guarding the border, so the threat he poses isn't that big. On the contrary, it's not a bad thing for the Dragon Nation, so we just let him be. But, if Emperor Lu is truly determined to stand on that side this time and is determined to become an enemy of the royal family, then my royal family will not tolerate any grain of sand in their eyes. Even if he is Emperor Lu, even if he has reached the perfect level of the emperor, my royal family is not without means to deal with him after all. My Dragon Kingdom royal family has existed in this world for hundreds of years. I am afraid that there are few forces in the world today that can compare with us. I think no one will deny this. When Prince Xingshen said this, his face was filled with pride, an expression of extreme pride and arrogance. It's not surprising that he has such an expression, because what he said is true. In today's world, a family that has existed in this world for hundreds of years already has a profound foundation and is unimaginably terrifying, not to mention the royal family that has controlled the huge empire of Longwei for hundreds of years. That would be even more terrifying than one could imagine. Even though the Dragon Kingdom's royal family has experienced ups and downs over the past few hundred years and has gone through some incompetent rulers, national disasters, and other bad things, the Dragon Kingdom is still there, and the royal family is still there. And this is the best proof. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. This is definitely not an empty saying. The background of the royal family is more terrifying than many people imagine. It is so terrifying that people who truly understand it dare not think too much about it. This is also the important reason why the royal family has the confidence and wants to restore its former glory. The King of the East looked at Prince Xingshen, smiled, and didn't say much. What Prince Xingshen said was all true, and he had nothing to refute. However, Prince Xingshen was still too young, and one sentence seemed to have stimulated him. He wanted to tell him all the secrets of the royal family, as if he was afraid that he would be looked down upon. This was not the cunningness that a prince should have. However, this is not a bad thing for the King of the East. With His Royal Highness the Crown Prince saying so, I can rest assured. Then I think that even if Emperor Lu is the one who really attacked Yun Tang, if I want revenge, the Dragon Kingdom royal family will not stop me. Dong Tianwang was just testing the waters with these words. He hadn't made up his mind whether to attack Emperor Lu, how to attack, and when to attack. However, if Yun Tang Tianjun's accident was really related to Emperor Lu, then no matter what, this vengeance must be avenged. Otherwise, where would his reputation as Dong Tianwang be? Whether he can win or not has never been a problem for the Eastern King. He, the Eastern King, has not yet reached the point where even Emperor Lu has to be afraid of him. Although Emperor Lu is extremely lethal, he, the Eastern King, is the real strong man, a fearless strong man. Emperor Lu cannot compare to him, whether in realm or killing power. However, if the Dragon Kingdom's royal family wanted to stand up for Emperor Lu, then the Eastern King would have to think carefully about it, because, as Prince Xingshen said, the Dragon Kingdom's royal family is very strong. Even without talking about their background, just talking about the Dragon Kingdom's superficial strength, the Eastern King would have to think more about it. An emperor-level powerhouse can indeed be called a national-level powerhouse, but it also depends on what country it is and how big the country is. For an empire as huge as the Dragon Kingdom, only the peak of the emperor level, or even the throne, can bear such a title. Prince Xingshen looked at the Eastern King and knew that he might be being tested by the Eastern King. However, he did not dislike this kind of testing and even needed it. For Prince Xingshen, an unresponsive and unyielding Emperor Lu, no matter how powerful his killing power is of no benefit to him at all. Moreover, he is of no benefit to the Dragon Kingdom royal family. If he can gain the support of the Eastern King by standing idly by or even helping secretly, then that would be the greatest benefit to him. He, Prince Xingshen, seems to have a stable position in this royal family, but in reality, no one can tell. However, if he can win over a strong man like the King of the East, who also has his own power, the benefits to him, Prince Xingshen, are self-evident. Moreover, with the entry of King Dong Tian, even if Emperor Lu died, it would not matter. The top combat power of the Dragon Kingdom has not decreased, but has become even stronger. This is the fact. The most important thing is that he, Prince Xingshen, needs the friendship of King Dong Tian. Your Excellency, the Eastern Heavenly King, we are friends. Prince Xingshen looked at the King of the East and said seriously, friends, they are friends. In other words, Emperor Lu is not a friend at all. So, what are the other good options? As for my friends, I don't know much about others, but you can ask about my personality. Your Excellency the Eastern Heavenly King, I cherish my friends very much. For every one of them, I can do things that many people wouldn't even dare to think of. And Your Excellency the Eastern Heavenly King, I am very sure that I am willing to be friends with you. Otherwise, I dare not say anything, but I can guarantee that even if the royal family wants to object to this, I, Xingshen, am willing to stand up and argue with Themas for others. That goes without saying. This is my sincerity towards my friends. Even if His Excellency the Eastern Heavenly King needs me, I, Xingshen, am willing to do my best for my friends, as long as my friends need me. Prince Xingshen, do you need friends? No, he never needed friends, including Night Owl, who was not his friend. They seemed to be close and had a good relationship, but in the end, they were still the king and his subject. He supported Yi Xiao because he needed the Yi family, needed Yi Xiao to be his loyal minister and filial son, and also needed an example to let others know that the benefits of standing by his side, Prince Xingqian, were beyond imagination. Whether it is Yi Xiao or the Yi family, they are the examples he sets for everyone to see, and at the same time, they are also the forces he cultivates. He was destined to become a king. In fact, he was already the crown prince under the king. He was the king. How could he need any friends? Emperors never need friends. But today, at this moment, he told the king of East Heaven that he needed friends and was willing to make friends with the king of East Heaven. This was not false. Therefore, the king of East Heaven now had enough strength to be his friend and could also provide him with strong support. So why shouldn't he be his friend? 504, Chapter 504, Above Tens of Millions. Prince Xingqian needs friends, but only powerful friends, and the so-called friends are only temporary. They are only needed when he is still the crown prince. That's all. If Prince Xingqian really inherits the throne of Long Kingdom, then the word friend will disappear from his dictionary. The emperor, high above, dominates everything. He does not need any friends, only loyal subordinates. To put it bluntly, the current relationship is nothing more than a relationship of mutual benefit. Dong Tianwang sees this very clearly, and he has actually experienced many such things. In fact, for Dong Tianwang, he is actually such a person. Friend? These two words are a luxury to them, or rather, something that cannot exist. He, the king of the East, is naturally not like Prince Xingqian, who has been at the top of the pyramid since birth and does not have any huge family business to inherit. But because of this difference between him, the king of the East, and Prince Xingqian, in his heart, people like Prince Xingqian are not worthy of being his friends at all. They are just objects to be used. He, the king of East Heaven, is an existence determined to create a great foundation. He is not some second-generation rich man who relies on inheriting things from others. He truly relies on his own brains and his own martial arts to get to where he is today. Step by step he has everything he has now. Why do you want to be friends with him? But now, he also needs friends, or partners. It was naturally impossible for Prince Xingqian to make real friends with him, and this was exactly what he wanted. A common interest was enough, and nothing else was necessary. Seeing the earnest look in Prince Xingqian's eyes, the Eastern Heavenly King's lips curled into a smile and nodded. Prince Xingqian, your sincerity and affection are truly heartfelt. This is a great honor for me. At the same time, I might as well make it clear that the word friend is an extremely unusual word for me, a word I almost never use. However, if it is Prince Xingqian who is speaking, then I will not hesitate to extend my friendship to you. Prince Xingqian is the crown prince of the Dragon Kingdom. He holds a noble position, second only to the emperor and above all others. In the future, he will become the ruler of the entire Dragon Kingdom. I am happy to be your friend and to offer my assistance whenever you need it. This is what I should do. So, Prince Xingqian, I am very happy to be appreciated by you and to be your friend. After saying that, the Eastern King stretched out his hand very seriously. This time, unlike the past, it seemed that they had not started talking about anything yet, but just based on these few words, it already meant that they had discussed everything, or in other words, they already had a good foundation for the subsequent conversation. As long as nothing unacceptable to both parties happened, they would be an offensive and defensive alliance. After hearing what the Eastern King said, Prince Xingqian felt extremely excited. As a member of the royal family, he grew up in intrigue since childhood. Although his current status did not mean that he was necessarily powerful, it did represent some meaning. Otherwise, why was the position of prince his and not someone else's? Of course, he knew his own limitations. The Dragon Kingdom's prince could scare others, but it was impossible for him to scare someone like the Eastern Heavenly King, who was well known in the world for both personal strength and influence. At least, he couldn't do it now. Now that the King of the East is willing to be friends with him and has almost made a promise, this is a good thing for him, a very good thing. We will talk about what happens in the future later. At least for now. For Prince Xingqian, the promise of King Dongtian will invisibly increase his confidence and make his position as prince more solid. This is a fact that can be seen with the naked eye. Of course, in this world, everything is of equal value. How much he gets represents how much he has to pay. It depends on whether he pays more or gets more. Reaching out and shaking the hand of the Eastern Heavenly King, Prince Xingqian nodded heavily and said, "Then, from now on, we are friends. We still have plenty of time to get along. Slowly, to express my sincerity as a friend, I must first make a promise to you. That is, from now on, you will have no obstacles in traveling around Dragon Country. Of course, my name may not mean that much to some people or certain forces. After all, I am only a prince now, but since I have made this promise, I will do my Best just wait and see. There is unimpeded access within the Dragon Kingdom. This is not just a simple literal meaning, it includes more about the King of the East and his forces in the future. They will take root in the Dragon Kingdom. They will not face many difficulties and hostility in Longwei as an external force. On the contrary, they will get the support of Prince Xingshan while being given full freedom. Just based on this, they will be able to reduce many troubles and get the help that others desire. This is what the Eastern King wants. So, then, next, the King of the East will return the favor and give Prince Xingshan what he wants, or rather, what he promised. Your Highness, I won't say much after all. Neither I nor my forces have yet entered Dragon Country, so I may not be able to help much. However, I can promise that if you need anything, please feel free to ask. This sentence, which had just been said once, was repeated by the Eastern Heavenly King. This time not only that, he looked directly at the awakening prince and said softly, for example, regarding the matter of Emperor Lu, I think we should be able to find a common ground. After all, Emperor Lu is quite powerful, but he doesn't look that strong. Being close to the royal family, I imagine your father, the Emperor of Dragon Country, has been dissatisfied with Emperor Lu for a long time. Yi Shao talked about what happened in the East Province and expressed his doubts. It can even be confirmed that in the entire East Province, there is probably no other candidate who can take action against Yunting Tianjun and does not care about the East Heavenly King. It can only be Emperor Lu, and it must be Emperor Lu without a doubt. From that moment on, King Dong Tian had already developed murderous intentions towards Emperor Lu. However, moving Emperor Lu is not an easy task in itself. Even if King Dong Tian goes all out, he may not be completely sure of completely stopping Emperor Lu. After all, Emperor Lu's realm and killing power are well known to everyone. He can guard the border of Dragon Country alone with just a sword, and prevent foreign hostile strongmen from entering. This alone has proved Emperor Lu's strength. In addition, this is the Dragon Country. After all, if we don't have the support and approval of powerful figures, touching Emperor Lu will definitely cause a chain reaction. The King of the East will have to give it more consideration. Now, with the support of the Dragon Kingdom's prince behind us, everything will be a natural outcome, and we will get twice the result with half the effort. Why not do it? So, the Eastern Heavenly King looked at Prince Xingshan and said these words. Prince Xingshan immediately understood what the Eastern Heavenly King meant. Without giving it much thought, he simply smiled and nodded, saying, "You are right, my father is indeed dissatisfied with Emperor Lu, who disobeys orders and is so close to them." 505, Chapter 505, Ambition to attack the throne. In the eyes of Prince Xingshan, dealing with Emperor Lu is not impossible. As one side gains, the other loses. Since Emperor Lu is not on the side of the royal family, even if he remains neutral, it will be meaningless to the royal family. What's more, Emperor Lu himself is more inclined to that side, which is a huge threat to the royal family. After all, such a powerful combat force is not on their side, but on the enemy's side. Anyone would want to get rid of it as soon as possible. In the past, there were some concerns, and it was not the time to fall out. But now, if the King of the East is willing to take action, and has a reason to take action, the Dragon Kingdom royal family will not mind going along with it, or even helping secretly. If this thing is done, I can't say how great the achievement will be, but at least there will be absolutely nothing wrong with it. Besides, why should the Emperor of Dragon Kingdom be unhappy? The Emperor was happy, and the Prince was even happier. Thinking of this, Prince Xingshan laughed heartily. He looked at the Eastern Heavenly King and said solemnly, "If the Eastern Heavenly King needs me to do anything, please feel free to ask. A powerful individual like Emperor Lu, who is very likely, or even certain to be an enemy, can be eliminated as soon as possible. This will be a good thing for both me and the royal family. I can guarantee that the royal family will not stop us. Moreover, if anyone tries to stop you, our royal family will deal with them and will not allow anyone else to interfere." The fact that Prince Xingshan could make such a guarantee was his greatest sincerity. Although his guarantee was far less effective than the one from the Emperor himself, since he dared to say it, it meant that he was sure of it, so the problem would not be a big deal. The Eastern Heavenly King looked at Prince Xingshan, smiled, and nodded, saying, "Friends, that's how it should be. Each takes what they need, and it benefits both of you. As I don't want to cause trouble for my friends, and I'd rather help when needed and add icing on the cake. So, since we have a common enemy, and I can handle it properly, there's no need for you to help. After all, I know your situation. Of course, I already have the right reasons and excuses, but if someone protects him, for example, asking him to protect this person, Yi Tianqi, then I'm afraid that the royal family will really need to intervene. I think this shouldn't be a big problem. I can handle the rest." At this point, a hint of coldness flashed in the eyes of the Eastern King, and even a hint of expectation. Emperor Lu, among the emperors, his lethality is said to be ranked in the top 10 below the throne. Haha, what an arrogant tone, what a prestige, I won't give you face, and neither will the heavenly palace. You dare to attack my people. I will personally see what kind of ability this powerful Emperor Lu has to be ranked in lethality, even surpassing some of the peak emperors. As the voice of the Eastern King rose, wisps of cold murderous intent began to spread again, making people shiver uncontrollably. Fortunately, the Eastern King intentionally controlled his breath, so this suffocating and terrifying breath was only a flash and soon disappeared. For a truly strong person, fighting against strong people of almost the same level is the best way to hone oneself. With the current strength of the Eastern King, there are not many people who can fight with him and help him. It is not that the Eastern King does not want to challenge the throne masters, but others will not give him this face, and the masters at the peak of the emperor level or even the perfect emperor level are all powerful figures. Such figures are not simple and cannot be fought just because they want to. Why hadn't the Eastern Heavenly King considered fighting the Lu Emperor before? It wasn't just because they had no grudges against him, but because a single move could affect the entire nation. The Lu Emperor was a powerful figure from the Dragon Nation, and one who guarded the border. Whether or not he would incur Dragon Nation's resentment and become an enemy was unknown, but it was highly likely that he would. Just like this time, if the King of the East and the Prince of Awakening had not reached an agreement, then wanting to directly attack Emperor Lu would be nothing more than challenging the dignity of the entire Dragon Kingdom. By that time, even if the royal family and the chief minister's faction were at odds with each other, they would definitely reach an agreement on the matter of Emperor Lu. The Eastern King will face hostility from the entire Dragon Kingdom, which is not what the Eastern King wants to see. Now, there is finally an opportunity. It would be a lie for King Dong Tian to say that he is not looking forward to it at all. This is Emperor Lu, a powerful warrior with great lethality. If King Dong Tian were to fight a life and death battle with him, he could be sure that it would definitely be helpful to him. Now, the King of East Sky has reached a bottleneck. The peak of the Emperor level is already the top combat power in the world today. Even the thrones are at the peak of the Emperor level. However, the reason why the throne is a throne is that in terms of combat power, it can no longer be compared with the peak of the Emperor level. However, because the Emperor level has clear standards, even the Quasi-Emperor level has appeared before and has its own unique symbols, so now these thrones are still at the peak of the Emperor level, and they cannot even reach the Quasi-Emperor level. However, their combat power is absolutely different from that of ordinary peak emperors. This is something that many people, even the throne, feel helpless about. Just like, the King of the East has already reached the peak of the Emperor level in terms of combat power, but when facing any throne, he knows without fighting that the only possibility is defeat. Perhaps, facing a weaker throne, he could fight it for more rounds, but defeat is still defeat. There is no surprise at all. If he can win, then he will be the new throne. The new throne, this is the most important throne for the King of East Heaven. He longs to possess it, and even for this purpose, he has already found a target, which is not the strongest throne, but definitely not the weakest. As long as he thinks the time is right, he will launch a challenge with the intention of becoming the new throne. Emperor Lu will be one of the best whetstones for him to attack the throne. Prince Xingshan and Yi Xiao looked at King Dong Tian and couldn't help feeling extremely happy with such help. Prince Xingshan's power would increase greatly in the future. As Prince Xingshan's power increased, Yi Xiao would naturally benefit from it as well. With the intervention of King Dong Tian, the biggest problem of Emperor Lu is no longer a problem. Even if the Minister of State really wants to intervene, it is time for the royal family to remind them who has the final say in the Dragon Kingdom. Now, all problems seem to have been solved satisfactorily. Even if there is more, that is a matter for the future, and at the moment, it seems that the only question is about Yi Tianqi. Lu Huang's problem has been solved, but is Yi Tianqi's problem still a problem? Night Owl couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. Without Emperor Lu as his biggest backer, Yi Tianqi can still do whatever he wants with him. 506, Chapter 506 Unreasonable. Yi Xiao immediately put on a smile and flattered him. If you, King Dong Tian, take action, even Emperor Lu will be captured in your hands. Emperor Lu is nothing. You will definitely capture him easily. This is definitely flattery, but sometimes when you flatter someone, you also have to consider whether the flattery is done right. When the Eastern King heard this, his face did not look very happy. Instead, he frowned slightly, looked at the Night Owl, and said lightly, not worth mentioning? Young Master Yi, are you saying that Emperor Lu is not worth mentioning again? Or is it that I, the King of the East, and not worth mentioning? Although I have great dissatisfaction with this Emperor Lu, and even want to fight him and kill him with my own hands, but, can you so easily humiliate an Emperor-level powerhouse, especially an Emperor-level perfection powerhouse, especially one as famous as Emperor Lu? Not worth mentioning? Ha, young Master Yi, you are so majestic it seems that I am not worth mentioning. Is this a deliberate attempt to find fault? Yeah. Yi Zhao's face changed, but he didn't dare to curse in his heart. His face was even more panicked. What did he say? He was just flattering the East Heavenly King and praising him. At the same time he was saying that Emperor Lu was insignificant in the hands of the East Heavenly King. He was praising the East Heavenly King for his strength. How could he have angered the East Heavenly King? Yi Zhao didn't dare to say anything more. This was a powerful man who didn't even take Emperor Lu seriously and always talked about killing him. What's more, after cooperating with Prince Xingshan, it was self-evident who was more important between him and King Dong Tian. Based on this point, Yi Zhao really had no confidence to say anything to King Dong Tian. No, Lord Dong Tian Wang, you misunderstood. You really misunderstood. I didn't mean that. I absolutely didn't mean that. I just thought that you would definitely win against Emperor Lu. I mean that Emperor Lu is far inferior to you, really, far inferior. Lord Dong Tian Wang, please don't misunderstand me. Really don't mean anything else. I really don't. Yi Zhao was almost crying at this moment. His face showed how aggrieved he was. He looked at Prince Xingshan, hoping that the prince could speak up for him. Prince Xingshan didn't expect that Yi Zhao's flattery would backfire, but he couldn't ignore it. After all, Yi Zhao was his trusted and beloved general, and he couldn't just abandon him because of a few words. That's not worth it. Don't be offended, King Dong. This idiot sometimes can't speak, but he definitely didn't mean it. I can guarantee that he just wanted to flatter you, but he didn't realize that he would actually violate your taboo. Don't worry, I will definitely punish him. After saying that, Prince Xingshan glared at Yi Zhao fiercely, then slapped him directly in the face and roared, "You idiot, do you think you can judge an emperor-level expert? What's more, he's a strong man like Emperor Lu. Your Excellency the Eastern Heavenly King will naturally win, but Your Excellency the Eastern Heavenly King is so upright that if he wins, it will be by relying on his own abilities to defeat and kill Emperor Lu. What right do you, Yi Zhao, have to say anything? Damn it, why don't you kneel down and kowtow to His Excellency the Eastern Heavenly King to apologize and beg for His Excellency's forgiveness? Otherwise, there's no need to dirty His Excellency the Eastern Heavenly King's hands. I will kill you myself. Kneel down and apologize? Yi Zhao felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. At this moment he was Yi Zhao in the entire dragon country. How many people dared to ask him to apologize, let alone kowtow to apologize? But there was no way. The one he offended now was the King of East Heaven. Although he felt aggrieved and thought that the King of East Heaven was making a fuss out of nothing, it was also a fact that the King of East Heaven was unhappy now. Moreover, his backer, Prince Xingshan, has spoken. What else can he do? If he doesn't follow his instructions, then what is he, Yi Zhao? Night Owl is able to bend and stretch, and the reason why he was able to rise to prominence is that he has his own strengths. He knows better than anyone when to be tough and when to act like a grandson. Yes, I made a slip of the tongue. It's my fault. I apologize right now. After saying that, Yi Zhao bent his knees and was about to kneel in front of the Eastern King, kowtow and apologize, with a face full of flattery, without showing any dissatisfaction. However, before he could kneel down, the Eastern Heavenly King shook his head calmly and said, "Forget it, it was an unintentional mistake. Remember this next time. A strong person, even an enemy, will not allow people like you to be humiliated at will. Do you understand? This time, for the sake of Prince Xingshan, I will forgive you. If it happens again and you meet someone who is difficult to talk to, I'm afraid your life will be in danger." Dong Tianwang said this in a domineering manner, as if he did not take Yi Zhao seriously from the beginning to the end. In fact, it was not only that he did not take Yi Zhao seriously, but he also did not take Yi Zhao's backers seriously. The Yi family is now at its peak in Longhua, and Yi Zhao is a big shot around Prince Xingshan. Saying that Yi Zhao is doomed to die is also saying that Prince Xingshan and the Longhua royal family cannot protect Yi Zhao. This also confirms the arrogance of King Dong Tian from another perspective. However, no one cares about this matter now. After all, now is the time to cooperate well, and a small matter is not worth mentioning. Upon hearing this, Prince Xingshan nodded and looked at Yi Zhao and said, "Remember the words of Lord Dong Tianwang. It will do you no harm. Otherwise, I still say the same thing. I won't spare you without anyone else's help." After saying that, Prince Xingshan looked at the Eastern Heavenly King and said with a smile, "Your Excellency, Excellency the Eastern Heavenly King, let's talk about something else. Let's not talk about these unpleasant things compared to these. I would like to ask if there is anything else we need to do after all. In the territory of Dragon Country, many things may be more convenient for us to do. I'd be happy if I could save you a little trouble. Upon hearing this, the Eastern King's expression relaxed. Alothi nodded and gently lifted his chin. There was a hint of curiosity and coldness in his eyes. It's not that there aren't any. For example, this Chizishin, or this Yi Tianqi. I'm quite curious. I always feel that this person is not simple, and many things are related to him. For example, when Emperor Lu dealt with Yun Tang, the two had never had any intersection. How could they suddenly become enemies and have Emperor Lu take direct action? This doesn't make sense. It is indeed unreasonable. Of course, if you force an explanation, it's not impossible, but it's a bit too far-fetched. Emperor Lu guards the border of Dragon Country with just his sword, to guard against powerful foreign invaders. However, that doesn't mean that all foreign experts are not allowed to enter the country. The so-called guarding means that if you want to have foreign experts enter the Dragon Kingdom to cause destruction, you have to be careful of Emperor Lu's revenge and other aspects. It doesn't mean that if you see a foreign expert entering the Dragon Kingdom, you have to kill him. If that were really the case, Emperor Lu would have completely offended the circle of powerful people, and who knows how many people would have united to take his life. Emperor Lu would never do such a thing if he had nothing to do. He is a strong man and he is fearless, but he is not a fool. So, it's unreasonable, very unreasonable. Emperor Lu would never attack Yunting Tianjun for no reason. There must be other reasons for this. After much consideration, it seems that only Yi Tianqi's reason is more realistic. 507, Chapter 507, Don't Take Me Seriously. When Yi Tianqi was mentioned, both Prince Xingshan and Night Owl breathed a sigh of relief. They also didn't want to continue the topic of Emperor Lu. Even if they mentioned Yi Tianqi now, they couldn't avoid the name Emperor Lu, but at least the main contradiction was shifted. And that is indeed the fact. Without other factors, it is impossible for Emperor Lu to attack Yunting Tianjun directly. Why would he run to the East Province directly when he had nothing to do, and then kill Yunting Tianjun just when Yunting Tianjun arrived? For this, he would not hesitate to offend the Eastern Heavenly King or even the entire Heavenly Palace? This is impossible. No matter how you think about it, there must be some unknown secret. Yi Tianqi definitely played an important role in this, even a decisive one. Prince Xingshan nodded with a sullen face, saying, Shi Tian, or rather, Yi Tianqi's situation, the Eastern Heavenly King must have known quite a bit. He must admit that he is indeed a rare talent, a banished immortal who has descended to the mortal world. His wisdom is so great that it's almost demonic, to the point of frightening people. This is absolutely no lie. Anyone who has experienced the days when Yi Tianqi was so powerful can understand this firsthand. Based solely on his intelligence, I would say his abilities are no less than an emperor-level expert. You might think this is a bit exaggerated, but in my opinion, that was only when he was young. If he hadn't experienced this series of events, I wouldn't dare to imagine how far Yi Tianqi could have grown. After Prince Xingshan finished speaking, the expression on his face became more solemn. It would be fine if you don't mention it or think about it, but if you mention it or think about it, memories will come back. When Yi Tianqi became famous at a young age, Prince Xingshan was just a prince, not a crown prince. In that era, everyone wanted to recruit Yi Tianqi for their own use. It was no exaggeration to say that Yi Tianqi was as powerful as an emperor in some senses. He was even more important and powerful than an emperor. The higher up the position, the more powerful one is, the clearer they understand this point. Prince Xingshan even sent people to contact Yi Tianqi back then, but unfortunately, he did not get the result he wanted. Of course, many people sent people to contact Yi Tianqi, but in the end, almost all of them returned empty-handed. It cannot be said that he offended them. At least, Yi Tianqi did not refuse in an arrogant manner, nor did he say anything embarrassing. But for some big figures like Prince Xingshan, a refusal is a refusal, and it has nothing to do with whether the attitude is good or not. A refusal is a slap in the face and a contempt. A huge shame. Especially when they knew that Yi Tianqi was relatively close to people from another faction, or in other words, was relatively inclined towards people from another faction. Yi Tianqi became a thorn in their eyes and a thorn in their flesh. If you can't get it, destroy it. However, too many people paid attention to Yi Tianqi back then, so in the end, all forces reached a balance. No one was hurt, no one was protected, and they just waited for the conclusion from above before saying more. Of course, this was only on the surface. Any competition or intrigue in secret was not something that was put on the surface. When the Qi family was at its peak, it abandoned Qi Zishan, the exiled immortal who led the Qi family to miracles and even to greater heights in the future. In the most cruel way, it is hard to say whether there were other people who intervened in secret or played some important role. No one can say for sure. However, up to now, no one has been able to give a reliable answer as to why the Qi family did this. It is too baffling, too incredible, and too incomprehensible. Of course, after all, these are things of the past. It's still more than 10 years away, and there's no point in bringing it up now. Prince Xingshan's words made Ji Shao feel very uncomfortable. It was obvious that even after 10 years, people who knew Yi Tianqi were still obsessed with this exiled immortal. They all felt deeply regretful and thought it was a pity that they could not let Yi Tianqi follow them and stand on the same side. If Yi Tianqi had really become an ordinary person over the years, it would have been fine, but as soon as the incident in East Province came out, Yi Tianqi was dragged into the spotlight again. At the beginning, all kinds of information showed that Yi Tianqi had completely become like everyone else, and even became a useless person. You can't say he was a useless person, at least, he didn't show any abnormality. He looked completely disheartened and had seen through the world. What he did every day was clearly indulging in pleasure. Such a result, apart from regret, does not make people feel any sense of threat. After all, times have changed, identities have changed, circumstances have changed, and horizons have also changed. At least, that's the case for Yi Shao. Otherwise, he wouldn't think he could control Yi Tianqi at will. But, what is the result? The result was unexpected. A banquet hosted by Mr. Bai could reveal so many things and lead to so many accidents. Moreover, behind every accident, it seemed that there was the shadow of Yi Tianqi. This was more than just unusual. The most important thing is, when and how Yi Tianqi did these things and how he possessed such potential is really unknown. If Emperor Liu had to find a reason and said that someone from the Minister of Political Affairs knew Yi Tianqi's whereabouts and then tried their best to send someone to protect Yi Tianqi, then it could still be considered barely acceptable. However, according to the intelligence, Emperor Liu's attitude towards Yi Tianqi is not arrogant at all, but rather quite respectful, and willing. This goes against common sense. Even if this can be explained, then what about the changes in the eastern province? Judging from the time, Emperor Liu had obviously just passed away, and Yi Tianqi's identity had been leaked not long ago. Before that, no one knew about it. However, the underground world of East Province seemed to have unified its statements overnight, and stood behind Yi Tianqi, completely submitting to him. This doesn't make sense. The Eastern Heavenly King looked at Prince Xingshan with a playful expression and said, "Grow up." Does he really need to grow up? If Yi Tianqi is the instigator of this incident, then he has already proven his ability and courage. Haha, he is really capable and really courageous. Flipping his hand, clouds appear, turning it back again, rain falls. This Yi Tianqi truly impresses. May have to give him a thumbs up and praise him. He truly deserves the title of exiled immortal. It's no wonder I was so interested in him when I first learned about him. Unfortunately, it seems we're destined to never be friends. At this point, a hint of coldness flashed in the eyes of the Eastern Heavenly King, and he said in a cold voice, "Dare to attack my men. It is clear that they do not take me seriously. I don't care what grudges they have between them. If they dare to attack me, it means that they don't take me seriously. They are enemies. What else can we say to our enemies? Now, it depends on you, Prince Xingshan, whether you value talent, whether you feel it's a pity, and whether you have other ideas." 508, Chapter 508, Deep Hatred? Hatred of having his wife stolen? Appreciate talent? Any other ideas? Prince Xingshan knew what the Eastern Heavenly King meant by this. If possible, he really wants to have it. After all, facts have proved that even though Yi Tianqi has been in decline for 10 years, he still possesses abilities that are difficult for others to achieve. If he can recruit such a person as his subordinate and have him give him advice, then in the future, many things will be twice as effective with half the effort. There is no need for any additional forces. Yi Tianqi alone is enough to ensure smooth sailing for Prince Xingshan. It's a pity that he will not have such an idea now, because he knows without thinking that Yi Tianqi will not stand by him and submit to him. There is no need to test him, because he will only bring humiliation upon himself. What's more, it's obvious that the Yunting Tianjun incident was most likely done by Yi Tianqi. Now is the time to make friends with the Eastern King. Prince Xingshan would never do such a thing as offending the Eastern King for a Yi Tianqi who is uncertain or even certain that he will not follow him. So, upon hearing this, Prince Xingshan chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Your Excellency, Eastern Heavenly King, I don't deny that Yi Tianqi is very capable. I've even thought about it more than once, and even now, I'm still thinking about it. If someone like Yi Tianqi could be brought under my wing, it would definitely be of great help to me. Don't deny this, but thoughts are thoughts, and reality is reality. If Yi Tianqi was willing to submit to me, he would have done so long ago, without having to wait until now. Moreover, he now has Emperor Lu by his side, and I can almost tell what his choice will be. Of course, the most important point is that he is very likely the one behind the attack on Yunting Tianzhu, and based on this alone, there is no room for negotiation between him and me. After all, I, Xingshan, and you, the King of the East, are friends. Prince Xingshan reiterated the word friend once again, as if everything was for the King of the East, as if all this was for his friends. Upon hearing this, the Eastern Heavenly King looked at Prince Xingshan and smiled. Friend, yes, we are friends, so I will remember this favor. Since His Royal Highness the Crown Prince thinks it's okay, then I will personally meet Yi Tianqi and see where he gets the courage to attack my people. Having said that, the Eastern King looked at Yi Shao and said calmly, Young Master Yi, I heard that you and Yi Tianqi have a deep hatred for each other. I don't think you will have any objections. At a time like this, it was not Yi Zhao's turn to make irresponsible remarks. King Dong Tian shouldn't even have asked this question, but since he asked it, it was obvious that he was still somewhat dissatisfied with Yi Shao. Yi Shao was no fool, so he could see it. He quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the Eastern King respectfully and said, Lord Eastern King, please rest assured that I have absolutely no complaints. I have an irreconcilable hatred with Yi Tianqi. Even if I don't deal with him, he won't let me go. After all, the woman I'm about to marry is his former fiancée. Just based on this hatred for stealing my wife, Yi Tianqi will be my biggest enemy. Now that things are going on in the eastern province, I think he will rush to the imperial capital as quickly as possible and then attack. Mei was originally worried about how to deal with him. After all, he now has Emperor Lu protecting him. I am afraid it will be very difficult for me to deal with him now. I am grateful to you, King Dong Tian, for coming forward in person. How could I dare to have any other ideas? This is not a lie. No matter how big the changes were at the birthday party of the old man from the Bai family in the eastern province, it was actually not something to be afraid of for Yi Shao. However, the appearance of Emperor Lu was the only variable that made Yi Shao feel his scalp tingling and his hair standing on end. That's Emperor Lu. Having him protect Yi Tianqi is equivalent to Yi Tianqi having the upper hand. He can deal with Yi Tianqi and the entire underground world of East Province, but how can he, Yi Shao, deal with Emperor Lu? He is not a heavyweight at all. No matter what he does, it is useless. And now, there is even less to worry about. He doesn't even need to take action. The King of the East couldn't help himself, and the Prince of Awakening has already regarded Yi Tianqi as a thorn in his side. With these two, he, Yi Shao, can rest assured. Even if Emperor Lu protects him, so what? This was the first time that the Eastern Heavenly King had heard of this. He glanced at Night Owl and said with a smile, You and Yi Tianqi actually have this kind of relationship. Is it the hatred of having your wife stolen from you? Ah, interesting, really interesting. However, she can't really be considered a wife after all. As far as I know, Yi Tianqi is already married. Of course, whether they're living happily or not is another matter, but the fact that they're married is also a fact. Furthermore, if he and your current fiancé, his former fiancé, really had such a deep relationship, then why didn't he marry her back then? Why didn't he keep in touch with her for so many years? Instead, he wants revenge on you now. This doesn't make sense no matter how you look at it. It is unreasonable. It sounds unreasonable. However, this irrationality is quite reasonable for Night Owl. Lord Dong Tianwang, you don't know that Yi Tianqi was expelled from the Qi family, his name was removed from the family tree, and they even wanted to hunt him down. Coupled with some other reasons, he was not only disheartened, but also unable to protect himself. How could he marry Tang Xingyu? As for what happened afterwards, I really don't know what happened or why he was forced to marry someone else, but I know very well that he still misses Tang Xingyu and feels guilty about it. This is true. And this time, when Mr. Zhou returned, I asked him to tell Yi Tianqi about Tang Xingyu from another perspective, so I can tell you with certainty Yi Tianqi has never forgotten Tang Xingyu. Not only has he not forgotten her, but his feelings for her have only grown stronger. Most importantly, Yi Tianqi feels sorry for Tang Xingyu. This was reflected in Mr. Zhou's reaction when he came and learned about all this. So, he will definitely come to the imperial capital, and Yi Tianqi's loss of control at Mr. Bai's birthday banquet in Eastern Province was probably not just due to irritability or other reasons, but because he could no longer hold back. After Yi Shao finished speaking, he looked at Dong Tianwan cautiously. After all, no matter how he looked at it, it seemed like he was taking advantage of Dong Tianwang. As for the Eastern Heavenly King, he looked deeply at Night Owl, chuckled, and said, So that's how it is. There really is a deep hatred between you two. No wonder you were so nervous and uneasy just now. Indeed, anyone would be uneasy if a powerful person like Emperor Lu suddenly appeared beside their mortal enemy. And now, you can rest assured. After all, I and this Emperor Lu have become enemies who must be fought, and Yi Tianqi has also become my enemy. Young Master Yi, are you satisfied? Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao broke out in a cold sweat and quickly shook his head, saying, Lord Dong Tianwang, please don't misunderstand me. I absolutely have no intention of misleading you. Not at Ali would never dare to hide anything from you, let alone act cunningly in front of you. I don't have the guts to do that, I really don't. Yi Xiao didn't dare not explain. If he didn't explain clearly, if King Dong Tian really misunderstood him, he would be in trouble. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, everything he said seemed to have some intention of taking advantage of him. At the very least, it is guiding something intentionally or unintentionally. Dong Tianwang looked at Yi Xiao's panicked look, sneered, and said, It doesn't matter the facts are the facts whether it was intentional or not, it doesn't matter. What matters is what the facts are, and now, I know what the facts are very clearly. Yi Tianqi, you dare to attack my people. You are a wise man who is almost like a demon and comparable to an emperor. Do you understand who you are against? 509, Chapter 509. Where does the power come from? For many years, no matter when the Heavenly Palace was at its peak or in the years after Emperor Qi Tian disappeared, no one had ever dared to target the King of the East like this. He has face. He was very honored, so honored that even some thrones extended olive branches to him, and even the Emperor Qi Tian, who dominated the world in the past, was very respectful to him. When have you ever suffered such injustice? Therefore, many people cannot understand or comprehend the anger that the Eastern King feels now, but his anger has long been uncontrollable and is about to burst out. Yi Tianqi, what is he? So what if he is so wise that he is almost a demon, in the eyes of the King of the East, who believes in strength and that force can solve everything? All conspiracies and tricks, no matter how talented and clever the plans are empty talk and are not important in the face of absolute power. Therefore, if Yi Tianqi did not offend him and was willing to follow him, he would be quite interested and would respect him. However, if not, then in his eyes, Yi Tianqi would be nothing more than a clown. All that talk of great wisdom and being close to being a demon is bullshit and not worth mentioning. The time has come. Whether it was Prince Xingqian or Night Owl, at this moment, they could both feel the anger of the Eastern King, and they could also feel that the anger in the Eastern King's heart had been completely transferred to Emperor Lu and Yi Tianqi. This is the best outcome for them. Night Owl mustered up his courage, looked at the Eastern King, and spoke cautiously, Your Excellency the Eastern King, calm down. It's certainly easy for you to deal with Yi Tianqi's just an an. However, I still want to remind you that Yi Tianqi is really not a simple person. Just look at what happened in the Eastern Province and you will know what a despicable and scheming villain he is. Of course you don't care, and Yi Tianqi has absolutely no chance of turning things around. However, after all, you're facing a villain who only uses conspiracies and tricks, so it's better to be careful. It's better to be careful. The more Night Owl said this, the more King Dong Tian felt like tearing everything apart. It's not that he was instigated to sow discord, but rather that he was already extremely angry. Night Owl, I know what you want to say and what you're thinking. Was what I just said clear enough? Is there anything else you're worried about? Dong Tianwang looked directly at Yi Xiao. He didn't scold him loudly or say anything harsh, but Yi Xiao's scalp tingled when he heard it. He shook his head repeatedly and said, No, Lord Dong Tianwang, I absolutely don't mean anything else. I just think that Yi Tianqi has been holding it in for so long. He must have some unspeakable secrets. I think we must be on guard against him. I don't mean anything else, really. And the most important point is the news that came out at the East Province birthday banquet. Yi Tianqi, who has long been recognized as a sickly person, a person whose physical fitness meant that he would never become a strong man in this life, actually found a way to temporarily become a strong general-level warrior. This is incredible. This kind of ability is simply unheard of and unseen, so I have to think about it more. Also, according to those present, although Yi Tianqi used the strength of a general, he single-handedly defeated 2 king-level warriors. This rich combat experience makes people have to suspect something. Not only that, if it was just the strength of a general, it would be fine, but according to what others have seen, Yi Tianqi even burst out with the aura of the Emperor. Yes, it is the aura of the Emperor. This is too incredible. If all this is true, if Yi Tianqi can really possess the power of the Emperor in a way that we don't understand, then we really can't underestimate him. That would be too terrifying. When mentioning this, Yi Xiao's face was filled with jealousy. Who doesn't envy the strong? A true strong person is not just one with good physical fitness. Each of them possesses incomparably powerful strength, especially those who have broken through to the king level or even the emperor level. Each of them has surpassed the limits of human beings, and the power they possess is incredible and terrifying. Who wouldn't want to have such power? Who doesn't want to be strong enough to take on an entire country? However, if it were so easy to be a strong person, then there would not be so few strong people in this world. Ye Xiao does not have this talent. Even if there is a shortcut in his life, he can never reach the king level, let alone the war general level. So, when he heard that Yi Tianqi, a sickly guy, actually had a special method to become a war general level strongman and even possessed the aura of the emperor, he was going crazy. If God had closed the door to Yi Tianqi's physical fitness before, then what about now? What door did God close to Yi Tianqi? One of the reasons was that he reminded the king of East Heaven, and another important reason was that he wanted to get the secret of Yi Tianqi's power from the king of East Heaven. After all, he didn't understand, but the king of East Heaven was knowledgeable and might not be unaware of it. If everything is true, then maybe he can get some benefit from it, get some secrets from it, and then experience what it feels like to have great power. However, Night Owl was soon disappointed. When the king of the East heard this, he frowned and immediately shook his head. Impossible, there is no such secret technique in this world. There is no shortcut to let an ordinary person have the power of a strong man. Of course, the so-called shortcut depends on what it is. It is not that there are no natural treasures or secret techniques that can make people get twice the result with half the effort, but that can make a person who originally has no power directly have the strength of a general. At least, I have never heard of it, and it has never appeared in this world. Unless this person possesses such power. The king of the East shook his head with certainty, denying the existence of this possibility. However, the so-called impossibility is actually a reality. Yi Tianqi does possess the strength of a general-level warrior, and he directly used the strength of a general-level warrior to defeat 2 king-level warriors. This is an indisputable fact, witnessed by many people. This is not just about having the strength of a general, but also directly defeating 2 kings. After the Eastern king finished speaking, he thought of this point: fighting across borders requires true strength, and those who can do it are rare. What's more, it is across a large realm and facing 2 powerful enemies. Even if these 2 king-level masters are fakes, the king level is the king level, and crossing borders is crossing borders. Even he, the king of the East, would not dare to say that he would definitely win under such circumstances. Of course, they won't lose after all. These 2 king-level powerhouses are fakes, not real king-level masters who have reached the level through battle. But this is already an incredible thing. So, after saying these words, the king of the East fell into silence, his eyes drooping, and no one knew what he was thinking. Then, he suddenly raised his head, looked at the somewhat lost Night Owl, and said, "Are you sure, Yi Tianqi, with the strength of a general, defeated 2 kings, are you sure that it is the strength of a general?" 510, Chapter 510 Doubts. What is the strength of a war general, in the eyes of King Dong Tian, let alone the strength of a war general? Even if it is a king or even an emperor, it will not cause him any emotional fluctuations. After all, his strength is there, he has killed emperors, let alone others. But it's different, completely different. It doesn't matter whether it is Yi Tianqi or not, but for a general-level warrior to fight against 2 king-level warriors across borders is definitely not something that an ordinary person can do, let alone something that can be done by using the inexplicable power obtained by using secret techniques. Strength and combat effectiveness are different. Otherwise, why would there be someone in the same realm with such powerful killing power that he could even deal with 2 or 3 strong men in the same realm at the same time? Whether Yi Tianqi was a sickly person or had poor physical fitness, King Dong Tian didn't care at all. However, defeating 2 king-level powerhouses with the strength of a general had a completely different meaning. That's why he asked this question. It's not that he doesn't trust Yi Xiao's intelligence, but in his opinion, people like Yi Xiao have no knowledge at all and their minds are very simple. How much can he understand? How much can he understand? What is a general? What is a king? Can he tell the difference, not to mention the aura of an emperor-level strongman? Yi Xiao was startled by the sudden expression of the Eastern king, then nodded quickly and said with great certainty, "Master Eastern king, I can confirm that he is at the level of a general. There is no doubt about it." I understand why you're doubting this, but I can confirm this. Although I wasn't there, many people were present. Most importantly, everyone else heard what those 2 king realm experts said. It's impossible for them not to recognize the strength of a war general. What happened at that time was that Yi Tianqi suddenly took a step forward and directly possessed the aura of a king realm expert. When he took the second step, he had already reached the peak of the king realm and even entered the emperor realm. When he took the third step, he was actually said to have reached the realm of emperor realm perfection. Almost everyone present was stunned, including Emperor Lu. When Yi Xiao said this, he felt extremely upset and angry. How could such a sickly person achieve this? In one step, he became a king. In 2 steps, he became an emperor, but in the 3rd step, he couldn't even directly make Emperor Lu shocked. This is simply nonsense and unbelievable. After calming down for a moment, Night Owl continued, of course, whether it's emperor level or what realm it is, I can't tell clearly even if I were here, not to mention I'm not here and these 2 king level experts are only at the king level, so I'm afraid they can't tell clearly either. However, I can confirm that there is indeed the aura of an emperor level expert. This should be correct. It was at this time that Yi Tianqi said that using this kind of power to deal with them was too unfair, and it was not worth it. Therefore, his aura continued to decline, even to the level of king realm, but he was still not satisfied and finally stopped at the level of war general. Only then did he take action. Lord Dong Tianwang can check this with anyone who was present at the time. There should be no mistakes. Facts are facts, and Yi Xiao did not exaggerate this time, so he is not afraid of the Eastern King's investigation. He just says what he knows and seeks truth from facts. It is impossible that this will offend the Eastern King. Prince Xingqian also spoke at this time. Lord Dong Tianwan, please rest assured about this. Yi Xiao does not have the courage to talk nonsense about such a thing, so it should be the truth. It's not that King Dong Tian doesn't trust Yi Xiao. He knows very well that no matter how brave Yi Xiao is, he would not dare to joke with him about such things, let alone tell lies. However, it is unbelievable, really too unbelievable. An ordinary person, a recognized sickly person, suddenly possesses the strength of a general, and can even emit the aura of an emperor-level strongman. This is no longer just unusual. Dong Tianwang was silent for a moment, then looked at Yi Xiao and said seriously, think about it carefully, think clearly about what Yi Tianqi said. Did he say that using the strength of a general is enough to deal with those 2 people? Is it an emperor-level aura? Think carefully, think seriously, and don't make any mistakes. Looking at the expression on King Dong Tian's face, Yi Xiao also felt a lot of pressure. After thinking it over carefully once more, fearing for any mistakes, Yi Xiao nodded heavily and said to King Dong Tian, that's right, it's just as I said. Yi Tianqi did say that using the strength of a general is enough to deal with 2 king-level masters. Moreover, it is indeed the aura of an emperor. This has been proven by both that Boss Leopard and Emperor Lu. Indeed, they did. Moreover, both Boss Bao and Emperor Lu seemed to be very sure that Yi Tianqi could use the power of the strong, but it seemed that there was a price to pay. So, from the beginning, they tried their best to stop Yi Tianqi. They felt that there was no need to do so. They could handle such a small matter by themselves. There was no need for Yi Tianqi to intervene. It was not worth it. That's right, they have always believed that it's not worth it. It's as if these 2 king-level powerhouses are not worthy of Yi Tianqi's attack. Moreover, they are convinced that once Yi Tianqi takes action, there is no possibility of failure and no accidents will happen. Fortunately, after the various changes in the banquet hall, Yi Tianqi had no place to vent his anger, so he forced the attack. That's right, that's what happened. Sometimes, even if Night Owl repeats the whole thing, there are always key points and non-key points, so omissions are inevitable. The most important people in what happened in the banquet hall of East Province were only 2, Yi Tianqi and Lu Huang, so the others it seemed not so important, so Yi Xiao did not ask too many questions, and even deliberately forgot what others said. But now, when talking about Boss Leopard, Yi Xiao always felt that he seemed to have missed something important. The very important kind. Dong Tianwang was silent for a moment, then said, according to your description, Yi Tianqi really does possess the ability to suddenly possess powerful strength. Moreover, Emperor Lu and that guy called Boss Leopard are aware of this. But Yi Tianqi's daily performance doesn't show any power at all, so his power is indeed obtained through some unknown secret technique. And to possess this powerful strength, Yi Tianqi needs to pay a price. As for what the price is, we don't know yet. However, according to Emperor Lu's concerns, this price must be quite serious. Yi Tianqi has indeed leaked the aura of an emperor-level powerhouse. In other words, if he wants, he can indeed use the power of an emperor-level powerhouse. However, the price will be very huge, so huge that Yi Tianqi is unwilling to use it easily. Therefore, he will use the strength of a general-level powerhouse. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao immediately nodded and said, Lord Dong Tianwan, your analysis is correct. This must be the case. Is that so? Maybe it is true, but is it just like that? Well, not necessarily. At least, there is one doubt that cannot be explained by this explanation. 511, Chapter 511 blank years. Is the analysis correct? No, that's not right. There's still one point of doubt that hasn't been explained clearly. If this point isn't explained, then nothing else can be explained. But if this point is explained clearly, it will only make people feel even more uneasy. The words of the Eastern King stunned Yi Xiao and Prince Xingqian. They didn't know what the Eastern King was talking about. What was doubtful or not, wasn't it better for him not to say anything now? Yi Tianqi does have a secret method to gain power, isn't that enough? Lord Dong Tianwang, what are the doubts you are talking about? Prince Xingshan asked. Dong Tianwang's eyes were slightly solemn. He looked at Prince Xingshan and Yi Xiao and said in a deep voice, have you ever thought that even if everything you just said is true, Yi Tianqi does have a secret method to enhance his strength, then what about combat experience? I tentatively assumed that he does possess the power of an emperor-level expert, but he's not using it. If he were, then we wouldn't have to say anything more today. For an emperor-level expert to deal with two king-level experts, how he crushes them is perfectly reasonable and perfectly rational. Even if Yi Tianqi used the power of a king-level expert, I wouldn't say anything today, but that's not the case. He used the strength of a general-level warrior. Do you really not understand what this means? With the strength of a general, crossing a major realm, directly fighting against king-level powerhouses, and two king-level masters at that, he is already at an absolute disadvantage. As for a cross-border battle, I can tell you without reservation that it is impossible for anyone but a peerless genius to succeed. What's more, fighting two people at the same time is no longer a question of genius. No matter how talented one is, they can't do this unless this genius is extremely familiar with the power system, familiar enough to have reached the pinnacle of this realm, and at the same time, his combat experience will be rich to an unimaginable degree. Only then is it possible. Let's take the simplest example, like eating. Night Owl, people like you are undoubtedly familiar with eating, drinking, and having fun. You should be well aware of all the overpriced restaurants and food, and even table manners. You're very familiar with all that. But if someone who was once penniless and had never lived that high of a life suddenly became rich, do you think they would have an advantage over you in this regard and know how to enjoy life better? This example is not just simple, it is too simple. It is like a beggar who suddenly possesses mountains of gold and silver. However, for a beggar, the first thing he wants to do is probably to fill his stomach, rather than to enjoy himself. A beggar who is destined to suddenly become a billionaire in terms of living conditions, vision, and experience will not enjoy life as much as a millionaire who has already been rich, because he has no idea at all. So how could it be possible? Differences in cognition lead to fundamental differences. There's nothing much to say about this. This example also made Yi Xiao and Prince Xingshan immediately understand the gap and why the King of East Heaven would have such doubts at this moment, let alone the King of East Heaven, even they had doubts. If it is understandable that Yi Tianqi suddenly gained power, then how could he defeat two king-level masters with his strength that was not even as strong as that of a king-level master? This is simply impossible. This is no longer a question of genius or not. King Dong Tian, what you said is true. A mystery, such a big mystery at this moment. Prince Xingshan and Night Owl felt that things that were originally extremely clear were suddenly obscured by thick fog, making them unable to see the truth of the matter. With the strength of a general, he defeated two king-level powerhouses. This is something even more incredible than Yi Tianqi suddenly gaining power. All of this, combined in the same person, makes it increasingly difficult to understand. So, if Yi Tianqi suddenly gained power, he wouldn't be able to defeat two king-level warriors with his general-level strength. This is absolutely impossible, but it happened. It's fake, all of this is fake. Then what is real? Yi Tianqi clearly has no power. This is accurate information. It can't be fake. He did suddenly gain power. This is real. It can't be fake. We have learned a lot about him over such a long time. We know everything about him in the past few years. It can't be fake. Yi Xiao muttered to himself that he was completely confused. He really didn't know what was true and what was false. Yi Tianqi's experiences in the past few years could not be faked, but how to explain everything that the facts showed now? Prince Xingshan also frowned and looked at the Eastern Heavenly King, saying, "Your Excellency the Eastern Heavenly King, have you discovered something?" Upon hearing this, the Eastern Heavenly King shook his head and said, "What did you discover?" "No, I didn't discover anything either. I was just stating a fact, and this fact doesn't match what we know now, so there must be a problem. I never believed there was any secret method that could turn an ordinary person with no power into a powerful person overnight. Now, it only further proves my guess, but if this guess is true, it means that the person behind this is more terrifying than I imagined. This Yi Tianqi is definitely more terrifying than we know. I can understand him possessing the strength of a general, but possessing the aura of an emperor is incomprehensible. Furthermore, he was able to defeat two kings with his strength. His rich combat experience is astonishing, and his extraordinary combat talent is enviable. Do you think that Yi Tianqi has always been just a sickly person, an ordinary person? What if it's not? What if he himself possesses such powerful strength? And he has also experienced countless life and death battles. After all, only this can explain why he, Yi Tianqi, suddenly possessed power and was able to defeat 2 king-level masters. Silly, this explanation is reasonable, but this reasonableness also reveals an irrationality. The so-called unreasonableness and the reasonableness is, when did Yi Tianqi gain the power to become a strong man? At the same time, where did all his battles take place? What kind of battles did he experience and what kind of past did he have? These are the biggest secrets now. Whether it was Night Owl or Prince Awakening, they just shook their heads, not daring to believe it, and not being able to believe it. The more they read about Yi Tianqi's experiences over the years, the more they didn't dare to believe it. Lord Dong Tianwan, this is impossible. This is impossible. In the past few years, everything about Yi Tianqi has been under our control. There must be no mistakes in the intelligence. He has never left the eastern province, let alone fought with others. He has never shown the slightest appearance of a strong man. He is just an ordinary person. Moreover, he has no time for life and death battles. This is absolutely correct. Absolutely not. Prince Xingshan also nodded immediately and said, Yi Xiao is right. This is absolutely impossible. We are very clear about everything that has happened in the past few years. If Yi Tianqi was a strong man, we would have known about it long ago and would not have waited until now to understand it. King Dong Tian looked deeply at Prince Xingshan and Yi Xiao. He believed what they said, but these words themselves were not right. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Dong Tianwang picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and said lightly, if I understand correctly, this Yi Tianqi seems to have left the imperial capital for more than 10 years. In the intelligence and news, are you sure that it has been for 10 consecutive years? When these words were spoken, Prince Xingshan was stunned, and Night Owl was also stunned. One sentence explained the problem. They only knew about the years after Yi Tianqi and Lin Qingyue got married. The years before Yi Tianqi left the imperial capital and married Lin Qingyue were a blank. 512, Chapter 512, Support from the Eastern King. There is a gap, and the gap actually covers several years in the past 10 years. What they knew was only the years when Yi Tianqi and Lin Qingyue were married. Then, the few years after they left the imperial capital were completely blank, and they had no idea at all. This is not a trivial matter. Neither Prince Xingshan nor Night Owl should ignore it. However, the news about Yi Tianqi only happened in the last few days, and they had obtained the detailed information not long ago. Seeing the blank time, they did not pay much attention to it at first. After all, Yi Tianqi had become like this, so what was there to care about? It was just about recuperating, escaping, and so on. This is what they think and what they understand, so even if they see the blank period, they don't take it seriously. Yi Xiao himself didn't take it seriously, and obviously, when he reported it to Prince Xingshan, he deliberately ignored it. But now, it is precisely because of this fault, these blank years, that many things can no longer be explained clearly. The sickly man who used to be a sickly man is no longer a sickly man, but instead possesses the power of a strong man. No matter whether this power of a strong man is obtained by secret methods, is short-lived, or is possessed by Yi Tianqi himself, the power of a strong man is the power of a strong man. The most crucial thing is what King Dongtian proposed, to use the strength of a general to defeat the king level, and it is the ability of 2 king levels. Where do this combat power and combat experience come from? If everything that happened during the years of marriage with Lin Qingyue was indeed as true as they saw, then Yi Tianqi's combat effectiveness and everything he possessed now must have been obtained before that. Then these blank years become the most critical time that can answer all the secrets. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao said with a grim expression, Lord Dong Tianwang, our intelligence does not reach 10 years. There are several blank years because we only recently learned about Yi Tianqi's whereabouts. Therefore, a lot of information has not been collected yet. Therefore, for now, we only have the few years when he and Lin Qingyue were married. Upon hearing this, the Eastern Heavenly King didn't say anything unpleasant, but nodded and said, then, that makes sense. Otherwise, nothing would make sense. These blank years, the years that were not investigated, are exactly the most critical period of time. It was during this period of time that Yi Tianqi possessed this so-called secret technique and also had such rich combat experience. A secret technique? If it really is a secret technique, then I'm relieved if not. At this point, Dong Tianwan's eyes became extremely dangerous, and from what he said, he very much hoped that Yi Tianqi possessed the power and was using some unknown secret technique. But, why? Prince Xingshan also raised this question. Dong Tianwang smiled faintly and said, if it's not caused by the secret technique, then it means that these powers originally belonged to Yi Tianqi. If it was only at the general level, then it would be fine. But if according to what Yi Xiao said, he even showed the aura of an emperor-level strongman, then, a Yi Tianqi with emperor-level power, is he someone you wanna face? As soon as these words were spoken, both Prince Xingshan and Night Owl's expressions changed drastically. Are you kidding? A weak and frail Yi Tianqi is already difficult enough to deal with and a headache for everyone, but if he possesses the strength of an emperor-level expert, that is, both civil and military, how can we fight him? What can we use to fight him? An emperor-level strongman, coupled with the powerful combat experience and combat effectiveness that Yi Tianqi has now demonstrated, coupled with his terrifying inhuman brain, if he doesn't want to die, who can make him die? Such a terrifying enemy will be everyone's nightmare. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yi Tianqi didn't have the talent to become a strong man back then. If he had, he wouldn't have remained a sickly person for so many years. How could he have become a strong man? How could he have such a powerful force? I can still believe that he has at least some ability to protect himself, but if you say he has such a powerful force, even an emperor-level power, it's impossible. I will never believe it even if I die. Besides, this doesn't make sense. It's completely irrational. From the time he left the imperial capital until now, it's only been a little over 10 years if you exclude the few years since he got married. There aren't many years in between in just these few short years. Even if he found a way to become stronger, how strong could he be? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Yi Xiao would never believe this fact. If this was true, then he, Yi Xiao, would be more than just a joke. So, absolutely impossible. But is it really impossible? A strong sense of uneasiness suddenly arose in the heart of the Eastern King. It seemed that he had overlooked something important. Perhaps it was not neglect, but he had never wanted to face it from the bottom of his heart, and had been avoiding it from the bottom of his heart. This world is not without miracles. There are people who have become the world's top powerful people in just a few years. Let's not talk about others, just take the King of the East as an example. Haven't you seen one? However, if he was not certain that even if that person did not die, he would definitely not possess any power, otherwise, he would really be restless now. Shaking his head, the Eastern King said, "Alright, we'll know the truth soon. Yi Tianqi, if nothing unexpected happens, we'll come to the imperial capital in the next few days. When we meet, everything will be clear." In short, it seems that we have underestimated Yi Tianqi. We must not make the same mistake again. If you are careless, it will cost your life, huh? Now, I'm very interested. I just don't know how Prince Xingshan and young Master Yi plan to deal with this. Mr. Yi. The interest of the King of the East has indeed been piqued to the fullest now. He had developed a strong curiosity about Yi Tianqi, even more than that of Emperor Lu. Hence, this question arises. Prince Xingshan looked at Yi Xiao and said, "Haven't you always been planning to deal with Yi Tianqi? Now that His Excellency Dong Tianhuang has asked, tell us what you are thinking." Yi Xiao immediately gave a bitter smile. He really had always wanted to deal with Yi Tianqi. There was nothing to hide about it, but the key point was, were his previous ideas still useful? Before the incident in East Province happened, he thought that no matter how he wanted to deal with Yi Tianqi, it would be fine. But the problem now is, are his ideas still useful? The Yi Tianqi he learned from the news now was not the Yi Tianqi he thought he was. Moreover, he was protected by Emperor Lu. His idea was just a fantasy. Lord Dong Tianhuang, Prince, I had previously thought that when I got married to Tang Xingyu, I would specifically send an invitation to Yi Tianqi. At the same time, I would also inform the Tang family and the Qi family who gave birth to and raised him of Yi Tianqi's situation. I would use various methods to break his defenses, and then give him a good beating, making him live a life worse than death. But now, it seems that it won't work. Since he's not the powerless man I thought he was, and he has Emperor Lu protecting him, I'm really unsure. Indeed, it is true. Upon hearing this, the Eastern Heavenly King sneered and said, "Why are you so uncertain? Aren't we your source of confidence? Before this, you didn't think that Prince Xingshan would help you, and similarly, I didn't say I would help you, but now, I'm here too. What else do you need to be afraid of?" As soon as these words came out, Yi Xiao's eyes immediately lit up. He understood what Dong Tianhuang meant. This meant that he was going to help him and agreed with his proposal. With such a backer, indeed, he seemed to have nothing to worry about. If you, the Crown Prince and Lord Dong Tianhuang, support me, then I won't be afraid of anything. I can continue with the original plan. No matter how strong Yi Tianqi is, his inner defenses must be broken. Not only must I torture him physically, but I must also bring his spirit to the brink of collapse. Only in this way can I vent my anger. 513, Chapter 513. Ignoring important information. What a big breath of anger. Up to now, King Dong Tian actually hasn't figured out how Yi Tianqi had offended young Master Yi Xiao. It seemed that from the beginning to the end, it was Yi Xiao himself who regarded Yi Tianqi as an imaginary enemy. However, this is not important for the King of the East. The result is the most important. Yi Tianqi has already offended him. Regardless of whether the matter of Yunting Tianjun was actually done by Yi Tianqi, it is highly likely that he was involved in that case. There is nothing more to say. Moreover, since Yi Tianqi is walking together with Emperor Lu, then for him, the king of East Heaven, he is an obstacle, and he has to take action to remove the obstacle. Genius, peerless genius, the secret hidden by Yi Tianqi also interested the East Heavenly King if he could know it. Why not? If he couldn't know it, then killing a genius who might astonish the world was never something that would make the East Heavenly King feel uneasy. Then do as you say, especially the Qi family, Yi Tianqi's family. I think that since they kicked Yi Tianqi out of the house, expelled him from the family tree, and even hunted him down, they should be the last to see the person they abandoned and hurt come back again, and come back so arrogantly. I'll trouble you, young Master Yi, to take care of this matter. I think it's not too late yet, so why not, young Master Yi, go now? The time is indeed not very late, but it is not very early either. Moreover, they are hosting a banquet for the King of Heaven in the East. Do they want you to go now? Yi Xiao was stunned for a moment, but did not dare to question it. He still had some common sense. He immediately glanced at Prince Xingqian after receiving the hint from his eyes. Yi Xiao immediately stood up and said, "Okay, then, without further delay, I will go over and explain the situation to the people of the Qi family. Of course, I know what to say and what not to say, so, do you have anything else that I need to pay attention to?" Upon hearing this, the Eastern Heavenly King shook his head and said, "Young Master Yi, I believe you will do a good job. Besides, haven't you seen by now that no matter how good the plan is, it cannot keep up with the changes? When encountering variables like Yi Tianqi, our plans will often be affected, so, just do it according to your ideas. For the rest, we will check for omissions and fill in the gaps." Prince Xingqian thought for a moment, then frowned and said, "Also, Yi Xiao, since we're going to do it now, then we should also think about the other thing. After all, the fact that Yi Tianqi has Emperor Lu by his side this time means that he, Yi Tianqi, may have connected with someone from another faction. If this hadn't happened, I might have shown him some mercy and not been so hostile, but since he's already standing against our royal family, then, it's not our fault. He thinks that by joining them, he can rest easy and be safe. That's a joke. In this Dragon Kingdom, our royal family still has the final say. Go and make some arrangements, find some obvious charges to pin Yi Tianqi on. Remember, there must be solid evidence to keep him speechless by then. Even those over there might not be able to openly protect him. I want to see if Yi Tianqi dares to become an enemy of my entire dragon nation." By using this method to deal with Yi Tianqi, Prince Xingqian was obviously on guard against the Minister of Government's men taking action with this title. He didn't believe that the Minister of Government could still help him openly. Even if they want to help, they have to argue there is no evidence. No matter whether it is a conspiracy or a frame-up, the Minister of Political Affairs cannot bend the law for personal gain if he really dares to. The royal family will have many reasons to do so. A calm and rational person like the Chief Secretary would not do such a thing. Moreover, there is another advantage, which is that it prevents Emperor Lu from interfering too much, or even from interfering at all. Emperor Lu can be responsible for protecting Yi Tianqi, but Emperor Lu cannot directly challenge the entire Dragon Kingdom and become an enemy of the Dragon Kingdom just for a criminal. What Prince Xingqian said was truly sinister. Upon hearing this, the Eastern Heavenly King glanced at the awakening prince and said with a smile, as expected of the Dragon Kingdom's prince, "He's really good at tactics. He uses overt tactics to leave people speechless. It seems that the imperial capital is a dragnet. If Yi Tianqi doesn't come, it's fine, but if he comes, let alone revenge, it would be a great achievement for him to walk out safely. In that case, I might as well help you. Of course, it's not much of a help, but after all, it's good for me too. I will send people to knock on the border door. Isn't Emperor Lu, alone with his sword, guarding the borders of Dragon Nation and defending against powerful foreign enemies? If a powerful enemy appears and makes threatening moves, will Emperor Lu go or not? Without the protection of Emperor Lu, Yi Tianqi's threat has plummeted. It will be even easier to deal with him. I will also head to the border to fight Emperor Lu, who is said to be in the top 10 in terms of lethality. It will be impossible to subdue him, but I think killing him should not be a problem when the time comes. I hope Prince Xingqian will not be too distressed. It's not that sad. However, it is true that it is a pity. After all, Emperor Lu's strength is there for everyone to see. It's a pity that he is not a member of the royal family, let alone a man of his, Prince Xingqian. In that case, there is nothing to regret. Your Excellency, the Eastern Heavenly King is joking. Emperor Lu is not one of us, so why should we feel bad for him? Moreover, even if Emperor Lu is really one of us, for the sake of our friends, I have nothing to say. After all, we are friends. This doesn't sound true, it sounds fake, but whether it's the King of the East or the Prince of Awakening, all they want is to save face. Yi Xiao, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and go now. Even Emperor Lu's problem has been solved by Lord Dong Tianwan for you. Why don't you hurry up and thank Lord Dong Tianwan? Solved it for him? Yi Xiao smiled bitterly indeed. He wanted to deal with Yi Tianqi, but he was not the only one who wanted to deal with Yi Tianqi. This actually became a way to help him solve the problem. However, Yi Xiao did not dare to care about this. He immediately thanked the King of East Heaven, flattered him, and left quickly. After leaving, Yi Xiao scratched his head and breathed a sigh of relief. He felt much more relaxed both physically and mentally. There was no other way. It was really too depressing in there. It would have been fine if it was just the Prince of Awakening, and he could still feel much more relaxed on normal days. However, with the addition of the King of the East, it was a completely different feeling of oppression. If you can't afford to be served, it's better not to be served. It's not like it is now. When I go out, I am still the boss and everyone who sees me has to bow and nod. He really doesn't want to be a grandfather and insists on being a grandson. After getting in the car, Yi Xiao glanced back at the place where Prince Xingqian and the Eastern Heavenly King were. He frowned slightly and muttered to himself, I overlooked something. It seems that Boss Bao said that all his injuries were caused by fighting with Mr. Zhou's backers. Aren't Mr. Zhou's backers the Eastern Heavenly King and Yunting Tianjun? Yi Xiao finally remembered what he had forgotten. However, he had no intention of going back to tell this matter since he had come out. He would not go back. Besides, in his opinion, it didn't matter whether he said it or not anyway. King Dong Tian had already confirmed that the masterminds behind the scenes were Emperor Lu and Yi Tianqi, and that was enough. Boss Leopard is also Yi Tianqi's subordinate, so there is no difference. The most important thing is that he might as well do his own job well. But he didn't know how great an impact this intentional omission would have on the King of the East. The omission of an important information would lead to a major deviation in the King of the East's assessment and speculation of Yi Tianqi. A peak King Realm Master like Leopard Boss, who can even defeat Yunting Tianjun, and is Yi Tianqi's subordinate, how can the significance of this be underestimated? However, Night Owl has ignored it now, and the King of the East is temporarily unknown. By the time he knows it, it is already too late. 514, Chapter 514 Yi Tianqi's World. At this moment, Yi Tianqi, who was in the Eastern Province, had no idea that the King of the East and the Prince of Awakening had joined forces to deal with him. What he has to face is no longer just Night Owl, but the current Crown Prince of Dragon Kingdom and the most powerful and influential King of the East in the Heavenly Palace. Of course, all this was not a surprise to Yi Tianqi, and was even something he expected. Yi Tianqi has already figured out Yi Xiao's background very clearly. The person behind him is Prince Xingqian. If Yi Tianqi wants to deal with Yi Xiao, he will not be able to escape Prince Xingqian no matter what, so he has made preparations long ago. What's more, he had agreed with Mr. Ming to take over the Secret Investigation Institute, so it would be impossible for him to avoid the royal family even if he wanted to. What's more important is that when the Qi family drove him out and even hunted him down, Yi Tianqi didn't dare to say that he knew everything about it, but he was afraid that the royal family also played a big role in it. We have never been friends from the beginning to the end, so there is nothing more to say. As for the Eastern Heavenly King, that is even more of a different matter. He, Yi Tianqi, is not only the exiled immortal Qi, he is also the Lord of the Heavenly Palace, Emperor Qi Tian. He knows very well what kind of betrayal he suffered to get to where he is now. The King of the East is not just a big suspect, but he is definitely one of them. He sold out, betrayed himself, and wished he would die. Dong Tianwan, the subordinate and friend who was once his teacher and friend, Yi Tianqi, is really missed. The banquet is over. Today's birthday banquet for Mr. Bai was an eye-opener for everyone, whether it was the auction, the battle, or something else. In short, these were things that these people had never experienced or imagined in their lives. Among them, the most shocking thing was not the appearance of Emperor Lu. After all, Emperor Lu's position was too high, so high that many people had never heard of him. Even if someone told them who Emperor Lu was, they still didn't understand. Even if they knew, the shock would not be as terrifying as Yi Tianqi's identity. Qi is an exiled immortal. Yi Tianqi is the identity of Qi Zixian, and this is the biggest highlight of Mr. Bai's birthday banquet today. It is conceivable that this news will soon spread throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. That exiled immortal of the Qi family, who was so brilliant, awe-inspiring and regrettable, finally appeared again. Moreover, as soon as he appeared, he was earth-shattering. It was hard not to attract attention when he did such a shocking thing. Many people may still feel a lingering fear, thinking that what Yi Tianqi did today was a bit too extreme after all. Things are no longer the same as before, people and things have changed drastically, but Yi Tianqi is still so arrogant and unsympathetic, and directly offends people in the way that he would his mortal enemies. So, what will happen in the future? Night owls are not to be trifled with. However, this is not something that others can care about. As for what people say behind his back, it is not something Yi Tianqi can control. At this moment, in the banquet hall, everyone who should have left had already left, and only a few people were left. Mr. Bai looked at Yi Tianqi and said, "Mr. Yi, it's getting late. Look, are you staying with me at the Bai family? I know you'll be leaving here soon, so I want to talk to you." The matter in East Province has been settled, but it is conceivable how great the subsequent impact will be. However, Mr. Bai is not worried about anything now, not to mention that Yi Tianqi himself is scary enough. Just the boss leopard and Emperor Lu around him are enough to suppress anyone who dares to harm Yi Tianqi. Yi Tianqi shook his head and said, "No, I will stay at Xiaohua's place for a while, and then leave after I take care of some small matters. But don't worry, Mr. Bai, I will definitely come back to the Eastern Province, and don't worry about what happened today. I won't attack you until they deal with me." This is true, and Mr. Bai is not worried about this. Their Bai family seems to have deep roots, but compared to what Yi Tianqi did today, the people he offended are really not that great. However, as Yi Tianqi said, before they dealt with Yi Tianqi, they had no interest in dealing with the Bai family, but after dealing with Yi Tianqi, it would be easy and simple for them to take control of the Bai family whenever they wanted. So, there's really nothing to worry about. If you really have to worry, you can only worry about Yi Tianqi. Although he seems to be safe and nothing will happen, the person he offended is still a bit scary. Okay, in that case, I won't say much. However, I still ask Mr. Yi to protect himself. It's better to be careful when going to the imperial capital. After all, it is the imperial capital, a place where tigers and dragons swarm, and there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Don't underestimate it. Hearing what Mr. Bai said, Yi Tianqi smiled and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, I know what to do." "Okay, I won't say much, Mr. Bai, go back and rest. We are leaving too." At this moment, Bai Yulong was silent for a moment, then, as if mustering up the courage, he looked at Yi Tianqi and said, "Mr. Yi, can I follow you to the imperial capital?" As if afraid that Yi Tianqi would directly refuse, Bai Yulong hurriedly explained, "It's like this, nothing is going on here at the Bai family. Just like you said, there won't be any problems in the Eastern Province in the near future, so it doesn't really matter whether I'm here or not. I want to follow you." Originally, Bai Yulong was not too interested in the position of the head of the Bai family. Even if he got the position, he wanted to go further and further high. Now, after seeing Yi Tianqi's world and knowing what a king-level powerhouse is, what an emperor-level powerhouse is, and what the power of a strong man is, Bai Yulong would be lying if he said he didn't feel itchy. Of course, whether he can become a strong man is really uncertain, but he has found his goal following Yi Tianqi. Only this kind of life is what he wants to live, instead of staying in the Bai family, in the East Province, and muddling through. Perhaps, this kind of life as a local tyrant is envied by countless people, but for Bai Yulong, he doesn't want it. Mr. Bai also supported this, but he couldn't interfere in such matters, and everything depended on Yi Tianqi's opinion. Yi Tianqi looked at Bai Yulong, chuckled, and said, "Today's events have just come out, and the Bai family still has a lot of things to deal with at the same time. The underground world in Eastern Province has also been integrated. Since it has been integrated, it can't be used and then abandoned. Therefore, all of these need people to be in charge. Bai Yulong, stay here. When the time comes, I will take you away, but not now." When Bai Yulong heard this, the look in his eyes became a little gloomy, but at the same time, a glimmer of hope arose in his heart, because Yi Tianqi did not completely reject him. If it was someone else, it might be an excuse, but if it was said by Yi Tianqi, then it was the truth. Bai Yulong nodded immediately, clasped his fists and said, "Okay, then please rest assured, Mr. Yi, I will definitely resolve the matter here." Yi Tianqi smiled slightly, nodded, said goodbye to Mr. Bai, and slowly left with Emperor Lu and Boss Bao. It was not until he sat in the car that Yi Tianqi's expression became somewhat solemn, a little less calm, as if he had a lot on his mind. 515, Chapter 515 Fighting Side by Side. Seeing Yi Tianqi's face was a little solemn, as if he was worried about something, Boss Bao was silent for a moment, but couldn't help but asked, "Is there something on your mind?" Emperor Lu also looked at Yi Tianqi at this time. For Yi Tianqi, this extremely powerful existence, Emperor Lu had deep respect and awe in his heart. Of course, to be more precise, it was respect. That's right, Emperor Lu respected Yi Tianqi, not only because he had done him a great favor. So, after seeing Yi Tianqi's expression, Emperor Lu immediately took notice. Yi Tianqi didn't say much after hearing this. He just shook his head slightly, smiled, and said, "Nothing much, it's just that the things in the eastern province have been completed. Next, it's time to go to the imperial capital." Thinking of the imperial capital, "I feel a little heavy. It doesn't matter, I will adjust myself." Being homesick may be what Yi Tianqi is feeling at the moment. However, compared with other people's homesickness, Yi Tianqi's is more complicated. It is true that he is a wanderer who has traveled far away from home, but he is the kind of wanderer who has been driven out of his home, expelled from the family tree, and even wanted to be killed by his own relatives. The so-called homesickness is naturally different from the so-called homesickness of other people. There are many things he needs to do in the imperial capital he is about to enter, but if he can find a solution to other things and can remain calm, then facing the Qi family will probably cause some ripples in his heart no matter what. After all, that was his home, and all who lived there were his relatives. Even though they had completely fallen out and hated each other so much that there was no family affection at all, their blood was still there. Yi Tianqi always thought that he had let it go long ago and could face it calmly, but he didn't expect that when the date was approaching, his heart would still be in turmoil. Emperor Lu didn't know what Yi Tianqi was thinking. He thought that Yi Tianqi was worried about the enemies he would face after going to the imperial capital, so he said directly, "Don't worry, Mr. Yi, I am here and will not let anyone hurt you. Although I know you have a trump card, I will not let anyone force you to use it. Before I close my eyes and leave this world, no one can do that, not even the royal family." When he said this, Emperor Lu exuded a strong murderous aura. He mentioned the royal family because no matter how indifferent he was to worldly affairs, he would still know some of the situations of the top leaders. Yi Shao, this person who is destined to be impossible to get along with, has the royal family standing behind him. Yi Shao will not give up. Everything that happened today will spread out soon, and may have spread out now. Who knows what Yi Shao will say by then. Moreover, it seems that King Dongtian is in the imperial capital right now, and Yi Tianqi has already dealt with Lord Yunting. If Yi Shao does not make good use of this, then he will not be Yi Shao anymore. Therefore, Emperor Lu could imagine how many dangers there would be on this journey to the imperial capital. Moreover, even someone as strong as Emperor Lu would not dare to take it easy. After all, the enemies he faced this time were not only numerous but also terrifying. Yi Tianqi looked at Emperor Lu and sighed in his heart. Of course he believed in Emperor Lu, but he shouldn't have involved Emperor Lu. A pure strong man who has the righteousness of his country and family in his heart, such people cannot be said to not exist nowadays, but they are already very rare. But now, he could have considered nothing, but because of himself, he was involved in a dispute that he shouldn't have been involved in. Just for this reason, Yi Tianqi felt a little guilty. "Emperor Lu, you are the one who should not be involved if possible. I still hope that you can get away. A pure strong man like you deserves a better life, instead of being involved in these fights that you don't want to be involved in. Moreover, it is very dangerous, very dangerous." Dangerous, for sure. Being in Dragon Country and fighting against the Dragon Country royal family, how could it not be dangerous? However, this is not the most dangerous thing. The most dangerous thing is the enemies from outside Dragon Country. He is just the King of East Heaven. What is he? But what happened back then? The King of East Heaven was not alone. There was more than one throne standing behind him, targeting him. Now so much time has passed. Yi Tianqi dare not say anything about how much the King of East Heaven has progressed. Yi Tianqi also dare not say how much those thrones have progressed after obtaining the outer ruins. If he had recovered to his peak strength, or even made further progress, all of this would not be a problem for him. But the key to the problem is that he is still stuck here and his strength has not recovered, so he has to worry, because there are many things that he may not be able to take care of by himself. Emperor Lu could feel Yi Tianqi's sincerity, and he knew clearly that it was not that Yi Tianqi looked down on him, but that the situation was really dangerous. The danger was so great that even a powerful emperor like him, who was ranked high in lethality, might not be able to escape unscathed. However, Emperor Lu was not afraid. He really had not anticipated this situation when Elder Ming came to him, but even though he knew it now, Emperor Lu still had no fear at all. A real man knows what he should do and what he shouldn't do. For someone like Emperor Lu, once an idea comes into his mind, he won't be disturbed by anything else, let alone the so-called fear. If he was afraid, there would not be Emperor Lu who is as powerful as he is today. He knew that Yi Tianqi had good intentions, but he did not accept these kindnesses. "Mr. Yi, I don't think it's necessary to repeat what Lu said before, and you don't need to persuade me anymore, because that is not only a humiliation to me, but also a humiliation to you. Think so, right?" After hearing this, Yi Tianqi was at a loss for words. He nodded and smiled, saying, I am obsessed then, please, Emperor Lu, face the future dangers with me and venture into this dangerous place. It is my honor, Yi Tianqi, to fight alongside Emperor Lu. After hearing these words, a smile finally appeared on Emperor Lu's face. It is my honor to be able to fight alongside Mr. Yi. When Boss Bao saw this, he could sense that Yi Tianqi's mood had eased a little. He smiled and said, in front of you too, I always feel that if I say the words fight side by side, it seems disrespectful to you, so I won't say it. It is true one is currently at the perfect emperor level and is known as one of the top 10 in terms of lethality. The other is a legend in the past and even now, the 10th throne, the abandoned emperor, and in the future he may step into the emperor realm that no one has entered in the past 100 years. Fight alongside them both. Not to mention that he is now at the peak of the king realm. Even though he has entered the emperor level, he still feels guilty. There's no way, the gap in strength is too big. 516, Chapter 516, A True Genius. It can't be said that Boss Leopard was particularly unhappy, but he still sounded a little depressed when he said this. When did a peak-level king realm expert just lose his sense of presence? This was simply unbelievable. However, who made him stay by Yi Tianqi and Emperor Lu's side? There was nothing he could do. Perhaps only when he broke through to the middle stage of the emperor realm could he regain some of his sense of presence. But unfortunately, Boss Leopard can only think about it with his brain. He seems to have great confidence in reaching the middle stage of the emperor level. However, as long as he does not break through one day, no one knows when he will be able to break through. This is the absolute watershed for the strong. It is really not that easy to break through. Emperor Lu looked at Boss Bao and chuckled. Boss Bao, you're being a bit self-deprecating. Putting aside your strength, Boss Bao is definitely not weak. A breakthrough to the middle stage of the emperor level is just around the corner. Even if you don't break through, your relationship with Mr. Yi, fighting side by side, is natural and has nothing to do with strength. Yi Tianqi also looked at Boss Bao at this time and said, Xiaohua, you say this as if I despise you, or do you think I am just that kind of person? Okay, stop being so sarcastic here. If you have this time, you might as well think about how to break through. Otherwise, I'm afraid that when you meet certain people in the future, not only will you lose face, but you will also be severely humiliated. As soon as these words were spoken, Emperor Lu showed a curious look, especially when he saw that Boss Leopard seemed to have thought of something and his face suddenly became extremely ugly. He became even more curious. Of course, he could also see that Yi Tianqi was just teasing Boss Bao. The person who dared to humiliate Boss Bao was obviously not an enemy, otherwise, Yi Tianqi would not have spoken in such a tone. Moreover, although Boss Bao had an ugly expression, there was actually no hatred in his eyes. There was even a hint of longing, as if he was missing an old friend. Mr. Yi, that's impossible at his age. Boss Bao is already a peak king realm expert. He might even break through to the middle of the emperor realm. No one would laugh at such strength. Of course, he can't be compared with a peerless legend like you, but it's an indisputable fact that Boss Bao is a one-in-a-million genius. The expression, a genius that is one in a million, really gives Boss Leopard enough face. Moreover, Emperor Lu's serious expression obviously shows that he is not joking after all. His strength is there, his age is there, and coupled with Boss Leopard's potential, it is no exaggeration to say that he is a genius that is one in a million. Emperor Lu was knowledgeable and had seen many geniuses of all kinds, but people like Boss Bao were rare, so what he said was not against his heart. However, when Boss Leopard and Yi Tianqi heard these words, the meaning changed a little, especially Boss Leopard, whose face immediately turned red, as if he absolutely could not bear this evaluation. Emperor Lu, please don't praise me like that. I am not some one-in-a-million genius. The true peerless genius isn't me, but that person who would humiliate me if he saw me. That bastard is incredibly talented. Aside from the emperor, who can surpass him? I've never seen anyone more powerful than him. When saying this, Boss Leopard was convinced from the bottom of his heart there was nothing he could do. The talent was there. Whether he was envious or jealous, it wouldn't change anything. The quarrels in daily life were just quarrels among his own people. When facing the enemy, they still had to unite and face the outside world. He was very clear about this. What's more, he actually knew that the so-called peerless genius was actually close to him. Upon hearing this, Emperor Lu couldn't help but be curious, and immediately said in surprise, "Is there anyone else with such talent? Then I'm really curious and want to meet him." Upon hearing this, Boss Leopard laughed and said, "I advise you not to meet him. This bastard, aside from his talent, is completely worthless, especially his mouth, which is so mean that you want to beat his mouth to pieces. He doesn't even need to speak, just looking at his eyes makes you want to beat him up. In short, he's extremely annoying." The more Boss Leopard said this, the more curious Emperor Lu became. At this time, Yi Tianqi seemed to have thought of something. He shook his head and laughed obviously. He felt a little relaxed. Okay, Xiao Hua, it's not as exaggerated as you say. After saying this, Yi Tianqi's expression became somewhat complicated. He sighed and said, however, it is quite annoying. This is also true. Emperor Lu, the man Xiao Hua mentioned, is one of my brothers, named Hongtong. He is indeed a gifted individual. I haven't been in touch with him in recent years, so I don't know how far he has improved, but I'm afraid he is definitely not lower than the middle stage of the emperor level. At this point, Yi Tianqi hesitated for a moment and shook his head, saying, no, if he works a little harder, then achieving imperial perfection is not impossible. But will he work hard? I have my doubts. When these words came out, Emperor Lu couldn't help but be shocked. Just by listening, you can tell that this Hongtong man is definitely not old, and may even be much younger than Yi Tianqi and Boss Leopard. Such a person, who is at the middle stage of the emperor level, can be called a peerless genius, and there may be no such person in the whole world. But in the end, Yi Tianqi actually said that if he worked a little harder, then he might be able to reach the perfect emperor level? In the same realm as him, Emperor Lu? This made Emperor Lu feel like he was dreaming. Those so-called geniuses we see every day now seem so mediocre. Just now, how long had he been in contact with Yi Tianqi? As a result, Emperor Lu felt that he was already old, and that all those years had been wasted. The dignified Emperor Lu, guarding the border with just one man and one sword, killed powerful hostile forces from abroad so that they dared not enter. He was praised as one of the top 10 most lethal beings under the throne and among the emperors. However, he now felt that he had lived in vain all these years. Mr. Yi, are you telling the truth? If this Mr. Red Eyes just works harder, he might be able to reach my current level, emperor level perfection? Yi Tianqi didn't want to hurt Emperor Lu's pride, but he couldn't lie, so he could only sigh and say, perhaps, I'm overthinking it. No matter how good a talent is, it depends on the person. Some people are indeed very talented, but they may not be able to keep up with the subsequent development. The road to becoming a strong person requires more factors as you progress. Talent is only one of them, so it's possible that this kid is still at the peak of the king realm. Emperor Lu, you must not underestimate yourself. You have fought your way to this point with your fighting power. I'm afraid there are few rivals among those of the same realm, so don't think too much about it. It's not important. It's not important. To Emperor Lu's ears, these words of comfort were worse than no comfort at all. At this moment, Yi Tianqi didn't know that the red pupil he mentioned was already heading east, and his real realm was not the middle stage of the emperor level, nor the peak of the king level, but had reached the terrifying peak of the emperor level, even the half-step throne level, which was enough to challenge the throne. The reason why they didn't think of it was based on Hongtong's personality. He has never been a person who follows the rules and is willing to endure hardships, but they all overlooked an important factor, that is, Hongtong's sentimentality made him go crazy after Yi Tianqi got into trouble. The Hongtong now is no longer just annoying and foul-mouthed. He has gone mad, murderous, and possessed by a demon. It would be more appropriate to call him evil. And Yi Tianqi will soon know what the pupils look like. 517, Chapter 517, Threatening Red Eyes. At this moment, on the plain, Hongtong, who was wearing loose casual clothes and was obviously in her 20s but still gave people the feeling of being in her teens, was chatting with two flight attendants. One has to admit that Hongtong seems to be born with a charming aura. No matter whether it is men or women, young or old, as long as he is willing, he has an indescribable lethality. Of course, it also depends on the people, time, and place. At least, the flight attendants on the plane now all like this handsome young man with a delicate appearance, who looks young and rich, and has a very sweet mouth. Especially the look of this handsome guy, which seems to be able to captivate people and make them fall into it involuntarily. For some reason, Hongtong suddenly sneezed, which immediately made the flight attendants very worried. They offered her a blanket and wanted to get her medicine. The more proactive ones even reached out to touch Hongtong's head to see if she caught a cold. Hongtong, on the other hand, smiled and rejected these people's kindness. Good sister, I may be a little sleepy. After I have rested, I will read your poems. How about that? He calls me good sister all the time, which makes my heart melt. Several flight attendants looked at Hongtong reluctantly, telling him to rest quickly and take care of himself, but they really couldn't bear to take their eyes off him. This scene also made the other people on the plane frown and feel jealous. Until these flight attendants left, a burly man with a bad look and a scary tattoo on his neck looked at Hongtong and sneered. Little boy, you have such a sweet mouth. I wonder what you do for a living. Your family must really dote on you. It was obvious that he was a little angry and wanted to take advantage of Hongtong, but because Hong Tong was dressed like a wealthy or noble woman and was sitting in business class, he suppressed his anger and spoke out to test her. Hong Tong simply glanced at the middle-aged tattooed man and said in a bored tone, "None of your business." That's right, it's none of your business. This attitude seems to be very disgusted, even a little disgusted, as if he hates being disturbed by this person. It was indeed a disturbance for Hong Tong. It was his business to have fun, but it was very boring to be disturbed by someone he disliked especially. He felt a bloody scent from the tattooed man, which made him even more unhappy. This tattooed man looks like he is dressed in a suit, but his eyes and aura give off a sense of keep away from strangers. It is obvious that he is not doing any legitimate business, but is doing some shameful things. This is not a big deal, but Hong Tong is extremely sensitive to auras. He has had extraordinary abilities since he was a child, especially in looking at people. If someone makes him feel disgusted at first sight, then he is definitely not a good person. At least, he is definitely not a good person in the normal sense, just like this tattooed man. If it is not as Hong Tong expected, I am afraid that he has done a lot of evil things. Therefore, this was the scene that Hong Tong was extremely disgusted with. Of course, because he was in a good mood and they were on a plane, Hong Tong didn't bother to pay attention to him whether he was a bad person or not. The law enforcers would take care of it. What did it have to do with him? As long as he was not provoked, he had no need to, and did not have the time to, meddle in other people's business. It's a pity that others don't know about his good intentions, so sometimes it's just that easy to seek death. The tattooed man was also a very arrogant person in his own territory. He could call the wind and rain, and no one dared to disobey him at this moment. Seeing that Hong Tong dared to speak to him like that, his expression immediately became ferocious. "Little boy, haven't your family taught you what politeness is? Or are you really a spoiled child who has never seen the dangers of this world, so you are fearless? Don't you know that sometimes, saying the wrong thing can kill people?" Threat. This is a threat to Hong Tong. It was ridiculous to think about it. Who was Hong Tong? Even though he wasn't well known in this world, he had killed many people, especially in the past few years. His hands were stained with blood. This is nothing. The most important thing is that he, Hong Tong, now has the strength to almost challenge the throne, but he is threatened by the tattooed man in front of him, who is just a little cruel but has no strength at all. If this gets out, it will be a huge joke. However, Hong Tong did not argue with the tattooed man. Instead, she showed a terrified expression as if she was frightened. She looked at the tattooed man and stammered, You threaten me, I tell you. No one dares to threaten me. Anyone who threatens me will die. Such red eyes made the tattooed man very happy, and he laughed heartily. This kind of threat was painless to him and did not cause any harm at all. Instead, it made him feel even happier. "I'm not threatening you, I am telling you the truth. What's the matter? You've been protected so well since you were a child, so, you've never suffered any grievances. Now, someone dares to bully you, but you're afraid? What a coward, ha ha ha." At this time, many people couldn't stand it, especially the flight attendant who liked Hong Tong very much. Seeing such a cute little brother being bullied and almost crying, their hearts were broken. So, a flight attendant immediately stood up, looked at the tattooed man, and advised, "Sir, this is an airplane. Please don't scare other passengers." The tattooed man, upon hearing this, was inflated. He immediately looked at the stewardess and sneered, "Bitch, I'm doing the work. When is it your turn to talk? Weren't you having a pleasant chat with that little wimp just now? You're so eager to see me, you're about to give yourself to me. So what? Am I not worthy of your service? You want me to let this little coward go, okay? Come, sit on my lap and serve me well. Not only will I let him go, but I will also make you feel good, ha." This time, the tattooed man completely aroused the disgust of everyone present. They originally thought that he just had a bad temper, but now it seems that it is not just a bad temper, he is simply bad to the core. He said some nasty words to her face and even teased her directly. He even put his hand on the stewardess's thigh while talking. He was so arrogant that he didn't take anyone seriously. The flight attendant was so frightened that her face turned pale and she immediately struggled to leave. But this tattooed man, who didn't know what was wrong with him, or maybe he just got angry and was used to being lawless, saw that the stewardess dared to resist him, so he just stood up and slapped her hard in the face. Immediately, he slapped the stewardess' cheeks until they turned red and her mouth started bleeding. And yet, he still kept cursing and swearing. "You bitch, aren't you flirting? What's the matter? I offered you a chance, but not only did you refuse it, you even dared to reject it. Who do you think you are? With someone like you, I only need to beckon you and many people will throw themselves at me. No one would dare to refuse me, even if we were on a plane. If it were my place, believe it or not, I would drag you to my place to serve you. Hurry up and serve me well, otherwise, even if you escape today, I will definitely catch you another day. If you don't believe me, just try it." 518, Chapter 518, Taking Off the Dance. This vicious look scared those who wanted to stand up for the injustice, and they all sat down immediately. They thought it was better to have less trouble than more. They were all well-known figures, and they didn't want to be humiliated at this time. Being a hero and saving a beauty also depends on the price. This tattooed man looks like someone who was not to be trifled with. Moreover, from what he said, it is clear that he is a powerful person who specializes in walking in the dark zone. Such people will do anything to achieve their goals, and no one knows what they will do. It is not worth offending such a person for a stranger. So, for a moment, no one came forward to rescue the flight attendant. The only ones who tried to persuade them were the other flight attendants and stewards. Unfortunately, the effect is not good. This tattooed man seemed to have completely let himself go. Anyone who dared to persuade him would be threatened by him. However, his ferocious face and strong body made it really impossible to be helpless for a moment. At this moment, Hong Tong sighed softly, looked at the tattooed man, and said pitifully, "Big brother, please let this sister go. I am the one who offended you. If you want to vent your anger, take it out on me. Don't cause trouble here and don't bully this sister, okay? Let's put aside the fact that it affects other people's flight safety. You know there are security personnel on the plane. Even if you're not afraid, you don't want to be taken away by law enforcement officers after the plane lands, so forget it. I'll let you vent your anger. Isn't that okay?" At this moment, Hong Tong not only appeared harmless, but also had a well-reasoned and logical attitude, with an air of a hero saving a damsel in distress. This made people feel even more favorable towards Hong Tong. They had originally seen Hong Tong's face turn pale with fear at the tattooed man, but when someone was bullied, Hong Tong still dared to stand up and was even willing to use her own pain in exchange for the safety of others. At this moment, no matter who it was, their impression of Hong Tong became even better. The tattooed man, looking at the red pupil, became even more irritated for some reason. It was as if there was a devil in his heart, and he couldn't control his temper. The more he saw Hong Tong's harmless expression, the more irritated he became. It seemed that this face made him very annoyed. "You coward, you rush out to save the beautiful girl at this moment. Do you deserve it? Do you think you have the qualifications? Want to save them? Okay, don't say I don't give you a chance. Take off all your clothes and dance for me first, okay? Then pull out 3 of your teeth. I am good to you, so I'll just pull out 3, no more. But remember, you have to pull them out with your own hands. You can't use any tools, otherwise it won't count. As long as you do this, I will pretend that what happened today never happened. Not only will I let you go, I will let them go as well. How about this deal? It's a good deal, right? Is it cost effective?" The words of the tattooed man made everyone present look extremely ugly. This was no longer just a deliberate attempt to embarrass others. This was asking them to do something that was simply impossible. Taking off clothes while dancing is such a humiliating thing, and in front of so many people. No one would do this after all. Everyone has self-esteem. Even if they are forced to do these things, they will not be able to live in the future. And if this is still possible, pulling out 3 of your own teeth with bare hands is really making things difficult for you. Doctors need to give anesthesia and use tools to pull out teeth. Pulling out 3 of your own teeth with bare hands is something that is simply impossible, not only because it can cause death from the pain, but also because most people in the world cannot be so cruel. Especially, to myself. So, this tattooed guy did it on purpose. Just when everyone thought Hong Tong wouldn't agree, no one expected that Hong Tong would actually stand up, look at the tattooed man timidly, and say cautiously, "If I take off my clothes and dance, will you let them go?" As soon as these words were spoken, not only the others but even the tattooed man was stunned. Such a humiliating thing, and you agreed to it so easily? This isn't to the point where he has to die. After all, we are on a plane and there is security in the air. Even without mentioning this, it's not wrong for the tattooed man to make a scene now, but if he really has no scruples and makes a scene, who knows how he will be treated after getting off the plane. It is true that he has some power, but that is outside the country. Although he is well known in some places within the Dragon Country, his fame is not so great that he can ignore law enforcement officers. So, he was just having fun. Could he really dare to do anything to these flight attendants? But in the end, this Hong Tong girl actually agreed? This made the tattooed man feel a little embarrassed for a moment, but now, his face was at stake, so he looked at the red-eyed man with a sinister smile and said, "What's the matter, you coward? Are you really willing to do such a humiliating thing for others, or are you trying to buy time this way? Then let me tell you, your calculations are wrong. It's impossible to delay time." Hong Tong shook her head and said, "My sisters and so many distinguished guests are threatened by you because of me. If I can pay a price to protect them from the threat, then I should do so." At this point, Hong Tong looked at the tattooed man with some embarrassment and said, "It's just about the tooth extraction. Can you be flexible? At least don't let me do it myself. I can't do it. Can you do it instead? I promise that I will never pursue it. Originally, you asked me to extract 3 teeth, but if you do it, you can pull out 6 of my teeth. Is that okay?" Once these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked again. While being shocked, people also felt pity and couldn't help but develop a favorable impression of her. Whether it was the flight attendants or the passengers present, everyone's impression of Hong Tong was so good that it couldn't be better. What a nice guy. Not only is he handsome and sweet talker, but he is also willing to take responsibility for the sake of the flight attendant and other passengers. He is not only willing to endure such humiliation, but also willing to have his teeth pulled out. Is this something that most people can do? Such a kind-hearted, pure and genuine person has rarely been seen in many years. In just a short while, Hong Tong won everyone's hearts, leaving them with an impression of a good person that they would never be able to erase, and also with a hint of guilt. I believe that no matter what request Hong Chen makes at this time, no one will refuse. Except the tattooed guy. At this moment, the tattooed man was almost mad with rage. He didn't know how things had suddenly come to this point. However, his impression of Hong Tong was different from others. In his opinion, Hong Tong was forcing him step by step. In his eyes, this seemingly harmless young man was unforgivable and extremely evil. He could even feel that beneath Hong Tong's kind, timid smile, there was a hideousness and coldness. That's right, even though he himself was doubting whether he had seen it wrong or felt it wrong, this feeling could not be shaken off. 519, Chapter 519, Red Ice Fun. You are a bad guy with a lot of bad intentions. You are pretending to be hypocritical in front of me, right? Fine, if you want to pretend, then I will let you pretend. Well, if you want to take off your clothes, then take them off. You're still bargaining with me. What about pulling out 6 of your teeth? I have the final say on your teeth. When did it become your turn to negotiate with me? Since you insist on pretending, I will pull out all your teeth. Do it now, or I will skin you alive, you bastard. The tattooed man kept shouting bad guy, and it was obvious that he had already determined in his heart that Hong Tong was definitely not a good person, let alone a kind-hearted person. All of this was Hong Tong's disguise. In fact, he really saw it clearly, but Hong Tong deliberately let him see it clearly. Others couldn't see it because Hong Tong deliberately didn't want them to see it. It's a long journey. Hong Tong always has to find some fun to do, and unfortunately, this tattooed man has become Hong Tong's fun. Originally, Hong Tong had no intention of doing anything to the tattooed man, but when the tattooed man started to disrespect him, Hong Tong had already decided how to take his life. For Hong Tong, killing him is just a piece of cake, but killing like this is so boring. Looking at the ferocious tattooed man, Hong Tong began to tremble, his face full of fear, but his eyes were determined, as if, for the sake of the people here, he had to do it even if he was afraid. Well, then I'll listen to you, but you have to remember to let them all go. There will be no good consequences for lying. After saying that, Hong Tong looked at the flight attendant and the others and said bitterly, "Brothers and sisters, I'm sorry, I have caused you trouble. It's okay. After he has dealt with me, he will not bully you again. Brothers and sisters, don't be afraid." After saying that, Hong Tong stood up and started to take off her clothes one by one. The painful and sad expression on her face made everyone else feel painful and sad as well. At this time, both the flight attendants and other passengers felt blushing and confused, especially when they saw Hong Tong's expression of being willing to die bravely and compromise. It seemed as if their hearts were twitching. How could they let such a kind and innocent person suffer so much torture for them? If they really watched all this happen, they would probably never be able to get over this in their lives. I don't know where the courage came from, but the flight attendant who was being caught by the tattooed man was the first to refuse, even though she was also very scared. At this moment, I don't know where she got the courage from, she just didn't want to see Hong Tong get hurt. Immediately, she bit the tattooed man's arm hard, causing him to cry out in pain. The flight attendant took the opportunity to escape, then directly stopped Hong Tong, who was about to take off his clothes, and said with a distressed face, "Don't be afraid, brother, you don't have to be so kind, it's okay, don't worry, there is no need to be so submissive. This bad guy, even if he wants to bully us, can't he? There are many of us, and this is a plane. If he really affects flight safety, no one will let him go." After saying that, the flight attendant looked at the tattooed man and angrily cursed, "You evil man, you will not have a good end. You dare to bully the flight attendants and passengers on the plane like this. Just wait, you will definitely get what you deserve. Everyone, come together. We should attack this evil man together. There is no need to be afraid of him. Even if we injure him, it will be a heroic act." It is conceivable that the flight attendant was extremely angry after hearing such words. However, what she said was true. There would be no problem in how to deal with the tattooed man who maliciously disrupted the order of the plane and threatened and beat the flight attendants and passengers. It is really possible that he was a brave man who did something righteous. At this time, the tattooed man didn't seem to expect that the flight attendant would dare to resist him, and he immediately became furious. You dare to threaten me? I want to see who dares to attack me, you weaklings, spineless ones. Better behave yourself, otherwise I will crush your bones. I have to say that this tattooed man is indeed a bit ferocious. He fooled many people with his opening words. There's no way those who can sit here, although not necessarily rich or noble, are at least not poor. They may have blood, but it depends on the situation. Before they felt some pity for poor Hong Tong and even mustered up some courage. It was already their greatest ability. If they really want to take action, they must at least be brave enough. Of course, if the tattooed man bullied them and attacked them, it might be a different matter. The key point is that the tattooed man has actually been bullying Hong Tong and the flight attendant, and has not done anything to them. Therefore, many people still think that it is better to have less trouble than more. At least, it would be really bad to suffer a loss in front of this person who seems to be difficult to bully. At this moment, when the tattooed man was yelling, for some reason, he suddenly staggered, as if he was dizzy, and then fell to the ground. This opportunity came immediately. Several flight attendants immediately rushed over and controlled the tattooed man. Seeing that they had the upper hand, the other passengers stood up one by one, cursing and wanting to beat the tattooed man up. Only Hong Tong had a hint of a smile in her eyes. She looked at the tied-up tattooed man and said with a smile, "It seems that you are the weakling. You can't even stand steadily. Who are you bullying? You almost scared us in the end. Hey, you are just a show-off." The tattooed man was already very angry. He had been in good health, but for some reason he suddenly felt dizzy. His head hit the ground, which gave others an opportunity to take advantage of him. Now, the humiliating words from Hong Tong, the person he looked down upon and despised, made him even more angry. "You little piece of trash, who do you think you are? If you have the guts, let me go. I'll skin you alive. Do you know who I am? Do you think we can just let today's events go? And you guys, I'll remember you. Just wait for me. After I get off the plane, I'll come to your door one by one and kill you. Ali, mean what I say?" The tattooed man kept making threats, which was indeed scary. After all, this tattooed man did not look like a good person and looked ferocious. If I really get off the plane, who knows what will happen? At this moment, a hint of mockery flashed in her red eyes, and then she smiled and said, "Just remember it. Who can predict what will happen in the future? With your current physical condition, you might even faint soon. Also, I don't know why, but I always feel that you look incredibly strong. But in reality, I'm afraid your body has already been hollowed out. Everything is destined. You are so evil, and there will definitely be retribution." After saying that, Hong Tong took out a piece of cloth and blocked the tattooed man's mouth. Then she looked at the stewardess and said with a smile, "Sister, can you lock him in the bathroom? Otherwise, everyone will be in a bad mood if they see him." When the flight attendant heard this, she immediately agreed. Indeed, if he stayed here, the tattooed man's eyes were scary enough. Besides, it would not be a good idea to lock him up in other places. It would be best to lock him up in the toilet where no one could see him. Immediately, several flight attendants took the struggling tattooed man into the bathroom and closed the door. At this time, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Only Hong Tong, looking towards the toilet, chuckled in her heart. The good show has just begun. Scold me, in this world, anyone who dares to scold me, except the Emperor and my brothers, will not have a good ending. Why don't you understand? 520, Chapter 520. Locked up. Hong Tong looks harmless, but in fact, if he is harmless, then there will be few people in this world who are not kind people. If we say that before Yi Tianqi disappeared, Hong Tong could still be considered as just naughty, and even his hands were rarely seen with blood. He was a person with extraordinary talent, but was well protected and unwilling to work too hard on cultivation. Then when Yi Tianqi was betrayed and his life and death were uncertain, everything changed. Hong Tong is crazy. Yes, he looks normal when he is normal, but in fact, Hong Tong is crazy because he hates his own incompetence and the fact that he cannot help Yi Tianqi. The relatives he finally had were betrayed, plotted against, bullied and targeted. He was talented but powerless and could do nothing. The feeling of powerlessness, guilt, and hatred that wanted to destroy everything drove him into a state of madness. Among the 18 Imperial Guards, perhaps everyone else has their own ideas and arrangements, but in fact, there is actually no arrangement made by Hong Tong. All he gets is stability and security. But he no longer wanted the thing that he once needed the most. He wanted to become stronger, and to become stronger, he would stop at nothing and be ruthless. Only in this way could he make people afraid of him. But this is not enough. Just becoming stronger, just being ruthless, is not enough. How can it be enough? It will scare people, but it is not enough to make people afraid to have any unfavorable thoughts just by thinking about the fear. Therefore, Hong Tong went crazy. It's not just about being crazy about becoming stronger, but it's about being truly crazy. On ordinary days, it may not be apparent, but only his enemies understand how powerful, crazy, and evil Hong Tong is. He did all of this willingly. All of this was to prevent the tragedy from happening again, and to enable him to help Yu Tianqi and his brothers when they needed him. That was all. He gently closed his eyes, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, his pupils were red, and he stopped talking. However, the imprisoned tattooed man began to go crazy at this moment. With his hands tied, the tattooed man's eyes were red and he was extremely angry. He had never suffered such an injustice before, and now, he was not only wronged, but he also didn't know what kind of experience he would face after getting off the plane. Given his current situation, if he were caught, he would probably be unavoidable to go to jail. As for how long, that was not important. What was important was that he could not go to jail now. He did not have the time or patience, and it would delay his important plans. This time he returned to Longwei to seek assistance, not only for the expansion of his territory abroad, but also because he was facing internal and external troubles. If he could not solve the problem within a week, he would face a very likely bad outcome, so he could not afford to delay. In fact, he had no intention of causing any trouble on the plane this time. Not to mention on the plane, he had no intention of causing any trouble anywhere. He was full of worries and had no time to waste or to look for trouble. But he didn't know why, especially after seeing Hong Tong's eyes and looking at Hong Tong's expression, he felt a kind of evil fire that wanted to be vented, as if by some inexplicable force, and he couldn't control himself at all. As a result, the situation became more and more serious, and finally reached this point. This made the tattooed man very angry, and he felt like he was possessed by an evil spirit. Of course, the one I hate the most is Hong Tong. If it weren't for this pretty boy, how could he have fallen to this point? Now he doesn't know what to do. Let me go, I can apologize and promise not to cause you any more trouble. In fact, I didn't do anything to you. Let me go, I have things to do. You can't afford to compensate me for the delay. At this point, the tattooed man had nothing to say and could only yell, hoping that the flight attendants on the plane would let him go. However, he knew that this idea was impossible. But there was no way, he absolutely could not be caught, otherwise, his life would be truly ruined. Let me go, do you hear me? Let me go. Okay, even if you don't let me go, let's just pretend that what happened today never happened. After we get off the plane, let's go our separate ways. Don't call the police. I can't get arrested. I can't afford to waste this time. Do you hear me? As long as you don't call the police and I get off the plane safely, I promise, I swear, I will never retaliate against you. Not only that, I can even compensate you as long as you let me get off the plane safely. We can discuss all of this. But if you don't listen, if you cause me to lose time and delay my important plans, then I swear, I will not let you go. I swear, I will make all of you pay a heavy price. So listen carefully. Normally, flight attendants would not care about threats from others, but this tattooed man was obviously not a simple person. Moreover, he dared to make trouble so fearlessly, which showed that he had a certain status and position. His threats are not necessarily just threats. Moreover, whether it looks or sounds like this, the tattooed man seems to have something urgent to do. If something happens and he is delayed, I am afraid he will really take revenge. But, letting him go is impossible. At this moment, the imprisoned tattooed man seemed to be greatly stimulated and began to roar crazily, and a cruel sound came out of his mouth, a shrill roar. The roar was filled with pain and anger, and seemed to also contain a roar of fear. The only thing is that he didn't speak anymore, but just kept roaring. It was too scary. Even if people wanted to let him go, they didn't dare. He was obviously crazy. Therefore, the flight attendants, who had no intention of letting him go in the first place, were now even less likely to do so. They even dared not open the door before the plane landed. Fortunately, the roar only lasted for a while and then disappeared, as if the tattooed man was tired. In this way, no one dared to open the door to check on the tattooed man. Tattooed man also didn't make any sound, so he was safe and sound. However, except for Hong Tong, no one would have thought that at this time, the locked-up tattooed man was not in despair, but really could not shout out. If someone opened the door at this time, they would find that the tattooed man was dying, and even his whole body was in a surprisingly distorted state. His face seemed to have been extremely frightened, and was full of fear. His eyes were lifeless, with only fear left. 522, Chapter 522, Feelings Will Affect You. Yi Tianqi glanced at Emperor Lu, chuckled, and shook his head, saying, "One must always fulfill one's promise." Emperor Lu doesn't understand the friendship between Patriarch Gu and Madame Gu. If he did, perhaps he would understand why I did this. After hearing this, Emperor Lu didn't say anything more. Now that we are talking about the friendship between husband and wife, it is not easy to say anything. In particular, Emperor Lu also understood Yi Tianqi's situation. Perhaps this kind of emotion was what made Yi Tianqi most upset, and at the same time, the most regretful. No matter what happened to Lin Xingyue, or how much Yi Tianqi hated her, one thing he could not deny was that she was indeed his wife, and they had been married for several years. And in these few years, Yi Tianqi has loved. What do you get in return? It's really sad. Emperor Lu stopped asking questions. No matter whether it was about the head of the Gu family or Gu Lang, Emperor Lu stopped talking anyway. If you really think about it, these are indeed insignificant. However, it may not be a good thing for Yi Tianqi to always have this mentality. A strong person needs to have a clear mind, otherwise, the inner demons will arise, and at best he will stay where he is and fall into obsession. At worst, he will go astray and die. Yi Tianqi's current situation is naturally as bad as it can get, but the problem is that Yi Tianqi's future requires him to go one step further and achieve the emperor realm that no one has achieved in the past 100 years. At a time like this, the most critical moment, the inner demon must not arise, otherwise, let alone becoming an emperor, even recovering to the peak would probably be difficult. Mr. Yi, I know I shouldn't be so talkative, but for your future, there are some things I want to say. I hope you don't find me annoying. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi smiled and shook his head, saying, Emperor Lu, please speak directly. I think there's no need for us to hide things between us. Emperor Lu nodded, then looked at Yi Tianqi solemnly and said, Mr. Yi, I want to ask, are your thoughts really clear? Is the matter of Lin Xingyue really over in your heart? Has it completely passed? Please don't take it personally. As a former throne holder, you should know exactly what I meant by these words. Moreover, even if I didn't mean them, you're returning to the capital not just for revenge but also to find the Tang family girl. So, are you truly done with everything? Speaking of this, Emperor Lu smiled bitterly. What does he believe in now? His belief in women and emotions would only affect the speed at which he could draw his sword and hinder his path to becoming stronger. But in fact, had he, Emperor Lu, really never had any feelings? How is it possible? If it has never happened before, why do you avoid feelings like a beast? It is precisely because I have understood and experienced it that I know what feelings really are. Once people fall in love, many things are beyond their control, whether it is emotions or thoughts. By that time, injuries would not be surprising. Emperor Lu didn't dare to say that the injuries he had suffered were more serious than Yi Tianqi's, but once he was injured, and once he was injured, he would remember it for the rest of his life. Until now, he dared not mention the relationship again. It is conceivable how deeply his heart was hurt. Boss Leopard was sitting aside with bandages on his body. He looked seriously injured, but he was in very good spirits. This little pain was not a big deal to him. Seeing Emperor Lu worried about this, Boss Leopard immediately laughed and said, Emperor Lu, your worries are unnecessary. Lin Xingyue treated the emperor so badly, yet the emperor still let her go. Bust on this alone, there's nothing more to say between the emperor and her. We all know how she treated the emperor back then. How could the emperor possibly forgive her? So, you're worrying too much. Lu Huangquan pretended not to hear what Boss Bao said, who had never experienced the pain of love. This kind of thing is just like that. If you have never experienced it, you will never understand it. Love is the most mysterious and difficult thing in the world. Even if a couple who once had true feelings have been separated for many years due to various conflicts, once they meet again or think of each other again, how many of them can truly face it calmly and without any ripples in their emotions? Although feelings will change with the passage of time, and past emotions may even be forgotten, that kind of forgetting is not true forgetting. Once it is revealed, people will still recall the past again. Then, is it love or hate? Or regret and anger? Nobody knows. This is emotion. It cannot be seen, touched, or even traced, but it exists and affects people's emotional fluctuations. Emperor Lu sighed softly, looked at Boss Bao, and said, Boss Bao, this is not a question of forgiveness or not. What I'm asking is letting go. When you truly let go, you have no love or hate, just like a stranger. Only in this way can you not be affected by emotions. Whether it's love or hate, there will always be emotional burdens. This is not true letting go. Mr. Yi is a man who is determined to achieve great things, not to mention entering the Emperor realm in the future. Just returning to peak form is already fraught with difficulties. Although Mr. Yi did not mention it, I can guess that inner demons must not be allowed to grow, otherwise, once they do, it will invisibly increase the difficulty. That's why I asked if Mr. Yi had really let it go. When Boss Leopard heard Emperor Lu's explanation, he was stunned. He was a novice in love, so how could he know how torturous love could be? Love is deeply rooted, it exists in the internal organs, bones and blood. How can it be easily removed? Yi Tianqi looked at Emperor Lu and smiled along the way. Emperor Lu hesitated to speak. I guessed that he had something to say, but I didn't expect it to be this. However, what he said made a lot of sense, and Yi Tianqi couldn't refute it. The purpose is naturally for your own good, so that you don't think everything is fine without knowing it, but problems arise at the critical moment. However, Yi Tianqi already has an answer and a solution to this kind of thing. Thank you, Emperor Lu, for reminding me. It's obvious that Emperor Lu doesn't treat me as an outsider, but as one of his own. For this alone, I have to thank Emperor Lu. However, Emperor Lu, please do not worry about these things. Don't worry, they will not have any impact on me, let alone any obsession. Yi Tianqi sighed softly and said, it may seem like I haven't given Lin Qingyu the punishment she deserves, but in reality, it has already been given in this life. There will no longer be any intersection or contact between us, so no matter what, it's over, and it won't affect me in any way. Don't say she won't appear in front of me again. Even if she does, it won't be a big deal. So, Emperor Lu, there's no need to worry. As for saying, Tang Qingyu, or that so-called feelings will affect my future recovery and breakthrough, actually, it won't. I know what you, Emperor Lu, majored in, and I also know why you were so afraid of feelings. Actually, you are not wrong, but you are also wrong. When he first met Emperor Lu, Yi Tianqi had actually discovered some clues at that time. He also reminded Emperor Lu. Unfortunately, Emperor Lu had been practicing the ruthless way for a long time, and his ideas could not be changed in a short time. Moreover, Yi Tianqi did not want to change the path that Emperor Lu had been following for so many years. After all, he was not familiar with it. But now, if we must discuss this topic, then Yi Tianqi doesn't mind speaking his mind. Perhaps, discussing it may be of some help to himself, and the same goes for Emperor Lu. It just so happened that Boss Leopard was there too. In fact, Yi Tianqi had always been quite worried about Boss Leopard's love life, or rather, about Boss Leopard's views on love. This is a good opportunity to make him understand. 523, Chapter 523, Half a Step to the Throne, that's all? If someone else dared to speak to him like this, Emperor Lu would have been furious long ago. He was a powerful and accomplished emperor, so how could he not know how to practice? However, since these words were said by Yi Tianqi, Emperor Lu had to take them seriously. Although he still didn't feel that he had done anything wrong at the moment, Emperor Lu was still able to listen to Yi Tianqi carefully. Mr. Yi, I'd like to hear the details. Yi Tianqi smiled and said, actually, it's very simple, not complicated. You just need to remember one thing. A strong person, no matter what he faces, must move forward courageously, rather than deliberately avoid it. The heart of a strong man, the so-called fearlessness and perseverance, is not only about fighting, but also about facing other things such as love. If you don't have the experience and the emotions aren't there, then it's fine to avoid it. But if the emotions are there and everything falls into place, and you force yourself to avoid it, then you're losing out on something, and it seems a bit deliberate. Emperor Lu, if my guess is correct, you have actually been avoiding emotions, and every time you are about to fall in love, you use the excuse that emotions will only make you stronger to cut off the emotional ties. Am I right? There are many things that only Emperor Lu knows. He slashed his emotional ties with a sword and avoided feelings. Others thought that Emperor Lu was cold-blooded and heartless, born without emotions and did not understand feelings. But who knew that he had been hurt before, and from then on, he was heartless and unwilling to accept any feelings, even if they tried. Now, Yi Tianqi spoke out the secret in his heart, making Emperor Lu a little at a loss for a moment. Taking a deep breath, Emperor Lu nodded slightly without denying it. Yes, Mr. Yi has a keen eye and saw through my past at a glance. But is that wrong? Since I cut off all love, I have indeed made extraordinary progress and moved forward courageously. In just a few years, I have broken through to the current level of emperor-level perfection, and my lethality is even more powerful. Mr. Yi, doesn't this prove that I am right? It's no wonder that Emperor Lu thinks so. After all, he has personally experienced it. After cutting off all emotions and love and taking the path of ruthlessness, he made rapid progress. This is why he is the Emperor Lu today. Otherwise, it is hard to say whether he can reach his current level. Given this fact, he certainly believed that his path was correct. In fact, Yi Tianqi did not deny Lu Huang's path. There are many ways to become stronger no matter whether it is right or wrong. The best one is the one that suits you. However, the ruthless path may not be the best choice, and it is not without limitations. Yi Tianqi has his own understanding. Looking at Emperor Lu, Yi Tianqi nodded and said, "You are right. If you had not chosen the ruthless path, it would probably take you a lot longer to reach the realm you are in today. I will not deny that the ruthless path is very beneficial to you, but it is also true that these benefits are about to end. Of course, the road is yours. I can only offer a suggestion on how to proceed and which route is more suitable for you. The specific decision still needs to be made by you. Moreover, even if you want to change the route, it is not so easy to do so. Emperor Lu, I just want to remind you that the road is not static, and the heart of a strong man is not just about fighting, it can also face emotions. Being timid and fearful, on the contrary, will only create many obstacles in one's heart and on the road to becoming strong. If one can face emotions as if they were powerful enemies, perhaps the road ahead will be broader." Yi Tianqi naturally would not and could not force Emperor Lu to follow his wishes, but it was only right for him to explain the situation to Emperor Lu for his reference and to make his own choice. Upon hearing this, Emperor Lu fell into silence. It seemed that he was touched by Yi Tianqi's words. If someone else had said it, Emperor Lu might not have taken it seriously, but when Yi Tianqi spoke, he had to take it seriously. Not only was Yi Tianqi powerful enough and knowledgeable, but also because he knew that Yi Tianqi would not harm him. Boss Leopard smiled and said, "That makes sense. What the emperor said makes sense. So, should I also go through trials and tribulations in the mortal world, find some love, and experience the grudges, hatred, greed, anger, delusion, and resentment?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi sneered and said, "Is that what you mean? Don't make excuses for this kind of thing. Love is not what you call it. It's a sincere feeling that comes naturally when fate has arrived. If you really did what you thought you would have indeed experienced a tribulation. After all, becoming a flower thief, someone who is reviled by everyone, is also a tribulation. Just let it go if you encounter it in the future. Just remember what I said today. You don't need it right now. Find a way to break through to the emperor level first, otherwise, I think you will regret it later." Yi Tianqi naturally did not look down on Boss Bao and deliberately scold him. After all, Boss Bao's progress was not slow at all. Moreover, he had not practiced well in the past few years. Otherwise, the emperor level would have been within his reach. It was Yi Tianqi who asked him to cultivate his character, and there was nothing he could do about it. However, self-cultivation has its own benefits. An early burst of success followed by insufficient stamina may not be a good thing for Boss Leopard. Just like now, with these few years of self-cultivation, Boss Leopard will be able to make a breakthrough smoothly. Moreover, a breakthrough to the middle stage of the emperor level in one fell swoop can also make up for the time difference of these years. The most important thing is that the foundation is sufficient. With enough foundation, there will be no weakness in the follow-up as long as you don't go the wrong way. The middle stage of the emperor level is not the end of Leopard Boss, but just the starting point. Among the 18 Imperial Guards, not everyone has the emperor level qualifications, but Boss Leopard does have it, although it seems that compared with Hong Tong, he is a little bit worse. It's a bit far away, but the key question is, how many red eyes are there in this world? Hearing Yi Tianqi's words, Boss Leopard laughed dryly and said, "It's just talk. How could I do such a thing? No, I have no interest in matters of love between men and women." This answer made Yi Tianqi shake his head and say nothing. At this moment, Emperor Lu looked at Yi Tianqi with a serious expression and said, "Mr. Yi, have you seen my limitations?" Directly asked the key point. Limitations, or in other words, the end point that can be reached in the future. This is the most crucial point, and it is something that Emperor Lu does not know, but Yi Tianqi must know. Yi Tianqi looked at Emperor Lu with great admiration, nodded, and said, "That's right, but not right. The so-called limitations are limited by a person's talent and experience, which may not be true limitations. However, I have already seen the endpoint that Emperor Lu can reach in the future. Peak of the emperor level, half a step to the throne, that's all." The peak of the emperor level, half a step to the throne, and that's all? Is this bad news? How many people can't even reach the king realm, let alone the emperor realm? The peak of the emperor realm is what countless emperor-level powerhouses desire and dream of reaching. Is this bad news? The peak of the emperor level, half a step to the throne, this has been the pursuit of countless people and is already the top combat power in the world. However, when Yi Tianqi said it, that was all? Good one, that's all. 524, Chapter 524, Every difficulty is overcome. However, if this is all that Yi Tianqi said, then it would not be inconsistent at all. In just a few years, he was able to go from being an ordinary person who was powerless and believed to be unable to practice and become stronger, to becoming a legend of the time, known as the 10th throne, and the man who founded the heavenly palace. For such a person, everything he says makes sense. For Yi Tianqi, the peak of the emperor level, half a step to the throne, seems, in a sense, to be just that. It's not that amazing, nor that powerful. Yi Tianqi seemed to feel that this statement might be misunderstood, so he immediately laughed and said, "I don't mean to look down on the peak of the emperor level, the half-step throne. I just said that because, in my heart, Emperor Lu should not just stop there." As soon as these words came out, Emperor Lu felt his scalp tingling, and he had an inexplicable sense of honor, and even a feeling that a man would die for his friend. Does Emperor Lu hold such an important position in Yi Tianqi's heart? The peak of the emperor level, half a step to the throne, is already a level that even Emperor Lu himself dares not hope for the time being, but for Yi Tianqi, he actually thinks that he should not stop there. If I don't stop there, it means that I should reach the throne in Yi Tianqi's heart. But there are only a few thrones in this world. Just think about how powerful each throne is. He was extremely nervous. That's right, at this moment Emperor Lu felt extremely nervous. How can Lu be worthy of Mai's high regard? I don't deserve it. I really don't deserve it. Although I am also proud and think I can be even stronger, there is a difference between pride and arrogance. The peak of the emperor level, half a step to the throne, is already the limit of what I can imagine. I dare not say that I have never fantasized about the power of the throne, but it is difficult. It is more than just difficult. If one can only rely on dreams to become the throne, then there are really too many thrones in this world. But in reality, how many thrones are there? For example, in the past 30 years, the throne has only changed twice, and Yi Tianqi is the third one, and there was no change of person, and he was directly honored as the 10th throne. It is conceivable how powerful the throne is and how difficult it is to step into it. Even someone as powerful as Emperor Lu only dared to think about it occasionally, and that was all. Yi Tianqi smiled slightly when he heard this. He certainly understood why Emperor Lu didn't dare to think about it. Perhaps, this goes against the heart of the strong, but in fact, fantasy must be based on facts. Not everyone dares to think about it, as if they are fearless. How can it be that simple? That's a throne, not a cabbage. The strong also need a sense of awe. Emperor Lu, when I faced 2 King Realm warriors with my general level strength, it wasn't just for Xiaohua to see, it was also for you. I think you should be able to see something from it. I can't say how much help it will be to you, but at least it will give you some insights. Hearing Yi Tianqi mention this, Emperor Lu immediately clasped his hands together, bowed slightly to Yi Tianqi, and said, "I wanted to thank you for this. I have personally watched your fight. I have indeed benefited a lot." Yi Tianqi waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. This is what you deserve. You treat me sincerely, work hard, and stand by me without fear of offending powerful enemies. If I don't do something for you, I will feel uneasy." Emperor Lu, your limit is truly not just the peak of the emperor level. It's just that you're currently trapped in a certain obsession. As long as you break this obsession, it's not impossible for you to make further progress in the future. However, this obsession can only be broken by you. Others can't help you much. Think carefully about what I say. I hope to see you on the throne in the future. At this point, Yi Tianqi laughed and said, "Of course, if I successfully break through and enter the emperor realm, then the throne will be restored to its glory. 100 years ago it will become a fact that if you don't reach the emperor realm, you won't be able to take the throne. In a nutshell, one cannot enter the throne without reaching the imperial realm." It sounds simple, but it doesn't sound that simple. Yi Tianqi wanted to return to the throne as an emperor, and his meaning was very simple, so simple that people could understand it at once, and then there was only fear. If he ascended the throne at the emperor level, then what about the other 9 thrones? Without reaching the emperor realm, how could they dare to be on equal footing with Yi Tianqi, who is at the emperor realm? Just looking at what Yi Tianqi meant today, you can tell that by that time, all 9 thrones will be driven off their thrones. This means that he will sweep away all the current thrones with his own strength. This is to drive them all away. Let alone saying such things, normally no one would even dare to think about it. But Yi Tianqi didn't dare to think or say it, and he was afraid that he would really do so in the future. Emperor Lu took a deep breath, and the scene appeared in his mind. It was simply an unparalleled and daunting scene. But Yi Tianqi can do it as long as he steps into the realm of emperor. He will sit alone above everyone else, high above, overlooking everything. He wants to redefine the throne. My blood is boiling. Emperor Lu, I feel my blood boiling for the first time in a long time. He longed to be qualified to participate in this battle, not a battle between his subordinates, but to directly participate in the battle on the throne. When I think about it, I feel no regrets. Mr. Yi, don't worry, I will definitely think about it carefully. I will remember your words. I hope I can participate in that scene. Yi Tianqi nodded and said with a smile, I believe me, you can do it. At this point, Emperor Lu no longer had any questions. Yes, why, yeah, besides, it was the advice of a person who had a chance, and almost without any accidents, to step into the Emperor realm. What else did he have to doubt? Emperor Lu laughed self-deprecatingly at this point, thinking about it now. What I just said was truly ridiculous. I didn't even understand the situation myself, yet I was actually worrying about whether Mr. Yi would be unable to let go and get over it, and whether this would affect your future progress. Come to think of it, I really overestimated my own abilities. This is also what Emperor Lu really thinks. Yi Tianqi can guide him and knows very well how to go on this road. It is Emperor Lu who is confused and takes the wrong road, or in other words, the one who should change the road. As a result, he goes to remind Yi Tianqi, I sent this a joke. Yi Tianqi did not laugh at Emperor Lu, but simply shook his head slightly and said, Your Majesty, there is no need to be like this. I understand, but sometimes, those in the know are often confused. If something really happens, I may not be able to handle it well myself. However, Emperor Lu can rest assured Lin Xingyue will not have any impact on me. This is the truth. At this point, Yi Tianqi sighed softly and said, Of course, since we no longer meet, how can there be any impact? Everyone's situation is different, and different situations and different people will be handled differently. Every hurdle is difficult, but you have to overcome it. If you can overcome it, it will be a smooth journey. If you can't, it will be a disaster. Fortunately, I've finally passed this hurdle with Lin Xingyue. At least, the impact is within my acceptable range. From now on, we'll never see each other again in this life, and all our previous grudges will be wiped out. All grudges are wiped out. This is Yi Tianqi's idea. But the question is, Lin Xingyue, are you willing? At this moment, Yi Tianqi didn't know that someone was already on the way to find Lin Xingyue. Once it was finally confirmed, the so-called never seeing each other again in this life would become an empty talk. Because the imperial capital will also be the journey home that Lin Xingyue will embark on. The so-called punishment may be a calamity that Lin Xingyue will find difficult to overcome in her lifetime, but for Lin Xingyue, who will become a noble lady of heaven in the future, this will no longer be a calamity. 525, Chapter 525, The Cruelty of Reality. Yi Tianqi's words, all grudges are settled and they will never see each other again in this life, seem to be a punishment for Lin Xingyue, and the punishment is not light, but in the eyes of Lu Huang and Boss Bao, Yi Tianqi has shown mercy after all. Otherwise, Lin Xingyue's fate would be 100 times worse than it is now. However, they could not raise any objection to this point. After all, this was Yi Tianqi's business, and Yi Tianqi thought this was the best, so it could only be so. After all, Yi Tianqi was a person who had been moved by feelings, so he finally softened his heart. However, it is hard to say whether Lin Xingyue can understand this. After all, even if Yi Tianqi softens his heart, Lin Xingyue's fate and future will be extremely miserable. Resentment will probably be Lin Xingyue's main emotion in the future. Judging from the time, Lin Xingyue is afraid that she will soon hate Yi Tianqi even more deeply, because all those sufferings will soon be her turn. The imagined suffering is different from the suffering we actually experience in reality. Dong Province, Mingzhou City. Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya are back. The person driving the car was Lin Xingyue, who was wearing oversized sunglasses, while Sun Xiaoya wrapped herself tightly and sat in the back seat, fearing that others would see her miserable appearance. Along the way, the two talked a lot, but most of the time, they were silent and crying. Although they huddled together for warmth and their grudges were temporarily resolved, their current situation made it impossible for them to smile at all. No matter who it is, there will be no smile. In particular, the moment they stepped into Mingzhou, neither Lin Xingyue nor Sun Xiaoya felt relieved at all. Instead, they felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy and were extremely solemn. That's right, compared to the emotional hurt and all kinds of imagination, what comes next will be the most important thing. All the suffering will follow one after another, and how much they can endure is something they themselves dare not even think about. Sun Xiaoya, where is your home? We have already arrived in Mingzhou. Lin Xingyue spoke with a complicated expression, feeling that every word she spoke weighed 1,000 pounds. She is probably homeless at least, for the time being. She doesn't dare to go back even if she has a home. Besides, does she still have a home? She really wanted to rush to Qingyue Group and to where she lived right now, but her reason told her that she couldn't go. If she went, she would really not be able to leave. She is now facing a desperate situation, homeless and even having to hide. Therefore, Lin Qingyue could only live in Sun Xiaoya's house and hide for the time being. What's funny is that she never knew where her best friend lived. Of course she knew about her previous home, but after Sun Xiaoya moved, she had never been there, let alone asked about it, so she asked this question today. Thinking of this, Lin Qingyue felt a sense of sadness that came out of nowhere. She had always used various reasons and excuses to convince herself that it was not her fault, but now it seemed that she had changed a long time ago. Really, was it not her fault? Shaking her head and putting aside the emotions in her heart, Lin Qingyue waited for Sun Xiaoya's answer. Sun Xiaoya immediately told Lin Qingyue the location, then frowned and said, "You can go, but I'm afraid you can't park your car in front of my house. Don't forget, we don't know what the situation is yet, but I have a feeling that many people are probably looking for you everywhere. If they can't find you, but find your car, won't they know you've returned to Mingzhou City?" "That's right, we can't let them know, otherwise, neither of us will have a good ending. Let's hide the car somewhere secret and then sneak back in the middle of the night when no one is paying attention. Only this way can we be safe." Sun Xiaoya was really scared. Although she was now neither human nor ghost and didn't want to live from time to time, she still didn't want to face more things. Moreover, her analysis made sense. It went without saying that the Dongzhou incident had spread everywhere. No one knew the current situation of Qingyue Group, but a bunch of people were looking for Lin Qingyue, which was probably a foregone conclusion. She didn't know what would happen after they found her, but if they couldn't find Lin Qingyue, and found her, she wouldn't have a good ending either. After all, everyone knew that she was not only Lin Qingyue's assistant, but also a close friend of Lin Qingyue. They could only hide. At least, when they had not figured out how to deal with all this, hiding was the only thing she and Lin Qingyue could do. Unconsciously, Lin Qingyue's tears fell. She didn't want to cry and thought she had cried all her tears. However, after returning to Mingzhou City, she still couldn't help wanting to cry. The pain in her heart almost swallowed her up. Things and people have changed in just a short period of time. Everything has changed. As glorious as she was in the past, she is now as miserable as she is now. Sun Xiaoya looked at the tearful Lin Qingyue and sighed, feeling mixed emotions. Although compared to what Lin Qingyue had lost, her own losses didn't seem as great, but they were all human beings, and she, Sun Xiaoya, also had feelings and gains and losses. Lin Qingyue lost everything, and so did Sun Xiaoya. Especially since I am now in a state where I am neither human nor ghost, isn't it also more miserable in a sense? Don't cry, there's no point in crying. It's useless to regret the past or miss the past. Instead of doing that, you should think about what to do next, what to eat, what to drink, where to live, and how to face it. Don't think you live in my place. You can rest assured. Let me tell you, my place may not be safe either. It's okay to stay here for a short period of time as an emergency measure, but if you stay here for a long time, you'll inevitably be discovered. So, staying alive is the most important thing for us. Survive, that's right. Now Sun Xiaoya no longer thinks about anything else, nor is she in the mood to think about anything else. As she said, the most important thing is to survive first, to survive safely and soundly. Lin Qingyue nodded. She was not stupid and could naturally see the current situation clearly. Therefore, she was also very clear that the reality was as difficult as Sun Xiaoya said. However, even though she understood it, there were some things that she could never give up on unless she saw them with her own eyes, especially when it concerned her future. Sun Xiaoya, I still feel that perhaps things aren't as bad as we thought. Perhaps Yi Tianqi isn't so heartless, he's left me a way out. Lin Qingyue herself lacked confidence after hearing this. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoya angrily said, Lin Qingyue, can you please wake up a little? It's already this late, and you're still holding on to this damn hope? What do you mean it's not that bad? How much worse do you want it to be? And what do you mean it's not that heartless? Don't you know that? And you're still deceiving yourself. Okay, you won't give up until you see the Yellow River, right? Fine if you want to die, if you want to see all this with your own eyes and then give up, fine, but today, go back and rest, eat something, okay? Then, I'll go with you to take a good look at this cruel reality. 526, Chapter 526. The house is a bit small. Sun Xiaoya really wanted to laugh at Lin Qingyue loudly at this moment, but when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. Seeing is believing. Especially in the current situation for Lin Qingyue, the blow is undoubtedly huge. It is human nature to not give up until you see the Yellow River. But Sun Xiaoya was just a bystander at the moment. Because of this, she knew very well that Lin Qingyue was daydreaming and the reality would be more cruel than she had imagined. There won't be any unexpected surprises, not even a single one. Qingyue Group no longer belongs to her. Everything no longer belongs to her apart from piles of debts and debt collectors. No one will want to find Lin Qingyue, let alone pity her. Now, it's gone too. Family members are gone too. It is true that Lin Qingyue's father, or adoptive father, is still in Mingzhou City. However, given the current situation, even if he was not as partial to Lin's mother in the past, he would probably never forgive Lin Qingyue. What's more, the suffering he is suffering now may not be much less than that of others. The family has become like this now. If Lin Qingyue cannot be found, how could others not look for him, and how much money can he come up with to pay off the debt? You don't have to think about these things to know that they are bound to happen. Only Lin Qingyue was still daydreaming. However, just daydream once you see the reality, you will give up. Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya came to the residential complex where Sun Xiaoya rented in the dark, but the car that drove back was parked far away, as if afraid of being recognized and then guarding them. The one-bedroom house is definitely not big, but for Sun Xiaoya who lives alone, it is just right. Moreover, given the good location, the rent is not a burden. It is indeed just right. The room is certainly not luxurious, but it is very cozy. However, it is only for one person living there. If two people live there, it will seem a bit crowded. For Lin Qingyue, who has been accustomed to enjoying life and living in a big house over the years, this place really does her injustice. From the moment they entered the room, both Sun Xiaoya and Lin Qingyue felt relieved. They had not felt this sense of security all along the way, and only now did they feel a little bit. Looking at Lin Qingyue, who was looking around with a frown on her face, Sun Xiaoya chuckled and said, "What's the matter? Do you think this place is too small and it's unfair to you? Then you should just make do with it. Otherwise, you might end up sleeping on the street." Sleeping on the street is a good thing for Lin Qingyue. If she is really caught, even sleeping on the street will be a luxury for her. It is hard to say how she will be tortured. When you are under someone's roof, you have to buy your head. Moreover, in the current situation, Lin Qingyue did feel that this place was too small, but as Sun Xiaoya said, it seemed that she had nowhere else to go except here. At least, that was the temporary situation. After she figured out the situation outside, if the situation was better, she could of course leave, but if the situation was not good, then this place might be her only safe haven. No, I just didn't expect you to live here. Although the location is good, this room is indeed a bit small. Don't you feel stuffy on weekdays? Feel oppressed? Lin Qingyue could also say this. Sun Xiaoya sneered and looked at Lin Qingyue, saying, "Lin Qingyue, you've lived a good life for too long and have forgotten what it was like to be poor. This house is indeed not big, but for a single woman like me, it's just right. The most important thing is that the rent is not expensive and will not be a burden to me. If I rent a bigger house in the same area, the rent would be more than double. It's certainly more spacious and not as stuffy, but with that money, I could buy myself a couple of nicer sets of clothes or save a little more money, wouldn't it? You, a young lady, don't think of money as money. You haven't worried about money in these years, so you've forgotten how much you can buy with 100 yuan, how many meals you can have, right?" Sun Xiaoya didn't want to mock Lin Qingyue. They were all miserable people. She really didn't have the energy to care about the past now. She wanted to huddle together for warmth. However, when she saw Lin Qingyue's face, she couldn't help it. 100 yuan is really nothing to people nowadays, and the purchasing power does not seem to be that much. It seems that just a casual meal, even for ordinary people, will cost dozens or 100 or 200 yuan. But $100 really doesn't have much purchasing power. Is it really not a lot? Wrong. If you really cook for yourself, you can go to the supermarket and buy a lot of vegetables and meat for 100 yuan, which will last you for several days. This is real purchasing power. What's more, Sun Xiaoya spends more than 100 yuan to rent a house. It costs dozens of 100 yuan. Sun Xiaoya can't afford to pay thousands of yuan more just for a more spacious house. She is not Lin Qingyue. She has been trying her best to climb up and make more money. Naturally, she is envious of Lin Qingyue, but what's wrong with that? Not to mention a girl. Even for an ordinary person, there is nothing wrong with wanting to make more money and live a better life. Even if there is something wrong, it is just a matter of whether the method is right. At least, in Sun Xiaoya's opinion, she was not wrong. If there is a mistake, then Lin Qingyue is the one who made the bigger mistake. Sun Xiaoya looked at Lin Qingyue and continued to taunt her. "Lin Qingyue, you're no longer Mr. Lin, much less a wealthy woman. Can you spare $100 from your pocket? For Lin Qingyue, who never carries cash, only a mobile phone, and even rarely carries a bank card, it is indeed she couldn't even take out $100 in cash. But now, her cell phone is not with her. Moreover, she had already tried to log into her account from another phone, but the funds had been frozen. This is the main reason why Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya are very sure that they will face misery. There will be no accidents at all dreams are just daydreams. Lin Qingyue listened silently to Sun Xiaoya's ridicule. It seemed that she had indeed forgotten a lot, especially the hard days in the past, which she had completely forgotten. However, she couldn't stand Sun Xiaoya talking like this all the time. I don't mean anything else, I am just saying it. Besides, even if the rent here isn't cheap, it's still affordable for you. The salary I offer you isn't low, is it? It's not too low, that's all Lin Qingyue can say. This was because he was afraid of making Sun Xiaoya even more unhappy, so he didn't dare to say it too clearly. But, it's actually straightforward enough. It is indeed not low in Minnesota, it is considered high. At the end of the year, you can get about 300,000 yuan, which is really good. Rent should not be a burden to Sun Xiaoya, at least, even if she lives in a 2-bedroom apartment, the extra rent is affordable for her. There is nothing wrong with what he said, but for Sun Xiaoya, it is what she has always been most disgusted with, and the most angry about. Lin Qingyue, you still dare to say that? Do you think everyone is you? Do you think the salary you offer me is high? You think you're giving me charity, don't you? All the salary I get is what I, Sun Xiaoya, deserve as being your assistant. Fun, is it easy? 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, all year round. Not to mention having to endure your bad temper. You think I'm willing to do this, right? 527, Chapter 527, Utilization Value. I have to say, these words were spoken with resentment. After all, there is still some dissatisfaction, otherwise he wouldn't be so angry. Being Lin Qingyue's assistant is certainly not easy, but to say that it is hard work with no holidays all year round is also a lie. Moreover, considering the same age group, Sun Xiaoya's salary is really not low. However, that also depends on who you compare it with. Compared with Lin Qingyue, who can earn more than her annual salary by buying a bag, it really is nothing. But he is the boss, and that's a fact. In fact, what Sun Xiaoya hated was not this, but that Lin Qingyue had been suppressing her and not giving her the opportunity to stand out. Otherwise, Sun Xiaoya believed that her strength was far more than that, and she could stand on her own. Then, what would be increased was not only her salary, but also her real power. However, Lin Qingyue never gave her a chance, not even once. Even if some people who were not as good as her were promoted, Sun Xiaoya was not promoted just because of this. Sun Xiaoya felt angry in her heart and she has not let it out until now. In fact, they had argued about this many times in the past few days. Lin Qingyue also knew what Sun Xiaoya hated and was angry about, but at that time, she was unwilling to explain. What's the use of explaining now? In the final analysis, distrust and lack of trust are one of the reasons, but more importantly, perhaps, it is the inexplicable sense of superiority that makes him want to tie Sun Xiaoya to his side and let her follow him. Lin Qingyue sighed softly, looked at Sun Xiaoya, shook her head, and said, Sun Xiaoya, what's the point of saying this at this time, but, do you really want to hear my apology? Okay, then I'll apologize to you. I admit that I have kept you by my side as my assistant for the past few years. There are other independent positions that you are suitable for, but I didn't let you go. I have my reasons, and some selfish reasons anyway. It's over, let it go now. There is no point in saying anything, is it? If you want to hear my apology, then I will apologize to you. If you want a promise, then I will make a promise to you. If I, Lin Qingyue, ever have another chance to turn over and start over in this life, I swear, I will definitely give you a chance to prove yourself. I will definitely treat you well and make you proud. Is this okay? Is it okay? This oath made Sun Xiaoya laugh out loud. She could accept an apology, but what the hell was this oath? It's already this late, and Lin Qingyue's daydreaming seems to be endless. Is she obsessed with it and can't extricate herself, or is she just trying to get people to say less about her? She's just making big promises anyway. We all know that this is how life will be, so isn't it just nonsense? Still want to turn around, start over again, and give yourself a chance? How ridiculous. However, no matter how ridiculous it was, Sun Xiaoya didn't want to continue attacking Lin Qingyue. The reality has already been shattered, yet you are still dreaming about the future? If there really is a future, why can't it be her, Sun Xiaoya, who rises and becomes powerful? Why must it continue to be Lin Xingyue? This is really treating yourself as the protagonist. However, nothing mattered seeing Lin Xingyue lower her head and apologize to her. Sun Xiaoya felt that she had finally gotten rid of her anger. Okay, stop swearing. What's going on now? It's better for you to stop daydreaming. Yuri still thinking about making a comeback. What the hell is going on in your head? I really don't understand what's going on now. Can't you see clearly? Don't you understand? A comeback? Haha, is this a simple corporate bankruptcy, a family dispute, or just some ordinary grudge? This is to offend Yi Tianqi, and Yi Tianqi is Qi Zixin. I know what you are thinking. Even if Yi Tianqi is Qi Zixin, he has disappeared for so many years. Even Shi Shao dares to ignore him, and Yi Shao hates him to the core. There are many bigwigs in the imperial capital who want to deal with him, so you think Yi Tianqi still has a chance to fail, right? But what does that have to do with you, not to mention what kind of person Yi Tianqi is and how deep his thoughts are? Even if he is really defeated, how long will it take, and during this period, what will we experience? Don't you really know? The most important thing is, even if he is defeated, can our fate really be changed? Sun Xiaoya was so bitter that she couldn't even cry. She didn't want to talk about it, let alone mention it. The more she talked about it, the sadder she became, and the more she mentioned it, the more desperate she became. How did it end up like this today? This is a misery that I could never have imagined even in my dreams. Can fate be changed? Sun Xiaoya is so pessimistic and desperate because the reality is even more desperate and pessimistic than what she says now. Even if Yi Tianqi is defeated, so what? Whether it is Sun Xiaoya or Lin Xingyue, what can they do to change their fate? Now they all know very well that Lin Xingyue's rise and wealth were entirely due to Yi Tianqi, but now, she has been deserted by everyone, and all the noble people who once helped her have become her enemies. Even if Yi Tianqi died, who would still remember them, who would come to help them change their fate? If you think about it, it seems impossible. Even if Yi Tianqi died or was defeated, in the end, apart from making them feel a little happier, nothing could be changed. She, Sun Xiaoya, still looks like a ghost, and Lin Xingyue is still heavily in debt and can only hide. Their fate was determined when they left Dongzhou. Sun Xiaoya can see this clearly. Lin Xingyue, how can maybe you can't see it clearly, but you just don't want to admit this cruel fact. Tears silently flowed from Lin Xingyue's eyes. Looking at Sun Xiaoya's desperate expression, which looked like neither human nor ghost, she felt a chill in her heart. Is this fate? Yes, she knew that what Sun Xiaoya said might very well be their future fate, but she couldn't accept her fate. She really couldn't accept her fate. Instead of living like this in the future, it would be better to die. Even if there is a tiny bit of hope, it is a ray of light in the darkness for Lin Xingyue. Perhaps it is precisely because we have such a deep hatred for Yi Tianqi that it is possible that someone will come to help us, even if it is to use us to disgust Yi Tianqi, it is not impossible. Lin Xingyue's voice was very low, so low that she herself felt that this possibility might not be very high. It is obvious that Yi Tianqi has treated them like this, which shows that he is extremely cruel. If that is the case, what value do they have? Just because she and Yi Tianqi were married? It seems to make some sense, however, when applied to her and Yi Tianqi, it really has no effect at all. However, these words made Sun Xiaoya's eyes light up. As if he saw hope, he stared at Lin Xingyue non-stop, making Lin Xingyue feel nauseous. Why are you looking at me like that? I was just saying it casually. You know what the situation is now. I have no use at all, because Yi Tianqi doesn't take me seriously at all. Sun Xiaoya simply shook her head, looking at Lin Xingyue with shining eyes, and sneered, No, although what you said is not wrong, it is still wrong. Who said there's no use for it? Yes, there is, and it's very valuable. Lin Xingyue, perhaps we really do have a chance to turn things around. 528, Chapter 528, Using your ex-wife's identity to disgust him. Sun Xiaoya has also given up hope in this situation. She can only try her best and hold on to a glimmer of hope, otherwise she can only wait for death in the dark. Instead of waiting to die, why not hold on to a glimmer of hope? Even if the final result is not good, at least there is a reason to live. Moreover, what Lin Xingyue said really makes sense. I don't know how much she can be used for, but just based on her identity as a married woman with Yi Tianqi, she can do a lot of things. You have to know that Yi Tianqi's enemies now are not just any random people. They are all big shots that ordinary people can't even reach. He can kill countless people with just a breath. As for them and Yi Tianqi, there is no room for reconciliation given Yi Tianqi's bad temper. They both want to kill each other, and the more miserable the better. So, why can't Yi Tianqi's identity as his ex-wife be used? Especially now, he is in such a miserable state, looking like a half-human, half-ghost, but Lin Xingyue's appearance is not damaged at all. Even if he tells others that Yi Tianqi showed mercy, they will have to believe it. As long as you have a little bit of half-belief and half-doubt, many things will be easy to say. What's more, if the purpose is just to disgust Yi Tianqi, this identity is enough. Sun Xiaoya's eyes at this moment were very scary. At least, it gave Lin Xingyue goosebumps. That look was like a person who had been hungry for many days and suddenly saw food, or like a drowning person who suddenly saw a life-saving straw. Sun Xiaoya, you just told me not to daydream, but now you seem even crazier than me. When Sun Xiaoya heard this, she didn't care about anything else and just expressed her thoughts directly. After listening to it, Lin Xingyue also felt that it made sense. However, it is easier said than done, but is it really possible? Lin Xingyue, it's already this late. I've been telling you there's no hope, telling you to stop daydreaming. Now that I feel there's hope, why are you so cowardly? What's going on? At this point, are you still embarrassed and afraid of losing face? Do you have any shame? How could Lin Xingyue still have any face at this time? Looking at Sun Xiaoya, Lin Xingyue shook her head and said, do I still have any face? After the Dongzhou banquet, I can imagine that I have completely lost all my face, and in the days to come, I can even imagine what kind of tragedies I will face. I want it, but is there anyone willing to give it to me? Sun Xiaoya, I know what you said makes sense. Just like before, Master Shi kept me by his side and insisted on doing this and that in front of Yi Tianqi. Was it because I, Lin Xingyue, was once the wife of Qi Zixian? When she said this, Lin Xingyue's heart was broken. Being Qi Zixian's wife, this was what many people dreamed of, and in the end, it fell on her head. But in the end, she was ruthlessly abandoned and even hurt. If this isn't the biggest joke in the world, then what is it? Yes, that's right. Maybe it's unlikely that others can use me to do anything to Yi Tianqi, but it's still okay to use me to disgust Yi Tianqi. After all, my identity as a wife, even if she is an ex-wife, was once a wife. Sun Xiaoya immediately nodded heavily and said, yes, that's right for those bigwigs. As long as you have this identity, it's enough. They have many ways to maximize their benefits this way. In fact, you don't even need to do anything, you just need to stay alive and show up, that's all. And since these bigwigs have so-called demands, then it wouldn't be wrong for you to take advantage of the situation and put forward your own requests at that time. Wouldn't you be able to put forward whatever you want? The forces and bigwigs who are able to become enemies with Yi Tianqi, the exiled immortal of the Qi family, will use methods that are as terrifying as you can imagine. Who will dare to bully you then? Even these small problems can be solved with just a few words, and our fate also depends on their words. If that day really comes, will anyone still dare to bully us? We can avoid this hellish life. Lin Xingyue, there is hope. There really is hope. Even if your appearance isn't damaged, if you're noticed by these bigwigs again, wouldn't you really rise again, even more glorious than before? Qi Zixian's ex-wife, Lin Xingyue, just based on this name, I think there are countless people interested in you. The more Sun Xiaoya spoke, the more outrageous it became. However, she herself knew the meaning of her words, which were full of humiliation. Lin Xingyue was also very clear about this, but for them now, humiliation was nothing. Being alive, and living well, being able to take revenge, to be rich and powerful, and to make those who bullied them kneel in front of them again, was more important than anything else. It seems that there is really hope. At least, it is much better than the previous despair. However, apart from a hint of joy at the beginning, there was no more joy on Lin Xingyue's face, as if this glimmer of hope was not a relief or hope for her. Sun Xiaoya frowned slightly, looked at Lin Xingyue, and said, when there was no hope, you were always daydreaming. Now, everything is obviously hopeful, even better than we imagined. But I don't see why you don't look happy at all. You can't be feeling so sorry for Yi Tianqi that you really don't want to hurt him anymore, right? Sun Xiaoya was a little anxious. She wished she was Lin Xingyue, but the problem was that she was not in this kind of thing. No one could replace Lin Xingyue. But her future now all depends on Lin Xingyue. If Lin Xingyue doesn't cooperate, then she will really have no way out. She will never allow this. Lin Xingyue looked at Sun Xiaoya at this moment, but shook her head and said, no, I was just thinking that my life, having lived to this point, is quite ridiculous. It's quite funny. Sun Xiaoya sighed secretly in her heart. How could it not be funny? To be honest, it is the biggest joke in the world. After living to this age, his parents are no longer his parents, his brothers are no longer his brothers, and he has become an orphan who doesn't know who his biological parents are. Moreover, he has been abandoned by his adoptive parents. She married a man she once loved, and became rich because of him without realizing it. After becoming rich, she became arrogant and looked down on the husband she once loved, abandoning him. In the end, they became enemies. But in the end, the man she abandoned was not a useless person, but a great figure that many people dreamed of. Marrying him meant having everything that countless people could not even imagine in their dreams. Is it sad? Is it funny? Now, even if I want to seek a glimmer of hope, I have to discuss him with others and the identity of this man's ex-wife. Think about it, isn't it ridiculous? But, no matter how ridiculous it is, now is not the time to laugh. The cruel reality does not allow them to have any other thoughts. Lin Qingyue, wake up a little. Even if it's ridiculous, then make all those who laugh at you kneel down and beg you. Compared to the sentimental you now, I actually miss the arrogant and unscrupulous you before, because only then would you have the chance to stand up again. 529, Chapter 529. Still stubborn. Sun Xiaoya likes the previous Lin Qingyue? This must be a joke, absolutely insincere. Perhaps only she knew how much she hoped Lin Qingyue would be unlucky and miserable. However, now Lin Qingyue was unlucky and miserable, but how could her ending be any better? It would be fine if there was no opportunity, but now that she has found the opportunity and a glimmer of hope from despair, Sun Xiaoya does not want to give up at all. She still wants to have a future, even if the future may not be bright, but at least it is much better than the absolute darkness now. So, at this time, she would rather the former Lin Qingyue come back and work for her like a slave again, rather than spend the rest of her life without hope and in darkness. She couldn't accept Lin Qingyue's expression of resignation and loss of all fighting spirit. That's why he said such words. Lin Qingyue, wake up. No matter what you think or what you want to do, at least you should live like a human being. Live well first, then you can think about the future, and maybe wait for a miracle to happen. Do you really want to live your whole life like this, neither human nor ghost? Sun Xiaoya, admit that I used to have many complaints and grievances against you. I envied you, I was even jealous of you, so I felt unbalanced. However, no matter what happened between you and me, there is no deep hatred between us. After all, we have been best friends for many years. Even if we quarreled or fought, we still knew to leave each other a way out. But now, it is others who are not leaving us any way out. Lin Qingyue, I was desperate before, so I told you not to have any hope, not to have any illusions. This is not to hurt you, but fate is already determined, and our power cannot change it in this situation. Hope will only make us more desperate. But now, I see clearly that there is hope. Really, there is hope. Why are you so depressed at this time? Are you really willing to do this? Are you really going to live your whole life in such a cowardly way, accepting your fate, hiding like a rat, being bullied? Are you really going to accept your fate? Accept your fate? No, Lin Qingyue, I won't accept my fate. She was so proud and arrogant. How could she accept her fate? If Yi Tianqi had given her even a little chance to survive, she might have been weeping and complaining to herself. But the problem was that Yi Tianqi hadn't given her any chance to survive. How could she accept her fate? How could she accept her fate? No, I don't accept my fate. Sun Xiaoya, I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, I know what to do. I just have complicated feelings. Lin Qingyue was telling the truth. Her current mood was very complicated, extremely complicated. It's not just a question of whether it can be accomplished, but also about using the identity of the ex-wife to discuss Yi Tianqi. After all, it's not just her and Sun Xiaoya's own fantasy, but something that is very likely to happen. How could Yi Tianqi's enemies let go of such an opportunity? This is a good opportunity to discuss Yi Tianqi without having to use any means. Lin Qingyue just hated herself. She hated herself for being incompetent and also hated herself for being weak and unable to do anything. After this incident, she has realized that it is better to rely on herself than on others. Others are born at a much higher starting point than her, and even if she devotes her whole life to it, she may not be able to reach their starting point. This gap is really too big. Moreover, even if Lin Qingyue didn't want to admit it, at this moment, she had to admit that the psychological impact of the Dongzhou incident on her was really huge, so huge that she almost didn't dare and didn't want to be an enemy of Yi Tianqi. It seems like he is afraid of making a wrong choice and then ending up in an even worse situation. Can we win? Not us, but those people. Can they win? Sun Xiaoya, it's not that I'm spineless, but you also know who Yi Tianqi is and what kind of methods he possesses. Can his enemies really win? Lin Xingyue looked at Sun Xiaoya, and suddenly laughed miserably, uttering a question that made Sun Xiaoya silent in her doubt. Can you win? These words made Sun Xiaoya, who was originally full of enthusiasm, feel like she was poured with a bucket of cold water, and her fighting spirit was instantly extinguished. Whenever Sun Xiaoya thought about what happened at the Dongzhou banquet, her scalp would tingle, and she would want to escape. Is this Yi Tianqi someone they can really defeat, or, in other words, are those big figures they think they can defeat him? Yi Tianqi's scheming was so deep that it was frightening. She had clearly done nothing, and it had only been a few short days. They had clearly been together day and night for several years, and she knew everything about Yi Tianqi. However, in the end, they found out that they knew nothing, while Yi Tianqi, despite everyone's pessimism, turned things around again and again, and finally, dominated the entire East Province with an invincible attitude. How terrifying it was. And if this is just scheming, then the strength of the force is equally despairing. Even if Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya did not understand the division of the world of the strong, they could even choose not to watch Yi Tianqi personally defeat the two king-level strongmen. However, no matter how much they did not understand, they should know that Yi Tianqi was hiding much deeper than what they saw now. As for the means, there is no need to mention it. It is so terrifying that it makes people tremble. Yeah, can we win? Sun Xiaoya, endure. They couldn't stop trembling. If they couldn't win, then they would undoubtedly have to face Yi Tianqi again this time. They didn't even dare to think about what the outcome would be. However, when looking at herself in the mirror, Sun Xiaoya's eyes immediately turned red and crazy. The beauty that once rivaled Lin Xingyue's has now become like a ghost, neither human nor ghost for a woman. Is there anything more miserable in this world than this? She was actually scared? What is she afraid of? Why should she be afraid? She has obviously lost everything, has nothing left, so why should she still be afraid of even worse punishment in the future? How could she have a worse future? Sun Xiaoya looked at the mirror and burst into laughter, touching her face with one hand, looking crazy. Is there a worse outcome? It's nothing more than death, but isn't death a kind of relief? Lin Xingyue, whether we can win or not is not our concern. However, if we don't even have this little hope, then we really won't have any chance of winning at all. You actually, even now, still have hope. It's simply ridiculous, sad, and pitiful. Okay, since you're so stubborn, then go and see what happens to you with your own eyes, experience it yourself, and then tell me if you really are still hoping for the best. Chapter 530, Gone, everything is gone. Lin Xingyue is the key to everything. If there is no Lin Xingyue, then what use is Sun Xiaoya herself? She actually hoped that she could be useful and replace Lin Xingyue, but the key was that she couldn't. Lin Xingyue is Yi Tianqi's ex-wife, this is the fact, and even if she had Sun Xiaoya, was his unknown girlfriend for a few days before, that was fake, all fake, she knew it very well. Besides, even if it is true, what can we do? This identity would be more effective than being Yi Tianqi's ex-wife. Therefore, Lin Xingyue is the key to all this. Without her, there would be no chance for Sun Xiaoya to turn things around. Even at this point, some people are giving up, some are afraid, and some are hoping for luck. It's simply ridiculous. Lin Xingyue, let's go now. Go and take a good look at what kind of life you will face. See if Yi Tianqi will show you mercy. Aren't you being optimistic? I hope that after you see all this clearly, you can still be at ease with your optimistic attitude. After saying that, Sun Xiaoya pulled Lin Xingyue and walked out. This scared Lin Xingyue. She was just a little scared, but she also really felt that things might not be as bad as they imagined. After all these disasters have not yet befallen her. She is different from Sun Xiaoya. Sun Xiaoya is now accepting punishment. This half-human, half-ghost appearance is more serious than any punishment. But she didn't. However, this does not mean that she is not afraid. She said she would face it, but when Sun Xiaoya really pulled her to go out, Lin Xingyue instinctively resisted. Sun Xiaoya, what are you doing? Don't pull me, won't go. It's the middle of the night. Where are you going to take me? It's the middle of the night, can't we go out? Sun Xiaoya laughed bitterly, pointing at her current appearance, and looked at Lin Xingyue, saying, what happened in the middle of the night? When did you, Lin Xingyue, become so timid that you don't dare to go out in the middle of the night? Okay, then what are you afraid of? What is there to be afraid of? With someone like me who now looks scarier than a ghost around, are you still afraid that someone will plot against you? Sun Xiaoya, can scare them to death just by showing my true self. What are you afraid of? This is the kind of self-mockery that only one can make out of despair. After hearing this, Lin Xingyue didn't know what to say. Because what Sun Xiaoya said seemed to be correct with her current condition. If she went out in the middle of the night, only others would be afraid of her, not her. Being with Sun Xiaoya, it really is true that nothing could be safer than now. Seeing Lin Xingyue silent, Sun Xiaoya gently closed her eyes, sighed, and said, "Okay, you were scared, right? It doesn't matter then. If I don't go out now, I can also let you know whether Yi Tianqi's revenge has begun. I'll call now. I have a few acquaintances at Xingyue Group. I can just ask them, and they won't say anything. Wait, I'll call now." After saying that, Sun Xiaoya immediately dialed the number. You may not be clear about other things, but if I ask about the situation of Xingyue Group now, what's the problem? The call was connected quickly, and Sun Xiaoya turned on the speakerphone directly. "Sister Zhang, I'm Sun Xiaoya. It's so late and I'm sorry to disturb your rest. I have something I want to ask you." Sun Xiaoya introduced herself directly. This phone number was not her previous one, so she was afraid that the other party didn't know it, so she just said her name. And the moment she said the name, Sister Zhang on the other end of the phone seemed very excited and even a little anxious. Assistant Sun, is it really you? Where have you been? I can't get in touch with you. Also, where's President Lin? Where is President Lin? Something happened, something serious. Where did you all go?" With one sentence saying something big has happened, there is actually no need to ask any more questions. How long had it been since the Dongzhou banquet began? It was still the middle of the night. Could something happen so early in the morning? This was completely unexpected. Sun Xiaoya frowned slightly and said, "Sister Zhang, what happened? I can't contact Mr. Lin either. He suddenly disappeared. Please explain clearly what happened." Then, Sister Zhang began to talk about the current situation of Xingyue Group. Various banks started knocking on the door in the middle of the night, without caring whether it was working hours or not, and directly demanded that Xingyue Group repay all the loans, and required that they must pay it back within 1 day, otherwise they would file a lawsuit and ask law enforcement agencies to seal up the property and prosecute at the same time. And this was just the beginning. The bank people didn't dare to detain anyone or anything, but the partner companies, for some unknown reason, began to demand the termination of the contracts one by one at the same time. No matter how the contracts were signed before, they all accused Xingyue Group of breach of contract. Moreover, what they said was well reasoned and it was all Lin Xingyue's fault. They would definitely win the lawsuit. Then, there are some overdue payments and the like in the past. They could be negotiated, but now, regardless of whether they are due or not, they all come to the door now. The Xingyue Group is surrounded by all kinds of monsters and demons, and they look like they will not give up. After that, all kinds of projects were stopped and sealed off for various reasons, but in a word, Xingyue Group was finished, completely finished. Anyone who encounters any of these things will be overwhelmed, not to mention that so many troubles have come at the same time, and Xingyue Group simply cannot bear it. After hearing this, Sun Xiaoya took a breath of cold air. Although she had guessed that things would not be so easy to get through safely, but she didn't expect it to be so bad and come so quickly. After hanging up the phone, Sun Xiaoya looked at Lin Xingyue with a bitter expression and said, "Now, are you still hoping for luck? We had all guessed it before, but now it's become a reality. You've lost everything, Lin Xingyue. You've truly become a rat crossing the street. Countless people are looking for you, and I don't need to say much about what will happen to you after they find you. What else needs to be said? Lin Xingyue is not a fool, so how could she not know?" At this moment, Lin Xingyue's face was pale, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, his whole body was shaking uncontrollably, and his eyes were filled with anger and pain and fear. She lost everything. The Xingyue Group that she had worked so hard to build was completely destroyed overnight, and her future, Lin Xingyue, was also destroyed. Was this done by Yi Tianqi? Lin Xingyue didn't know, but did it matter whether Yi Tianqi had instructed her to do so or not? The important thing is that all this has become a reality, and all this is because of Yi Tianqi. If he hadn't been so heartless, how could this situation have happened? Yi Tianqi, you have such a cruel heart, such a cruel heart. Lin Xingyue couldn't help but roar in anger, and then tears couldn't stop flowing. At this moment, Sun Xiaoya looked at Lin Xingyue and said coldly, "You should have known this a long time ago. But now, you don't know it clearly enough. Since you have decided to see it clearly, then, see everything thoroughly today. Perhaps, only when you see everything clearly, can you truly give up and realize that you really have no way out. Let's go back to your home, to that home that doesn't belong to you in the first place, to that family that doesn't belong to you. Go there and take another look at what the situation is like now. Destroy this last bit of thought, and only then can you be reborn. 531, Chapter 531. Cutting off the last thought. Home is a harbor. As long as someone has a home, as long as they do not regard family as hell, deep in their hearts, home is actually the real safe haven. Even for those who have suffered disasters brought by their families and regard their homes as hell, deep down in their hearts, have they really never had any expectations? Lin Xingyue's life was not easy. She was not Lin's biological daughter. Her mother's favoritism and scolding made her want to escape from there since she was a child, but to be honest, she didn't really hate her that much. After all, compared to those who were worse off than her, this family, at least, raised her and brought her warmth. Lin Xingyue herself didn't realize why she had to go back to Mingzhou. In fact, it was because her home was here. It might be full of dangers, more dangerous than any other place, and easier to be found. However, she still wanted to come back, not only to see what the situation was like, but more importantly, her instinct was controlling her. However, although the person came back, Lin Xingyue didn't dare to mention anything about her former home. At this moment, Sun Xiaoya insisted on dragging her back to her former home. Lin Xingyue's first reaction was to resist, strongly resist. I don't want to go, I can't go, and I don't dare to go. She's back, but where's Lin's mother, where's Lin Duokai? Are they back? Can they come back? Lin Xingyue didn't care what fate they would have, and she felt that all of this was their own fault. However, she still couldn't face it, especially since Lin's father treated her much better than Lin's mother. But now, because of her, Lin's mother and Lin Duokai would be so miserable in the future. Lin's father, could you forgive her? It's impossible. Just think about it and you will know that it is impossible. So Lin Xingyue didn't want to go and didn't want to face all this. Sun Xiaoya, let me go. What are you crazy about? I won't go. Lin Xingyue resisted strongly, but Sun Xiaoya seemed determined to drag Lin Xingyue away. Lin Xingyue, what are you running away from? It's already this late, and you're still thinking about running away. Let me tell you, these are things you must face. You can't escape only by seeing everything clearly and thinking through everything. One day earlier, can you be free and be reborn? You must go. What else do you have to be afraid of? Yes, what is there to be afraid of? It has come to this point. Lin Xingyue has nothing to lose. She actually still has instinctive resistance and fear. This is simply laughable. However, I just don't want to go. It seems that as long as I don't go, as long as I don't see it with my own eyes and hear it with my own ears, there will still be a last glimmer of hope in my heart. However, Sun Xiaoya would not give Lin Xingyue this opportunity. She did not want Lin Xingyue to have any hope at all. Otherwise, it would be fine now. But if there really was a chance that those big shots could use her, and if Lin Xingyue caused any trouble, they would really have nowhere to retreat and would have no chance at all. Sun Xiaoya absolutely cannot allow this kind of situation to happen, so she must help Lin Xingyue completely erase all her hesitation. She would rather Lin Xingyue become a female devil who will do anything to achieve her goals, is cruel and ruthless, and does not recognize her relatives, than let her ruin things. She didn't care what Lin Xingyue thought, nor did she care how Lin Xingyue was doing. However, her fate, Sun Xiaoya's, was now tied to Lin Xingyue's. Unfortunately, she herself was useless and could only rely on Lin Xingyue. Based on this point, she had to make Lin Xingyue think it through. I've thought it through, Sun Xiaoya. I've thought it through. I am not going. I don't want to go back. That's not my home. Those are not my family. What do you want me to do? What on earth do you want me to do? Lin Xingyue was still struggling and refused to go no matter what. But this time, Sun Xiaoya was determined and had to go. Lin Xingyue, have you really thought it through? If you have, you shouldn't be afraid. You've already ended up like this. What else do you have to be afraid of? Just based on your current fear, it actually proves that you haven't thought it through clearly. Come with me. I am not saying that you have to face those people from the past, but you must go to this place this time. Only by doing so can you see many things clearly. You can hide and observe secretly. After seeing everything clearly, you can make your own decision. Come on, don't let me hold you back. Lin Xingyue, don't you want to know what the situation is like now? Xingyue Group has fallen into this state. What do you think your former home is like now? Go and see it with your own eyes, and you will understand what giving up means. Sun Xiaoya said it very clearly that she didn't have to show up and could just go and take a look secretly. This made Lin Xingyue less struggling. She also saw clearly that Sun Xiaoya was determined to let her go, so what could she do by struggling? Even if Sun Xiaoya didn't pull her over today, what about tomorrow? Sooner or later, we will meet. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qingyue's eyes revealed a trace of sadness. She looked at Sun Xiaoya and said, "Sun Xiaoya, do you really have to let me go?" Sun Xiaoya nodded and said in a deep voice, "It's not that I insist on you going, but you must go. This is something you must face. No one can help you. Lin Qingyue, go and have a look. Once you see clearly, all this will be over. Don't worry, even if the whole world doesn't stand by you, I will stand by you. This time I will never betray you again." These words really moved me to tears. Even if the whole world abandons you and betrays you, I will stand by you steadfastly, guard you, protect you, and never betray you. Such sweet words should be the words of love and vows between lovers, but now, they came out of Sun Xiaoya's mouth. But Lin Qingyue had no choice but to believe it, because even if these were not what Sun Xiaoya wanted to do, they were what Sun Xiaoya had to do in the future. Otherwise, she, Sun Xiaoya, would really be desperate and have no future at all. Only she, Lin Qingyue, still has a chance to change the current outcome. With a soft sigh, Lin Qingyue stopped struggling, looked at Sun Xiaoya, and said, "Let me go, I will walk by myself." "Let's go and take a look." Actually, what's there to see? They seem to be related to the Qingyue group, but in fact, they don't have much to do with it. Even if others want to sue the Qingyue group for debts or want a forced repayment, it has nothing to do with them. In the future, perhaps their lives won't be as good as before, but at least, they won't be too bad. Sun Xiaoya, I don't know why you want me to see all this, but go, just go. It's time to put an end to this. Looking at Lin Qingyue, Sun Xiaoya suddenly laughed. "Lin Qingyue, are you really so naive? Is it really possible for Mr. Lin and the others to live well and not be implicated?" Such pitiful and naive words would be spoken by such a simple person. Well, then let's take a good look at it. After watching it, Lin Qingyue's innocence will really disappear completely. Look at her. She has no ability. After she loses everything, the consequences will be horrible and miserable. 532, Chapter 532, The One Who Returns Kindness with Revenge. Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya didn't know what the Lin family's current situation was. But even if nothing else happened, the experiences of Lin's mother and Lin Duokai would probably have already made Lin's father collapse. Going to look for his wife and son as soon as possible was Lin's father's first reaction after hearing the news. Even though his wife was not very nice to him on a daily basis, and he had thought of divorce many times while being with her, but this was still his wife, and Lin Duokai was his biological son. No matter what, they are still his closest relatives. Even if there is really no way to save them and he can only watch them suffer, Father Lin still wants to take them back. Even if he really has to be tortured by Yi Tianqi, he will accept it. He still has this awareness, or this impulse, but he can't leave. At this moment, the Lin family's house was brightly lit and crowded with people. Everyone's face was filled with dissatisfaction and anger, as well as uneasiness and tension. There aren't many outsiders among them, but they are all so-called relatives. At this moment, all those friends and relatives who usually fawned over and even tried to please Lin's family, surrounded Lin's father with cold and angry faces. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't. Even when he went to the toilet, someone followed him. It is no exaggeration to say that he is now under house arrest. This is also a fact. Compared to Lin's mother and the others, Lin's father was relatively honest. However, no matter how honest he was, it didn't mean he didn't have a temper. However, right now, Lin's father couldn't show his temper. He was extremely terrified. "What are you doing? What on earth are you doing? My wife and children are suffering a great disaster. I want to go find them. Why are you stopping me? What's the point of stopping me? You've already broken the law. Do you know that? It is indeed illegal to break into his home and put him under house arrest, not letting him leave. If this is not illegal, then what is? This has already infringed upon the personal freedom of Lin's father." However, most of the people who could come today were related to Lin's father or mother. Whether it was illegal or not could not scare them at all. What's more, compared to breaking the law, other things were more important now. "Breaking the law, Brother Lin, we don't want to do this either. We certainly don't want to stay up late at night to come and guard you, but how can we leave without an explanation?" Qingyue Group suddenly collapsed, and all kinds of creditors came knocking on the door. "Your family is ruined. I won't ask for anything else, but just give us back the money we invested." "I assent. That too much to ask? You said that if I put my money with you, I could get a higher interest rate and there would be no risk. That's why we gave you all the money. Now, you're not going to acknowledge your debt?" When someone spoke up, the others immediately became indignant and spoke out angrily. "That's right, give us back our money and go wherever you want. Do you really think we want to stay here with you? Everyone knows your family has completely collapsed. It's unclear what will happen in the future. However, we can't afford to lose our money, return it to us and we'll leave immediately, return it now, immediately. All the people who came today were here to collect debts. They did not go to Chinyue Group, but came directly to my home. That's true with their strength. What can they do by going to Chinyue Group? Well, the rich people will be returned to those big forces first, and will not be given to them. So, if they don't come to Lin's father and others, who else can they go to? Father Lin is going crazy now looking at these people who are excited and looking for him to collect debts, and looking at their horrible faces that look like they want to eat him. Father Lin feels angry and powerless.
Do you owe money?
No, they don't. At least, for Lin's father, he doesn't owe them a penny, and their whole family doesn't owe them any money either.
It is true that they invested money, but the problem is that all the money was invested in Chinyue Group. What does it have to do with his Lin family? If they had really asked them to borrow money, then Lin's father would have felt a little better, but the key issue was that they had never actively asked them to borrow money, not a single cent, not them, and not Lin Chinyue either. It was they who were the ones who were eager to invest the money, and they tried every possible way to please them, and so on. In fact, they have really taken a lot of benefits in the past few years. Even if the interest is not enough to repay the principal, it is almost enough. Based on this, you can imagine how much money they have made from the Lin family. That's the Chinyue Group. It's in a miserable state now, like a rat crossing the street, with everyone shouting at it. But don't forget that before today, the Chinyue Group's development speed was beyond imagination. It was either because it had a big tree to lean on for shade or because it had noble people to support it. In short, it had no shortage of projects, no shortage of funds, and nothing else. Almost everyone knows that Chinyue Group is a treasure trove, and a rapidly developing one at that. As long as they can keep up, let alone eating meat, even drinking some soup is enough for them to make money. Neither Lin's father nor Lin's mother could resist these people's nagging, so they forced Lin Chinyue to use the high-interest loans from these relatives and friends. To put it bluntly, this was like taking Lin Chinyue's money and giving it to these people for nothing. And the result is not bad. These people were always asking about their well-being every other day, and they flattered them so much that they almost forgot their own last names. However, dreams must eventually end. Today, I woke up from the dream, but reality has become a nightmare. Lin's father's eyes were almost filled with tears when they came, looking at the hideous faces of my former friends and relatives. My heart ached to the extreme, but my anger also reached its peak. You bastards, you actually said such nonsense. What do you mean we're begging you to lend us money? Don't you know what the situation was like at the time with the Chinyue Group? How many people have begged us to lend money to the group? How many banks and funds have begged us to enter the Chinyue Group? You're the ones who are jealous. You've been begging and coaxing us into putting your money into the group. How much interest have you taken in over the years? How much money have you made? Do you really think we don't know? Now that you see things are not going well and the group has changed, you have no conscience and come to me and imprison me. Are you still human? Over the years, I've helped you so much, not to mention letting your money go in, which is equivalent to taking our own money out of our pockets and giving it to you. Don't you realize how much you've taken advantage of our family over the years? If you have any conscience, you wouldn't do such a thing. Now the group has changed, and my family has suffered a devastating change. Lin Chinyue is in trouble. I don't know whether she can make a comeback in the future, and I can't control it, but my wife and son are now in dire straits. You actually forced me to stay here and not let me save them. Are you still human? Do you still have a conscience? Get out of the way, all of you, otherwise, I won't let you go even if I risk my life. At this moment, Father Lin was furious, his eyes were red, and he cursed everyone present. He was pushed to the extreme and to the limit. Is there really no such thing as conscience in this world? They may have wronged many people, but they have never wronged the people in front of them. If they have to say anything, it is the people in front of them who have wronged them, but now, they are the ones who are the most heartless and cruel. How can anyone accept this? 533, Chapter 533, Repaying Kindness with Revenge. When faced with money, many people's true nature is revealed. Is what Mr. Lin said right? You are right, what he said is the truth. But even if everyone knows that this is the truth, now is not the time to talk about conscience or bad conscience, but money. Seeing Father Lin talking incessantly and furiously, some people present did show expressions of pity, as if they felt a little guilty, but more people remained calm and still looked as if they wanted to eat Father Lin alive. Some people even rushed up and slapped Lin's father hard on the face, cursing at him as if they had a deep hatred for him. You still want to run away? You still want to be rude to us? You bastard, stop talking nonsense and give me back my money. I invested over $1 million yuan with you and also took on a small project. Now I poured 2 or 3 million into it and you tell me it's gone? Go to hell with you, give me back my money, or you can't go anywhere today. This slap made Lin's father's face burn with pain, but he didn't care about the pain on his face. The pain in his heart was real. The man who beat him was his grandfather's brother. They had been best friends since childhood, but now they had become enemies. How ridiculous. What's even more ridiculous is that he said all these words while still calculating money with me. Father Lin was angry. Others bully me, and you actually bully me too. You still have the nerve to talk about money. Did I borrow over 1 million from you? Let's not talk about all that. The interest you earned is almost 1 million, right? And what project did you do? You invested 2 or 3 million. Where did you get 2 or 3 million? Don't you know? What's your family's financial situation like? Have you forgotten? You drive a luxury car and live in a villa. Now I sent all this earned by working on projects with the group. Now, the group is in trouble, my family is in trouble, and you didn't say you would help, but you actually dared to hit Mato. You have a conscience? This is the source of Lin's father's anger. These ferocious-looking people in front of him were all the ones who had been humble and fawning in front of their family, and their family had given them everything they could. Lin Qingyue took the hard-earned money and gave it all to them under various pretexts. But now, the consequences have come, the retribution has come. And there are many people like this who appear here today. It seemed that Lin's father had touched upon his secrets. This grandfather, a relative with the same surname, became furious and yelled at Lin's father. Stop talking nonsense here. Even if you say everything today, it's useless. Don't talk about the favors you received in the past. They're all empty talk. The fact is, we can't get our money back, and our projects have all failed. You must take responsibility for this. What group are you looking for? What group are you looking for? What's the current situation of the entire Qingyue group? Do you think we don't know? Only your family still has some money that can make up for our losses. If you really want us to go to the group to ask for money, do you want us to sue those banks and other forces? Stop spouting this nonsense. You deserve all of this, don't you? You deserve it. Do you really think we're behind the times and don't know what's going on? If it weren't for the good things you did, if it weren't for your blindness, would this have happened? You're calling us ungrateful, but you're the ones who are truly ungrateful, aren't you? This man spoke with great certainty, saying a lot of things to Lin's father, but what he said was the truth. When he said this, Lin's father's face turned extremely pale in an instant. No one is a fool. Why did Qingyue Group get into trouble today? Why did so many people come to the door? Why did his wife and children get into trouble? Now, almost everyone knows. Ungrateful? To be honest, they are indeed the ungrateful ones. Since they are the ones who are ungrateful, how can they have the nerve to say that others are ungrateful? And this is also the pain of Lin's father. He is different from Lin's mother. He once not only persuaded Lin's mother to be nicer to Yi Tianqi, but also persuaded Lin Qingyue not to look down on Yi Tianqi just because she was rich from beginning to end. Yi Tianqi did nothing wrong. Abandonment and divorce have caused too much harm to Yi Tianqi. Even if they really have to separate, they should break up peacefully. However, if just one person had listened to what he said, perhaps things wouldn't have come to this point. Of course, his family was wrong, but now, it doesn't matter whether they were right or wrong, because the result cannot be changed. Looking at those people who were holding on to this matter and accusing their family of being ungrateful, Father Lin felt so bitter and angry that he wanted to kill someone. He really didn't have much time to waste with them here. You're talking nonsense. Are you really not afraid? Is there any hope for this situation? Perhaps, before long, everything that happened today will turn out differently. Are you really not afraid? We've done our utmost to be kind to you, yet you're now taking advantage of us and even trying to force us to death regardless of whether your conscience hurts or not. Are you truly not afraid of retribution? My wife and children are out here, their fate unknown. You're letting me go out to look for them, and you want money, right? Fine, I'll give you the money, whatever I have. Isn't that enough? But you know who's in charge of our family, don't you? If I can't find my wife, do you think you can get the money? Let me go, otherwise, you will force me to death, and I can't get a penny. After talking for a long time, Lin's father finally got to the point. He had no money. That's right, he just has no money. In fact, everyone present is aware of this. This so-called lack of money does not mean that Lin's father has no money at all, but that he only has some scattered small amounts of money. He cannot pay back the money of anyone present. The big money of the Lin family is controlled by Lin's mother. Moreover, it is not just money, but all valuable things including real estate are in the name of Lin's mother. Father Lin, this is how our days will be. It is impossible for other people not to know this, but even if they know it, they cannot help but come. Now, except for Lin's father, they can't find anyone else in the Lin family. If they don't control Lin's father, they will really have no hope. At this moment, everyone's faces looked extremely ugly. Although they had guessed this result, when it really became a reality, they still felt very aggrieved. Especially when they heard that Lin's father actually threatened them, saying something like what would happen if they had a chance to turn things around in the future. This made them even angrier. Still thinking about turning over, what will happen after turning over? Can they still turn this around? 534, Chapter 534, Raising a Group of White-Eyed Wolves. Mr. Lin, what are you daydreaming about? You can find any reason or excuse, but after searching for so long, you actually came up with such a lame excuse. Don't even mention us. Do you believe it yourself? Turn over? How do I turn over? What do I use to turn over? What do I turn over to? I just told you that we've investigated everything, and you're still trying to fool us. Are you crazy? It's really ridiculous to think about it. Your family clearly has luck that can reach the clouds, but in the end, this luck was wasted by you. Moreover, what kind of people have you offended? We don't really know who Yi Tianqi is, but we do know one thing: the Bai family of Eastern Province follows his lead, and many bigwigs in the Eastern Province's underground world are respectful to him. Yi Tianqi is so glorious, but what about you? You have abandoned and offended this big shot who no one else can curry favor with. I ascend it ridiculous. Isn't it good for Yi Tianqi to be your son-in-law? Isn't he good for you? In the past, your family was extremely poor, not to mention that we had no food to eat. We could barely fill our stomachs. Who came and gave you money so that you could have no worries about food and clothing from then on? You were so heartless. We have all seen how you treat others after you got money. It's really not worth it. It's not worth it. To put it bluntly, we have disliked you for a long time. You are not worth a damn. Including how Lin Qingyue's Qingyue Group made money and how it became prosperous. Now everything is out in the open, how much she has silently sacrificed and done for your family. But what about you? You are nothing, ungrateful, repaying kindness with enmity. It's as if your conscience has been eaten by a dog. Well, this is your retribution now. You still want to turn over? How can you turn over? What can you use to turn over? In the entire East Province, the Bai family has to act according to Yi Tianqi's mood. How can you turn over? It's already this late, and you're still dreaming. Who else can you comfort except yourself? We are small-time people. We may not know much, and we may not understand much, but those banks, those groups, those bigwigs, are they fools? Don't they understand much too? If your Qingyue Group had even a sliver of a chance to turn things around, would they have come to your door overnight to demand repayment? They've done such ruthless things. Aren't they afraid you might have a chance to turn things around? The answer is obvious. They've already determined that you'll never be able to turn things around. It's all facts, and they stand up to scrutiny. Father Lin looked at these people with a pale face. From the moment they said these words, Father Lin knew that they would not leave and would not give up until they achieved their goal. They had no worries and felt that their Lin family had completely fallen. No, there was no need to feel or guess, because their family had really reached the point where everyone was pushing down the wall. However, Father Lin could never have imagined that there would not even be a single person willing to help them. At least give him some extra time. What you said is all true, but so what? What I just said wasn't false either. The money isn't with me, so how can I give it to you? You have to let me find my wife and son. Only when I find them can I get the money. Otherwise, even if I sell the house, I can't do it. You clearly know all this, so why are you still stopping me? Why? Of course they are afraid that Lin's father will run away. If he runs away again, who can they turn to? Looking for Lin Qingyue? Now Lin Qingyue is probably a coward, and she can't be found even if she wants to. Then who should I look for? The only one who could afford to give them money was Yi Tianqi, but did they dare to go? Even if they had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to go to Yi Tianqi. I can only force Lin's father here. Only in this way can there be a little hope. You don't have to say so much today. No matter what you say, it's useless. Give us the money and you can go wherever you want, but if we don't see the money, you don't have to go anywhere. We have plenty of time to waste with you. This is too much, really too much. His Father Lin doesn't owe them any money. It elits them who have no conscience. Father Lin was so angry that he almost wanted to vomit blood. Looking at the people in front of him, Father Lin could no longer bear it and was about to rush out in anger. However, let alone his physical fitness, even if his physical fitness was good, what could he do facing the siege of so many people? Father Lin was angry, and these people were angry too. That's right, if you really count them, none of them lost money, and they even made a lot of money. Even those who didn't make money really didn't lose money. Losing the principal was nothing more than not making interest in the past few years, but it was useless in their eyes. Their money was their money, and no matter what they said, it was useless. In the face of money and interests, all family and friendship will disappear. That's why Lin's father ended up like this, and Lin's mother and others also ended up with a miserable end. This time, Father Lin was beaten so badly that his face was bruised and several of his teeth were knocked out. These people had been so fawning and flattering to him in the past, but now they were so cruel, ruthless, and indifferent. If it could bring them benefits, then Father Lin would be the grandfather, but now there are no benefits, and even their own interests are being infringed. So, even if Father Lin wants to be a grandson, it depends on whether they allow it. Father Lin was tied up and everyone took turns to persuade him. They knew that since Lin's mother is not around, Lin's father does not have a lot of money, but Lin's mother will always come back. If she doesn't come back, there will be no way out, so she will definitely come back. Wait, just wait here, but while waiting, the most important thing is to persuade Lin's father first to see if he has hidden some private money or something. To be honest, they really didn't believe that Lin's father didn't have a penny. At this time, every bit you can squeeze out counts. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. At this time, Sun Xiaoya had already brought Lin Xingyue here secretly. Both of them were dressed so that their original appearance was almost unrecognizable. Sitting in a somewhat old car, Lin Xingyue looked at the bright lights in her house and the figures walking back and forth in the yard with a complicated expression. At this point in time, she was not a fool, so she naturally would not think that these people were visiting. It is even more unlikely that he knew the situation and came to comfort her. Then, there is only one possibility. 535, Chapter 535. How sad he must have been at that time. Sun Xiaoya also saw this scene, and although the distance was not very close, she recognized several people and saw the expressions on their faces. When a tiger falls into plainland, it is bullied by dogs. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. This is what is meant by this situation. Lin Xingyue refused to give up, but now it was no longer a question of whether she gave up or not. And she, Sun Xiaoya, insisted on bringing Lin Xingyue here. In fact, it was just for this scene. Looking at Lin Xingyue, Sun Xiaoya said calmly, I think you can guess what's going on in there without even going in, huh? That's reality. When you're useful and can bring them benefits, they'll do everything they can to flatter you, but when you can't bring them benefits, or even harm their interests, they'll turn against you and be more ruthless than you can imagine. Lin Xingyue, do you understand now? Are you still counting on it? Is there any hope? Lin Xingyue was silent for a moment, looking somewhat sad. Although she had already guessed it, the reality was even more cruel than she had imagined, especially this kind of scene. Although she had already guessed it, it was still a little hard to accept. She owed Jitanchi, but when did she ever owe these people in front of her? As the distance got closer, she could even hear all kinds of angry curses coming from the room, and could see what these people were doing. This is to collect debts, demand repayment, and ask for money. But when had she ever let them down? Lin Xingyue looked at Sun Xiaoya and said, these people are all my parents, no, my adoptive parents, relatives, and friends. Back then, when the group was doing well and had a lot of money, they rushed to curry favor with me, even begging me, saying all kinds of things, just to get me to help them make money. But the reality is, Sun Xiaoya, you should know it very well. Sun Xiaoya nodded upon hearing this and said, I understand. How could I not understand? These people have no ability, and no capital. They are all over ambitious and only care about getting, not giving. I might have been too much of an exaggeration to call them ungrateful at first, but now that I think about it, it seems that it's not an exaggeration to say they are greedy for profit. At this point, Sun Xiaoya's lips curled up with a hint of indifference and sarcasm. She looked at Lin Xingyue and said, how could I not know about the situation of these people? Many of them have come to me. Your parents also came to me for their sake, and you also handed this matter over to me. To put it bluntly, you, Lin Xingyue, are just giving them money again. Ha, you are such a kind-hearted person, Lin Xingyue. We work so hard for you, earning only a few coins throughout the year. But they don't have to do anything and can enjoy high interest rates. They can even get projects that are guaranteed to make a profit for the group. Where can you find such a good thing? Even some of their children have been assigned to less busy departments. They receive high salaries every month, but do nothing. They don't even see each other all year round. You, Lin Xingyue, are so generous and awesome. You support an entire family by yourself. You're truly a living bodhisattva. These people are practically worshipping you.
But what about now? They've all come knocking on our door. Lin Qingyue, you probably didn't expect this day to come, did you? It's true, as the Qingyue group grew bigger and bigger, things got better and better. When did you ever think about this day? It's just about supporting these people, isn't it just about giving them a little money? As the business grew bigger and bigger, and you made more and more money, naturally, you started to care less and less. But now, I want to ask you, do you regret it? You spent so much money and put so much effort into it, but in the end, you raised so many ungrateful people. I really want to know how you feel now. Sun Xiaoya's remarks were completely murderous. This is like rubbing salt into Lin Qingyue's wound, and it's like tearing the wound open and sprinkling a handful of salt on it. Lin Qingyue glanced at Sun Xiaoya, shook her head, and said, Sun Xiaoya, what good will it do you to mock me now? Whether you regret it or not, you know better than anyone else. Now is not the time to talk about this, huh? I was blind, that's right. This is human nature. This is really ridiculous. Retribution, all of this is retribution. After she finished speaking, Lin Qingyue fell silent. The word retribution made her look extremely lonely. She admitted that it was retribution, and she also acknowledged that it was retribution. If she had not tried to kill Yi Tianqi, even if she had just divorced him or abandoned him, she would not have ended up like this. Perhaps, Qingyue Group would not have that kind of rapid development in the future, but it is very possible and almost certain to keep everything it has now. For her, Lin Qingyue, there is no problem in maintaining a life of wealth and glory. But now, it's too late to say anything, all of this is too late. Sun Xiaoya sighed when she saw Lin Qingyue like this, and didn't want to say anything more. What's the point and meaning of two poor people mocking each other here? Now, you've seen everything you need to see. There's no need to test your adoptive parents' attitude towards you based on what they've experienced today. I'm afraid they already hate you to the core. Besides, your adoptive mother and brother are nowhere to be found. Your adoptive father may look honest, but he's actually not a good person either. You can go now. This is their own fault. You don't have to feel bad. Everything you gave them will make their lives better. Their lives may not be much better than ours in the future. The best outcome is that they will sell everything they have and then return to the impoverished life we once lived. But at least, it's much better than your situation and mine. Lin Qingyue, you don't owe them anything for raising you. Besides, it's time to give up. You don't have any way out now. If these people find you, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. You know the consequences without me telling you. Lin Qingyue naturally knew what the consequences would be. If Lin Qingyue was caught by these crazy people, they would not let her go. Even if they knew that Lin Qingyue could not produce anything now, they would not let her go. Just when Sun Xiaoya thought that Lin Qingyue was going to leave with her, she didn't expect that Lin Qingyue actually refused. Sun Xiaoya, please go back. I don't want to leave now. I want to go in and see with my own eyes these ugly faces. I want to see with my own eyes how disgusting they are and how ungrateful they are. Sun Xiaoya was horrified when she heard this. She pulled Lin Qingyue and whispered, You're crazy. If you go there now, you'll be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. It will be too late for you to regret it. Then you've seen everything you should have seen. What else do you want to do? Let's go now. This time, Lin Qingyue shook her head firmly and said with a somewhat sad expression, No, let me go and see it. Once I see it all with my own eyes, I'll completely give up. I'll just consider it as something I owe him compared to others. At least this adoptive father is pretty good to me. I'll just consider it as repaying them. What's more, I'm afraid I can only learn about my life story, whose child I am, and how they adopted me from him. Sun Xiaoya, please go. After saying that, Lin Qingyue opened the car door and got out of the car regardless of Sun Xiaoya's obstruction. She wanted to know about her own life experience, and also wanted to see clearly how ungrateful these people were. Perhaps, only by experiencing it clearly in this way could she understand how sad Yi Tianqi was at the time. 536, Chapter 536. You dare to come back? Crazy. This is simply crazy. Looking at Lin Qingyue's back, Sun Xiaoya was so angry that she gritted her teeth and hated her to the core. She had agreed to just come and take a look, but she didn't say she would show up. What background are you looking for? Why are you looking for such a messy background at this time? It doesn't matter whose child he is, not to mention that it is more likely that Lin's father doesn't know. Even if he knows, what does it matter? In this situation, even if the biological parents are found, will they dare to come and recognize them? This Lin Qingyue is simply crazy. But, shall we go? Sun Xiaoya wanted to leave immediately, but she couldn't. Whether she can turn things around depends on Lin Qingyue. If something happens to Lin Qingyue here, then her life will be completely over. She absolutely could not watch Lin Qingyue get into trouble, absolutely not.
Thinking of this, Sun Xiaoya gritted her teeth, cursed in her heart, and immediately followed. At this time, the people standing outside had already noticed someone walking towards them. At first, they didn't think anything of it, but when they got closer, they realized it was none other than Lin Xingyue. Immediately, the expressions of these people became interesting, their expressions became somewhat complicated, and even a little bit of fear. There's no way Lin Xingyue hasn't had a good attitude towards them over the years. How can they expect Lin Xingyue to have a good attitude towards these people who are like parasites, sucking blood from the Xingyue group? They all hoped that Lin Xingyue would make them rich, so when they saw Lin Xingyue, they would instinctively bow their heads and greet her first. Today, although the situation is a little different, the instinct is still there. Lin Xingyue, is that you? You, why are you back? First someone exclaimed, and then they were afraid that Lin Xingyue would run away, so they quickly surrounded Lin Xingyue. Lin Xingyue frowned slightly, looked at these people, and roared in a low voice, "Get out of the way! Didn't you come here to wait for me to come back? Now that I'm back, get out of the way! And what are you yelling about? Are you afraid that others won't know I'm back and won't take me away?" Hearing this, several people in the yard quickly covered their mouths and looked at Lin Xingyue and whispered, "Lin Xingyue, you're back just in time, so we don't have to go looking for you now that you're back. Let's get this thing settled, hurry in, we're all waiting for you." They also didn't dare to make any loud rebukes or anything like that. Just as Lin Xingyue said, there were so many people looking for Lin Xingyue all over the world. If they were discovered by others and they came to snatch them away, even though they had more people, they were no match for the other forces. There was no other way. They were a group of scattered people. Even if they were given the courage, would they dare to confront those big forces that would stop at nothing? Lin Xingyue glanced at everyone silently, then went straight into the room. In the room, Lin's father was bruised and tied up. Even though she knew that Lin's father was not her biological father, they had been together for so many years. Moreover, compared with Lin's mother, Lin's father treated her well. Therefore, Lin Xingyue was furious at the first moment. How could these people do this? How dare they do this? Not to mention that they have never done anything wrong to these people. Even if they have, they wouldn't be so cruel. However, before Lin Xingyue could get angry, the people present all looked surprised when they saw Lin Xingyue, and their expressions were extremely excited. Compared to Lin's father, Lin Xingyue must be richer. Just when I was worried about not being able to find Lin Xingyue and thought there was no hope, Lin Xingyue came to me on her own. Lin Xingyue, it's you. You're back. Good you're back just in time. Hurry up and control her, don't let her get away. That's right, we finally got back, we must not let her get away. A group of people immediately surrounded Lin Xingyue, fearing that she would run away. Lin Xingyue saw this scene and found it ridiculous. She was just a weak woman, facing dozens of people present. Where could she run to? Could she possibly escape? The funniest thing is that these people's expressions and attitudes made Lin Xingyue feel suffocated, angry, and an indescribable sadness. Now, these ferocious and hideous people used to be fawning and smiling, but now, just because they got into trouble, they all exposed their disgusting side. How different, how ridiculous. At the beginning, Lin Xingyue strongly opposed it and was very disgusted with having too much involvement with them. It was not that she could not help, nor was it that she was unwilling to help, but even if she helped them, she had to know how to help. Lin Xingyue didn't want to let them get something for nothing and support them with money out of her own pocket from the beginning. However, her mother disagreed and her father also wanted to help relatives and friends. Lin Xingyue had no choice but to do so. What are the results? Is it like today, where a little bit of rice is a favor and a peck of rice is resentful? It's ridiculous and sad. Especially, seeing what happened to Lin's father now, Lin Xingyue really wanted to ask him if he regretted it. You guys were like dogs back then, wagging your tails and begging for mercy, begging us to give you a bite to eat, but now, you're acting like tyrants and bullying others. You're really a bunch of ungrateful people who can never be fed. Lin Xingyue, who had experienced scenes like the Dongzhou banquet, was not really afraid of this small scene. She had already suffered such an end, so could she be afraid of something even worse? If she is still angry, then just curse. Besides, has she ever been wrong to curse? These people are ungrateful and can never be fed. At first, they really wagged their tails and begged for mercy in front of them, begging for a bite of leftovers. Now, they are full and see that their master is in poverty, and even wants to eat his master. Is this kind of person worthy of being a human being? However, even if it is the truth, people are unwilling to admit it. Seeing that Lin Xingyue had ended up like this, and yet she still dared to arrogantly humiliate them. Everyone present was furious. Lin Xingyue, you bitch, we haven't dealt with you yet, but you are so eager to die. You still dare to humiliate us. Do you think you are still the high and mighty President Lin? Now, you are nothing but a poor person with nothing. Do you think we haven't heard about what happened in Dongzhou? Do you think that even though we're so behind on news, you're still trying to pretend to be calm, trying to deceive us, and thinking that you can scare us so that we'll let you go? Lin Xingyue, you're simply ridiculous. If you weren't a woman, I would slap you right now, believe it or not. These people will not be fooled by Lin Xingyue, although they do have some instinctive fear of Lin Xingyue. That was all in the past. The reality is that Lin Xingyue is nothing now. How could they tolerate a woman who was nothing and could not turn over a new leaf, pointing at their noses and humiliating them? When Lin Xingyue saw this scene, it was almost what she had expected. In fact, after the Xingyue group was besieged by all parties, Lin Xingyue knew very well that what happened in Dongzhou could no longer be concealed. Even if other people did not know the details, the result was enough. Sure enough, these people knew everything, so they came to our door so unscrupulously. What is betrayal? What is ruthlessness? What is ungratefulness? What is being abandoned by friends and relatives? At this moment, Lin Xingyue really felt it personally. This feeling is really bad. 537, Chapter 537, Calling You Ungrateful. Hit me? Lin Xingyue smiled. It was really good. Pointing at her own face, Lin Xingyue said with a smile, if you want to slap me, then go ahead. Since you all know what happened, there's no need for me to hide it. There must be a lot of people who want to slap me, but no one has slapped me. Lin Xingyue's face. Yet how about you guys give it a try? The Bai family, who terrorized the entire eastern province and are considered to be local tyrants, also wanted to punish me, but in the end, they didn't even lift a finger against me. Many of the giants and bigwigs in the eastern province's underworld also wanted to punish me, but none of them dared to touch me. Why? I don't think I need to explain it further. Otherwise, you guys give it a try. I also want to know if you will suffer any bad consequences after punishing me. Lin Xingyue's smile was very bright at this moment. She had experienced the feeling of being bullied by others before, but the feeling now was really different from before. She didn't lie. Indeed, there were many people who wanted to beat her, many who wanted to vent Yi Tianqi's anger, and many who wanted to curry favor with Yi Tianqi, but unfortunately, no one dared to touch her. Lin Xingyue had already figured out the reason. Her identity as Yi Tianqi's ex-wife has really become a talisman in a sense. Whether she is willing to admit it or not, this is the fact. Just because she, Lin Xingyue, is Yi Tianqi's ex-wife and the person Yi Tianqi once loved, then even if the dust has settled and everyone is sure that Yi Tianqi has no feelings for her, Lin Xingyue, the most difficult thing to guess in this world is the word feelings. Who knows what the future will be like? If so, what if they reconciled? In other words, even if reconciliation is impossible forever, will Yi Tianqi still have a trace of pity and a little bit of unforgettable old feelings deep in his heart? Even if, taking a step back, none of these happened, she, Lin Xingyue, was still Yi Tianqi's woman. She could have a bad life, or even be extremely miserable, but all these were given by Yi Tianqi. If other people wanted to touch her, what was the difference between that and slapping Yi Tianqi in the face? Dare they? After all, no one knows whether Yi Tianqi will implicate them or even retaliate against them. If there is even the slightest possibility of this, they would not have the courage to do so. Including now, what she and Sun Xiaoya are discussing, the opportunity for a possible turnaround in the future. Doesn't it also depend on her identity as Yi Tianqi's ex-wife? Lin Xingyue, now she has really let it go and figured it out. Looking at the people present, she laughed unscrupulously, slapped her own face with her hands, looked at everyone with disdain, and said, why don't you take action? Aren't you all very powerful? I raised so many of you ungrateful people and thought you would improve by now. In the end, it's really disappointing. When you begged me so desperately, I told you that you were a bunch of worthless people, ungrateful and unappreciative. I really wanted you to be obedient, and giving you a few leftovers from time to time would be enough to make you grateful, but you refused to believe me, and now the consequences are coming. You deserve it. Lin Xingyue now seemed to want to vent all the anger and resentment in her heart. She was still afraid. It would be a lie to say that she was not afraid at all. However, compared to being afraid, she wanted to vent more now. The anger, sadness, and despair made her feel suffocated and on the verge of collapse. Now that she had let out some steam, she felt much more relaxed. Besides, no matter what she does, these people will not let her go. Since she chose to come over and meet them, she should be mentally prepared. If she begs, he won't let her go. If she doesn't beg, he won't let her her go either the result will be the same, so why should she compromise and choose a sad process? Besides, she was not wrong, her face was right here. Would anyone dare to slap her? So many people didn't dare to slap her. What were these people in front of her? Since Yi Tianqi has caused her to become what she is now, then what's wrong with her using Yi Tianqi's name? It's no wonder that all these people in front of them were stunned by Lin Xingyue. They didn't expect that Lin Xingyue would dare to come. What's more, they didn't expect that not only did he come, but he was also so arrogant and didn't show any fear of them at all. This was really unacceptable to them. Lin Xingyue's words were so harsh and too arrogant. How are they described? If it was still the Lin Xingyue of the past, it would be fine, but what is the Lin Xingyue now? Immediately, a woman who had long been fed up with Lin Xingyue's arrogance stood up and pointed at Lin Xingyue's nose and started cursing. Lin Xingyue, who are you trying to scare? You're just a cheap woman. You're so arrogant because you're just a little bit pretty in the past. You must have flattered countless people to gain the Xingyue group's fortune, but you never dreamed that the useless man you looked down upon was actually a hidden big shot. Now, retribution has come. You've already lost everything. What qualifications do you have to act so arrogantly in front of us, now, let alone whipping you? No one would care about you even if we beat you to death, let alone avenge you. You even dare to scold us and say we are ungrateful. Do you deserve it? This woman seemed to be in her early 30s, but she was also a sister related to Lin Xingyue. She was usually very conceited and always liked to say some words of envy and jealousy to Lin Xingyue in front of and behind others. Many people knew about her sarcastic remarks. On weekdays, she seldom comes here, it is always her parents who come, but today, she also ran over wearing gold and silver. This proud look, if not, no one believed that they came here just to make fun of Lin Xingyue's family. However, among so many people, this family has more money, so no one will offend them. What's more, they are now on the same boat. Lin Xingyue directly scolded all of them. They were also happy that someone dealt with Lin Xingyue for them. Lin Xingyue looked at the woman with a cold smile, saying, I was wondering who it was, but it's you. Don't you know what your family situation is like? You married a fool, and you've become a shrew. You're almost famous for it, and now you're in the mood to come to me and cause trouble. Where do you get the nerve to do that? I know you're arrogant and have been jealous of me for a long time. You dislike me, but so what? How dare you do anything to me? You're such a loser. What else can you do besides complaining? Yes, I may be down and out now, not as good as before. Don't you want to hit me? Come on. Try hitting me. Aren't you afraid? Fine, then I'll stand here, and you hit me and let me see. After saying that, Lin Xingyue put her face forward and pointed at her own face, as if she had to be hit. And this woman was also provoked to the point of being extremely scared. Her face flushed red. So many people were watching her. If she backed down, she would really be a backer. Immediately, he raised his hands, glared at Lin Xingyue, and said, Lin Xingyue, do you really think you don't dare? I can beat you, even kill you, and no one will care about you. Don't be afraid. She's no longer the Lin Xingyue she used to be. We all saw what happened to her. She's just trying to scare us. If we're really scared, then we've done what she wants. So, do we still want the money? I was still a little worried, so I wanted to get others to deal with Lin Xingyue together. And these words also touched the hearts of so many people present. That's right, if they were scared by Lin Xingyue, would they still want their money? We hit her. We disliked her for a long time. She's always so arrogant and doesn't even respect her elders. Now, she still has the nerve to be so stubborn and scold us and hit her. That's right, she deserved to be punished. Lin Xingyue, you are truly lawless. It would be fine if you didn't ask us for help, but you even dared to humiliate us and scold us. Do you really think we are easy to bully? What's wrong with beating you? Even beating you to death wouldn't be a big deal. The anger of the crowd was aroused, and everyone threatened to beat Lin Xingyue to death. Lin Xingyue also closed her eyes. She knew that with so many people angry at the same time, if anyone took the lead, she would probably be beaten. However, just as others were about to take action, Sun Xiaoga's angry voice came from outside. Stop it right there, you ungrateful bastards. How dare you do this? Do you know what the consequences will be? If not, then look at me. 538, Chapter 538. Sell you out. Sun Xiaoya came along after all. She also felt that she was crazy. Otherwise, how could she put herself in such a dangerous situation? She is not Lin Xingyue, who forgets the warmth and coldness of human nature after becoming rich. Sun Xiaoya knows human nature better, so she knows even more that by doing this, Lin Xingyue is pushing herself into a fire pit, and if she is not careful, she will not be able to climb out. But she couldn't just ignore it and couldn't not come. Her future depended on Lin Xingyue. If something really happened to Lin Xingyue, what future would she, Sun Xiaoya, have? What's more, if she didn't come,
how could she repair her relationship with Lin Qingyue? It seems that the relationship between the two has eased now. Now there are no conflicts, they are united against the outside world and support each other. However, when the day comes for her to turn things around, will Lin Qingyue really not hold a grudge against her? Sun Xiaoya was not sure about this, so it was necessary for her to catch up at this time. However, Sun Xiaoya never expected that Lin Qingyue would be so tough and cruel. It was already such a time and such a situation, but she still dared to curse and humiliate these people. It showed that she did not take these people seriously at all. Either he is crazy, or he has really given up. However, when Sun Xiaoya heard that Lin Qingyue was taking advantage of the power of others and saw that everyone was indeed suspicious and did not dare to go too far, she understood that whether Lin Qingyue's move was an accident or a long-planned move, it really worked. Now, someone is taking the lead in beating Lin Qingyue. Once this precedent is set, the outcome is hard to predict. Sun Xiaoya absolutely could not let this situation happen, so she said that just now. When everyone present today saw Sun Xiaoya, they were all stunned. Lin Qingyue was fearless enough to come, but they didn't expect that another one would come to their doorstep. The voice sounded familiar, but the whole person was covered by the hoodie and the face could not be seen at all, so for a moment, no one recognized that this was Sun Xiaoya. Who are you? This is our business. What does it have to do with you? That's right, you're hiding your head and showing your tail. Who are you trying to scare here? Get out of here right now, or I'll take care of you too. Lin Qingyue also frowned at this time. She didn't expect Sun Xiaoya to come in. Sun Xiaoya, what are you doing here? This is my family affair, you don't have to worry about it, please leave. At this moment, Lin Qingyue seemed to have a change of heart and didn't want Sun Xiaoya to get involved. If she could calm the situation down today, that would be the best. If not, there was nothing she could do, and she didn't know what would become of her. At this time, what can Sun Xiaoya do? Can they really defeat so many people present with just their fists? He really thinks of himself as an invincible strong man. When the people present heard Sun Xiaoya's name, they immediately blocked Sun Xiaoya's retreat and prevented her from leaving. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be Sun Xiaoya. You're here too. What a coincidence. I called you but you didn't answer, and now you've come to my door yourself, so you better not leave. That's right. Although this matter still needs to be resolved by Lin Qingyue, Sun Xiaoya is also the person who handles many of our affairs. She is also responsible for the financial losses we have suffered. Yes, let her pay. They must pay today. No one can leave unless they pay. These words made Sun Xiaoya laugh. Really, shameless. Even if we take a step back, it is not her turn to pay the money, but today these people are like crazy, biting everyone they see, as if everyone has to pay them money. Sun Xiaoya sneered, I want to pay? Are you really brainless or are you really crazy? Let's not even talk about whether your money should be compensated or who should compensate you. Even if it really needs to be compensated, no matter how hard you try, it's not my turn to pay you. You've fallen into the eyes of money and can't get out, right? Your brains are filled with money. Have you lost your brain at all? Everyone was already here, and Lin Qingyue had lost her temper with them naturally. Sun Xiaoya was not willing to be outdone. Otherwise, why would she beg so hard? She might as well not come in. Besides, would begging so hard be of any use? But the people present were not fooled by Sun Xiaoya. They had just been fooled by Lin Qingyue and were still angry. Then, Sun Xiaoya came again and was ignorant of her own life. She even dared to yell at them and make sarcastic remarks. They were all blind and were deliberately looking for trouble. Sun Xiaoya's remarks immediately aroused the anger of everyone present. The truth is there, but is now the time to be reasonable? Sun Xiaoya, I think you're a bitch who deserves a beating. Even the big CEO Lin Qingyue is shit. Who are you trying to show off your assistant power to? Damn it, I'll beat you up, believe it or not. Isn't it your turn to pay? If you don't pay me, I'll see a lot of our money and projects pass through your hands. You want to distance yourself from it, but do you have a clear way of doing it? That's right, no matter who pays today, none of you can leave today unless you get our money. Sun Xiaoya, looking at this group of crazy people, knew that it was useless to say anything. Asking for money, dreaming, not to mention that they couldn't afford it at the moment. Even if they could, there was no way they could give it to them. Seeing that everyone was successfully angered by me and the anger was transferred to me, and looking at their ferocious faces, it would be a lie to say that I was not afraid at all. She, Sun Xiaoya, is just a little girl after all. How could she not be afraid of such a scene? But there's no use being afraid. If you have the guts, go and collect the debt from the people who bankrupted the group. If you have the guts, go and cause trouble within the group. What's the point of stopping us here? I say you're brainless, but you still refuse to admit it. Don't you know whether we have money or not? You want money? You might as well just ask for your life. Lin Xingyue's life is just this one, and it's right here. I also have this one life, and it's right here. If that's not enough, you can count the lives of their entire family and see how much they're worth. Then, you can just go to jail with them if you have the guts. Come on. Seeing that Sun Xiaoya dared to talk back, and seeing that they could no longer scare Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya, this group of people immediately became furious. They couldn't even scare them anymore, so how could they expect to get their money back? They were dreaming. Immediately, someone couldn't help themselves and grabbed Sun Xiaoya by the collar, shouting, "You stinky woman, do you really think we wouldn't hit you just because you're a woman? Let me tell you, if you don't return our money, we'll kill you. Even if we don't kill you, do you think we'll let you off easily? Believe it or not, we'll make you live in pain for the rest of your life." At this time, the woman who had targeted Lin Xingyue before also spoke in a cold voice, "Uncle, why are you wasting so much time talking to her? There's no need to fight." Her words remind me that with her and Lin Xingyue's faces and figures, I think many people are drooling and want to have a taste of them. I sent this a natural ability to make money, even if it's not much. Selling them at a higher price or directly selling them to bigwigs who are interested in them can at least make up for our losses. They're just being stubborn, right? Let's see if they can still be stubborn. It's already this late, and they're still so arrogant. If it were me, I'd just sell them off. I am sure they'd fetch a lot of money. 539, Chapter 539 Lost Everything. As soon as these words were spoken, the air instantly became quiet. Everyone stared at the woman who said this in amazement. She was dressed elegantly, wearing gold and silver jewelry, and her makeup looked okay, but her face was so hideous that it was scary. I knew she had always been jealous of Lin Xingyue and that she was cruel, but I never expected that she could be so vicious. No matter what, Lin Xingyue is a relative of many people present. Even if she is not so cruel. Everyone present only wanted to scare Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya. At most, they would fight with them, but they never thought of selling them out. This is totally not on the same level, okay? Selling people out is not just cruel and ruthless, it is simply vicious, extremely vicious. Well, there's no need to be so cruel. Yeah, you were just joking, right? You were just angry, not really thinking that, right? Someone swallowed and tried to smooth things over. But the woman's face turned cold, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Are you kidding? Are they worthy of me joking with them? Are they kidding? I am, seriously. What's going on now? Don't you understand? They're right. Looking at their expressions, you can tell they're going to have no money. So, what value do they have? Expecting them to make a comeback? Dream on. Those people were so determined today. It's obvious they don't have any chance of recovery. They're going to kill them. If we don't cherish them now and find ways to make more money, when they are no longer of any use to us, we will be left with nothing. Besides, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. She, Lin Xingyue, has nothing to do with us. At Alini kinship is fake. Haven't you heard about that news? She, Lin Xingyue, is not from our family at all. She's just a bastard who appeared out of nowhere. The news that Lin Xingyue was adopted was indeed not concealed. In fact, it could not be concealed. Although this news seemed unimportant compared to other news, Lin Xingyue was Yi Tianqi's ex-wife, and these people present made their fortunes thanks to Lin Xingyue, so it was difficult for them not to know about these things. After hearing what the woman said, the expressions of everyone present changed. Yes, they actually knew the news, but compared to their money, they ignored it. And now, if this relationship is gone, they seem to have even less psychological burden. A middle-aged man walked up to Lin's father and frowned, saying, "If you don't hand over the money, you probably don't want to see Lin Xingyue's fate. Even though there is no family affection between you, you have lived together for so many years. Can you really bear to see her being sold? I think you know exactly what this will be like, and what kind of shame it will be." Father Lin was tied up, but his mouth was not blocked. He did not expect that Lin Xingyue would come, but he said nothing. His eyes were extremely complicated, but compared to pity, hatred seemed to be greater in that complicated look. There was no way they enjoyed many benefits brought by Lin Xingyue, but they had to admit that if it weren't for Lin Xingyue, they would not have experienced what happened today. This experience of being abandoned by everyone, being bullied, humiliated, and forced to pay back debts by everyone really made it impossible for him to forgive Lin Xingyue. Even though he knew all this, he couldn't blame Lin Xingyue entirely. He was more worried about his wife and son. Indeed, Lin Xingyue is just an outsider. For many things, at the end, the priorities will all become clear at once. I've already told you I have no money. Believe it or not, it's up to you as for what you want to do with Lin Qingyue. Just like you said, she has nothing to do with us. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Her life or death has nothing to do with me. Compared to Lin's mother, Lin's father was indeed better to Lin Qingyue. However, this so-called better was only relative. Even if he was really better, in this situation, between his wife and his own son, when everyone was shunning him and targeting him because of Lin Qingyue's mistake, he had already made his choice. After these words were spoken, the people present once again felt what it meant to be heartless and ruthless. But what right do they have to sigh? Wasn't it all forced upon them step by step? Otherwise, how could they have ended up like this? The only one who was sad is probably Lin Qingyue, who still has some fantasies in her heart. That's right, it's Lin Qingyue. Lin Qingyue thought that she no longer had a home and no relatives, but she still had some illusions in her heart. She might really hate Lin's mother, or even resent her, but she always treated Lin's father as her biological father, and was grateful to him. Even after knowing her own life experience, she was still grateful. Therefore, she rushed in today not only because she wanted to experience the warmth and coldness of human nature more directly, nor was it just to give up on herself. Similarly, perhaps she wanted to ask about her own life experience, but the feeling of not wanting to see Lin's father suffer was also very important. However, when Lin Qingyue heard that someone was going to sell her out and her father still said these words coldly and ruthlessly, she could no longer control her tears. The last bit of hope is gone. It turns out that she was really nothing from beginning to end. She really lost everything. At this moment, Lin Qingyue was in tears and felt hopeless. However, the people present were not moved at all when they saw the scene. They were like executioners. How could they be moved? Lin Qingyue, are you crying? Haha, you actually still cry? Don't tell us, you yourself didn't expect this would be the outcome. You rushed in recklessly, probably to save your so-called father, but in the end, he didn't recognize you at all, and even hated you to death. Lin Qingyue, are you ridiculous? Are you pathetic? Haha, it's really too ridiculous. It's fun, really fun, interesting, really, so interesting. Lin Qingyue, I suddenly feel a little sorry for you now, really, very pitiful. In one night, I lost everything: money, power, status, family, friendship, love, everything, all good nights, so sad. But you brought all of this upon yourself. It would be fine if you just brought it upon yourself, but you've also harmed so many people. Tell me, aren't you abominable and hateful? Originally, I hadn't planned on selling you out. Unfortunately, you started cursing at us as soon as you arrived, and you acted so condescending. You really pissed us off. So if you don't get punished, who will? And you, Sun Xiaoya, you're really blind. Is Lin Qingyue good to you? You follow her so wholeheartedly, and you're also brainless. She yelled at us, and you followed her. Well, sorry, you're being sold out too. If we sell it for some money, we can make up for our losses. That's good, isn't it? At this moment, Lin Qingyue seemed to be immersed in sadness, so she didn't say anything, but Sun Xiaoya smiled. That's right, she laughed in front of everyone, a laugh that made everyone present feel confused and even think she was crazy. Is this a funny thing? Or do you think they don't dare? Until they saw Sun Xiaoya slowly lift up her hoodie, revealing her true face in front of them, everyone shuddered involuntarily and took a step back. 540, Chapter 540. Ghost, Monster. Ghost. What kind of monster is this? That's right, at this moment, when everyone saw Sun Xiaoya's true face under the hoodie, everyone present was shocked, or rather, frightened. They stepped back involuntarily, cold sweat streaming down their faces. Sun Xiaoya, this is not unfamiliar to them. After all, she was Lin Qingyue's assistant and also Lin Qingyue's best friend. No matter what the relationship between them is, at least in the eyes of outsiders, the two of them have a very good relationship. So, even if I didn't see her often, I knew Sun Xiaoya's image by heart. But what about now? What about this moment? The moment Sun Xiaoya's hoodie was lifted, they felt like they had seen an evil ghost. He has Sun Xiaoya's voice, but his face and appearance look like an evil ghost. The beautiful hair on his head was gone, and there were words tattooed on his forehead. In short, it was as miserable as it could be. It was as scary as it could be, especially when combined with Sun Xiaoya's expression. It was even more frightening. At this moment, Sun Xiaoya's mouth corners curled up, but she didn't know whether it was sarcasm or self-mockery, whether she was laughing at others or herself. From the moment she was turned into this state, Sun Xiaoya knew that she had no future and had lost the rest of her life. However, no one except those present that day had ever seen her like this today. She also took a risk,
but she did not expect that the reaction would be so big, even bigger than she imagined. A woman, a very pretty, even beautiful woman, suddenly became even uglier and scarier than an ugly monster. Sun Xiaoya didn't know how she felt. Ghost? Monster? Sun Xiaoya smiled. It turned out that this was her current appearance, the real situation in the eyes of others. Although she had already anticipated it in her mind, when the reality really came, she still could not accept it. After a bitter smile, Sun Xiaoya looked at the frightened crowd and said calmly, "Ghost, monster, I'm Sun Xiaoya. Don't you remember who I am? Don't be afraid. What are you afraid of? You don't know who I am, don't you know clearly? So, what are you afraid of? Aren't you going to sell me? Okay, now I also want to know who you want to sell me to. I am very happy. That's right. Haha, I really am very happy. Sell me, just sell me this way, I can find my own value." Sun Xiaoya seemed to be crazy at this moment. She asked them to sell her out quickly. But at this moment, everyone felt their scalps tingling. Sold, with Sun Xiaoya's current appearance, who would dare to sell her? Who would sell her to? If this wasn't asking for trouble, then what was it? No one spoke, not even anyone who refuted or asked questions to Sun Xiaoya. It seemed that at this moment, in everyone's mind, Sun Xiaoya's situation was such that whoever got involved would be in trouble. But if they don't speak, this matter will not be resolved. They will not let Lin Xingyue go, and Sun Xiaoya just followed Lin Xingyue. It's that simple. Lin Xingyue looked at Sun Xiaoya with a complicated expression. As a woman, perhaps no one knew better than her what Sun Xiaoya was thinking at this moment. Similarly, no one understood Sun Xiaoya's pain at this moment better than her. Is it a good thing to reopen your own scars, sprinkle salt on them and expose them to others? Who would be willing to do that? But Sun Xiaoya did this, and she knew why, so she suddenly felt a little confused. There was no such deep friendship between her and Sun Xiaoya. She was also very clear that the only thing left between them now was mutual exploitation at most. They were just bringing misfortune to each other and keeping each other warm. A little more, it might be that in that future that is unknown whether it exists or not, Sun Xiaoya gambled on her, but she herself didn't know whether she could win this gamble. No, let alone whether she could win, even whether this gamble existed was another matter. However, no matter what Lin Xingyue was thinking at this moment, she could not deny one thing, that is, Sun Xiaoya was willing to give up everything for Ares. She was willing to give up everything. This made Lin Xingyue feel that a ray of light suddenly rose in her desperate heart at this moment. Sun Xiaoya, no matter what the reason was, made Lin Xingyue feel that everything in the past was no big deal. They share the same suffering, they can only comfort each other, they are now the only ones who are their own. It's that simple. For a woman, the most important thing is her appearance. Sun Xiaoya seemed to have only lost her appearance, but in fact, she lost everything. Yes, she lost everything, even the courage to live. Now, she is alive. Looking at the people present, with eyes as if she saw an evil ghost or a monster, Sun Xiaoya laughed wildly, tears streaming down her face. She laughed so hard that she became extremely crazy. Ghost, monster, ha! What are you afraid of? I am Sun Xiaoya. I am not a ghost, I am not a monster, I am just an innocent person who was hurt by Yi Tianqi. What are you afraid of? If I covered my face, you would have recognized me as Sun Xiaoya the moment I did so. If I reveal my appearance, what are you afraid of? What do you have to be afraid of? Am I still Sun Xiaoya? Mentally, physically, everything about me is still Sun Xiaoya. Nothing about me has changed, except for my appearance being ruined. Nothing about me has changed at all. So, what are you afraid of? Sun Xiaoya at this moment, moving forward, she took a few steps forward, and everyone present today took a few steps back at the same time, as if not only her appearance was disfigured, but she had become a person who brought an unavoidable plague, no, the plague itself. This made Sun Xiaoya completely aware of how bad her situation was. It's good, that's right, at least at this moment, Sun Xiaoya feels it's good, a little good in the bad, it's good. What? Do you find it incredible, or do you think I'm not miserable enough? It doesn't matter, you don't have to be afraid. This is just my fate, Sun Xiaoya, at least for now. It's not your fate. Am I ugly? Am I pitiful? Indeed, I think so too. I am not married yet. I don't even have a boyfriend. I was worrying about what to do in the future and who to find as a backer. And you suddenly said you wanted to sell us out. That's great. This way, I don't have to think about all this, or worry about it. Sell me. I will definitely be very obedient and submissive. Sell me, don't worry, I really won't blame you. Crazy, Sun Xiaoya is crazy, there is no other reason except that she is crazy. In the eyes of many people, the previous statement of selling her and Lin Xingyue was just a rhetoric, a scare tactic, but now, Sun Xiaoya actually begged them to sell her.
This is just ridiculous. However, after seeing Sun Xiaoya's face, they no longer found it funny. Yes, that's right, given Sun Xiaoya's current situation, perhaps only by being sold can she have something to eat. But the key point is, who wants her? Who would want a woman who can give you nightmares just by looking at her? Sun Xiaoya, how did you become like this, even in this state? You still want to sell yourself to someone else to turn your life around? You're dreaming. When Sun Xiaoya heard this, she immediately laughed. It was quite hurtful, but it also proved some facts, didn't it? Oh, me, don't you know that when you scold me now, you might actually be scolding yourselves? Don't you understand how much you despise and mock me now? In the future, you might actually be mocking yourselves? I, Sun Xiaoya, have become what I am now. I think, needless to say, you all know who caused it, right? But why am I now like this, neither human nor ghost, while Lin Qingyue is completely unharmed except for some personal belongings? I don't know, can you help me explain it? Could it be that Yi Tianqi suddenly felt guilty? Or perhaps, Yi Tianqi still has feelings for him? What is it? Can you help me explain it? 541, Chapter 541. Who dares? Explain? What else is there to explain? Even if Sun Xiaoya didn't say anything and just stood there, everyone present could see it clearly. Comparing herself with Lin Qingyue, you will understand why Sun Xiaoya went crazy. She is neither human nor ghost, and there are words tattooed on her forehead. This kind of hurt, this kind of insult, makes a woman live a life worse than death. But Sun Xiaoya was just a close friend and an assistant of Lin Qingyue at most. She had offended Yi Tianqi before, but the one who truly abandoned Yi Tianqi and offended Yi Tianqi was Lin Qingyue. However, what about Lin Qingyue? Lin Qingyue was standing here at this moment. If they didn't know that Lin Qingyue had also been punished and lost her money and wealth, then no one would be able to tell what kind of harm she had suffered. This kind of obvious and extremely different treatment makes people wonder whether Yi Tianqi showed mercy. At this moment, many people present fell into silence, especially the women who were extremely jealous of Lin Qingyue. All frowned tightly. From the moment they came here today, from the moment they and Lin Qingyue attacked each other face to face, there was actually no room for maneuver between them. They had offended someone, and that was a complete and utter offense. They dared to do this because they saw that Lin Qingyue had no chance of recovery. However, now someone told them that Yi Tianqi had shown mercy and that Yi Tianqi still had feelings for her. This was simply a bolt from the blue. Sun Xiaoya looked at the silence of these people, a hint of sarcasm on her face. She said, "Why are you all silent? Are you all mute, huh? Do you suddenly feel a little regretful? You think Lin Qingyue might have a chance to turn things around, so you hesitated? Are you scared? You're such a coward. What are you afraid of? I gave you a chance, but you're useless. You're such ungrateful, cowardly things. How dare you come and cause trouble for us? Well, fine, since you're causing trouble, you'd better kill us right away. Otherwise, if there's even a chance of turning things around, what do you think will be your fate?" Sun Xiaoya's attitude is becoming more and more arrogant, and her words are becoming more and more outrageous. It seemed as if she wanted to force these people to kill them quickly. As long as she can live, Sun Xiaoya no longer wants to die, because she feels that the future is hopeful. As long as there is hope for revenge, why should she die? When dealing with these ungrateful and bullying people, showing them any kindness will not earn them any gratitude or conscience. On the contrary, the more ferocious and arrogant they are, the more afraid and worried they will be. Lin Qingyue was also aware of this, but she never expected that Sun Xiaoya would stand by her so firmly, and even use such a humiliating method to let everyone see her face. At this moment, Lin Qingyue didn't want to admit it, but she had to admit that no matter what Sun Xiaoya's purpose was, at least at this moment, Lin Qingyue was moved and remembered this scene. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qingyue looked at Sun Xiaoya and shook her head, saying, "Sun Xiaoya, there's no need to tell them so much. Who can predict what will happen in the future, whether Yi Tianqi is angry with me or hates me, in the eyes of outsiders? No, it's the truth. In fact, I'm living in dire straits and am extremely miserable. He just wanted to see me miserable, and he did it. As for love, don't say such things. If Yi Tianqi really had feelings for me, he wouldn't be so cruel to me. Could it be that he was expecting me to experience all this misery and then beg him after he calmed down? Humph, then he underestimates me. Lin Qingyue, I would rather die than do that this time. He has made me hate him completely." After saying this, Lin Qingyue looked at everyone present indifferently and said, "You don't need to be scared by Sun Xiaoya's words, let alone be in a dilemma. I, Lin Qingyue, have nothing to do with Yi Tianqi anymore. I don't need to tell you how cruel he was to me. You've all seen it, so what are you afraid of? Just do whatever you want. You want to sell me? Sure, I'm worried about having no food to eat. So it's okay to sell me, but I hope you can find someone with strength, otherwise, I'm afraid that even if you want to sell me, others won't dare to buy me. Oh, and Sun Xiaoya, let's sell her along too, otherwise, with her current state, I'm afraid she'll really go crazy if I'm not around. I don't think you guys want to experience how cruel a crazy woman can be. With Sun Xiaoya and Lin Qingyue singing the same tune, the people present were completely passive and continued to humiliate and even beat Lin Qingyue. Forget it, they really don't have the courage now. As for selling it? Come on, who should we sell it to? Who can I sell it to? Just as Lin Qingyue said, if one wants to sell Lin Qingyue, then first of all, they have to sell her to someone who dares to buy her, and that is the level they can reach. Otherwise, can they make a living by relying on Lin Qingyue? Even Lin Qingyue was dealt with like this, and you still expect others to dare to offend Yi Tianqi? After all, she is Yi Tianqi's ex-wife. Regardless of their current relationship, they were once in love and affection. Based on this point alone, no one dares to buy Lin Qingyue, at least, even if there is such a person, they don't know her. Similarly, if Lin Qingyue was really sold out, would it be considered a humiliation to Yi Tianqi? Who can guarantee that Yi Tianqi will not feel insulted and retaliate against them crazily? And he, let alone facing Yi Tianqi, even if they faced Lin Qingyue in her prime, they could only wag their tails and beg for mercy, and behave themselves with their tails between their legs. It's impossible to sell it. Even if it's humiliating, I don't dare to humiliate others anymore. For a moment, I saw the hope of making money, but in the end, it seemed to have become a hot potato. But, the money must be taken back no matter what. Lin Qingyue, you don't have to scare us like this. We don't really mean to sell you out, although we all know now that you don't have the blood of the Lin family and there is no family relationship between us. After all, we have known each other for such a long time. We came here just to get our money back. I think this makes sense wherever we go. The reason we resorted to extreme measures and displayed a bad attitude is because we have no other choice. We are people of modest means. Unlike you who have seen great things and experienced great wealth, you don't care about money, but we do. It's our lives, so give us our money and we can part ways amicably, okay? Otherwise, if they force us into a desperate situation, then we'll all be dead, and nothing else will matter. I am not trying to scare you, but if it really comes to that, you'll probably have to face a group of crazy people who are willing to sacrifice their lives. Since we can't survive, then no one will think about surviving. A middle-aged man, dressed quite luxuriously, stood up and looked at Lin Qingyue, saying these words with an indifferent expression. It's a threat, yes, but what's said is also the truth. If so many people can't get their money, then they won't have a good life, and no one else will have a good life either. Lin Qingyue looked at the middle-aged man, nodded, and said, "Oh, since it's okay, then I won't use the old name. I don't want to talk about who was whom and how you can ask for money as you please. I came here without any money to pay you back, and you dare not do anything to me. But the house here, and the money I gave to this family, I think everyone knows, is not a small amount. I dare not say that I can repay you all the money, but as long as they are willing to pay it out, most of it should be able to be paid back. No matter how much, it will satisfy you. But this money is not in my name, so I can't take it out. Besides, if it really were to be under my name, do you think you would still have a chance of getting it? Ha!" Lin Qingyue laughed at herself, but what she said was the truth. If it really was under her name, would anyone else dare to try and snatch it? Who knows, whatever they took away would have to be returned tenfold. Not everyone's money can be robbed. Lin Qingyue's money is no longer Lin Qingyue's own. This is how the world is. Some things will be left there until they rot or get moldy, and no one can move them. If you move them, you will have to pay the price. 542, Chapter 542, Imprisonment. What is a dilemma? This is the situation we are in now. After waiting for a long time for Lin Qingyue, what she got was a hot potato. It's not right to let him go, and it's not right not to let him go. It makes me so exhausted. They were of course well aware of what Lin Qingyue said about Lin's father and mother being the only ones with money. This house alone was worth a lot of money. Add to that the money Lin Qingyue had given them over the years, as well as some movable and immovable properties. It was just as Lin Qingyue said. They couldn't say they could make up for all their money, but it wouldn't be a big problem to make up for most of it. In the current situation, they are already satisfied if they can make up for most of the losses. It is better to have some than nothing. Moreover, they have made a lot of money before, so it is impossible for them to lose money. It just depends on whether they make more or less. Of course, the premise of all this is to take away all the money here. You all understand the situation. No, it's useless to look for me now. Is there anything else? If not, Sun Xiaoya and I will leave first. Lin Xingyue has seen everything she should see and figured out everything she should figure out, so there is no need to stay here any longer. There is nothing here for her to miss. Without waiting for anyone else to speak, Father Lin became anxious first. Seeing Lin Xingyue selling them out without hesitation and pointing the finger at him, it would be a lie for Lin's father to say that he wasn't angry. Of course, he also understood that even without Lin Xingyue's words, these people would not let him go after all. It seemed that they were the only ones who could come up with the money. If your own relatives and friends cannot bear the consequences themselves, who can you expect to help them bear the consequences? However, when these words came out of Lin Xingyue's mouth, it still made him very unhappy, extremely unhappy. The three words "ungrateful wolf" suddenly appeared in Lin's father's mind. Lin Xingyue, you ungrateful bastard, I shouldn't have picked you up in the first place. I should have left you to fend for yourself all these years. I treated you like my own daughter, but this is how you repay me now. Not only did you not help, but you also caused so much trouble for the family now. These people treat me like this, and you actually ignore them and even divert the blame. You have such a cruel heart. Lin Xingyue, I was so blind. I regret it so much. I really regret it so much. Why did I pick you up in the first place? Father Lin cursed angrily to express his anger. No matter what, one thing that cannot be denied is that he did pick up Lin Xingyue and raised her. For this alone, Lin Xingyue owes him. Lin Xingyue did not argue with Lin's father, but just looked at him coldly and was about to leave. Everyone present looked at each other, and for a moment, they really didn't know whether to let Lin Xingyue go or not. After all, there was no point in staying here. At this moment, Lin's father continued, are you really going to let her go? Don't forget, she, Lin Xingyue, is the culprit behind all this. Moreover, she has been the boss for so many years, and she really doesn't have any hidden assets. Do you believe it? Also, my house and all the family property, as you all know, are all managed by my wife. If she doesn't come, even if you want to turn it into money, it's impossible. But you also know the torture she's going through now, and you also know her temper. You don't really think that if you see her, she will willingly give everything to you, do you? We've lost everything. Do you think we'd leave even this last bit of money behind? But Lin Xingyue is different. She'll definitely find a way to find the money also. Don't be scared by her. If Yi Tianqi had any affection for her, would he be so heartless? You all know what her feelings were for Yi Tianqi over the years, and how she treated him. If it were you, would you be willing to forgive her? What's more, you only know part of it. You don't even know how much more heartless and cruel she is. So, I can be sure that Yi Tianqi has long hated Lin Xingyue. He hates her to the core. You don't have to worry about her at all, let alone be afraid of her. She is deliberately making you like this. Okay, I finished what I said. In short, if Lin Xingyue leaves, then you won't get a penny from us. I'd rather die than give you even a penny. If you don't believe me, then just try it. You don't look for the culprit who caused all this, but instead you come after us, your relatives, and us who help you. Your consciences have been eaten by dogs. Just how dissatisfied and angry Father Lin was could be seen from his words. He was not only making life difficult for himself, but also had no intention of letting Lin Xingyue have an easy life. If we die together. This is what he is thinking now. Perhaps he also wants to vent his anger. But no matter what, since Father Lin said this, the people present, who were already hesitant, immediately became determined. Lin Xingyue couldn't leave. Ha, Lin Xingyue, you are someone's daughter who has been raised for so many years now. Your adoptive father is suffering here, and your adoptive mother and brother are suffering. How can you just leave? So, since you are here, make the best of it. Of course, don't worry. As long as we get the money, we will set you free at any time. So, if you can pay us, then you can leave now. But if not, I'm sorry, we don't care about your family affairs, but I'm afraid it's impossible for you to leave. You don't have to worry. What will we do to you? Just like you said, your face is worth a lot of money. We dare not do anything to you. As for what happens when your adoptive mother comes back, that is none of our business. At this moment, Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya both frowned. In fact, from the moment they came in, they knew that it would be difficult to leave, but when this really happened, they still felt very upset. That's what I mean, just imprison them like this. Lin Xingyue looked at everyone and said, I told you, leaving me here is useless. Since you don't believe me, then stay, but you must also be prepared and don't be afraid. After all, there are many people and forces who want to deal with me and curry favor with Yi Tianqi. They might think we are in the same group. If that happens, don't blame me for not warning you. As soon as these words came out, Sun Xiaoya immediately cried out in her heart, oh no. Lin Xingyue was so angry that she was confused. This kind of words could not be said casually. Lin Xingyue, although I am your best friend, there is no need for you to lie to them like this. They won't be afraid. Instead, they will think that if this is the case, then they can also take the opportunity to please Yi Tianqi. Naive, they won't believe it. Forget it. Don't say it. It happens that we have nowhere to go. It's good to stay here. It's safer and there are people to keep us company. I think we should just stay here with peace of mind. Wait until the real big shot arrives, and then everything will be over. Lin Xingyue was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood, nodded, and said, "It should be here soon." Okay, let's wait and see. Everyone present was stunned by the concerted efforts of Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya, but in fact, they were not stupid. They just didn't know how to treat Lin Xingyue. After all, she was still Yi Tianqi's ex-wife, but letting her go was impossible. As for the so-called big shot, no one really believes it now. Where does the big shot come from? What big shot? Nowadays, is there still a so-called big shot who can save Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya? If that were true, they wouldn't be in their current situation. However, at this moment, whether it was Lin Xingyue, Sun Xiaoya, or the people who were present who were asking for money, none of them had expected that a big shot really had come. 543, Chapter 543, The lady's experience is really bloody. Late at night, outside the Baijia Hotel in Dongzhou, a convoy of 5 black cars was parked at the gate of the Baijia Hotel. Sitting in the middle car was a man with a black cloth covering his left eye, as if he had lost his eyes. This person was none other than team leader Wang, who had come from the imperial capital in search of the noble lady of that day. He was also known as the One-Eyed Tiger. A person who may be unknown in the outside world, but is actually a famous figure in the dark world. What he is famous for is not his terrifying strength at the peak of the King realm, but his ruthless methods and the meaning of his appearance. He is a member of a special organization and is also the leader of a special team. It is called a team, but in fact, it is a special organization that walks in the dark and specializes in dealing with things that are not allowed to be seen in the light, and he is the one in charge. Of course, now he only has one thing to do, that is, to go all out to find the noble lady of heaven, and all other things have to give way to it. He is Wang Juhu, now known as the One-Eyed Tiger. Apart from the orders of the powerful noblemen of the Dragon Kingdom royal family, he can even ignore the emperor's orders. This is the authority and ability he now possesses. Looking at the Bai family hotel in the dark night, One-Eyed Tiger had a gloomy expression. Sitting in the car, he looked at the information in his hand. All of this information was about what happened in the hotel today, and more importantly, it was information about Lin Xingyue. So, the noble lady we are looking for, her ex-husband, Yi Tianqi, is actually the exiled immortal of the Qi family, Qi Tian? He hid his identity and married a noble lady, only to be abandoned by her. Moreover, they turned against each other, ultimately causing the noble lady to lose everything and suffer humiliation? The One-Eyed Tiger looked at the information. Even though he had a heart of stone and had done too many cruel things, he could remain calm and even not recognize his relatives at this moment. He didn't know what his mood was. Just kidding, that's a bit too much. Even a movie can't be so bizarre. One is most likely a noble lady who has been wandering outside and has an extremely noble status. The other is a banished immortal from the Qi family who was once known as a miracle and caused such a big fuss he is still talked about by people today and is also listed as a taboo. Just like this, they met, got to know each other, fell in love, and then hated each other? This ridiculous plot is really ridiculous. The middle-aged man sitting next to the One-Eyed Tiger looked at this man, who was much younger than him but was a well-known figure in the dark realm. With great respect he nodded slightly and said, "Yes, this kind of plot is unimaginable in reality. Team leader, your lady has returned to Mingzhou now. Do we need to do anything?" When saying this, the middle-aged man hesitated for a moment. People like them have enormous authority in the entire dragon country on weekdays. They don't need to say hello to anyone for whatever they want to do. They just need to provide a statement of the situation afterwards. To put it bluntly, they have the power to act first and report later. But this time, it was indeed different. I'm afraid that whatever they want to do, they can't do just by thinking about it. If Yi Tianqi was just Yi Tianqi, no, even if Yi Tianqi was Qi Zixian, they could still arrest Yi Tianqi directly because of the noble lady's identity, and then let the noble lady vent her anger after confirming his identity for them. This is also a kind of flattery, with no harm, only benefits. As for whether Yi Tianqi is the exiled immortal Qi, it doesn't matter at all to them. But now, Yi Tianqi is not just Qi Zixian. The strength he showed here this time forces them to treat it with caution.
The fact that he fought against two powerful kings alone made the one-eyed tiger take him seriously. What's more, it was suspected, no, not suspected, but confirmed that the appearance of Emperor Lu made it impossible for them to attack Yi Tianqi. At least, when Emperor Lu was there, they did not have the ability to take Yi Tianqi away. This became another point of doubt, and they had to do a good job of analyzing the situation and pass on the information as soon as possible. Perhaps, they are no longer needed, and the news has probably spread long ago. However, their mission now is related to Yi Tianqi, and Emperor Lu was responsible for protecting Yi Tianqi, so it is also related to them. There's no need to do anything for now. Although it's almost certain that Lin Qingyue is the noble lady, we still don't have any substantial evidence. Of course, the most important thing is, what do you want to do? What can you do? That's Emperor Lu, not someone else. Others may not know who Emperor Lu is, but don't you? The one-eyed tiger sneered, with him protecting Yi Tianqi, not to mention us, there aren't many people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who can touch him. What's more, I always feel that Yi Tianqi is hiding a deeper secret. He is probably more complicated than we imagined. Once we confirm your identity, we'll explain this to you. Besides, there will be people who will support you when the time comes. What we need to do now is to gather as much information as possible, identify more possibilities, and offer a better solution. Then, you can make your own choice. Okay, let's go. According to the current situation, I'm afraid that the noble lady Lin Qingyue is going through the most difficult time. If we want to take credit, showing up at this time is the most appropriate. Of course, if I could have come earlier, it would have been the most appropriate when Lin Qingyue was most desperate and helpless. I would have helped her like a god from heaven. The gratitude I would have received would have been the greatest. It was a pity that I didn't make it. Of course, maybe it was fortunate that I didn't make it. Otherwise, I would have faced Emperor Lu. No matter how arrogant the one-eyed tiger is, he doesn't have the courage to do this. After all, that master is the one who will kill people if he disagrees with you, and he doesn't care who you are. The one-eyed tiger was also helpless, but this was also the fact. Not to mention in Dragon Country, even in the whole world, Emperor Lu was one of the strongest men. Emperor Lu didn't care about his identity as a one-eyed tiger at Alice for the strength of the peak of the King realm, let alone, in the eyes of Emperor Lu, there was probably no need to even draw the sword. Although it is helpless, it is the fact. However, a strong man like Emperor Lu will naturally be dealt with by equally strong people. The one-eyed tiger was very clear about the situation in Dragon Country. At least, he knew that Emperor Lu and his master were definitely not the same kind of people. Now if the matter of Lin Qingyue was added, it goes without saying. After receiving the order from One-Eyed Tiger, the middle-aged man immediately began to issue orders, and immediately found out Lin Qingyue's location. At the same time, he began to analyze various situations and make specific response plans. At this time, the convoy immediately set off for Mingzhou. Not to mention that it is late at night now. Even during the day when there are many cars and traffic, they can get to Minnesota very quickly, with green lights all the way and no obstructions. At this moment, Yi Tianqi still didn't know about this situation. Even if he knew, so what, he wouldn't be afraid at all. It's nothing more than meeting again in the imperial capital, and what was supposed to happen happened earlier. At this time, Yi Tianqi also did not rest, because the Secret Investigation Institute had already started to act under his orders. At the same time, Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya were really imprisoned. Not being able to beat them did not mean they could not be humiliated or scolded. There were still few people who believed in her, but there were many people who believed that she was rich. As a big boss with a net worth of over 10 billion over the years, how many people would believe that he has not saved some wealth that others don't know about? At least, those people who were present today and didn't let her leave would never believe it. 544, Chapter 544, The Grace of Raising and Saving Life. Mingzhou, Lin's father's home. Not only did none of the people who had come since last night leave, but more people came because they heard the news that Lin Qingyue had been found. Among them, even some people who did not owe any debt came. They came here not for anything else but to humiliate Lin Qingyue's family. At the beginning, after Lin Qingyue became rich, Lin's father and mother became arrogant and domineering, and looked down on everyone. Therefore, even though they helped many people make money, there were always some people they were unwilling to help. In this world, the problem isn't lack of wealth, but inequality. Why can others get rich without doing anything, while they can't? Even if they beg humbly, they get nothing good, only ridicule and sarcasm. This sense of disparity has long made them resentful. In the past, Lin Qingyue was powerful, and his family was also powerful. They couldn't afford to offend him, but now, is he still powerful? If they don't kick him when he's down, when will they? Therefore, many people People came and made all kinds of sarcastic remarks and humiliations towards Lin Xingyue and Lin's father, almost spitting in their faces. Father Lin seemed to be exhausted. He had no strength left and sat slumped on the ground with dull eyes and expressionless face. Lin Xingyue and son Xiaoya also did not sleep all night, and their spirits were not much better at the beginning. They could still argue with others, but now they are too lazy to even argue, and just let whoever wants to say whatever they want. They have already spent the entire night and have not come to an agreement on anything. There is nothing they can do. They want to discuss it, but no matter how well they discuss it, it is useless. If Lin Xingyue and Lin's father don't give them money, it will be useless. No matter how much they talk, they can just move out all the valuable things in the house, or they can force themselves to live in the villa, but what's the use of that? The most important thing is that there are too many people and everyone wants to share, so no one gets any points. Want to eat, Lin Xingyue? Give us the money and you can eat whatever you want. It's our money, so it's only natural that you return it to us. Leave some space for us so we can meet again in the future. Everyone present was eating breakfast, except Lin's father, Lin Xingyue and son Xiaoya, who had nothing to eat. Not only that, they were not even allowed to drink water. This is not just imprisoning them, it is torturing them. I haven't eaten or drunk anything for such a long time. It would be a lie to say that I'm not hungry or thirsty. But where does the money come from? Lin Xingyue sighed and smiled bitterly. I've explained it many times, but you don't believe me. What can I do? I said I have no money. I really have no money. All my money is out in the open now. The group has been shut down, my bank cards have been frozen, and all my real estate has been taken away. What money do you think I have left? Besides, even if I store some valuable gold and silver jewelry, as well as cash and the like, how much do you think they are worth? Even if they are worth a lot of money, can I get them now? Over the years, you've all watched the development of the Xingyue group, and you probably know me a little bit. You know better than anyone whether I have any money and whether I can take it out now. Now you insist on imprisoning me here. I understand what you mean, but I tell you, it's useless. It's completely useless. If this family can definitely come up with money, I've said it before, it's only here, and only my good adoptive father. To be frank, Yi Tianqi hasn't touched the property here. I already understand why. It's cruel and vicious enough, but this has nothing to do with you. As long as you can cash in the remaining money here, your request will be met. But if you want to get money from me, I can only say, sorry, I can't do it. Lin Xingyue is in a very complicated mood now. She really understands why Yi Tianqi did not seal up the real estate here. This is not to leave a way out for her, Lin Xingyue, nor for Lin's father and mother who have always been bad to him. This is because he had already anticipated the current situation. This is to kill someone with a borrowed knife and to destroy his heart. It's cruel, really cruel. Before he had even taken one step, he had already anticipated what was 10 steps away. Yi Tianqi truly lived up to the name of Qi Zishan. However, with such great talent, he used it to take revenge on little people like them. Was it a waste? What Lin Xingyue said did make sense, and the people present had indeed figured this matter out, but there was no way around it. They had to continue asking questions. They couldn't just ignore everything and not ask anything. Father Lin was already exhausted at this time, looking at Lin Xingyue with anger. You're such an utterly untamable wolf cub. I really hate you. I really do. After saying that, he seemed to no longer want to say anything more. He looked at the others and said, give me breakfast, unless you want to starve me to death. As for the money, haven't I already told you that as long as my wife and son come back, I'll give it to you. Just leave us a bite to eat, and the rest will be yours. I've already said that. What else do you want? Do you really have to force me to death? Father Lin compromised. He saw the situation clearly. If he didn't compromise, there would be no good outcome. If he didn't give the money, there would be no way to resolve the matter unless they found a way to run away and took all the remaining property they could take away. Then perhaps they could still keep some of it even if they didn't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. At least they would have some money and wouldn't starve. But, there is no way to escape what he can think of. Others can also think of. How can it be allowed? He ran away. What Mr. Lin said sounded nice, but the key was that without the money, nothing he said would be of any use. However, it is naturally impossible to starve Lin's father to death. Now that Lin's father has begun to cooperate, it is always a good result. Immediately, someone brought Lin's father a cup of soy milk and 2 buns. Father Lin immediately wolfed down his food, saying viciously as he ate, don't give Lin Xingyue and the others any food. This heartless thing must have been blind to have raised her for so many years. If it weren't for her, how could I have ended up like this? What are you afraid of? She's just trying to scare you. This wolf cub has been naughty since she was young. Just give her a good beating and she'll be scared then. No matter how much money you ask for, she'll give it to you. Go ahead, give me a beating, and let me vent my anger. Even at this time, Lin's father's resentment towards Lin Qingyue became deeper and deeper. Not only did he not allow anyone to give Lin Qingyue food, he also instigated these people to attack Lin Qingyue. This made Lin Qingyue, who was already disappointed, even more disappointed. Looking at Father Lin, Lin Qingyue smiled self-deprecatingly and said, "Hate me? Is it all my fault that things have come to this point? I thought you would be an exception, but now I realize I was wrong. I remember the kindness of raising you and saving your life no matter how much I gave you before. Just think of it as me not repaying you. Don't worry, I will definitely pay you back." After saying this, Lin Qingyue looked at the debt collectors and shouted angrily, "Let me go, let him go too. I will definitely give you every penny of your money, I swear. I, Lin Qingyue, swear." 545, Chapter 545. Don't give me a chance to turn over. This made everyone laugh. Since Lin Qingyue arrived, she has been saying that she has no money and has never mentioned paying back the money, but now, is she being forced into a corner by Lin's father? The first thing he did was to pay back all the money, and he even swore. Are you kidding? With so many people, they can always tell whether Lin Qingyue has money or not. They can actually see that she has no money. That answer is no. Just as Lin Qingyue said, she is not penniless now, but she is almost there. Thinking of paying back the money is no different from dreaming. Lin Qingyue is now furious and disappointed to the point of despair, so she has this idea, which means to completely sever all ties with Lin's father and wipe out all past grudges. If Lin Qingyue had money now, none of the people present would doubt that she would immediately take out all the money and repay Lin's father's kindness, writing off all the debt from then on. Unfortunately, she didn't. Apart from anger and sadness, Lin Qingyue now has nothing. Lin Qingyue, it's a good thing that you have this intention now, but it's a pity that you can come up with the money now. If not, then don't make big promises to us here like you said. Now except for you, the adoptive parents who are not your biological father, you can't come up with a penny. So, I'm sorry the rich are the boss, we can't make them unhappy just for the big pie you mentioned. What's more, don't you think the pie you painted is a bit too dry? You know your situation better than anyone else. It's hard for you to turn things around in this life. Whether it's the grace of raising me or saving my life, I'm afraid you'll never be able to repay them in this lifetime. The more sarcastic remarks were made, the more furious Lin Qingyue became. Father Lin seemed very happy to see Lin Qingyue like this. He shouted angrily, "Lin Qingyue, you still want to sever ties with me? You still want to repay my life-saving grace and the kindness of raising you? Do you have the qualifications? You don't even have the qualifications now. You are not even worthy. You're happy now, satisfied, but you've been deserted by everyone. Everyone has left you. You've lost everything, you blind, insatiable wolf cub, you greedy fool. If it weren't for your stupidity, would you have ended up like this? If you hadn't become rich and arrogant, looking down on everyone, would you have ended up like this? Lin Qingyue, you've fallen to this point because of your own fault. You deserve it. If you had a little conscience, if you knew how to be grateful, if you were a little bit kind, even just a little bit, you would still be the high and mighty beautiful CEO, and even continue to be Yi Tianqi's wife. What would you get? Haven't you thought about it? Are you angry? Are you powerless? Are you regretful? But it's too late. You could have had everything that everyone envied, but it was you who ruined it all. Lin Qingyue, you don't have a chance. You will never have another chance in this life. I finally understand why I let you live and didn't touch you. You said I was suffering, but weren't you suffering too? You suffered far more than the rest of us. Your punishment is the most severe. Ha ha ha. You clearly had the opportunity to stand at the top of the world and have everything with just a flick of your hand, but you lost everything and fell to the bottom of the society from then on. You've been in tears and regret all your life. Lin Qingyue, this is the punishment Yi Tianqi gave you. All hits. What Lin's father said now was absolutely correct. No matter how comprehensive it was, he had hit the nail on the head, and it was very hurtful. Even if Lin Qingyue had thought it through, she would not want these words to be mentioned again. Now that they were mentioned directly by Lin's father in front of so many people, it was like tearing open the wound that had not yet healed, and then rubbing salt on it. The life that Lin Qingyue dared not even imagine was just a stone's throw away, within easy reach, and she had even already got everything. But unfortunately, in the end, she lost everything. This feeling will never be understood by those who have not experienced it. If it hadn't existed from the beginning, that would be better, but it happens that it has existed from the beginning, but it is not known and is eventually lost, which is the most terrifying. Sun Xiaoya looked at the trembling Lin Qingyue, and then at the cold and mocking faces of the others,
and said viciously, Lin Xingyue, don't be silly anymore. The past is in the past. No matter how much they saved my life or how much they raised me, they don't take it seriously. Why are you still fussing about it? Live well, live wellily. This way can you get the best revenge on them. Don't you know what kind of people they are? They are just a bunch of ungrateful villains who forget their principles when they see profit. When you become strong again, they will kneel before you and beg for mercy, begging for your forgiveness, begging for mercy. Lin Xingyue, don't you understand? Sun Xiaoya's vicious expression or the remarks she made aroused the dissatisfaction of everyone present. Immediately, someone walked up to Sun Xiaoya and slapped her hard in the face. You're such an ugly freak. Just one look at you will give anyone nightmares. You don't even have a future, and yet you're still trying to comfort others, and you even dare to speak so arrogantly. We can even beat up Lin Xingyue if we want to, but what the hell do you think you are, you ugly freak? Get out of my way, or I'll beat you to death, you bitch. The slap made Sun Xiaoya's face burn with pain, and blood immediately flowed from the corner of her mouth. But this little pain, for her to be honest, it really doesn't matter anymore. Sun Xiaoya glanced at the person who hit her, and did not provoke him. Instead, she looked at Lin Xingyue quietly. Lin Xingyue seemed to be awakened by the sound of the slap. She smiled miserably and said, yes, I lost everything, so I have fallen into this situation. I deserve it. I deserve it. But what about you? You are forcing me like this. Aren't you really afraid? There's no point in saying anything. You, dare you kill me, Lin Xingyue? I hope you kill me now, Otherwise, don't let me have a chance to turn things around. You will regret it. You will regret it so much that your intestines will turn green. Ha ha ha. Lin Xingyue seemed to have gone mad and laughed wildly. This threat made everyone present frown. Of course, they didn't believe that Lin Xingyue would ever be able to turn things around, but they had to admit that Lin Xingyue was indeed a cruel woman. It would be a lie to say that they were not afraid of being hated by her. At this time, Lin's father took the opportunity to yell. Did you hear that? This vicious woman has already begun to hold a grudge against me, and you don't give her any chance to turn things around. Kill her, and I promise no one will blame you. Kill her, and even if you don't kill her, you absolutely cannot let her go. Don't let her have a good life. Control her, imprison her, and make sure she never gets a chance to turn things around. Only then can you feel at ease, only then can you rest easy. Cruel and vicious enough. Lin Xingyue looked at Lin's father and suddenly laughed. You are so pitiful. And you, do you really think you can get the money? You have heard about the Dongzhou birthday banquet. Do you know what happened? Where are my mean foster mother and the incompetent Lin Duokai? Why didn't they come back? What did they go through? Do you know? My dear adoptive father, are you still waiting for them, waiting for your wife, your son? Then do you know what happened to your son? Do you know who did it? Ha ha ha. I am pitiful, I am pathetic. But you, aren't you also pitiful and pathetic? Ha 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 ha, miserable, miserable, it's absolutely miserable, the most miserable thing in the world. 546, Chapter 546. Do you want to know? Lin Xingyue laughed wildly, but what she said made people feel creepy. None of the people present today have been to Dongzhou, let alone attending Mr. Bai's birthday banquet. If they had the qualifications and the ability, why would they beg Lin Xingyue for food? But it was all hearsay. Most of them just saw the liquidation of Xingyue Group and heard some things, but they didn't know what happened specifically, and they still didn't know how many things happened. But now, after hearing what Lin Xingyue said, they felt something was wrong. Lin's mother and Lin Duokai must have suffered a lot and endured punishment. They could be sure of this without having to see or guess. After all, they had seen with their own eyes how Lin's mother and Lin Duokai dealt with Yi Tianqi. Maybe they didn't see much, but this so-called little was enough to make people think that Lin's mother was mean, not to mention what they didn't see. Therefore, they believed that since Lin's mother and Lin Duokai did not come back at this time, something must have happened. Otherwise, they would not have revealed Lin Xingyue's identity as an adopted daughter. This was clearly an attempt to distance themselves from the matter. But the question is, can it be cleared? It is impossible to clear it, because it is not only Lin Xingyue who is not good to Yi Tianqi, but also them. It is even hard to say whether distancing oneself from the relationship is a good thing or a bad thing. If Yi Tianqi had not distanced himself from the relationship at that time, would he still be so cruel and ruthless in targeting them? This is really a hard thing to say. But now, none of this matters. Father Lin, with red eyes at this moment, rushed directly to Lin Xingyue, staring at her intently, and said angrily, "What do you know? Why do you say that? Tell me what you know. What happened to my wife? Where is my son? What happened to him? What happened to them? Where are they now? Tell me quickly." At this moment, Lin's father acted like a parent. Anxiety, nervousness, worry,
and all kinds of emotions were written on his face, instead of the expression he had when facing Lin Xingyue.
Is it funny?
That's ridiculous. Lin Xingyue had always believed that Father Lin might be the only person in this family from whom she could find a little comfort and warmth. However, Father Lin's performance today made her completely sad. There is no point anymore. There is really no point at all. Lin Xingyue has no way to leave now. Otherwise, if she really wants to leave, she will leave this damn place and have nothing to do with these people from now on. Seeing Father Lin's extremely nervous expression, Lin Xingyue revealed a mocking expression and said, as expected, he is your biological son and your biological wife after all. Although you picked me up and raised me, in the end, I am an outsider now. I finally understand everything.
Do you want to know what their fate will be? Oh, haven't you ever thought about it?
In Yi Tianqi's home turf, what do you think will be their fate? All these years, how you targeted Yi Tianqi, how you bullied Yi Tianqi, you won't have forgotten, ha ha ha. Before going to Dongzhou, before recovering your identity, after Yi Tianqi divorced me, you could have already taken action. Do you think, this time, he will be merciful?
Since my fate left you all confused about how cruel and ruthless he really is, then isn't Sun Xiaoya's fate enough to make you understand?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present looked at Sun Xiaoya. Although Sun Xiaoya had covered her face again at this moment, they had all seen it before. It was precisely because they had seen it that they could not help but shiver when they thought of it. They always felt cold, frightened, and had nightmares. These words don't seem to answer the question of what will happen to Lin's mother and Lin Duokai, but in fact, they may have already answered it. Father Lin stared at Lin Xingyue in a daze, his body shaking uncontrollably.
Yi Tianqi, how could Yi Tianqi be so cruel? How could he be so cruel?
Seeing Lin's father's expression, Lin Xingyue seemed unsatisfied. She shook her head and said with a smile, no, you misunderstood. I was just giving you an example, but, in reality, what you imagined is probably less than 1/10 of what they are experiencing now, both physically and mentally. It's far less than that. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xingyue seemed to be laughing wildly, but in fact, every time she thought of that scene, fear could not help but emanate from her heart. Not only is he too cruel and ruthless, but he is also murderous and heartbreaking. The most important thing is that no matter how angry Lin Xingyue is towards Lin's mother and Lin Duokai, she cannot deceive herself. She still feels a little bit reluctant. This is true. But Father Lin didn't know that at this moment, just by listening, he couldn't imagine what kind of scene it was. 10 times more cruel than he had imagined. How cruel it must be. Father Lin really wanted to think that Lin Xingyue said this on purpose to irritate him, and that the real situation was not what he thought. However, when he saw the fear and a hint of pity in Lin Xingyue's eyes, he knew that all this was true. Lin Xingyue, what happened? Tell me, tell me. You cruel bitch, you wicked wolf cub, it's okay if you hate your mother, but your brother is innocent. What happened to them? Tell me now. At this moment, Lin's father was extremely angry. He grabbed Lin Xingyue's neck and asked her to explain the matter clearly. Under the influence of this violent rage, he could no longer control his strength and directly pinched Lin Xingyue to the point where she couldn't breathe. The fingerprints were clearly visible.
Seeing this, the other people present hurriedly pulled Lin's father away. They couldn't bear to watch Lin's father strangle Lin Xingyue to death like that.
Lin Xingyue looked at her father and touched her neck. Her already cold heart became even colder. Originally, she regretted telling Lin's father about this, fearing that he would not be able to accept this fact, but now, she felt that she should say it. These are the sins they committed, their iniquities, and they should bear the consequences.
Ha, you want to know? Well, fine, since you want to know so much, then I'll tell you. Do you know what Lin Duokai has become now? He's become a complete cripple. Do you know how his limbs were crippled? They were smashed alive. Can you imagine that scene, how bloody, violent, and cruel it was? Lin Duotsai's terrified howls and shrill screams, even thinking about them now, still makes my scalp tingle. Can you imagine?
Lin Xingyue didn't use rich language to express her feelings, but these few simple words were enough to make the hairs of everyone present stand on end, and they were terrified. They all have brains and can imagine that scene, but just thinking about it makes their limbs go weak. Father Lin had already fallen to the ground, his body shaking constantly. It seemed that he could not accept this fact, let alone his son being tortured like this. But, this is not the end yet. Lin Xingyue looked at Father Lin and spoke again. Then do you know who did it, and do you know who tortured Lin Duokai like this? He could have been spared this torture. Do you know why he is so disheartened, wailing in anger, and confused? Do you want to know? I'll ask you again, do you want to know? Perhaps you really don't want to know the answer.
547, Chapter 547 Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs? When Lin Xingyue said this, Lin's father already had a bad feeling. He just didn't want to believe it, and didn't dare to believe it. If it was someone else, even if it was Yi Tian who started it, he might be able to understand it, and even convince himself to accept it. However, in Lin Xingyue's sad and angry eyes and her meaningful tone, Father Lin heard a possible answer. But, how is it possible? How is this possible? Lin Xingyue, you wolf cub, you are talking nonsense, you are lying to me, you are just saying this to make me angry and sad, right? Shut up, I don't want to hear anything, you bitch, you damn thing, you were so cruel, why didn't you save him? Why didn't you save him? You are the instigator of all this, you are the culprit, but you are safe and sound, unharmed, why did you hurt my son? I'm fine, and everyone else is fine, we've let you down, but my son has never let you down, even though he's a little naughty, or even a little disobedient, he really treats you like a sister, why don't you save him, why? Father Lin questioned Lin Xingyue madly. It seems that Lin Duocai's current fate is all caused by Lin Xingyue. When there is no place to release hatred, one can only find someone to vent it at this moment, he can't find anyone else, so he can only find Lin Xingyue after all, in his heart, the instigator of all this is indeed Lin Xingyue. If Lin Xingyue didn't divorce, if she didn't push Yi Tianqi so hard, would everything still be like this? No, absolutely not. Therefore, Lin Xingyue is the culprit of all this. Lin Xingyue looked at her father, she had never held any hope in the first place, and today's experience had made her completely give up. Changing the subject, are you trying to avoid revealing the answer? This means that Lin's father has already guessed it, however, if he can guess it, you can imagine what kind of person Lin's mother is in his mind. Oh, didn't I save him? I actually really do treat him as my brother, and even more so, you guys as my parents, but how did you treat me? Am I the culprit of everything? Ha ha ha, when you guys kept forcing me, did you ever think about today? Forget it, there's no need to argue with you about these things, there's no need to discuss the past, it's all in the past, everything, for me, is over. I will tell you the answer now, tell you and you the truth of that time. The person who could have saved Lin Duocai wasn't me, but his biological mother, whom he trusted immensely and doted on since childhood. It was she who controlled Lin Duocai's future, but in the end, to protect herself, she personally killed her own son. Ha 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 ha, how ridiculous, how pathetic. Can you imagine the sadness in Lin Duocai's eyes at that time? Can you imagine that look of disbelief and despair? Can you imagine the scene when Lin Duocai's bones were crushed alive, especially the relationship between the people who did it? It's so sad, so pitiful. Although, in my opinion, none of them are innocent, I still feel extremely chilled when I think about it. How could she have the heart to do such a thing? I finally understand the saying that even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. So, you're still thinking about waiting for them to come back, huh? Can they come back? Can they come back? Even if they come back, will they still be the same as before? Crazy, all crazy. At this moment, the air is silent. There were only the sounds of heavy breathing and trembling, and intense fear burst out from the eyes of everyone present. They could also imagine this scene, so at this moment, they felt a coldness and fear emanating from their bones. Impossible, impossible, this is impossible, you are lying to me, you must be lying to me, she loves Duokai the most, she is willing to sacrifice her life for him, how could it be like you said? It's fakey, it's all fake, this is all your conspiracy, you want to take revenge on me, you want to make me suffer, you want to make me sad. So you made up such a lie, it must be like this, you are lying about everything. Did Father Lin believe it? In his heart, he already believed it. He believed it. Otherwise, he would not have stopped Lin Xingyue from saying these words, but now, when the facts were really laid out before him, he could not accept it and could not accept it. Speak quickly, say that all this is your own fabrication, that you are lying to me, speak quickly. You ungrateful bastard, I've raised you this young. How could you be so cruel? It's all your fault, all of this is your fault. Father Lin couldn't bear it any longer, so he rushed forward, slapped Lin Xingyue hard, and then grabbed Lin Xingyue's neck. He looked so crazy that it seemed as if he wanted to strangle Lin Xingyue to death. At this moment, everyone else was frightened by Lin's father's crazy expression. They just came to ask for money, they really didn't want to and didn't dare to get involved in other matters. After hearing Lin Xingyue's story about Lin Duocai's fate, they were already terrified. Could they still take the money? Could they even take it? Finally, don't get yourself into trouble. At this moment, when they were about to pull Father Lin away,
Father Lin glared at everyone present with red eyes and said, "Whoever dares to stop me, I will fight to the death, and I swear, not a penny I won't give it to you, but if you don't stop me today, I won't care whether they come back or Noti will find a way to sell the house and give you all the money. But I will kill anyone who tries to stop me, kill anyone who tries." At this moment, no one dared to stop Lin's father, not only for the money, but also because the look in his eyes was too scary. Father Lin has fallen into a state of madness in this situation. No one knows what he will do with a madman. What can you care about? What dare you care about? Sun Xiaoya wanted to stop Lin's father, but as a weak woman, how could she be a match for Lin's father who was about to go crazy? Lin Xingyue was strangled to the point where she could barely breathe at this moment. Lin's father seemed to have gone mad. He looked at Lin Xingyue with a sinister grin and yelled, "You want to hurt me? I want you to die, I want you to die. I picked you up and raised you, but you actually hurt me, my family, and my Sony want you to die, I want you to die, you damn thing. I will kill anyone who dares to stop me. No one can save you, no one in this world can save you, ha 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 ha." However, at this critical moment, a cold and angry voice reached everyone's ears. "How dare you, stop it." 548, Chapter 548 An Unexpected Accident. A roar filled with coldness and rage, and even more so with majesty and cruelty. No one present had expected that someone else would come at this time, and it looked like they came specifically for Lin Xingyue. It is impossible for them to help others when they see injustice. After all, they are in the room, not outside the room. If they want to see injustice, they have to see it first. This is clearly a direct visit. Moreover, at first glance, you can tell that he is not someone to be trifled with. The leader looked to be in his early 30s, but there seemed to be something wrong with his left eye, which was covered. His face looked full of hostility and majesty, especially his eyes, which seemed to contain a chilling coldness that made people feel cold all over. Just one look at them made people feel cold all over. At the same time, following behind this man in black, there were a dozen other men in black who also looked tough to deal with. Each of them seemed to carry a murderous aura. The person who came was none other than the one-eyed tiger, team leader Wang, who came to look for Lin Xingyue following orders. He rushed to Mingzhou overnight, but unexpectedly, he saw this scene. This scene made him extremely furious. I even have the urge to kill someone. This is the noble lady he has been searching for with great difficulty. Although the final verification has not been carried out yet, he is almost certain that there is a probability of more than 90% that it is Lin Xingyue. As a result, it didn't matter what happened in Dongzhou after all, whether it was Emperor Liu or Yi Tianxi, the exiled immortal of the Qi family, he could have a reason to justify it. What's more, he hadn't arrived yet at that time. But if something happens now, he won't be able to complete his mission at all. If Lin Xingyue dies, he will have no chance of survival. Not only will he have no chance of survival, but all the people in his group, which exists specifically to find noble ladies, will be buried with her. There was no way they could escape. The most noble woman in the entire Dragon Kingdom was strong enough and ruthless enough to hunt them down to the ends of the earth. So, how could the one-eyed tiger not be angry? The way Lin's father wanted to kill Lin Xingyue was equivalent to putting all their lives in danger. Hence, the cold, murderous look and the extremely furious emotions. Before Lin's father could react, the one-eyed tiger's men had already rushed to Lin Xingyue's side at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Then, with a clean and decisive move that was frightening, they broke Lin's father's wrist and rescued Lin Xingyue. This scene stunned everyone. The attack was so ruthless and decisive. If this wasn't ill intentions, then what could be considered ill intentions? The intense pain woke Father Lin up at this moment, and screams followed. "Assholes, who are you? What does this have to do with you? How dare you attack me? You're courting death, you're courting death." Father Lin can no longer understand the situation. No, even if he can see the situation clearly, he doesn't care. What happened to his son has driven him to the brink of madness, or rather, he has gone mad. Although he has not seen it with his own eyes, he has already believed it. He didn't dare to think about that scene, but now he could only blame it all on Lin Xingyue. Only in this way could he feel better. At this time, Lin Xingyue was stunned, and Sun Xiaoya was also stunned. The one-eyed tiger appeared directly like a divine soldier and rescued Lin Xingyue. This was something they did not expect. Neither of them knew the identity of the one-eyed tiger, but they could tell at a glance that he was no ordinary person. They had good eyesight. Before they came to find Lin's father again, they had thought that there was a high probability that someone would come to find them, and the person who could come to find them this time was definitely someone who was not afraid of Yi Tianqi. The purpose was self-evident, because she, Lin Xingyue, was Yi Tianqi's ex-wife, and this identity alone made her valuable enough to be used. They had even thought about what to do and how to use this opportunity to turn things around, but they had never expected that it would come so quickly that they all felt it was unrealistic. For One-Eyed Tiger and his men, killing has never been a problem. If it weren't for the fact that he knew that Lin's father was Lin Xingyue's adoptive father, Lin's father would have lost his life when he just took action. The reason why he is still alive is just because he is concerned about Lin Xingyue's thoughts. Looking at Lin's father, who had already fallen into a frenzy and was still shouting, the One-Eyed Tiger frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, "Shut up, he's making a lot of noise." Immediately, one of his men rushed forward and hit Lin's father hard on the back of the neck with a knife. Lin's father fell unconscious instantly. Then, the One-Eyed Tiger looked at Lin Xingyue and said respectfully, "Are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Lin Xingyue had slowly recovered by this time. Although blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth, her life was no longer in danger. However, she still felt a pain in her neck. It was conceivable how hard Lin's father had just used. He really wanted to strangle her to death. Lin Xingyue shook her head, stood up, looked at the One-Eyed Tiger, and said, "Thank you, I'm fine. Who are you?" After saying that, without waiting for the One-Eyed Tiger to answer, Lin Xingyue laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "Forget it, no matter who you are, I have probably guessed the purpose of your coming here because you are Yi Tianqi, no, Qi Tian's enemy, so you want to use my identity as his ex-wife to do something bad to him, right? You were able to come so quickly, and knowing who Yi Tianqi was, yet you still dared to provoke him. I can imagine that your identities and backgrounds are not simple, and you should not be afraid of Yi Tianqi in this case. I have nothing to say now that I have fallen into this situation. I have no right to bargain, and I don't want to bargain, but I have some requests. I hope you can agree to it." Lin Xingyue spoke directly and stated what she believed to be the truth. He just wanted to use her, so she had no choice but to agree. However, she also had requirements, and she couldn't just use her as he pleased. When the One-Eyed Tiger heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, you misunderstood. We don't mean to take advantage of you." However, how could Lin Xingyue believe it? In her opinion, apart from being used to deal with Yi Tianqi, she had no value at all. Of course, for a big shot, you can't say it so simply and directly that you are taking advantage of him, as it would damage his reputation. Lin Xingyue nodded in understanding and said, "Yes, I know it's not exploitation, not really exploitation, it's cooperation, each taking what they need. Is that right? Don't worry, I won't say anything more, and there won't be any misunderstandings. I understand." The One-Eyed Tiger looked at Lin Xingyue and knew that if he didn't explain it clearly, then Lin Xingyue would really have misunderstood. Come to think of it, after going through so much, Lin Xingyue probably wouldn't believe anyone now, and wouldn't dare to believe anyone. In her opinion, the world is dark and there is no light at all, only endless despair. That's fine. In such a desperate moment, his appearance became a ray of light. With a light sigh, the One-Eyed Tiger looked at Lin Xingyue seriously, then knelt on one knee on the ground. Following his kneeling, more than 10 other men in black also knelt on one knee facing Lin Xingyue, showing great respect. 549, Chapter 549, Invited to Act? This scene not only stunned Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya, but also stunned everyone present. Kneel down? That's right, he was kneeling down. What's going on? What happened? This group of men in black looked very powerful and they were definitely not ordinary people. Why did they kneel down to Lin Xingyue right away? Are you kidding? That's not how it's supposed to be. Even when Lin Xingyue was at her most powerful and glorious, she wouldn't have dared to make so many people kneel down before her. What's this for? Is this an act? Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya looked at each other in bewilderment. At this moment they were the most confused. Since when did taking advantage of others require such a big gift? This was different from what they had imagined, completely different, and it even scared them a little. You, what are you doing? Even if you want me to help, you don't need such a big gift. The One-Eyed Tiger looked at Lin Xingyue. He knelt down with his own little thoughts. He wanted to leave the deepest impression in Lin Xingyue's heart, and it must be a good impression. Only in this way could he maximize his benefits and not make that noble woman angry. Although, according to normal logic, he could have not done this before the final confirmation, and there was no need to do so, but at this point, he no longer had time. Although there were other women who met the requirements, Lin Xingyue was undoubtedly the most likely one, and her possibility was much greater than that of the others. He had no time and no choice but to kneel down. Lin Qingyue must be the one, and could only be the one. Young master, you truly misunderstood me. We are not here to take advantage of you, quite the contrary. We have been searching for you for a very long time. You may be in a state of mental stress right now, so you may not believe many things for the time being. However, please believe me, I will not lie to you and will protect you with my life. You can just call me One-Eyed Tiger. My life, our lives, are all at your service. The words little master and their lives are all for serving Lin Qingyue, and they are willing to sacrifice their own lives for this made Lin Qingyue completely confused, and Sun Xiaoya was also stunned. What is this? Is this really not a prank? When did she, Lin Qingyue, become someone else's mistress, and when did she have such a group of subordinates who were willing to lay down their lives for her? The experiences during this period of time really made Lin Qingyue very nervous in her heart. She was the most unlucky person in the world, and no one could be more unlucky than her. Therefore, even if something good happened, she could only doubt it at the first time if she wanted to believe it. What's more, it seemed that this was not something that could be described as a good thing. Not to mention them, everyone else was also looking at each other in confusion at this time. Lin Qingyue, they watched her grow up, and they had never heard that she had any subordinates, let alone the title of Little Master, which was not something that could be addressed casually. The more this happened, the more they believed that all this was Lin Qingyue's work, and that she had deliberately hired someone to act. The purpose is also very simple. If she scared them all, she wouldn't have to pay back the money, and no one would dare to target her anymore. At the same time, she could use this method to intimidate some uninformed people. It seemed like a win-win situation with only benefits and no disadvantages. The woman who had quarreled with Lin Qingyue before, at this moment, had red eyes, gnashed her teeth and looked at Lin Qingyue and said harsh words. Lin Qingyue, you were so cunning and scheming. I've said it before, people like you are full of evil intentions at such a time, and you're still thinking of deceiving people. Okay, that's great. It's a pity. Do you think that just because you found so many people to act with you, we will fall for your tricks? Ha, it's ridiculous. Lin Qingyue, you really are a man who will not give up until he reaches the Yellow River. I tell you, it's useless at all. We won't be fooled by you. What's more, we have done nothing wrong, so why would we be scared by you? After saying that, the woman looked at One-Eyed Tiger and the others and said fiercely, and you guys, your acting is quite scary. But it's just to fool the children. What little master, what willingness to sacrifice your life for Lin Qingyue. Why don't you go act? Have you watched too many movies? You can't even act properly. These are all some old-fashioned and melodramatic lines. I am amused that you can come up with them. It really makes me laugh to death. Get out of here right now. This is my advice to you, otherwise, you won't be able to leave later. I called the police when you came in. If nothing unexpected happens, law enforcement officers will be here in a few minutes. By then, I see you all going to jail. After saying that, the woman took out her cell phone and showed them the call records. You know what, she really had just called the police. She was really fearless. Because of what this woman said, the other people present began to look at One-Eyed Tiger and the others with suspicion. Yes, it really does seem like acting, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. Especially these lines, what a joke, they can't act realistically, but use lines that, in their opinion, only appear in movies to act. It's too fake, really too fake. In fact, it's really not their fault. Not only do they think it's too fake, Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya also think that it's all too fake. Father Lin seemed to be standing with them at this time, pointing at Lin Qingyue and One-Eyed Tiger and sneering, call the police to arrest them. If that doesn't work, just beat them to death. We with so many people, can't we beat them? They are such bastards, running here to cause trouble, and even putting on a show for us. Damn them, kill them. Call the police. Is Lin Qingyue afraid? To be honest, she is both afraid and not afraid for her now. Even if the law enforcement officers come, they will just take her away and move her to another place to restrict her personal freedom. What else can happen? Wouldn't it be the same if I stayed here? But she was really aggrieved. What time had passed and what had happened? Why did such a terrible thing happen? The appearance of One-Eyed Tiger and the others had just given Lin Qingyue hope, but now, even she felt that all this was too fake. The title of Little Master made her laugh and cry. She had thought about it, because of what One-Eyed Tiger had said. She had really thought about whether these people were sent by her biological parents, who she didn't know who they were. But, was this possibility possible? How could it be such a coincidence? This is too unexpected. So, she actually didn't even dare to think about it, and just asked directly whether someone was sent to take her away and then use her. But the One-Eyed Tiger refused to admit it, which was really frustrating. Lin Xingyue didn't know what to do at this moment. She looked at the one-eyed tiger, sighed, and said, I don't know who you are or what your purpose is, but since you just helped me, please leave quickly, otherwise, someone will come to catch you. 550, Chapter 550. Your mother has been looking for you for too long. When law enforcement agencies come to arrest them, these words will only scare ordinary people. Trying to scare one-eyed tiger and the others in this way is a joke. Are they afraid of being arrested by law enforcement officers? If they are really afraid, then it is ridiculous. There are organizations that can arrest them, but they are rare. The people who have the right and qualifications to arrest them are even fewer. Their confidentiality level and authority can even lead to the direct arrest of law enforcement officers. They are so crazy. The one-eyed tiger looked at Lin Xingyue, shook his head, and said, Young master, don't worry, we are here and will not let anyone hurt you. As for our safety, thank you for your concern. However, please rest assured that no one can take us away if we don't want to. Having said that, the one-eyed tiger turned his head and looked at these blind people, sneering, they think we're acting. Doesn't the young master think so too? It doesn't matter, perhaps our appearance is indeed a bit presumptuous and sudden. It's normal for you not to believe us, but please rest assured, we are not acting, and you didn't ask us to act. They don't know this, but you know it clearly. As for who we are, I think you, young master, must be very curious. Please forgive me for not telling you yet, because I still need to confirm your identity. 10 minutes is enough. As long as the final genetic comparison is completed and your identity is confirmed, I will tell you everything you want to know. Now, please, young master, take out a strand of your hair. I need to arrange for someone to immediately perform a genetic comparison for final confirmation. Now that things have been said to this point, who among those present could fail to understand what he meant? What is gene comparison and what is the final confirmation? This is DNA identification. The reason for doing this is self-evident. Lin Xingyue opened her mouth wide and looked at Sun Xiaoyao. Sun Xiaoyao also opened her mouth wide, somewhat hesitant to believe it. Although they all had this idea, when the facts were right in front of them, it was still a little hard to understand. Are you really here to look for your relatives? Is this really the person sent by Lin Xingyue's biological parents? But how is this possible? How could it be such a coincidence? No, even if there really is such a coincidence, people like One-Eyed Tiger seem too extraordinary and too unusual. So, what kind of status should the person who can command them and have such terrible subordinates have? Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoyao were discussing this topic before, but in the end, they all laughed at themselves and no one mentioned it anymore because it was meaningless. Even if Lin Xingyue really found her biological parents, and even if her biological parents have been looking for her, the person she, Lin Xingyue, has offended now is not someone that an ordinary wealthy family can help solve. This is a terrifying situation that others want to avoid. Unless, Lin Xingyue's biological parents have an unimaginably high status and power that covers the sky and the sun, only in this way can they compete with Yi Tianqi. However, after knowing who Yi Tianqi is and knowing that Yi Tianqi is not even afraid of Night Owl, both Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoyao gave up this idea. Because it is unrealistic. Instead of holding such a ridiculous idea, they should think carefully about how to use their existing identities to exchange for some benefits. However, the thing that they dared not think about now seems to be right in front of them. Moreover, looking at the situation of One-Eyed Tiger and the others, it can be seen that the person who ordered them is definitely not simple. As for whether he can deal with Yi Tianqi, they really don't know. Lin Xingyue was silent, looking at the One-Eyed Tiger, suddenly feeling a little at a loss. She had just found out that the parents she had always thought of were not her parents, and she had just experienced a horrific tragedy that was unacceptable to anyone just now. Her adoptive father even wanted to strangle her to death at this time. Suddenly, someone descended from the sky, claiming to be looking for his relatives. How could she not be surprised and emotional? Looking at the One-Eyed Tiger, no matter how useless Lin Xingyue was, she could still see some clues from the One-Eyed Tiger's eyes. She was very scared, afraid that this was a conspiracy against her deliberately arranged by someone, just to give her a sudden boost of hope and then plunge her into despair. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xingyue said softly, if you were sent here to tease me, then you succeeded. I won't deny it. I now have a glimmer of hope, but I'm still desperate. I've been so miserable. Isn't that enough? Do you have to watch me die before you're satisfied? Upon hearing this, the One-Eyed Tiger knelt down in front of Lin Xingyue in fear and trepidation, shaking his head and saying, this subordinate deserves death. If there is anything that has caused the young master to misunderstand or be dissatisfied, please forgive me. However, I, the One-Eyed Tiger, have absolutely no intention of playing tricks on you.
I know you've been wronged, little master. I also know this happened too suddenly, and you might not dare to believe it, but please, little master, please believe me, and believe your mother. She has been looking for you for a very, very long time. In just a dozen minutes, all it takes is a strand of my young master's hair. In just a dozen minutes, everything will be revealed. Please wait a moment, young master, then you will know that everything is true, and I, your subordinate, will not lie. One-Eyed Tiger spoke very sincerely and seriously, and it only took him a dozen minutes to prove everything. And all Lin Xingyue paid was just a hair. Even if you are disappointed in the end, how disappointed can you be? Lin Xingyue looked deeply. He glanced at the One-Eyed Tiger and said, I can give you the hair, but I advise you to think it over carefully, or first go and find out about my experience, and the person I have offended and who wants to bully Meihei is not someone you can easily mess with. If it's true as you said, that my biological parents have been looking for me, then I don't want to cause them any trouble at this time. No one can save me, at least, in my opinion. Those who can save me are rare. I am not looking down on anyone, but this is the truth. Before confirming Lin Xingyue's identity, the One-Eyed Tiger didn't dare to reveal anything, but he already knew everything. Looking at Lin Xingyue, the One-Eyed Tiger showed a determined look and said with a smile, Little master, please rest assured to give me your hair. If you are really my little master, then you can rest assured that no one in this world will dare to bully you anymore. Anyone who bullies you will pay a heavy price. And at this moment, who cannot understand it? Especially the woman who threatened to call the police. She laughed so hard that she bent over. It was as if she had witnessed a huge joke. Lin Xingyue, you really are one thing after another. You are indeed smart and shameless. You just found out that you are not the daughter of the Lin family, so you immediately found someone to pretend to be someone else to find your relatives, right? Look at the ability of these people. If someone with a poor mind really takes them seriously, they will really look at you with new eyes. After all, to have such men, to be able to search for you for so long, and to be so arrogant, your biological parents must be very powerful. Masterful, Lin Xingyue, you are really masterful. I admire your move very much. It's a pity that I saw through it. It's fake, it's a little too fake. 551, Chapter 551. Help you kill them. This woman has spoken against Lin Xingyue more than once. And now, the same thing happened, as if she was so smart. However, it was really not her fault. It was just too coincidental. Lin Xingyue herself even suspected that someone had deliberately come to tease her. There is nothing wrong with this woman thinking this way, and she seems to have a motive. Lin Xingyue didn't want to explain anything at this moment. What she cared more about was that if all this was true, then who were her biological parents? Just as One-Eyed Tiger said, everything would be revealed in just over 10 minutes. She seemed to have no choice but to hope that all this was true. Even if it was false, she would not be disappointed. After all, she had already given up hope. At this time, Lin Xingyue was too lazy to pay attention to others, but the One-Eyed Tiger was full of murderous intent. He had been enduring it, but now, he could no longer bear it. Young master, you are a noble person and cannot be insulted by anyone yet. These people have repeatedly insulted you. Will you allow me to take action? I will kill them all immediately and vent your anger. As One-Eyed Tiger uttered these murderous words, all the men he brought with him raised their heads, their eyes emitting terrifying murderous intent, staring at the people present, as if, with just one order, they would take action and kill everyone they saw. All the people present today couldn't help but take a step back in fear. There was no other way. This was like a tangible murderous intent. Even if they didn't believe they would really die, they were still afraid in their hearts. Even Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoyao were shocked. The murderous intent was so strong that it didn't seem like a joke at all. If before, they did not quite understand what murderous intent was, and who was so terrifying that could kill people at any time, then after experiencing the incident at the Dongzhou Banquet Hall, they already knew that in this world, some people can truly be above the law and above life. In the eyes of such people, life has different levels of nobility, but all are the same. As long as they are enemies, they will kill them without mercy. The word kill was said by the One-Eyed Tiger in a way that was too normal, as if it was a common occurrence, and the looks in his men's eyes were something they couldn't fake. Lin Xingyue was stunned and didn't say anything, but Sun Xiaoyao's heart suddenly became extremely hot. If all this was true, and not a joke, but Lin Xingyue was found by coincidence, then if Lin Xingyue was really the little master these people were talking about, she would really like to know, with people like One-Eyed Tiger as subordinates, or even servants, then what kind of terrifying identities must Lin Xingyue's biological parents have? Don't forget, even Shi Shao doesn't have such subordinates. Just based on this point,
it can be proved that the person represented by the one-eyed tiger is definitely not weaker than Shi Xiao, but is much stronger. If this is all true, then the future is really promising. Sun Xiaoya looked at the one-eyed tiger and said cautiously, "Sir, can I ask you a few questions?" The one-eyed tiger ignored Sun Xiaoya and stared at Lin Qingyue, as if still waiting for her order. Lin Qingyue finally reacted. Although she hated these people and wanted to kill them immediately, she didn't want to say anything when she was no longer sure about the situation. Moreover, there were not just one or two people here, but dozens of them. Could they really kill them? Not to mention killing them, even injuring all of them is not a trivial matter after all. These people are not big shots in Mingzhou today, but they all have their own connections, and all of these were obtained by relying on the Qingyue group. It is really ridiculous to say. Lin Qingyue shook her head and said, "I don't know if I'm the little master you mentioned, so I naturally can't let you do such a thing for me. No, you want to help me. Thank you. You want my hair, right? Okay, I'll give it to you." After saying that, Lin Qingyue plucked a hair from her head and looked at the one-eyed tiger and said, "I choose to believe you, but even so, I may not be the person you are looking for. I hope that the result will not disappoint you." When the one-eyed tiger saw Lin Qingyue pulling out her hair, he immediately pulled out a snow-white handkerchief from his pocket and took the hair with great respect. He looked at Lin Qingyue and said, "I don't think I will be disappointed. I have this premonition, and when I found you, I could actually confirm it roughly. However, because this is a serious matter, I must make a final confirmation. I hope you can understand. Also, I want to say that even if this isn't the outcome I want, if you need me to, I can still help you get rid of these people. I've seen through their faces. They're just a waste of air if they're still alive. It cannot be said that this is not cruel enough. People's lives are just a waste of air, and they still say that even if Lin Qingyue is not the person they are looking for, they can still help deal with it. This really shows that they don't regard human life as human life. This makes people have to doubt even more about the identity of the one-eyed tiger and others." Watching the one-eyed tiger carefully handing the handkerchief wrapped in his hair to an extremely respectful subordinate, and then watching the subordinate quickly run outside, Lin Qingyue suddenly had a feeling that heaven and hell were just a thin line apart. Looking at the one-eyed tiger, Lin Qingyue hesitated for a moment and said, "My friend wants to ask you a few questions if possible. Could you please answer them? Of course, if it's difficult, forget it, because now it's just me and my friend. We depend on each other, so she won't hurt me, and my mind is a little confused right now, so what she asked should be what I want to know." Sun Xiaoya was really flattered at this moment. The relationship between her and Lin Qingyue had made a breakthrough because of this experience of sharing the same suffering. Of course, it was also inseparable from the fact that she was willing to take the risk and follow Lin Qingyue in this time. One-eyed tiger and the others had already stood up. After glancing at Sun Xiaoya, they nodded respectfully to Lin Qingyue and said, "Of course, it's no problem. However, since the results haven't come out yet, I can only answer the questions that can be answered for now. As for the rest, as soon as the results are confirmed, I will tell you everything you want to know, young master." After saying that, the one-eyed tiger looked at Sun Xiaoya. Although he was certainly not as respectful as when he was facing Lin Qingyue, he was still polite. Naturally, he had to treat the young master's friend well, even though he knew clearly about the relationship between Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya. After this suffering, some things could not be explained clearly. "Miss Sun, please ask if I can answer. Don't worry, I will tell you the truth." Sun Xiaoya was stunned for a moment. He actually knew her last name, Sun. That meant he already knew something about Lin Qingyue and herself. It was hard to say how much, but it was definitely impossible that he knew nothing. "Now that you know, you still dare to come?" Sun Xiaoya took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. Instead, she started to think about what question to ask so that she could get the point across and get the one-eyed tiger to answer, while also allowing her and Lin Qingyue to learn some information from it. After much thought, Sun Xiaoya, "I've made up my mind. Sir, I'd like to ask you, do you know Night Owl, the Night Owl of the Yi family in the imperial capital?" 552, Chapter 552. Night Owl, nothing. Sun Xiaoya is indeed not a fool. The one-eyed tiger repeatedly told Lin Qingyue that many things were not convenient to say before her identity was finally confirmed, but he would definitely tell her what he could. However, it is difficult to define what can be said and what cannot be said. Now Lin Qingyue couldn't ask directly who the one-eyed tiger was, and who the so-called biological parents of Lin Qingyue were behind him. However, it was clear at a glance that the one-eyed tiger was not an ordinary person. His aura and other things were all extraordinary. If that was the case, then Lin Qingyue's biological parents must also be extraordinary. So, the biggest crisis for Lin Qingyue now is Yi Tianqi. Although Yi Tianqi said that they would settle their grudges in the future, the fact is that Lin Xingyue is living in dire straits now, and it will only get worse in the future. She and Sun Xiaoya have even made plans to be used by Yi Tianqi's enemies just to find a glimmer of hope. Now, the one-eyed tiger has come. If all this is true, then this result is definitely much better than being used by others. The only point is whether the people behind the one-eyed tiger, Lin Xingyue's biological parents, have the ability to do so. If I ask directly, it is obvious that the other person will not answer. I have just tried it, so I can make a comparison and see the attitude of the one-eyed tiger. And the night owl is the best touchstone. There was no way Sun Xiaoya wanted to find someone stronger, but the problem was that she didn't know much and didn't dare to make random inquiries. However, she already had a general understanding of Yi Xiao. Even though Yi Tianqi directly targeted Shi Xiao and claimed that he didn't care about Yi Xiao, since Yi Xiao dared to target Yi Tianqi, it was obvious that he was not afraid of Yi Tianqi. As long as they are evenly matched, or the difference is not much, they are already very strong, so strong that it makes people despair. Therefore, the best way is to ask the one-eyed tiger if he knows about the night owl. Lin Xingyue looked at Sun Xiaoya and felt very satisfied. Then, she stared at the one-eyed tiger, expecting what answer would come out of the one-eyed tiger's mouth. It's true, I'm both excited and scared. Looking at the expressions of Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya and listening to their questions, the one-eyed tiger smiled. He is not a fool, and he knows a lot about Lin Xingyue's affairs, so he naturally knows why the two of them asked this question. They are smart, using seemingly reluctant questions to evaluate the strength of him or the person behind him. If anyone else had played tricks on him like this, one-eyed tiger would not only not respond but might even turn hostile. But if it was Lin Xingyue, then it would be a different matter. There are only a dozen minutes left until the final confirmation. After a dozen minutes, Lin Xingyue has a great possibility of becoming the little master he mentioned. Naturally, he cannot offend the little master. Even if, taking a step back, Lin Xingyue is not, then, he is just answering this question, and it seems that it doesn't matter. Under the expectant gazes of Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya, the one-eyed tiger nodded gently and said, if you're asking about Yi Xiao, the eldest son of the Yi family who has been at the peak of his career in the imperial capital in recent years, then of course I know that name. Especially the eldest young master of the Yi family, he has a great reputation, so naturally many people know him. But just knowing him or hearing about him doesn't mean anything. Miss Sun, what do you mean by asking this? That's right, knowing doesn't mean knowing. I just know the name and have heard of the name. There are too many people like that and I can't tell anything. So, Sun Xiaoya, I have something else to ask. Sun Xiaoya naturally had something to ask. After she asked, she kept looking at the one-eyed tiger's expression. The result made her a little disappointed. Originally, she wanted to analyze the one-eyed tiger's attitude towards Yi Xiao and the Yi family. From the one-eyed tiger's expression when he mentioned Yi Xiao and the Yi family, she could more or less see some clues. But in the end, the one-eyed tiger's expression did not fluctuate at all. He was so calm that it was impossible to tell anything. Helpless, Sun Xiaoya could only continue, no, it's just that this name has sounded so familiar lately. Also, Xingyue and I have come into contact with some of the so-called Yi Daxiao's subordinates before, so I wanted to see if you know anything about this Yi Xiao and what you think of him as a person. Of course, if you find it inconvenient, then just pretend I didn't ask. After all, it's really too presumptuous, especially when it involves such an important figure. If I say the wrong thing and it gets known, it will probably offend people. If that happens, it will cause trouble for you, which is really not good. The one-eyed tiger laughed. Sun Xiaoya was really playing tricks one after another. This is not only to provoke myself, but also to test my attitude towards Night Owl. Whether you say it or not, you can get some general information from your own answers, and even tell whether you are afraid of night owls. Interesting, but really unnecessary. Because the one-eyed tiger could not answer the question that did not include the night owl, or in other words, the so-called night owl was not qualified to be included in the range of questions that he was afraid of. Since Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya both want to know so much, then let them know. Any comments on night owl? The one-eyed tiger smiled and said, he's extremely ambitious, treacherous, ruthless, and known as the young evil. I am sure you've all heard of him, so I won't go into too much detail. He's arrogant and capable, but in my opinion, his abilities don't match his ambition. He's also incredibly adept at stirring up trouble. If it weren't for his powerful background, he would have been dealt with long ago. However, even so, his fate is actually predetermined. It's just a matter of whether this future of defeat arrives sooner or later. Well, to be frank, I really despise this person. Well, that's about it. Is there anything else you want to ask? He answered as he said, without any lies. One-Eyed Tiger really did what he said. However, at this moment, both Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya seemed to have been electrocuted. They stared at the One-Eyed Tiger in amazement and were unable to speak. Shocked, they couldn't help but be shocked. They did consider that since One-Eyed Tiger was willing to talk, he would definitely say something, but after thinking about it, they felt that it would probably be nothing more than some trivial things at most. However, the first words he spoke were earth-shattering and dizzying. These words, like a bolt from the blue, struck Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya on the heads. These remarks completely disdain Night Owl, not to mention the words used. They even predict Night Owl's future fate, defeat. It's just a matter of time, right? Is this something you can or dare to say? One-Eyed Tiger, who is he? 553, Chapter 553. Mother, who is she? Yes, this question has always appeared in the minds of Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya. The reason for asking these questions is to test it out. However, it would have been fine if they hadn't tried it. Once they tried, it made them even more confused, and even a little scared. This is really not to play a trick on them? In today's dragon country, the Yi family is at its peak. There are forces that dare to compete with them, but all of them are giants of the same level. In fact, even such forces would not allow their subordinates to provoke them in such a way. But the One-Eyed Tiger was not afraid at all. He started talking and started making all kinds of scary remarks. Moreover, he was very serious, as if all of these were his true words and what he really believed. But this is even more terrifying. Who is the One-Eyed Tiger? What kind of force could have such a terrifying subordinate like One-Eyed Tiger? Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya looked at each other at this moment. They saw confusion in each other's eyes. They were only confused. When the One-Eyed Tiger saw the looks of Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya at the moment, he knew that his words might have scared them a little. It was not surprising. After all, that was the Yi family, and that was the Night Owl. However, while others are afraid, he is truly not afraid, because behind him is the most noble person, who is one of the few in the entire Dragon Kingdom, not to mention Night Owl. Even if it is Prince Xingshan, the backer behind Night Owl, what can he do? If you offend the master behind the One-Eyed Tiger, you still have to admit your mistake. Young master, Miss Sun, I wonder if you are satisfied with my answer. You asked me what I think of Yi Xiao and the Yi family. This is roughly how I see it. Of course, if you want to know more, that's fine, but it may take some time. I can get all the information about their family for you. Of course, if it was just Night Owl's personal information, then the speed would be much faster. However, based on my understanding, I still suggest that you don't read it if you can, unless I hide all the bad things he has done. Otherwise, you will lose sleep after reading it. These words shocked Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya. They couldn't help but be shocked. The One-Eyed Tiger's words clearly meant that he had detailed information about the entire Yi family, including Yi Xiao. If it was just simple information, it would be fine. But the problem was that when the One-Eyed Tiger said that Yi Xiao's information and those bad things were best hidden before showing them, they were not fools and they understood what this meant at the first time. The meaning behind this was so terrifying that they were all at a loss. The One-Eyed Tiger's evaluation of the Night Owl just now was understandable and excusable, and they could find excuses and justifications, but now, they are unable to express it in words. Are you kidding? Can you just tell outsiders about those bad things? Especially for someone like Yi Xiao, even if he did something bad, apart from those things that everyone knows about, there are only those things that are shameful and cannot be seen in public. People like Yi Xiao will never let outsiders know about these things. The confidentiality must be extremely high. Even the people who know the inside story are definitely very few. But, One-Eyed Tiger clearly meant this. How did he know? You can't think about it too much, it will make you scared. But it also revealed something. The Night Owl was probably more hateful and evil than the legend said. Otherwise, there would be no need to describe the One-Eyed Tiger as causing insomnia and nausea after watching it. Young master, you may have some contact with Night Owl in the future. However, he is not important. You may have contact with the person behind him, and there may be many opportunities for contact. These words should not be said by me, but I still want to remind you to try to have less contact with the person behind him. The person behind Night Owl may not be very pleasing to your mother. As the One-Eyed Tiger spoke, his brows furrowed slightly, as if he was hesitating whether to say this at this time. After all, if such remarks were to be spread, it would be a matter of great importance and would cause a huge uproar. But if you want to sell well, you always have to pay a price. If you don't try to please Lin Qingyue now, when will you try to please her? Besides, what What he said was all true, and if his guess was correct, the battle between the master behind him and the people behind Night Owl, even a battle to the death, would not last long. Lin Xingyue's heart was pounding at this moment. There was nothing she could do. The information spoken by the one-eyed tiger was too shocking. In fact, it was so shocking that Lin Xingyue didn't dare to think about it too much. I would never do this in my dreams. At this moment, Lin Xingyue suddenly wanted to cry, and even felt more panicked than before. Even when she learned about Yi Tianqi's true identity at the Dongzhou banquet and knew what she had missed, that emotion could not be compared to what she feels now. You can't blame her. Anyone would feel the same way. The person behind Night Owl, what kind of existence has Night Owl become? It is an existence that Lin Xingyue cannot even dream of, and she even dares to imagine that Night Owl is beyond her reach. In her opinion, Night Owl is already capable of fighting Yi Tianqi. But now, what is the one-eyed tiger saying? She said that Night Owl was not important, and that as long as she was really the little master that one-eyed tiger was looking for, she would have more contact with the big man behind Night Owl in the future. She even said that her mother, Lin Xingyue's biological mother, did not like that big man very much. I don't like him very much. That big shot is not very popular with Lin Xingyue's mother. Is this a word that can be used for anything? That means, this big shot must win or even pretend to please or respect Lin Xingyue's biological child mother? Even if it was not what she thought, it didn't matter. What mattered was what kind of identity Lin Xingyue's mother had. Lin Xingyue no longer dared to think about it. At this moment, she felt as if she had returned to heaven from hell. No, it's even stronger than this feeling, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times stronger. She had already accepted the fact that she had fallen into hell, and had even prepared herself for the possibility of loneliness, hardship, bullying, and a bleak future. But now, someone suddenly appeared and told her that she, Lin Xingyue, did not have to go through all this. It was not that she had no relatives. Not only did she have relatives, but the status of her relatives was so noble that people dared not even look up to them. This is so dramatic, so impossible. But now, this so-called impossible has become possible. Maybe it was time for Lin Xingyue to stop talking. The one-eyed tiger looked at Lin Xingyue, who was shocked and speechless. He was not surprised. If this happened to anyone, they would probably react the same way as Lin Xingyue. At the same time, the one-eyed tiger couldn't help but look at Lin Xingyue with great envy. Yes, becoming that woman's child is something that many people wouldn't even dare to imagine in their dreams. The meaning it represents is what countless people dream of. My dear master, although I haven't told you yet, I think you should be satisfied with my answers. I know you may still find it hard to believe, but please believe me, one-eyed tiger, swear to heaven that I am not exaggerating or lying. If I were to lie, I would be willing to remain in this life, unable to advance even a single step, but instead plummeting to the bottom. If that's not enough, I'm willing to swear a solemn oath and perish forever. What a heavy oath. At this moment, Lin Xingyue believed it. 554, Chapter 554, A Terrifying Gift. Even if many people do not believe in oaths, it does not mean that they can swear a poisonous oath. What's more, I have no relatives and I'm a one-eyed tiger, so why should I deceive myself in this way? There is no doubt that it is true. Even if it is not true, Lin Xingyue will admit it. Looking at the one-eyed tiger, Lin Xingyue could no longer hide her excitement in her eyes. However, she also controlled her emotions very well and could not say much. After all, the final result was not out yet. But it will be over soon, and the 10 minutes or so will pass quickly. But for Lin Xingyue, these 10 minutes were the longest she had ever experienced in her life, and she was more nervous and anxious than ever before. This is not just a dozen minutes, this is clearly the final moment that will determine Lin Xingyue's future, who she is, whether she can get revenge, and everything else. She hoped the answer was yes, but she couldn't decide on this. But at this time, she remembered One-Eyed Tiger's words clearly. It was very likely that she, Lin Xingyue, was the daughter of that big shot, otherwise, they would not have rushed here in such a hurry. In this case, there is always great hope. Once you have hope, your mentality will be different. Lin Xingyue couldn't even control her emotions. Although she knew it was not appropriate to say it at this time, she wanted to have this beautiful dream for a while. Even in her dreams, Looking at the one-eyed tiger, Lin Qingyue asked, "Well, Mr. One-eyed Tiger, you don't have to swear an oath. I believe you, really, I believe you even if I'm not the one you're looking for in the end. You brought me hope when I was in hell even if it was just a momentary dream. It made me very happy, thank you. It's just that I still have a few questions to ask you. I wonder if you can answer them." The one-eyed tiger looked at Lin Qingyue and knew that he had won Lin Qingyue's favor at this moment. He smiled and said, "Young master, please ask." "As for thanking you, I really don't dare. This is what I should do." Lin Qingyue took a deep breath, looked at the one-eyed tiger, and said, "I just heard you say that you swore not to advance even a single step in your realm. Plus, I see that you are very unusual. I want to ask, are you a strong one? If so, what realm are you at? Is it the emperor level?" The shadow cast by Yi Tianqi on Lin Qingyue was always a little bigger. In addition, during the banquet hosted by the old man of the Bai family in Dongzhou, she finally had a general understanding of the so-called strong people. Especially, Emperor Lu. She saw how humble Shi Shao was when the two king-level masters arrived, and she also saw how arrogant and domineering these two king-level masters were. This is not only because of the forces behind them, but also because of their own strength. But Yi Tianqi defeated them. It's scary. I never thought that Yi Tianqi actually had such powerful power. However, there was another person who was even stronger and could not be ignored at that time, Emperor Lu. She didn't understand him very well, but she knew that he was an emperor-level expert, much more powerful than the two kings. Just seeing Emperor Lu, these two king-level warriors were so scared that they almost peed their pants. It can be imagined how terrifying the so-called emperor level is. And she also understood a little about the classification of the strong and knew what the emperor-level strong meant. With the protection of an emperor-level strongman and the strength of his own strength, it is no longer just about relying on any force, because it is enough in itself. The fact that someone like Emperor Lu chose to protect Yi Tianqi and stand by his side forced Lin Qingyue, who was still unclear about her identity and power, to think more. She was already scared and just wanted to be safe. And the one-eyed tiger probably understood what Lin Qingyue was thinking. So, looking at Lin Qingyue, the one-eyed tiger shook his head slightly and said, "I'm sorry to disappoint my young master. I am not at the emperor level." This really disappointed Lin Qingyue. Although, I didn't hold out any hope. After all, Lin Qingyue, who had some understanding of the emperor realm, naturally knew how terrifying that powerful person was. Although she already knew and understood that the person behind the one-eyed tiger might be her relative, and that he was very powerful, she still didn't have an intuitive feeling. She is Lin Qingyue, who was adopted by Lin's father since childhood, and is not a spoiled girl who has lived in a wealthy family's mansion since childhood. Her background may be extremely noble, but that is her bloodline, not her experience. Vision, naturally, is not enough. However, before Lin Qingyue could open her mouth to speak, the one-eyed tiger continued, "However, if I am only half a step away from the emperor level, and this half step should be taken soon, I have actually had this opportunity a long time ago. It was only because I failed to find my young master that I was punished by him and lost an eye. I also lost the chance to enter the emperor level and become an emperor level expert. But this time, the young master has been found. Perhaps I can be allowed to enter the imperial level. The peak of the king realm is indeed only half a step away from the emperor realm. But this so-called half step away, if you really want to, is a hurdle that countless people may not be able to overcome in their lifetime. After all, it is a qualitative leap." But the one-eyed tiger actually said that if it were not for someone else's order, he could have entered the emperor level long ago, and he would not lie about such things. So, it can be imagined that he, the one-eyed tiger, is not just at the peak of the king level. Similarly, how powerful and majestic should the person behind him, the one-eyed tiger, be? Lin Qingyue also opened her mouth wide, looking at the one-eyed tiger. She couldn't believe her ears compared with this. The more she thought about who it might be, the more curious she became about it. Who is it, after all? What kind of identity does one have to be so domineering? Isn't it great to be the subordinate of an emperor-level strongman? But just because he didn't find himself, he was forced not to advance. This is simply unbelievable and unbelievable. Similarly, looking at the covered eye of the one-eyed tiger, Lin Qingyue swallowed and asked softly, "Are you saying that you lost this eye because you failed to find your little master and were punished by your so-called master?" The one-eyed tiger touched his eye, nodded, and said, "Because I failed to complete the task and disappointed my master, I dug out this eye as a reward from my master and fed it to the dog." A chill instantly appeared in everyone's heart. There were not only Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya here, but because they were talking and because the momentum of One-Eyed Tiger and the others was too strong, no one else dared to say anything. I kept listening, and the more I listened, the faster my heart beat. Until, the One-Eyed Tiger said this. The sound of people gasping for air was endless. Including Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya, they were all frightened and took 2 steps back, looking at the One-Eyed Tiger in disbelief and even fear. You dug it out with your own hands and fed it to the dog? Moreover, even in the words and eyes of the One-Eyed Tiger at this moment, there was no dissatisfaction or resentment, only awe and fear. Gift? When did this most terrible punishment become a gift? It's simply incomprehensible. Incomprehensible and makes my scalp tingle. 555, Chapter 555 The Truth of That Year. An inexplicable fear arose in Lin Qingyue's heart. If I had high expectations and even longing for this mother whom I had never met before, then at this moment, in addition to these, I also felt more fear. What kind of person would order his subordinate to lose an eye just because he failed to complete the mission? How cruel must one be to do such a thing? Now, not only Lin Qingyue, but also Sun Xiaoya and others could see how loyal the One-Eyed Tiger was to this so-called master. His mind was full of awe and loyalty, and he was even willing to sacrifice his life for it. Anyone would treat such a loyal subordinate sincerely, so how could he be so cruel? What made Lin Qingyue even more puzzled was that the One-Eyed Tiger's awe of his master had reached an unbelievable level. Even though he had been treated like this, there was not a trace of dissatisfaction in the One-Eyed Tiger's eyes, only self-blame and guilt. He even regarded this punishment as a gift. What is this? Lin Qingyue simply couldn't understand it. The One-Eyed Tiger seemed to see Lin Qingyue's doubts and knew that he might have scared Lin Qingyue a little. After all, this master grew up among the common people and could not understand it all. However, it frightened Lin Qingyue, causing her to have other feelings towards the noble man, that is, One-Eyed Tiger's dereliction of duty, and it was a serious dereliction of duty. If he really makes his master unhappy or dissatisfied, his fate will be more than just losing an eye. Therefore, the One-Eyed Tiger quickly looked at Lin Qingyue and smiled. I'm sorry, maybe I didn't express myself clearly, little master, please don't misunderstand me. I'm kind and compassionate, but my status is extraordinary, and the environment I face is unimaginable to others. If she doesn't have an iron fist, then the degree of danger is unimaginable. Young master has been through a lot, and I think you should understand when surrounded by wolves, only an iron fist can subdue them and keep them from making any rash moves. You understand, don't you? Such an explanation really made Lin Qingyue feel relieved. Although she didn't know what the environment surrounded by wolves in the mouth of the One-Eyed Tiger was like, she knew very well that sometimes, weakness and kindness would become the soft spot for others to attack. If she wanted others not to act rashly or target her, she had to be ruthless and let others know what the consequences would be if they provoked her. In this way, a lot of trouble can be avoided, and people will think twice before doing anything unfavorable and consider the consequences carefully. Just looking at the situation of the One-Eyed Tiger, we can know that the environment in which she, whose mother's identity is still unknown, lives is even more complicated than what Lin Qingyue has experienced, so complicated that it is unimaginable. Don't worry, I won't let my imagination run wild. I understand that sometimes, if people aren't ruthless or dignified enough, they'll be bullied. After hearing Lin Qingyue's words, the One-Eyed Tiger finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, that's right. When you know who the master is and what kind of environment he is in, you will sympathize and understand why the master is like this, and you will even feel sorry for the master. Also, I want to tell you that even though the master can be strict with everyone, she will only be gentle and motherly to you. Little master, you don't know how much the master misses you, how many times she has thought of you so much that she has cried. Having said that, the One-Eyed Tiger kept silent and became a little frightened. As a servant, how dare I talk too much and say something about my master? I have already committed a capital crime. I beg you, young master, to be considerate and understanding of me if possible. I beg you to plead for me. Looking at the One-Eyed Tiger's expression, Lin Qingyue didn't know what to say. She nodded quickly and said, don't worry, it's okay. If I were really the young master you're looking for, I would definitely speak up for you. You don't have any bad intentions. You're doing this sincerely. I don't think she will blame you. After saying this, Lin Qingyue looked at the One-Eyed Tiger with some hesitation. The more you know, the more confused you become sometimes. Now she didn't even need to know who this mother she had never met was, because she could already guess how shocking and terrifying her identity was.
But, problems also arise. With such a terrifying identity and background, and such powerful power, how could she lose her child? With her terrifying power, even if the child is lost, she should be able to find it in the first place. How could it be that it took so many years to finally find Lin Xingyue? Obviously, there are many unreasonable aspects in this. Perhaps there is some unknown secret, but what could it be? Even if there is a secret, it does not mean that the person cannot be found. Lin Xingyue doesn't understand. So, she looked at the one-eyed tiger and asked if she didn't ask, she would go crazy. The one-eyed tiger fell silent after hearing Lin Xingyue's answer. Then, he shook his head gently and said, "I'm sorry, young master, when this happened, I was still young and not qualified to serve under you, so I don't know much about the inside story. However, I can roughly guess some things, but it's not my place to say them. When you meet the master, she will tell you everything you want to know. Please wait patiently for a moment, young master." What the one-eyed tiger said sounded fine. However, it would be a lie to say that the one-eyed tiger really didn't know the inside story of the past. After all, he was entrusted with the important task of finding the relatives of that noble man. How could she give birth to a daughter without giving any clues? So, it's just because of concerns that I dare not say it directly. And this also represents certain situations. But Lin Xingyue didn't plan to continue asking. Since she couldn't get the answer, she wouldn't ask anymore. She would know when the time came. Once more, she already had some understanding of what kind of person her biological mother was, whom she had never met. With such great anger and separation from her flesh and blood for more than 20 years, she was the one she hated the most. Okay, it's okay, you'll understand it when the time comes. Hearing this, the one-eyed tiger nodded, then looked at Lin Xingyue and smiled. By the way, I haven't finished answering the question just now. I introduced my own strength, but I haven't introduced their strength yet. After saying this, the one-eyed tiger pointed at the dozen or so black-clad men present and said softly, "Their strength is all at the king level." When these words were spoken, Lin Xingyue was stunned, and Sun Xiaoya was also stunned. They had some understanding of the strong, and they already knew very well what the word king realm meant. Two powerful kings were able to turn the Bai family's old man's banquet upside down. How many of them are here now? More than a dozen, more than a dozen. Originally, Lin Xingyue thought she had some understanding of her mother's power, but now she realized that her understanding seemed to be too little and too superficial. 556, Chapter 556. How horrible. Looking at the shocked expression on Lin Xingyue's face, one-eyed tiger had no intention of showing off, because he was very clear about his position. He was just a servant of the master behind him, including everyone present. Once Lin Xingyue's identity is finally confirmed, she will be their little master. Their strength, and even their lives, will not be 1/10 as good as Lin Xingyue's. Young master, we are merely an insignificant number of your servants. Our strength and even our lives all belong to you. Why are you asking about this, my emperor? I already know the reason. We have heard about what happened in Dongzhou. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya's originally excited expressions immediately calmed down, as if a bucket of cold water was poured on their heads. One-eyed tiger already knew what happened in Dongzhou, so he should be even more clear about what kind of situation they are facing. Now that I've said this, there's no point in hiding anything anymore. Lin Xingyue took a deep breath, looked at the one-eyed tiger, and said, "Since you already know, then I must be very clear about the situation I am facing." No, it's very troublesome, right? It's troublesome, right? Lin Xingyue still didn't ask anything else directly. After all, she knew that her identity had not been finally confirmed. It was impossible for her to directly ask the one-eyed tiger, the master behind him, whether he could help Lin Xingyue solve this big problem. But, no matter if you ask, you can get a lot of useful information. As expected, the one-eyed tiger looked at Lin Xingyue, nodded slightly, and said, "Indeed, there are some troubles, but not too much trouble." Although this Qizishan is indeed famous, his sudden appearance caught many people and forces off guard. However, even if he is extremely intelligent and has great potential, it is nothing. The only thing that is so troublesome is the appearance of Emperor Lu. When mentioning Emperor Lu, a trace of awe appeared on one-eyed tiger's face. Although it was not as awe-inspiring as when the two king-level masters in Dongzhou were almost frightened to the point of peeing their pants, it was enough to prove how terrifying Emperor Lu was. After all, the one-eyed tiger does not represent himself, nor his so-called identity as a strong-manned person behind him is the one-eyed tiger's greatest reliance. The one-eyed tiger also expressed the power and terror of the master behind him from beginning to end,
as if there was no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom who was more powerful, more terrifying, and more noble than the master behind him. However, when mentioning Emperor Lu, he revealed this expression, which made people think more. Lin Xingyue was also a little stunned, and seemed a little disappointed. So, this Emperor Lu, the old man with the sword, is truly invincible. He's not afraid of anyone, and everyone is actually afraid of him. Even the master behind you can't do anything to him? Being unable to do anything to Emperor Lu means being unable to do anything to Yi Tianqi. After all, Emperor Lu is now responsible for protecting Yi Tianqi, while being unable to do anything to Yi Tianqi may make Lin Xingyue's situation less difficult. Can she still consider or think about the word revenge? That's right, revenge. This word, which had completely disappeared from Lin Xingyue's heart, was burning again after she saw the one-eyed tiger again and learned so much about the energy of the person who might be her biological mother. However, I didn't expect that the one-eyed tiger, who always looked disdainful and indifferent when talking about the night owl, would become a little afraid when talking about Emperor Lu. This made Lin Xingyue a little disappointed for a moment. It seemed that the mother she had never met was not as powerful as she had imagined. The one-eyed tiger seemed to see through Lin Xingyue's thoughts and shook his head gently, saying, "Young master, you may not understand some of the situations. Do you know what an emperor-level expert is? Do you know how powerful Emperor Lu is among them?" Lin Xingyue now understood this a little, but her understanding was still vague. The emperor-level warriors are said to be the guardians of the nation. I've never seen them in action, so I don't know how powerful they are. However, to be called a guardian of the nation, I imagine they must be very strong. The so-called very strong is just a term for Lin Xingyue. There is no concrete concept in her mind at all. The one-eyed tiger nodded and looked at Lin Xingyue, saying, "That's right, an emperor-level warrior is called a guardian of a nation. This so-called guardian of a nation means that an emperor-level warrior is enough to intimidate an entire country. Of course, this isn't absolute, and it mostly refers to small countries that aren't very powerful, but I think, even so, it's enough to prove how powerful an emperor-level warrior is. One person can rival a country, one person can intimidate a country even if it is a small country. It has at least millions of people. No matter how weak its military force is, it is something that ordinary people dare not imagine. This is enough. It is unimaginable. With the strength of one person, the strength of a mortal body, he can actually shock an entire country. How powerful is that?" The one-eyed tiger continued, "Emperor-level warriors also have different realms. Beginning Emperor, Middle Emperor, High Emperor, Perfect Emperor, and finally, Peak Emperor. Each of these stages may seem only half a step away, but in reality, the strength they represent is vastly different. Especially after reaching the High Emperor stage, combat effectiveness increases in a straight line. And in this world, there are thrones that surpass the Emperor level. Although they are also at the peak of the Emperor level, the throne is set aside to represent supremacy. It represents invincibility. Since ancient times, there have only been 9 thrones in this world. There are only 9 strong men who are called the throne strongmen. At this point, the one-eyed tiger was silent for a moment, then continued, "Of course, a few years ago, there was a legend that had not been seen in 100 years. He broke this fixed number and became the 10th throne. He is the master of the heavenly palace, the 10th throne, the abandoned emperor." He just appeared briefly and then disappeared again. There's no need to mention anything about him. Perhaps he's gone, or perhaps it was for some other reason, but in short, what I'm about to tell you now has nothing to do with him. There are only 9 thrones in the entire world, and only 9 of them exist among nearly 10 billion people. I think the significance of this is self-evident. Below the thrones are the peak emperors. No one knows the exact number, but they are certainly extremely rare. Each one possesses a terrifying power. Even the Dragon Nation would not want to offend a peak emperor. Do you understand? And Emperor Lu, according to the information, is a perfect emperor-level expert with just one man and one sword. He guards the border of Dragon Country and kills the powerful invaders from abroad. He is someone that many people, even those from different or opposing forces, have to respect. And this isn't the most feared reason for Emperor Lu. The most terrifying thing is his combat prowess. Known as one of the 10 most lethal emperor-level warriors under the throne. Among them, those under the throne include the peak emperor-level warriors. Do you now understand what Emperor Lu represents? 557, Chapter 557. Different camps. The words have been made so clear, how could Lin Xingyue not know what it means? There were 10 thrones, or rather 9, and one had disappeared. These are the strongest people standing at the top of the world, possessing absolutely terrifying power and an unattainable existence. Each one of them is an unimaginable existence. Standing at the top of the world with personal strength is something Lin Qingyue would never dare to dream of. What's more, since he has already become the throne, how could he not have his own power? Don't provoke her, don't provoke her. She is too far away from Lin Qingyue, and she doesn't dare to think too much about it. However, Lin Qingyue was also surprised by Emperor Lu's strength. Being one of the 10 most powerful emperors under the throne, this was of extraordinary significance. Judging from the literal meaning alone, this means that Emperor Lu possesses a terrifying killing power that ranks among the top 20 in the world. This is a global ranking. How not to make people tremble? Is there no way to take revenge? Lin Qingyue looked at the one-eyed tiger, smiled bitterly, and said, Emperor Lu is so powerful. Does this mean that no one can control him? Upon hearing this, the one-eyed tiger hesitated for a moment, shook his head, and said, There are some things I don't understand clearly, young master. You can ask the master yourself. However, if I were to speak, I would tell you based on what I know. Emperor Lu is indeed terrifying, but he is not unstoppable, not to mention that there were even more powerful beings before him. Even if they were not as powerful as him, there were still people who were not much different from him. What's more, there are other ways to check and balance him. In addition to these powerful people in the world, there are also many who are not ranked, unknown, or have long been in seclusion. Each of these people also possesses extraordinary power. Young master, you can rest assured about one thing. After knowing that you are the master's daughter, even Emperor Lu would not dare to attack you. And coincidentally, among those who can check and balance Emperor Lu, the master is one of them. However, this matter is of great importance, and Emperor Lu has become someone that no one wants to touch, nor can they unless absolutely necessary. No one will initiate a fight to the death against Emperor Lu, even if there are some conflicts. The reasons for this are very complicated, but now, this amulet that once protected him may have become a death warrant. It's precisely because he chose to stand by Yi Tianqi's side that he has chosen a side. He used to be neutral, only responsible for hard training and not participating in other things. Everyone could ignore him and give him some face. But once he chose a side, then no one would allow such a terrifying force to exist among their enemies. Staying on Yi Tianqi's side means that he, Emperor Lu, has also taken sides. He will lose his neutral status, and then the master will be dissatisfied. Of course, targeting Emperor Lu is not something that can be done just by saying it. It's not just Emperor Lu's strength, it also means that there is a terrifying force behind him. Even your mother, my master, has to think carefully. Of course, I'm only telling you all this based on my understanding. Things and secrets at that level are beyond my ken, so when you meet the master, you can ask in person and you'll get more and more accurate secrets. In short, please believe this, your mother will never allow anyone to harm her daughter. She will redeem you for all the grievances you've suffered, rest assured. Lin Qingyue understood, or rather, even if she didn't understand, she knew the final result. Emperor Lu is indeed very powerful, and there is a force behind him that even her mother is a little afraid of. However, Emperor Lu has already taken sides. Standing by Yi Tianqi means taking sides, so she doesn't have to worry about anything. Even if it has nothing to do with her, there will be people who are dissatisfied with Emperor Lu. But her mother was not afraid of Emperor Lu. At the same time, he would never let his daughter come to harm, of course, on the premise that she was his own daughter. Lin Qingyue, now all she needs to do is wait for the final result to see whether she is the biological daughter of this big shot. This concerns her future destiny. At this time, Lin Qingyue thought of more things. Looking at the one-eyed tiger, Lin Qingyue whispered, Since Emperor Lu has chosen to stand up and protect Yi Tianqi, does that mean that he, the exiled immortal of the Qi family, is still the object of many people's desire? Does he still possess great strength and potential? Does your master belong to those who want to win him over? One-eyed tiger did not expect Lin Qingyue to ask such a question, but based on his understanding, he could answer this question. After a moment's silence, the one-eyed tiger nodded and said, Shi Zixian, or Yi Tianqi, has created miracles more than once. His intelligence and abilities are recognized by everyone. However, due to various reasons unknown to me, the current situation has occurred. However, I do know that if we could gain his loyalty, many people would want it, including my master. Knowing the relationship between Lin Qingyue and Yi Tianqi, the one-eyed tiger immediately shook his head and smiled after saying this. Of course, it's just an idea, but the truth is, the possibility is very small. There are many reasons for this. Of course, now there is your matter, so this possibility is even less. Don't worry, in the master's heart, you are the most important, everything else is unimportant. Hearing what the one-eyed tiger said, Lin Qingyue nodded. And at this time, the time is almost up. The one-eyed tiger looked at Lin Qingyue said with a smile, "Young master, please wait here for a moment, the results are about to come out, I'll go take a look." After saying that, the one-eyed tiger left. Lin Qingyue, who still wanted to say something, was speechless at this moment. Her heart was filled with tension and anxiety as a result. It was about to come out. This result not only concerns her life experience, but also her entire future. It wasn't just Lin Qingyue who was nervous, but also One-Eyed Tiger, because what was at stake wasn't just Lin Qingyue's future, but also his own future, and even his life. So, how could the One-Eyed Tiger not be nervous? Even though he had confirmed that Lin Qingyue was almost his master's daughter, he could not be 100% safe until the results came out. At this time, Sun Xiaoya also nervously grabbed Lin Qingyue's arm. Looking at Lin Qingyue, she said with some fear, "Qingyue, this is an opportunity that even movies and TV shows dare not portray, but it just happened to happen to you. You must be the daughter of that important person, for sure." Sun Xiaoya wished she were someone else's daughter. After all, this kind of opportunity could be considered a destiny. However, she, Sun Xiaoya, does not have this blessing. However, as long as she holds on to Lin Qingyue tightly, she can change her destiny. She is very clear about this. She was already in despair, and finally she tried every possible way to find a glimmer of hope from the despair. However, before hope came, such a big surprise came to her and Lin Qingyue. This was something she had never dared to imagine in her dreams. At this moment, Lin Qingyue also grabbed Sun Xiaoya's hand. The palms of both of them were sweaty, and one could imagine how nervous they were. 558, Chapter 558. I want to reconcile with him. Sun Xiaoya, if I am really the daughter of this important person, we don't have to be afraid of anything anymore. Is there anything you want? At this moment, Lin Qingyue seemed to be able to ease her emotions only by saying other things. So, I started asking Sun Xiaoya about her dream, or rather, her wish. It has to be said that Sun Xiaoya's behavior did change Lin Qingyue's opinion of her. Otherwise, how could there be such harmony between her and Sun Xiaoya? Of course, there is another reason the current result is still unclear. Lin Qingyue is not yet the daughter of that big shot. Even if she is in an unfamiliar environment, having someone who knows her well by her side can make her feel more secure. What's more, this person is a poor person who shares the same suffering as her. Sun Xiaoya didn't know what Lin Qingyue was thinking, but she knew that the opportunity was right in front of her. "Qingyue, I'm in this situation now. I have nowhere to go and no future. I want to follow you and continue to follow you like this. Is that okay?" Once Lin Qingyue's identity is confirmed, her future will be more than just a meteoric rise. Sun Xiaoya, of course, wants to follow her. This is more useful to her than anything else. Lin Qingyue nodded, looking at Sun Xiaoya's terrifying face, and said, "Okay, as long as I am really the daughter of that important person, I will do everything I can to restore your face. You can also keep your hair. I think this problem should not be difficult." The hair may not be difficult, the most difficult thing is the tattoo on the forehead, but this is actually not difficult either. There are techniques to erase the tattoo. Even if it cannot be completely erased, it will always be much better than it is now. The reason why Lin Qingyue and Sun Xiaoya didn't dare to think about this matter before was because they didn't dare without Yi Tianqi's permission. They would never dare to do such a thing. Maybe if you dare to do it here, the next second, it won't just be the forehead. Now, I'm not afraid anymore. Sun Xiaoya shed tears with excitement when she first saw her own face. She simply didn't want to live anymore. It was a pain worse than death. How could she accept it? Now that she saw hope, how could she not be excited and want to cry? Thank you so much, Qingyue. You must be the daughter of that big shot. You will definitely be able to take revenge. He bullied you and insulted you like this. That big shot will definitely not let Yi Tianqi go, definitely not. Sun Xiaoya spoke with gritted teeth, her eyes full of hatred. She hated Yi Tianqi. At least, she now felt that she had the courage to hate him, unlike before, when she didn't even dare to hate him. However, she did not expect that Lin Xingyue, who should have scolded Yi Tianqi with her and hated Yi Tianqi to the core, was silent at this moment. This made Sun Xiaoya a little confused.
This situation is not right.
As Lin Xingyue's best friend for many years and an assistant who has worked by her side for so many years, if you want to find someone who can understand Lin Xingyue, then Sun Xiaoya is definitely one of the people who knows Lin Xingyue best. Therefore, Lin Xingyue's sudden silence and the hesitation in her eyes made Sun Xiaoya's heart skip a beat and she had a bad premonition. She still hated him, but besides the hatred, there was hesitation and a hint of inexplicable emotion in Lin Xingyue's eyes. What was that? Xingyue, what are you thinking about with that expression? When it comes to Yi Tianqi, shouldn't you hate him to the core, so deeply that you want to peel his skin off? But why does your expression now make me feel that although you hate him, you don't seem to want to kill him anymore? Lin Xingyue was silent for a moment, then hesitated. She looked at Sun Xiaoya and said, Xiaoya, Yi Tianqi is not just Yi Tianqi, he is also Qi Tian, Zixin. You heard what the one-eyed tiger said just now. My mother may not care too much about his identity as Qi Zixin, but she also wants him to work for her. It's conceivable that even my mother would be moved by Yi Tianqi's abilities and want to obtain them. However, whether it's for me or for Emperor Lu, perhaps she would become an enemy of Yi Tianqi. This is also the truth, right? Sun Xiaoya nodded and said, that's right. Although I don't know the specific situation, I can get a general idea from what I hear. Xingyue, what do you want to do? Lin Xingyue said, Emperor Lu is now on the other side. We have just learned about his abilities. There is also another side's abilities. If Emperor Lu and Yi Tianqi both stand on the other side, it would be a problem for my mother. Although I believe my mother will not be afraid, it is still a problem as a daughter. I can't impose such a heavy burden on my mother as soon as we meet. If Yi Tianqi and I can reconcile and be together again with our new identities, do you think this would be a good thing? She kept calling him mother, which showed how much Lin Xingyue wished that the woman behind the one-eyed tiger was really her mother. However, what made Sun Xiaoya speechless and feel at a loss was Lin Xingyue's next sentence. She actually wanted to reconcile with Yi Tianqi? Is this to forget everything that happened before? Are you crazy? Sun Xiaoya felt that at this moment Lin Xingyue was even crazier than before, otherwise how could she have such an idea? Lin Xingyue, you are not kidding, are you? This joke is not funny at all. Lin Xingyue knew that her idea Sun Xiaoya would never understand, but Lin Xingyue had her own ideas. Looking at Sun Xiaoya, Lin Xingyue smiled and said, at the beginning, you were also attracted to Yi Tianqi, but after knowing that Yi Tianqi was Qi Zixin, Sun Xiaoya, what do you think? Is he not good enough? Think about it carefully. I was indeed wrong about what happened between him and me. We are now even. So, do you think Yi Tianqi is good enough? Is it excellent? If Yi Tianqi is Qi Zixin, then the word excellent is no longer enough to describe him. There is no doubt about this, and it cannot be discredited. Sun Xiaoya smiled bitterly, looked at Lin Xingyue, and said, even if he is really excellent, but so many things have happened between you, how can you still reconcile? Besides, are you really willing to do that? Yes, after so many things happened, how could they possibly get back together? However, Lin Xingyue didn't think so. A hint of deep meaning flashed through her eyes. Lin Xingyue smiled and said, how can we know if we don't try? He is not the same Yi Tianqi as before, and I am not the same Lin Xingyue as before. Moreover, as I just said, I can't let this daughter cause such a big trouble to her the first time she sees her mother. But if this trouble can be turned into a kind of help, or even a kind of help that makes me willing to sacrifice myself for my mother's sake, don't you think my mother will be happy? 559, Chapter 559 Identity Confirmed. Looking at Lin Xingyue's expression, Sun Xiaoya understood what she meant. You are very thoughtful. Doing this will achieve several goals at once. Even if she fails, Lin Xingyue will not suffer any loss. She will only gain the reputation of being a good daughter who cares about her mother. As for what Lin Xingyue was thinking in her heart and whether she really wanted to agree with Yi Tianqi, Sun Xiaoya thought to herself, yes, Lin Xingyue did have such an idea. It was not just a feeling of reluctance, but also a feeling of pride. Yi Tianqi is no longer the waste they call him. He is the exiled immortal Qi Zixin who is high above everyone else and whom countless people can only look up to. Moreover, he is the dream lover in their hearts and the hearts of countless others. Of course, they want to be with such a person. Who wouldn't want to? Who wouldn't want to? Whether Lin Xingyue didn't know it at the beginning or was arrogant, she got it but also lost it now. Everything is different. Yi Tianqi has become Qi Zixin, and she, Lin Xingyue, has become the biological daughter of an unattainable big shot. Has everything changed? There is a possibility of renewing their previous relationship. It doesn't matter if love is gone, what matters is that the person is still there. Of course, maybe Yi Tianqi will not give this face after all. Everyone knows what kind of temper Yi Tianqi has, but who can predict the future? If it succeeds, that would be the best. If it fails, she, Lin Xingyue, won't suffer any loss either. Apart from giving herself the impression of being well-behaved and sensible, it won't affect anything else. Sun Xiaoyao also thought of this, her eyes lit up, and she nodded immediately. Good idea, Xingyue, it really is. Whether it succeeds or not, there is no loss. If it succeeds, that's the best. Then you will have plenty of ways to make him bow to you again. If it fails, you will only benefit, not suffer any harm. Good, what a good plan. Hearing this, Lin Xingyue smiled slightly and said, it's not a matter of scheming or note, it's just that if I don't take advantage of this opportunity, I'd be doing myself a disservice. There's a chance of success, but the chance of failure is also very high. After all, we don't really understand the details yet. We need more information before we can make a decision. Sun Xiaoya, we've suffered such a huge loss this time, we can't go on like before. I can't suffer such a loss again in my life. When talking about the previous events, a hint of coldness and resentment flashed in Lin Xingyue's eyes. It can be seen that she has never let it go from the beginning to the end, and even still has extreme resentment. Yes, how can it be so easy to let go? It's impossible to let go at all. Sun Xiaoya nodded, then looked at Lin Xingyue and said, I understand, but you have to think it through clearly. The most important thing is to confirm your identity first, and then we can talk about this. Otherwise, there is no point in saying this. Indeed, all of this was based on Lin Xingyue being the daughter of that important figure. Otherwise, there would be no chance for them to even turn things around. How could they even talk about reconciliation? What about revenge? What else? Just being alive is a problem, let alone living well. Lin Xingyue naturally understood this. Her hands were already covered in sweat, which proved how nervous she was deep down at the moment. At this time, not only Lin Xingyue was nervous, but One-Eyed Tiger was also extremely nervous. He ran out early to wait for the result because he could no longer contain his excitement. This is really rare for a strong man of his level and identity, but now, there is nothing he can do about it. As a result, it was about to appear that One-Eyed Tiger, a man who never smoked, even lit a cigarette at this moment to relieve his nervousness. 1 cigarette was not enough, 2 cigarettes, 3 cigarettes in just less than 2 minutes. The One-Eyed Tiger had smoked 3 cigarettes in a row. And at this moment, his subordinates walked up to the One-Eyed Tiger with the final confirmation results, looking extremely excited. Seeing this expression, the tension in One-Eyed Tiger's heart instantly dissipated, because if the result was not what he wanted, then why would his subordinates show such emotions? Finally, it came out after so many years. I finally found it. The result, is it good? No, don't tell me, let me see it myself. Come on, bring it here, I want to see it. After saying that, the One-Eyed Tiger snatched the piece of paper with the results from his subordinate's hand. His hands were shaking, but in the end, he still saw the answer that represented the genetic comparison. Consistent with parent-child relationship. Just this simple sentence made One-Eyed Tiger feel as if the sky had brightened up. He felt more relaxed than ever in all these years. At this moment, the One-Eyed Tiger couldn't help but want to roar to the sky, but in the end, he held back. However, even though he held back he couldn't help the smile between his eyebrows. Good, 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 that's really great. After years of hard work, we've finally found you, little master. I'll report this to the master immediately and ask for credit for you. Ha 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 ha. After saying that, the One-Eyed Tiger got directly into the car and contacted his owner in an encrypted manner. At the same time, he told his owner the results of the genetic comparison and sent them to him. No one knew what he said, but from the posture and expression of One-Eyed Tiger when he got off the car, it could be seen that he must have been praised. The result was very good, very good. Then, the One-Eyed Tiger immediately entered the room, and the moment he entered the room, everyone's eyes were on him and on the paper in his hand. Everyone knows the answer, it's out, the result is out. Whether Lin Xingyue is a lady born in heaven will soon be revealed. At this moment, everyone clenched their fists, extremely nervous. Especially Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya, they almost fainted from the strain. The one-eyed tiger didn't want to keep the secret at this point, so he straightened his posture and walked up to Lin Xingyue with a solemn and dignified look. He said solemnly, "The result is out." Lin Xingyue swallowed and was about to say something, but found that there was no need to say anything anymore. The one-eyed tiger looked at Lin Xingyue very solemnly and respectfully, then knelt down on one knee. "Your subordinate, one-eyed tiger, greets the young master." Once these words were spoken, the result was self-evident. At the same time, the more than 10 subordinates of the one-eyed tiger, more than 10 king-level strongmen present, all had solemn expressions, but could not hide the joy in their eyes. They knelt down at the same time and paid homage to Lin Xingyue. From this moment on, Lin Xingyue is their little master, the most noble and powerful person in the entire Dragon Kingdom. 560, Chapter 560. You are the master's bloodline. Lin Xingyue still wanted to pretend to be calm at this moment, but the excitement in her eyes had already betrayed her. It's true, she is really the daughter of the big man behind the one-eyed tiger. Her fate changed. Completely changed. At the moment when the dust settled, Lin Xingyue felt like going crazy. All her previous worries, all her fears, all her inappropriate emotions, no longer needed to exist. I really am, really? Lin Xingyue still looked at the one-eyed tiger in disbelief and asked. The one-eyed tiger said solemnly, "The genetic comparison results are out. You are my little master. I reported this to you as soon as the results came out. You wanted to talk to me right away, but you were too excited and wanted to show your best face to me, so you decided to let me take you back to the capital immediately. My young master, the master has been searching for you so hard. You have been wronged over the years. The master asked me to tell you that she will make up for the grievances you have suffered 1,000 times over and will never let you suffer even the slightest bit of injustice again. Are you happy to find your biological mother?" For Lin Xingyue, who just found out that the family she had lived with for so many years was actually not her family, she originally thought that she had no relatives anymore, but now she suddenly has one, so she naturally felt happy. However, what really made her overwhelmed with joy was her identity as a biological mother. Until now, she didn't know what her mother's identity was, but she could see that she was definitely more noble than she could have imagined. As for how noble it is, we will soon find out. Lin Xingyue took a deep breath and quickly helped one-eyed tiger up. She said, "Team leader Wang, thank you so much. You've worked so hard. If it weren't for you and the hard work of these brothers, I don't know when my mother and I would be able to recognize each other and meet again. Thank you so much." After her identity was finally confirmed, Lin Xingyue was no longer an ordinary person. She was the daughter of the most powerful woman in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Her dignity was unparalleled. And what are the one-eyed tiger and the others? Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, they are untouchable beings and extremely powerful beings. However, in front of someone like Lin Xingyue, they are nothing more than lambs to be slaughtered and ants that can be trampled to death at any time. Lin Xingyue thanked them personally and expressed her gratitude because the environment in which Lin Xingyue had lived since childhood was in the world of ordinary people, and Lin Xingyue had just been wronged and needed comfort the most. Of course, gratitude may be genuine, but if one uses this gratitude as a way to repay a favor, then one-eyed tiger and the others are no different from seeking death. They would never do such a stupid thing. Therefore, the one-eyed tiger faced Lin Xingyue with an attitude 100 times more respectful than before. At this moment, he was even more terrified. Looking at Lin Xingyue, he shook his head in fear and said, I dare not. These are what the subordinates should do. Please don't do this. My young master, it is a great honor for us to see you and the master reunited, and to be able to do things for you and the master. Even if we die, we will rest in peace. Young master, look, the master is still waiting for you. If you have anything to say, how about we talk when we get back? I know you might be a little tired, but the RV is ready. You can rest in the car. Everything is ready. If you need anything, you can just tell me directly and I will definitely do it for you. The master is waiting for you. She has been waiting for you for too long. Hope you can follow me into the imperial capital as soon as possible to reunite with the master and your mother. Now that my identity has been confirmed, there is no need to stay here any longer. Lin Xingyue nodded immediately. There was nothing left here that she was nostalgic for. If there was anything, it was only hatred and anger. At this time, the others were also bewildered at this point. How could they not know how terrifying people like the one-eyed tiger were? They also had a general understanding of the woman mentioned by the one-eyed tiger. There was no need for the woman to show UPA. One-eyed tiger was enough to make them regret for the rest of their lives. Lin Xingyue turned over? Just like that, he was unlucky just now,
and the bad luck hasn't even passed yet, but he's suddenly turned things around? Not only did he turn over, but judging by his posture, he was clearly 1,000 or 10,000 times more powerful than before. However, this time, if they wanted to take advantage of Lin Xingyue again, it would be pure dreaming. But now that we have turned things around, can we get their money back? I have to admit that there are quite a few people who have such thoughts and hold such ideas. They are really not afraid of death at this time. Shouldn't they worry about their own safety? Wouldn't Lin Xingyue, who has turned over a new leaf, settle accounts with them? Instead of considering this, you still think about getting your money back. If this isn't daydreaming, what is it? Lin Xingyue didn't care about anything else at this moment. She looked at the one-eyed tiger and felt anxious. She wanted to go see her mother, whom she had never met, and quickly confirm her identity. Although One-Eyed Tiger had already assured her that Lin Xingyue was the daughter of that nobleman, she still couldn't let go of her feelings after not seeing her for even a single day. Okay, I'll go to the imperial capital with you. I have something I want to ask you later. The One-Eyed Tiger quickly waved his hands and shook his head, saying, "My young master, I am sorry to bother you. If you have anything to say, please feel free to ask, but please don't ask for advice. It is our honor and mission to serve you." Lin Xingyue smiled slightly, nodded, and then, at this moment, she looked at Lin's father and these so-called relatives and friends who had humiliated her in every way before, even imprisoned her, not allowing her to eat or drink, and even not allowing her to go to the toilet. At this moment, after being seen by Lin Xingyue, these people were extremely nervous, but they still had a hope. Now that Lin Xingyue has turned over a new leaf, it is naturally impossible to treat Lin Xingyue with the same attitude as before. Currying favor is what they are best at. It's impossible that Lin Xingyue could really do anything to them. Besides, what they did before was excusable. At least, that's what these people think. At this moment, Father Lin was already sitting on the ground in a daze, feeling confused and at a loss. He didn't even know what he was thinking at this moment. Everyone had different thoughts, but no one dared to speak first. They all looked at Lin Xingyue cautiously, wanting to see Lin Xingyue's expression and attitude. The One-Eyed Tiger followed Lin Xingyue's gaze and looked at these people naturally. He didn't dare to deal with them on his own, although he knew that these people had made Lin Xingyue very angry. After all, they had been together for many years. Even though he, the One-Eyed Tiger, could figure out what Lin Xingyue was thinking, he didn't dare to act on his own. As a subordinate, you can be smart, but sometimes you have to learn to shut up when you should. Not everything can be done proactively, thinking that it is just to relieve the master's worries. Young master, what do you want to do with these people? 561, Chapter 561, Turn around, completely turn around. One-Eyed Tiger used the word deal with, which means that in his heart, these people will not have a good ending. Of course, One-Eyed Tiger had information and analysis on Lin Xingyue's situation. She was not a pushover, that's right. Although it didn't sound like a good thing, it was the truth. Lin Xingyue was not a pushover. In the past few years, Lin Xingyue's actions can even be described as cruel and ruthless. How could such a person not retaliate after suffering a loss? Especially in this case. Therefore, if Lin Xingyue was not his little master, and based solely on the experiences of the past few years, the One-Eyed Tiger would have to say that it was not really unfair for Lin Xingyue to be beaten by Yi Tianqi. She deserved it. However, Lin Xingyue is his little master, so there is no need to reason with her. As long as Lin Xingyue is happy, anything is possible. Only Lin Xingyue can bully others, and others must never bully Lin Xingyue. Otherwise, it would be treason. The One-Eyed Tiger smiled grimly and said, "Young master, you are of an incomparably noble status. How dare these people bully you like this? What they have done deserves to be cut into pieces. Young master, with just one command from you, without you having to do anything, I guarantee that they will lose their lives under the most cruel punishment." One-Eyed Tiger can do what he says. Not to mention Lin Xingyue's current status and position, even with his ability and authority as the One-Eyed Tiger, if he wanted these people dead, it would only take him a few words. Even if they feel that this is an unjustifiable act, then the One-Eyed Tiger doesn't even need to show up. There are plenty of people who can frame them with crimes and kill them without a burial place, leaving them speechless. There is no way. This is their strength, this is the power they have. What others find incredible is just a daily routine for them, as simple as eating and drinking. Looking at the murderous expression of the One-Eyed Tiger, all the people present were scared. Those who had just felt a little lucky and even thought that Lin Xingyue would return their money, now collapsed in despair. Although they still couldn't believe it in their hearts, what if it was true?
Xingyue, we didn't do anything to you, you better not do anything rash. Yes, Xingyue, we watched you grow up, we are all family, you know our situation well, we are desperate, so we came here to ask for money, you know, we are from a small family, and that money is our life, we may be a little excited, but you can understand, right? Xingyue, we were wrong, we apologize to you, okay, please don't blame us, we weren't the ones who treated you badly, we really weren't the ones who treated you badly. Someone once said that when you become rich and powerful one day, you will find that suddenly there are only good people around you and no bad people. But, is it true that there are no bad people? No, it's just that everyone hides their truest side, and when facing you, they show their best side, or even their flattering side. But when you are down and out, everything will be revealed, and everyone's true face will be revealed. Or even, perhaps because of the initial unwilling behavior, it has become worse. This may be the human heart. There is a saying that goes, a poor man in a busy city has no one to care about him, but a rich man in a remote mountain area has distant relatives. What a true saying. When you have no money, are poor, and are down and out, even your own parents will look down on you, let alone others. Lin Xingyue has always understood these words. Moreover, she is not the kind of person who will be soft-hearted just because someone says a few nice words to her. But at this moment, there was no one else in her eyes except Father Lin. This person is the one who truly hurt her heart. No matter how much these so-called relatives and friends bullied her, none of them could make her sad just by seeing Lin's father. Lin Xingyue is not an emotionless creature, perhaps, she is not good enough to Yi Tianqi, or perhaps, she is also full of resentment towards Lin's mother and Lin Duokai, but she always thinks that she is a member of the Lin family, which is why she allows them to take advantage of her. Even when she finally found out that she was not the biological daughter of Lin's father and mother, Lin Xingyue still remembered the grace of raising her and saving her life. At least, she remembered the kindness of Lin's father to her. Even if it was only better in comparison, Lin Xingyue still remembered that when she was in the most difficult time, when she could not see the future, when she was desperate and collapsed, Lin's father was actually the harbor in her heart. She felt that even if Lin's father would draw a line with her at this time, he would always pity her. But the result disappointed her greatly. After all, biological children are biological children. Lin Xingyue looked at her father, whose face was dazed, his eyes still filled with madness and resentment, and said softly, although what you did to me just now made me want to take revenge on you, I cannot forget your kindness in saving my life and raising me over the years today. I will help you resolve these problems, and this grudge will be settled from now on. Father Lin seemed to be really shocked at this moment, like he was crazy, and it seemed that he could not understand what Lin Xingyue was saying at all. Lin Xingyue also shook her head and said nothing more. Instead, she looked at the one-eyed tiger and said, he saved my life and raised me based on these, no matter how he treated me before or what he wanted, I can't do anything. Trouble, just help him solve it. These people use all kinds of methods, Duan. They've made a lot of money from me, think they don't deserve it, let them give it all back, no need to risk their lives, but I think they should all go begging on the streets if there are any who don't obey. You can use your own methods actually, even if some of them die. I don't think it matters, just consider it as getting rid of a pest for the people. These words sounded light and casual, but the coldness hidden in them was chilling enough to make one shudder. It seems that they are magnanimous, merciful, and do not care about anything, and do not want to harm anyone's life, but in fact, they want to take away all the wealth of these people and make them all beg on the streets. Doing so is not killing, but it is more cruel than killing. What's more, Lin Xingyue also said that if they didn't obey, then the one-eyed tiger could be dealt with in his own way, especially if some of them died, it would be to eliminate harm to the people. What does this mean? Isn't this just saying that it's not a pity for these people to die, and their death is also something that Lin Xingyue would be happy to see? This is no longer a hint, it is already an explicit statement. The one-eyed tiger obviously never took these people's lives seriously after receiving Lin Xingyue's order. He nodded and grinned. Don't worry, young master, I know what to do. I will make these scumbags experience extreme pain and despair for the rest of their lives. They will never be able to turn things around. Even if I die, I will make them live a life worse than death before dying again. My young master, you are so tolerant and generous, you are truly so kind. This is still flattery. Lin Xingyue just smiled and said nothing. She didn't say anything, but the people present went crazy. Lin Xingyue actually wanted to treat them like this. What's the difference between this and killing them directly? 562, Chapter 562. This feeling is really good. Lin Xingyue, what do you want to do? How could you do this? If you do this,
Aren't you afraid that others will say you are ungrateful and heartless? That's right, Lin Xingyue, you were raised by our Lin family, and now you turn around and want to destroy us all. Aren't you really afraid of what others say? At this time, although the consequences have not yet appeared, everyone is very clear that Lin Xingyue is capable of doing such a thing. In the beginning, she, Lin Xingyue, was cruel enough. Moreover, now that everyone has torn their faces apart, they have no relationship anymore. They are not surprised by what Lin Xingyue does. Some people begged for mercy, some directly scolded Lin Xingyue, and some even pulled Lin's father over, wanting him to persuade Lin Xingyue. Brother Lin, look at this. This is the good child you raised since childhood now. She wants to wipe us all out. You can't just ignore her. Yeah, Brother Lin, this is no big deal. You can't just ignore it. This is simply too arrogant and too ignorant. Brother Lin, as long as you can settle this matter, we can discuss the money we owe. It's okay if you can't pay it back. We can take our time. At this point, there are still people who care about money but not people, and still think that they will get their money back. It is conceivable how ignorant they are, and at the same time, it also shows how greedy they are. Lin Xingyue looked at these people as if they were clowns. Team leader Wang, I don't want to hear them talk anymore. Just do it your way. Don't worry about my feelings. On the contrary, not teaching them a hard lesson will do them the greatest harm. With Lin Xingyue's permission, what are these people in front of me? When team leader Wang starts taking action, he really has no worries at all. After accepting the order and nodding, team leader Wang turned around with a grim smile on his face. You are a bunch of ignorant dogs. How dare you bully the young master? You are so ungrateful and ungrateful. It's only because the young master is kind that I would have dragged you out and skinned you alive to relieve my anger. However, you are lucky. You are a bunch of nothing, and you are able to let us do it ourselves. It really is a blessing from our ancestors. After saying that, team leader Wang waved his hand and sneered, young master doesn't want to hear their voices anymore. Go, remove their jaws and don't allow them to make even the slightest sound. Also, after the young master and I leave one person to handle this matter. Do as the young master just said and report back after handling it. With the order from One-Eyed Tiger, these subordinates were eager to show off in front of Lin Xingyue. Immediately, they knocked the jaws of these people off with lightning speed and knocked them unconscious. They are all powerful kings. For them, dealing with ordinary people is a piece of cake, no more difficult than crushing an ant to death. Seeing that the people who had just been shouting and cursing at her were now all collapsed miserably on the ground, unconscious, Lin Xingyue was a little dazed. In the past, she thought she understood what power was, but now, she realized that she was too naive and knew nothing about true power. This so-called power not only represents her own strength, but also represents how many people will obey her and act according to her will with just one word from her. This is the smell of power. One sentence can determine the life and death, honor and disgrace of so many people. This feeling is very wonderful. Lin Xingyue has never experienced it before, but she longs for it very much. And she now possesses this power, not through her own efforts, but through her bloodline. But, so what? Lin Xingyue does not have the slightest psychological burden. This world has never been fair. There has been no fairness since the moment she was born. She, Lin Xingyue, used to be the one who complained about the unfairness of the world. She envied and even envied others who were born at the endpoint that countless people needed to strive for. In fact, the endpoint of countless people's efforts could not reach the starting point that others had at birth. How unfair. But now, she, Lin Xingyue, has become the object of others' envy and jealousy. She has stood at a height that countless people will never reach in their lifetime. This feeling is very good, very good. Team leader Wang, you did a great job. Lin Xingyue expressed her approval to the One-Eyed Tiger. The One-Eyed Tiger bowed slightly and said respectfully, young master, what should we do with him? The One-Eyed Tiger pointed at Lin's father. There was no way he couldn't touch this man, nor did he dare to touch him. After all, this man was Lin Xingyue's adoptive father who saved her life and raised her without Lin Xingyue's order. He would never do anything. Even if Lin's father cursed Lin Xingyue, he couldn't fight back on Lin Xingyue's behalf. Lin Xingyue was silent for a moment, then said softly, I just said that he was unkind to me, but I can't be unjust to him. After all, he is my adoptive father, who saved my life and raised me. Judging from his current mental state, I'm afraid he's fallen into madness. It's these people and certain others who have driven him into this state. Team leader Wang, please send someone to a mental hospital in Mingzhou. I heard that the doctors there are quite skilled and should be able to cure him. Well, at the same time, please ask team leader Wang to make some special arrangements. I don't want anything to happen to my adoptive father, so please keep him under strict supervision. No one is allowed to visit him until he recovers,
and he is definitely not allowed to leave, so as not to stimulate him and aggravate his condition. There is nothing wrong with what I said, but it makes people think about it carefully and it is terrifying. Who among those present could not understand what Lin Xingyue was saying? This clearly means locking Lin's father up in a mental hospital, not allowing anyone to visit him, and never letting him out. What cures what disease? Everyone present could see that Father Lin simply couldn't bear the blow and was mentally traumatized. He only needed time to slowly recover. Even if his condition became more serious, it was not enough to send him to a mental hospital. There are many ways to treat Lin's father's illness, but this method, to cure the disease, rather, it will make the condition worse. However, no one dared to question Lin Xingyue at this moment. The only people still standing, besides Sun Xiaoya, were One-Eyed Tiger and his men. They completely obeyed Lin Xingyue's orders. It is impossible to question it, not to mention that they don't feel sorry for Lin's father. Even if they do, it is not a matter of thought for them as to which is more important. The One-Eyed Tiger looked at Lin Xingyue and accepted the order solemnly. Young master, please rest assured I will definitely see to it. Young master is so kind and righteous. They treated you so well, yet you still care about his health. Don't worry, I will find the best doctor to treat him. I will never let him out until he is cured. Lin Xingyue looked at the One-Eyed Tiger and understood what she meant. The One-Eyed Tiger already understood it very well. This is the taste of power. This is the taste of being high above and in control of life and death. She didn't even need to say a word. Everything would be taken care of for her, and the life and death of others depended on her thoughts. This feels so good. 563, Chapter 563. Will my mother be happy? This feeling is indeed good, so good that it makes people addicted and intoxicated. No wonder so many people want to have wealth and power. Lin Xingyue also wanted it before, but it was just a thought. Now, she knows what it really means. This made her make a decision in her heart. Looking at the One-Eyed Tiger, Lin Xingyue smiled and said, Team Leader Wang, now that everything here has been dealt with, I think we should set off as soon as possible. My mother wants to see me, and I also want to see my mother. This call of mother is not only natural, but also full of desire and pride. Lin Xingyue naturally knew who gave her all this. If she didn't have this biological mother, she would not be able to control life and death, honor and disgrace, and enjoy the supreme feeling. I am afraid she would still be imprisoned here, humiliated, bullied, and even have to beg for help to go to the toilet. The One-Eyed Tiger immediately left one person to deal with the matters here, and then respectfully welcomed Lin Xingyue out of the door. Leaving one person behind is enough. Any one of them is a powerful king, and has been trained under him for a long time. If they can't even do such a small thing, then there is no need to go back alive to report. The extremely luxurious RV is already waiting. Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya got on the RV when One-Eyed Tiger wanted to leave. Lin Xingyue smiled and shook her head, saying, Team Leader Wang, come along while we're on the road. I have some ideas I'd like to share with you. I want to see what you think, or rather, I want to hear your opinion. This was actually against the rules, but thinking that Lin Xingyue had not yet truly recognized her ancestral roots, and that he also wanted to curry favor with Lin Xingyue, the One-Eyed Tiger agreed. Then please forgive my disrespect, young master. If you have anything to say, please feel free to speak. I will tell you everything I know. Then, the One-Eyed Tiger got on the car. At this time, the vehicle had already started slowly. Sitting in the car, feeling the moment the vehicle started to move, Lin Xingyue didn't know what was waiting for her, but she was very clear about one thing, that is, in the future, she, Lin Xingyue, would never be bullied again. Now, it was just a matter of how good the future would be. The reason why she let One-Eyed Tiger get in the car was that she wanted to talk to him in advance and ask for his opinion. She also had her own ideas. It is certain that One-Eyed Tiger must be her mother's confidant. There is no need to question loyalty. Well, Lin Xingyue knows nothing about her biological mother now, but One-Eyed Tiger must know something about her. Therefore, it is a good choice to tell One-Eyed Tiger about her thoughts in advance and listen to his opinions. If the One-Eyed Tiger thinks that Lin Xingyue's mother will be unhappy, then Lin Xingyue will naturally have to adjust her mind. If she thinks it is okay, then she doesn't need to think too much about it. Lin Xingyue didn't want to do this either, but she had to be cautious. Although the blood relationship had been confirmed, after all, they had been separated for so many years, and there was definitely no love between them. Is it really possible to be absolutely safe just by relying on blood relationship? Lin Xingyue doesn't think so. From the One-Eyed Tiger's mouth and his experience, Lin Xingyue has seen clearly that her mother is not only a great benefactor, but also a ruthless and decisive person. It is normal for such a person to have any thoughts. Lin Xingyue didn't seek to please this mother, but she definitely didn't want to anger her. If she could make this mother like her, that would be the best. So, she had to be careful, cautious, and cautious again. Even if she was overthinking it, it never hurts to think more about this matter. Team Leader Wang, perhaps it's because you descended from the sky and rescued me from danger, or perhaps it's because I find you so kind, that I have a strong sense of trust in you. So, if I say or think anything wrong, you must tell me to prevent me from doing or saying the wrong thing. Lin Xingyue looked at the one-eyed tiger and showed her most sincere expression. These words were indeed what Lin Xingyue was thinking in her heart, but what she was thinking more about was that she was unfamiliar with the place, and having the help of the one-eyed tiger was definitely not a bad thing for her, at least for the time being. It may seem that it doesn't matter much whether the one-eyed tiger says one more word or one less word, but in fact, it can really influence a lot of things. Besides, one-eyed tiger's ability is indeed very strong, otherwise, he would not be trusted by her mother. The one-eyed tiger was not a fool, so he naturally knew what Lin Xingyue was thinking. However, this was not a bad thing for him either. After all, they were his masters, so he had to be loyal to them. My young master, I am sorry for the trouble. If you have anything to say, please feel free to speak up. It is my honor to have your trust. Lin Xingyue glanced at the one-eyed tiger, smiled slightly, nodded, and said, Team Leader Wang, let me be frank. He just heard you talk about Emperor Lu and Yi Tianqi, and then I had some ideas. I don't know if they are right or not, so if there is anything wrong, Team Leader Wang, please remind me. This is what I think. My mother, or the people on my mother's side, actually think highly of Yi Tianqi, or they are actually a little wary of Yi Tianqi's abilities, or they want to gain his loyalty, right? There is really nothing much to say about this matter. The one-eyed tiger nodded and said, indeed, the ability of the Qi family's exiled immortal is recognized. His wisdom is close to that of a demon. If any person or force can have the help of the Qi family's exiled immortal, it will definitely be a good thing with many benefits. This sentence, it's not a lie. 10 years ago, there was actually a saying circulating among the greats, a banished immortal from the Qi family, even if physically weak, was still comparable to an emperor-level powerhouse, and moreover, a powerhouse among emperor-level powerhouses. Lin Xingyue already knew what an emperor-level powerhouse was, but the one-eyed tiger said that 10 years ago, Yi Tianqi, who was physically weak, was already recognized as being comparable to an emperor-level powerhouse, and was definitely not a weakling even among the emperor-level powerhouses. This still surprised Lin Xingyue a little. It seemed even stronger than she had imagined. But it doesn't matter anymore, the stronger, the better. Lin Xingyue took a deep breath, looked at the one-eyed tiger, and said, now, Emperor Lu has also chosen to stand by Yi Tianqi's side. According to your analysis just now, it may mean that both Yi Tianqi and Emperor Lu are standing on the other side, that is, on the opposite side of my mother. Is that right? Then, if I say that I want to reconcile with Yi Tianqi, Team Leader Wang, do you think my mother will be happy? As soon as these words were spoken, Team Leader Wang was stunned. No matter how he thought about it, he never expected that Lin Xingyue would say such a thing and have such an idea. 564, Chapter 564. He and I are a perfect match. Everyone knows what happened between Yi Tianqi and Lin Xingyue. Can they still reconcile? Of course, it is hard to say who is right and who is wrong anyway. I am afraid that no one who knows the general course of events will say that Lin Xingyue is right, but now, it doesn't matter who is right. What matters is that Lin Xingyue is his little master, so even if he is wrong, he must be right. Even the one-eyed tiger had already prepared various plans against Yi Tianqi, but because of the existence of Emperor Lu, he could not put them into practice. However, it was better to be prepared. After all, when his master asked about it, he had to have a plan and countermeasures as for how to implement it and what to do. In the end, he just had to follow orders. However, he did not expect to hear such words from Lin Xingyue's mouth. Get back together? After things have become like this, can we ever get back together? Even if Lin Xingyue agreed, could Yi Tianqi agree? Although Lin Xingyue's current status and position are no longer what they used to be, as long as the news gets out, countless people will want to be attentive to Lin Xingyue and try their best to please her, but will Yi Tianqi really be among these people? The one-eyed tiger didn't know much about this former exiled immortal of the Qi family, but he did know a little bit about him. This man was not a good person, nor was he someone who could be easily threatened. What's more, who knows who is standing behind him now? Therefore, Lin Xingyue's idea is probably not very likely. However, no matter how impossible it was, Lin Xingyue had spoken once she spoke, he, One-Eyed Tiger, had to answer besides, he couldn't let Lin Xingyue be unhappy. So, the One-Eyed Tiger looked at Lin Xingyue, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Young master, Yi Tianqi has treated you like this, don't you hate him?" Hearing this, Lin Xingyue smiled and shook her head, saying, "How could I not hate him? Before you showed up, I wanted to eat his flesh and blood. Has been hiding his identity for so long, deceiving me for so long. Don't accept any of his excuses or justifications, but, thinking about it carefully, I was also wrong, so let's not talk about this anymore. When we were in Dongzhou, he said that we were done with each other, so, let's do as he said and start over. He is no longer that useless Yi Tianqi, but the renowned and powerful Qi Tian Qi Zhe Xian, and I am no longer the Lin Xingyue I used to be. I am your master's daughter. In terms of status and other factors, I think he and I are a perfect match. What do you think, team leader Wang?" What else could the One-Eyed Tiger say at this time? Lin Xingyue had said this, so he had nothing more to say. Moreover, he had to admit that what Lin Xingyue said made sense. The status and position of the two people are now really compatible. In fact, Yi Tianqi was trying to marry above his station. After all, Lin Xingyue's bloodline was truly noble. As for Yi Tianqi, apart from his own abilities, even his family is probably thinking about how to hunt him down. Young master's status is unparalleled and noble. Yi Tianqi is not worthy of you. However, if we talk about ability, then perhaps he can still be your match. Lin Xingyue smiled. It was the best thing that One-Eyed Tiger said. So, if Yi Tianqi and I get back together, that would actually be quite appropriate, right? Of course, the most important thing is that if Yi Tianqi and I can reconcile and he comes back to my side, then he will naturally not stand against my mother. Instead, he will be used by my mother. In this way, my mother will be happy. The One-Eyed Tiger glanced at Lin Xingyue, nodded slightly, and said, "If that's the case, then your mother will indeed be happy. After all, Yi Tianqi's ability is a great help to everyone." After saying that, the One-Eyed Tiger looked at Lin Xingyue hesitantly. He felt that Lin Xingyue's thoughts were too good, but the reality might not be that good. "Young master, please forgive me if there is anything wrong with what I said." Hearing this, Lin Xingyue shook her head and smiled. "Team leader Wang, feel free to speak. I just said that I absolutely trust you. The reason I'm telling you this is because I want to hear your opinion." Upon hearing this, the One-Eyed Tiger slowly spoke, "Young master, I understand what you mean. You want to please the master, add a helper to the master, and strike at the master's opponent. Of course, there may be another reason you don't want the master to have another enemy because of your reasons. Is that right? You are so considerate of the master. When the master knows about it, he will definitely praise you greatly. However, little master, although it would make the master happy if Yi Tianqi could reconcile with you and join the master's camp, based on my understanding of Yi Tianqi, I am afraid that this will be very difficult. Also, I'm afraid that when Yi Tianqi returns to the imperial capital this time, he has another matter to attend to. This matter, young master, should be clear to you. It is about the Tang family and about Tang Qingyu." As soon as the name Tang Qingyu was mentioned, Lin Xingyue's face turned a little pale. His eyes were burning with rage, coldness, and ferocity. Of course, Lin Xingyue didn't know Tang Qingyu, but that didn't prevent her from knowing who Tang Qingyu was now. Especially after coming into contact with Shi Xiao and understanding Yi Zhao's situation, Lin Xingyue remembered the three words Tang Qingyu immediately. After all, this was Yi Zhao, the woman he was about to marry. In Lin Xingyue's mind at that time, Yi Zhao was still a powerful figure who could not be provoked at all. How could he not care about Lin Xingyue, the woman he tried so hard to marry? Note it. However, it was not until later that Lin Xingyue realized that Yi Zhao insisted on marrying Tang Qingyu. Besides the fact that Tang Qingyu was famous enough, beautiful enough, and had a good family background, there was another most important reason, which was that Yi Zhao was an enemy of Qi Zixin. Because Tang Qingyu was the fiancé of the exiled immortal Qi. They were childhood sweethearts, a perfect match, and the golden boy and jade girl in the eyes of many people. It's a pity that fate played a trick on us and it ended up like this. However, now Yi Tianqi is going to find Tang Qingyu, and even hates Yi Zhao for this. How is it possible that he doesn't have Tang Qingyu in his heart? However, this made Lin Xingyue unacceptable. Yes, after Lin Xingyue turned her life around and became rich, she not only abandoned Yi Tianqi, but also made things very unpleasant. She even had the idea of being with another better man. However, so what? She can, but Yi Tianqi can't. Although this idea is very overbearing and even unreasonable, it is not something that can be rationalized. Lin Xingyue was just unhappy and dissatisfied. Lin Qingyue, can do it, but you, Yi Tianqi, cannot. For Lin Qingyue, this is a betrayal and a shame, even if it was she who abandoned Yi Tianqi first. I know Tang Xingyu, but isn't she already Yi Xiao's fiancée? Does Yi Tianqi really dare to turn against a family like Yi Xiao for a woman, and even drag other forces into it? He really has no concerns at all? Having said that, Lin Qingyue gritted her teeth and her eyes became extremely cold. Even if he doesn't have any concerns, if he wants to rekindle his relationship with Tang Xingyu, that's just a dream. I will never agree to it. 565, Chapter 565. We haven't divorced yet. At this point, Lin Qingyue took a deep breath, looked at the one-eyed tiger, and said, Team Leader Wang, please forgive me for laughing. I just can't stand being deceived by others. Yi Tianqi is actually obsessed with this Tang Xingyu, even at the cost of offending other powerful forces. This kind of feeling is definitely not simple. However, if he has always had deep feelings for this woman and has not forgotten her, then what am I, Lin Qingyue? So, I absolutely won't allow this to happen. I can say whatever you want, but I won't allow it. Team Leader Wang, do you think I'm right? Whether it is right or not, it is not something that Team Leader Wang can say. However, since the young master has spoken and is unhappy, Team Leader Wang knows very well what to do. Yi Tianqi is indeed very strong. He has Emperor Lu's help behind him. He is also very strong, but there is an even stronger force behind him, which is indeed a headache. However, Team Leader Wang, is a subordinate of that noble lady from heaven, so he is not afraid at all. If the little master is unhappy, then the master is unhappy. If the master is unhappy, no one in this world can be happy. So, little master, don't worry about what the master thinks. The master will vent his anger on the little master's behalf. In the master's heart, the little master is much more important than anyone else. Moreover, the little master is doing this for the master's own good. The master knows this and will only praise the little master and will not be angry with the little master. Even though Tang Xingyu is famous throughout the imperial capital, so what, compared to you, young master, Tang Xingyu, is nothing more than a firefly competing with the bright moon. She is simply overestimating her own abilities. Don't worry, little master, as long as you tell me your thoughts, I will definitely make the decision for you. After hearing what the one-eyed tiger said, Lin Qingyue finally felt relieved. It was true that she thought more, but she still ignored her own identity. She is no longer the Lin Qingyue of the past. She is now Lin Qingyue, who possesses the most noble bloodline. Her mother is the most noble woman in the Dragon Country, and also the most powerful woman. Yi Tianqi, if it was just Yi Tianqi, just Qi Zixian, in the eyes of others, he might be incredibly powerful and awe-inspiring, and the consequences must be considered, but in their eyes, he is just a little tricky, but not so difficult to deal with. Lin Qingyue looked at the one-eyed tiger, nodded, and said, Thank you, Team Leader Wang. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Besides, this time, the one who's unreasonable isn't me, but Yi Tianqi. Indeed, he and I have signed a divorce agreement, but in fact, in a sense, we haven't really divorced yet. Even if we have, I think Team Leader Wang has a way to make this divorce agreement invalid in the Dragon Country system, and at the same time, prove that Yi Tianqi and I are still husband and wife, right? The one-eyed tiger was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then he looked at Lin Qingyue deeply, bowed his head respectfully, and said, Yes, as long as the young master is willing, you have not divorced Yi Tianqi. You and him are still a legally recognized husband and wife. This is true. If they are not divorced, it means that they are still husband and wife. As long as they are husband and wife, there will be conflicts and problems between them. If Yi Tianqi agrees to reconcile, then that's fine. But if Yi Tianqi disagrees and is unwilling, Lin Qingyue will have a legitimate reason. Lin Qingyue, is the hurt party, and Yi Tianqi is the one who cheated on his wife and made a mistake. Maybe these are not important, the truth is not important either, what is important is just a reason. And, is there any better reason than this? Seeing that the one-eyed tiger also agreed with what Lin Qingyue said, in Lin Qingyue's view, everything was done. As long as there is no divorce, it is justified. If there is no divorce, Yi Tianqi is her husband, so what is Tang Xingyu? Lin Qingyue sneered and said calmly, As my husband, you naturally can't flirt with other women. Whatever happens between us is just a conflict between husband and wife. However, betrayal is immoral and extremely wrong. Yi Tianqi, he wants to leave me and rekindle his relationship with his ex. Streaming. After finishing speaking, Lin Qingyue looked at the one-eyed tiger and chuckled, Team Leader Wang, I know you have amazing abilities. I wonder if I can ask you for help or do something for me. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed tiger immediately said, Young master, just follow my orders. I will serve you at the cost of my life. Lin Xingyue nodded and said, "It's not a difficult thing, I just want to see what kind of vixen can make my man still be obsessed with her. Such a woman not only makes me lose face, but also makes my mother lose face as a third party, interfering in other people's marriages, this kind of thing. I think, if she is obedient, there is still hope. If she can't be obedient and leaves Zhitianqi, then she, I think, should be punished." Team Leader Wang, do you think what I said makes sense? It makes sense, of course it does if you only listen to the literal meaning. There is nothing wrong with it, but the key issue is that, in fact, Lin Xingyue is not qualified to say this. However, right and wrong are never what One-Eyed Tiger needs to care about. He only needs to consider the feelings of his young master Lin Xingyue. Young master is right, what you said makes sense. Young master, are you planning to have me warn Tang Xingyu and the Tang family, or should I just attack her and make her disappear? Lin Xingyue already had a rough understanding of the Tang family. Although it could not be compared with the Yexiao family, it was still a powerful family. The tiger-eyed man disappears at any time, giving warnings. It shows that he doesn't take people seriously at all. This also indirectly proves how high the status of Lin Xingyue, the mother, is. However, disappearing is not what Lin Xingyue wants. At least, not yet. No, not yet. He just have this idea. As for the specific steps, I just want to ask Team Leader Wang to make preparations. After all, I'm unfamiliar with the capital. If I don't have any acquaintances to help me, I won't be able to do anything I want to do. Also, I always have to see what mother thinks. If she feels there's something wrong, I can't make her unhappy. I know what's more important than what's less important. Although she said that, after all, Lin Xingyue's thoughts were very clear. She just wanted Zhitianqi to come back to her. As for whether she really regretted it, realized that she still loved Zhitianqi, or was unwilling to give in, and in anger, she couldn't get it herself and was unwilling to let others get it, then only Lin Xingyue herself knew the answer. One-Eyed Tiger couldn't take care of this, nor could he do anything on his own initiative, but he recognized that Lin Xingyue needed manpower, and this might be his chance. Now, no one knows better than him how important Lin Xingyue occupies in his master's heart. If he pleases Lin Xingyue, his future will be unimaginable. Originally, his task was to be responsible for finding Lin Xingyue. Now they have found her. He will definitely be rewarded for his meritorious service, and he will definitely have a good job in the future. However, if he thinks about it carefully, the most and greatest benefit seems to be to stay with Lin Xingyue. In fact, if you think about this carefully, you will understand it. 566, Chapter 566 Allegiance. It is indeed something that can be understood if you think about it carefully. After doing these things, One-Eyed Tiger and his men had only a few options: either be sent out and become a big boss guarding a place, or continue to stay with their master and obey their master's arrangements at any time. It seems that both are good choices. Especially now, One-Eyed Tiger is certain that after he has made meritorious service and received awards, his restrictions will be lifted for him. Achieving the power of an emperor is only a matter of a few days sooner or later. Just based on this point, his status will be greatly improved. However, the One-Eyed Tiger knew best how much power and strength his master had, and he also knew how many strong people and subordinates were loyal to his master. Among these people, he, the One-Eyed Tiger, although not unknown, is not the most powerful or the most trusted one. And this is just what he knows. There is probably much more that he doesn't know. But Lin Xingyue is different. As the master's long-lost daughter, it was foreseeable how much his master valued and doted on Lin Xingyue. However, Lin Xingyue was indeed unfamiliar with the place and had no one to help her. In this case, he, the One-Eyed Tiger, had the upper hand. Of course, after the recognition, the master will definitely equip Lin Xingyue with the most powerful personal guards, and will also specially arrange people to obey Lin Xingyue's orders. The specifications will definitely not be low. Even an emperor-level powerhouse is not impossible, but it is a standard configuration. If the One-Eyed Tiger could be asked by Lin Xingyue to be by her side and be responsible for her safety in trivial matters, then his importance would be self-evident. Since he is responsible for the safety of the people that his master cares about the most, his status in front of the master would be greatly elevated. Just like Hua, the steward who has served the master for many years, his status and position is unparalleled because he represents the master. And if he, One-Eyed Tiger, becomes the steward beside Lin Xingyue, responsible for everything, then wouldn't he become the same person as Steward Hua? His status and position certainly cannot be compared with Steward Hua's, but it seems that it is only a matter of time. At least, even now, he is definitely a core-level figure. Outsiders cannot imagine how great the benefits are. After Realizing this, the one-eyed tiger looked at Lin Xingyue with more loyalty and humility.
Young master, regarding your safety and other issues after arriving in the imperial capital, rest assured, master will definitely prepare everything for you. According to convention, masters of your generation, with the exception of certain individuals of special status, all others, without exception, will have at least one peak King Realm warrior and at least 5 more King Realm warriors as their guards. Of course, the specific number varies, some may have more, some may have less, and some may even have reached the emperor level. This depends on the degree of favor received and other factors. However, in addition to these powerful men, they will also have their own guards and various subordinates, so, don't worry. After you return to the imperial capital, the master will naturally prepare these for you. And, if my predictions are correct, your guards will be led by at least one emperor-level expert, and naturally there will be even more king-level experts. In short, based on your master's status and the importance she places on you, your treatment will at least be on par with that special being, or even better. So, the problem you're worried about won't be a problem at all as long as you enter the imperial capital and meet the master. The power you possess will surpass countless others. What One-Eyed Tiger said was not an exaggeration at all. As the most noble bloodline of Dragon Country, Lin Xingyue would indeed possess these, just more or less. Even though she is just a girl, her mother is powerful and noble enough at the same time. She only has this one daughter, and she has been lost for many years. Even if there are some oversteps in certain aspects, no one will dare to say anything. Lin Xingyue and Sun Xiaoya looked at each other and really didn't expect that they would receive such treatment. Just thinking about it makes me swallow my saliva so hard that I dare not even think about it. At this time, the one-eyed tiger looked at Lin Xingyue cautiously and said, I have an unwelcome request. If the young master feels that I am loyal and useful, I am willing to follow you and protect you as long as you don't mind. I am willing to go through fire and water for you, without hesitation. Lin Xingyue was really surprised by the sudden move of the one-eyed tiger. She did have this idea, but she just didn't say it out loud. But now that the one-eyed tiger also had this idea, she was of course very happy. After all, she was very familiar with the one-eyed tiger, and he was strong enough. Team Leader Wang, isn't this too unfair to you? After all, you just made a great contribution. Although I don't know what Mother will do, I think she won't treat you unfairly. However, just following me is a bit too unfair for you. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed tiger quickly shook his head and said, I sincerely wish to follow the young master. Please give me this opportunity. I know that if I make a contribution this time, the master will definitely reward me. However, I, the one-eyed tiger, still want to continue following and protecting the young master. After all, I have accepted the mission of finding the young master for a long time. The young master is my life. Please, young master, please help me. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyue didn't refuse at this time and nodded directly. In that case, as long as Mother agrees, I can agree to it. However, I'm afraid of wronging Team Leader Wang. Okay, then we are family, Team Leader Wang. If Mother agrees, please ask Team Leader Wang to help us in the future. One-eyed tiger heard this, his face showed joy. He immediately knelt on one knee, and said with great respect, your subordinate is willing to serve the young master, and will never regret it even until his death. After saying that, the one-eyed tiger looked at Lin Xingyue and began his own analysis. Young master, I think you can tell the master what you just said, but it doesn't necessarily mean you have to take action first. I think you would rather take Yi Tianqi by surprise and give him a huge surprise. Yi Tianqi has already embarked on his journey back to the imperial capital, and he's almost there with us when he arrives. He'll be waiting for Night Owl, his family, the forces behind Night Owl, and so on. Life won't be easy for him. We might as well sit back and watch the fight unfold before making a decision. What do you think? Hearing this, Lin Xingyue smiled and nodded, saying, what Team Leader Wang said is exactly what I want. In that case, let's talk to Mother first. I also need to familiarize myself with the situation. Let's wait and see. It's not too late to show up when the time is right. However, I will never agree to Yi Tianqi being with that vixen Tang Xingyu. He and I haven't divorced yet. How dare he betray me? He's dreaming. What's more, my mother also wants his loyalty. Now he has to agree to it, whether he agrees or not. Otherwise, I, Lin Xingyue, will make him lose his reputation and will never let him go. Yi Tianqi, you could never have imagined in your dreams that I, Lin Xingyue, not only was not defeated or driven crazy by you, but I found my biological mother. Soon, I will appear in front of you and give you a huge surprise. Just wait, ha. At this moment, Lin Xingyue was clearly smiling, but she gave people an extremely cold and ferocious feeling. At this time, Yi Tianqi was already on his way to the imperial capital.
Regarding the changes in East Province, Lin Qingyue's accident, and Yi Tianqi, nothing is clear yet. Compared to this, Yi Tianqi was sitting in the car at this moment, his brows slightly furrowed, and his mood was a little solemn. Returning to the imperial capital, rather than going to the imperial capital, for Yi Tianqi, this is like revisiting an old place. Or rather, the journey home. However, there is no such thing as returning home in glory. Instead, this journey is full of difficulties and crises, but it is also a journey of revenge. 567, Chapter 567. A shocking appearance. On the highway to the imperial capital. Boss Leopard was driving the car, and Lu Huang and Yi Tianqi were sitting side by side in the back seat. Perhaps it was because of Yi Tianqi's previous guidance, although Emperor Lu's strength has not changed much now, his whole person gives people a somewhat different feeling. As long as the time comes, Emperor Lu will naturally become a powerful emperor at the peak level. With his perfect strength at the emperor level, he entered the top 10 in the combat power ranking under the throne. If he stepped into the peak of the emperor level, he would only be a true half-step to the throne. Along the way, Emperor Lu and Yi Tianqi kept discussing matters concerning the strong, which was not too boring. What's more, it is not boring at all. After all, they are about to step into the imperial capital. This will be a new beginning. Whether it is for Yi Tianqi or for others, it will change the fate of many people. Yi Tianqi did not choose to take a plane, but to drive this was also his idea. Although the journey would be much harder and would take longer, Yi Tianqi still chose this way of travel. As for the reason, I'm afraid only he himself knows it. Moreover, it is actually not difficult to guess. It is nothing more than wanting this time to be longer and longer. Although some things must be done and we are mentally prepared, when things really happen, there will always be some different emotions. Yi Tianqi is not a god, he also needs to control his emotions and calm himself down. The closer he is to the imperial capital, the more confused he becomes. This is unavoidable. Emperor Lu seemed to have noticed Yi Tianqi's mood and said softly, "Mr. Yi, this journey has been tiring and long, and we will pass through many places along the way. I think it has been many years since you stopped to take a good look around. If you are not in a hurry, why don't we find a beautiful place, get off the highway, rest, and then continue on our journey? There are many beautiful places along the way, and there are also many different kinds of special snacks. I have heard about them a lot, but I rarely go to see them, let alone have the time to go shopping this time. It was thanks to Mr. Yi that I was able to visit, otherwise, I would have found it difficult to stop and rest." Who is Emperor Lu? How could a man who even feels that looking at a woman would affect the speed of drawing his sword care about scenery or delicious food? To him, scenery and delicious food are not even as enjoyable as a battle. Therefore, these words should not have come from the mouth of Emperor Lu. Anyone who heard them would think that Emperor Lu had other intentions. Upon hearing this, Boss Bao smiled and said, "Yes, I think what Emperor Lu said makes sense. Besides, we have to drive for nearly 10 hours, and my injuries haven't healed yet. It would be good if we could find a place to rest. After all, driving long distances and driving when you are tired is very dangerous." There were only 3 people going to the imperial capital this time, Yi Tianqi, Lu Huang and Boss Bao. Of course, Boss Bao was driving. Lu Huang couldn't drive at all, but Yi Tianqi could. However, neither Lu Huang nor Boss Bao would let Yi Tianqi do such a thing. It's not that they don't trust Yi Tianqi's driving skills, but they really feel it's inappropriate. That would really make them uneasy. Yi Tianqi also felt it at this time. It might be that the emotions he unintentionally revealed were noticed by Emperor Lu and Boss Bao, so they were a little worried about him, but they couldn't say it directly. In fact, Yi Tianqi really wanted to say that it was unnecessary, but what Boss Bao said made sense. It was impossible to drive for more than 10 hours without any rest. That would be too difficult. Although, for someone with Leopard Boss's physical fitness, even more than 20 hours would not be a problem, let alone more than 10 hours, but he still has to eat. Yi Tianqi thought for a moment and smiled. "I know you're worried about my emotions, huh? There's no need, I can adjust myself. Besides, this emotion is just a feeling for me. After all, it's been over 10 years since I left the imperial capital. Even ordinary people would get homesick, let alone me. My reason for leaving the imperial capital wasn't just homesickness. However, none of that matters. It's been years, and many things should have been resolved long ago. The longer we delay, the more trouble we'll have. It's better to resolve them as soon as possible. Of course, we have to stop and rest along the way. We have to eat. You two are still strong men now, but I am just an ordinary person now. I can't bear it without eating." Yi Tianqi spoke with a smile, and the atmosphere, which was originally a bit solemn and tense, immediately became much more relaxed. Upon hearing this, Emperor Lu smiled and said, "That's right, we were overthinking it. Mr. Yi is such a great man, and his emotional control is definitely beyond our reach, but Boss Bao has indeed been driving hard, so he should have taken a break and eaten something along the way." "Mr. Yi, after returning to the imperial capital, I wonder where you plan to start. What do you want to do? Could you tell me?" This is also what Elder Ming meant. He is afraid that you need help, but it is not convenient to ask, so he wants me to tell you you don't need to be polite with him. Elder Ming's concern for Yi Tianqi is indeed more than just a few words. There are indeed reasons why they need Yi Tianqi, but in the final analysis, even if they each get what they need, Elder Ming still wants to get things done. He is also one of the people who understands Yi Tianqi, so he said that there may be some things that Yi Tianqi may not be able to say. After hearing these words, Yi Tianqi immediately smiled and shook his head and said, "Emperor Lu, there is no need for this. Mr. Ming has already helped me a lot. He can handle other matters myself. Moreover, Mr. Ming has handed the Secret Investigation Bureau over to me. With this terrifying and violent organization, I can do whatever I want. Why bother Mr. Ming and the others? Besides, the Secret Investigation Bureau has endured humiliation for so long. It's arguably the most profitable and terrifying organization in history, but in the end, it has no sense of existence at all. It can be bullied by anyone it wants. Now is the time for the Secret Investigation Bureau to restore its reputation. No external forces needed. This trip to the imperial capital will not only tell everyone that I'm back, but it will also be a brand new debut for the Secret Investigation Bureau." The Secret Investigation Bureau is so terrifying that even Emperor Lu broke out in a cold sweat when he heard about its scope of authority. However, as Yi Tianqi said, the Secret Investigation Bureau has had very little presence in recent years. There is nothing that can be done about it without a strong enough person in charge, and the time for a fallout, the Secret Investigation Office, no matter how terrifying it is just an empty shell. But, with Yi Tianqi, things are completely different. Now, Mr. Ming can even foresee how many people will be shocked when this organization reappears. 568, Chapter 568, Powerful Enemy Invasion. It has only been a short time since the Secret Investigation Institute was handed over to Yi Tianqi. During this time, Yi Tianqi has been busy with his own affairs and has no time to manage the Secret Investigation Institute or reorganize it. However, these are not problems. The news has already spread within the Secret Investigation Institute, and Yi Tianqi has also met several backbone members of the Secret Investigation Institute and obtained their loyalty. Of course, it is hard to say whether this so-called loyalty is solid or not. After all, the time is too short and Yi Tianqi has disappeared for many years without making any achievements. It is unlikely that people will surrender directly. Each of the senior officials who can become a secret force in the Secret Investigation Institute and endure humiliation for so long must be extraordinary, and their ambitions are naturally extraordinary. At the same time, he had been holding back a lot of anger in his heart, with nowhere to vent it. Therefore, they just have to wait and see how Yi Tianqi leads them to glory. Otherwise, if they feel that Yi Tianqi is not suitable to lead them, their loyalty will naturally be invalidated. There is no way such a terrifying and violent organization cannot be completely controlled easily. Therefore, Yi Tianqi is also very clear that this first battle, the Battle of Debut, is very important, so important that it determines whether he can control the Secret Investigation Institute. Yi Tianqi naturally would not get away with it so easily. Although Emperor Lu didn't quite understand the specific situation inside the Secret Investigation Institute, he still knew a little bit, especially Elder Ming, who trusted Emperor Lu extremely so. Since Emperor Lu was asked to stay by Yi Tianqi's side, he would naturally tell him some inside stories about the Secret Investigation Institute. That's why Emperor Lu was a little worried. "Mr. Yi, I don't know much about the Secret Investigation Office, but I do know a little bit. Do you think I can do anything? Or, in other words, do you think I should take up a position in the Secret Investigation Office to intimidate those ignorant people? This should be the simplest method. Although its effectiveness is still unknown, it is definitely effective. This is also a fact. After all, the name of Emperor Lu is enough to shock many people. The fact that Emperor Lu was able to have his name listed in the Secret Investigation Institute signified a lot. However, Yi Tianqi rejected this good intention. Looking at Emperor Lu, Yi Tianqi smiled and shook his head, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Emperor Lu, but it's not necessary. Emperor Lu has a lifetime of fame, so it's best not to put your name on an organization that will bring terror. Otherwise, Emperor Lu, who was once a hero, will end up being scolded by many people because of Mei will feel guilty." Seeing that Emperor Lu was about to speak, Yi Tianqi shook his head and said softly, I'm not being polite with you, there's really no need compared to just being a figurehead in the Secret Investigation Institute and sitting in charge for me. I would rather Emperor Lu continue to pursue his own path. Only in this way can he make further progress. I look forward to the day when Emperor Lu will soon reach the peak of the Emperor level. Only then can Emperor Lu help me better. As for the Secret Investigation Institute, I already have several people who have pledged their allegiance to Meth. Others who are waiting and watching will soon know who I really am. Of course, I still have Xiaohua's help. If Xiaohua isn't enough, I still have others to help me. Emperor Lu won't doubt my strength on this point, will he? Others may doubt Yi Tianqi's strength, but Emperor Lu will never doubt it. Not to mention other factors, even Yi Tianqi has no power at all, just relying on Qi Zishan's brain power. It is enough to solve everything. This great wisdom is almost demonic, and it is not a joke. What's more, besides being the exiled immortal Qi, Yi Tianqi is also the terrifying Emperor Qi Tian. As the Lord of the Heavenly Palace, Emperor Qi Tian, in addition to possessing invincible power, naturally also has equally terrifying subordinates, let alone Boss Leopard. Isn't he one of them? And he has never appeared in the Heavenly Palace. Emperor Lu believed that even if someone in the Heavenly Palace betrayed Yi Tianqi, there would still be many people loyal to him. It was just that Yi Tianqi was not ready yet and did not want to alert the enemy at the same time. He did not want to face these people when there was not enough evidence to distinguish who was loyal and who was treacherous. Otherwise, with one order, who knows how many strong people would flock to the Dragon Kingdom. What's more, Boss Leopard has been in Longhua for such a long time, so if Yi Tianqi says that there is no one else arranged by him to be in Longhua, Emperor Lu will not believe it. I naturally have immense trust in Rai's abilities. Well, since Mr. Yi cares so much about me, I won't say much anyway. I've always been by Rai's side. If there's anything, Mr. Yi can just tell me, I'll do my best to fulfill it. Yi Tianqi did not refuse this and nodded in agreement. Yi Tianqi would naturally not turn away an Emperor-level perfect powerhouse, especially an Emperor-level perfect powerhouse with such terrifying lethality. At this time, Boss Bao had been driving for more than 7 hours. Seeing that it was already noon, Yi Tianqi smiled and said, let's find a place, eat something, and take a rest, otherwise, it will really become abuse of you. Boss Leopard chuckled and said, this isn't torture at all. Even though I'm injured, I wouldn't feel tired even if I kept driving like this for a whole day and night. What's more, I'm extremely excited right now. People who don't know may think that Boss Leopard is the one who is homesick and wonders what he wants to do in the capital. In fact, Boss Leopard has nothing to do with the capital at all, but he is really excited. After all, this time, Yi Tianqi will make a real comeback after so many years, and his first move will be earth-shattering. How could he not be a trusted subordinate and an admirer of Yi Tianqi, excited? Okay, stop getting excited, let's stop and eat. If you don't rest, I need to rest too. I am just an ordinary person now. I'll feel tired after traveling long distances. This was said somewhat helplessly, but it was also the truth. No matter how powerful Yi Tianqi was, and even if he could use secret techniques to mobilize his own strength, he was just an ordinary person now, and this could not be faked. Having said that, Boss Leopard naturally would not refuse. He immediately found an intersection to get off the highway, and then found a place to park, rest, and have a meal. However, things will never go so smoothly, and there are always some surprises in life. Just when they stopped to rest, a piece of news reached Lu Huang's ears, and at the same time, it also reached the ears of Yi Tianqi and Boss Bao. A strong man invaded the border of Longhua. Moreover, it is where Emperor Lu is in charge. The man who came was extremely powerful. He directly shouted at Emperor Lu to come immediately, otherwise he would wield his butcher knife and massacre a small village on the border. By then, no one would be left alive and all living things would be destroyed. This was the ultimatum he issued just to force Emperor Lu to show up. 569, Chapter 569, The Conspiracy Behind. There are powerful people from outside the country who have invaded the Dragon Kingdom. It's not that no one has directly challenged someone, but this is the first time someone has been so arrogant, so presumptuous, and so ruthless. Who is Emperor Lu? Who doesn't know him now? Not to say that no one dares to challenge Emperor Lu, but at least, in recent years, there are almost no people who dare to do so. What's more, this is no longer a provocation or a declaration of war. It is simply forcing Emperor Lu and the entire Dragon Kingdom. Taking the lives of the villagers to persecute them. What kind of behavior is this? When Emperor Lu heard about this, he was so angry that he almost exploded. This is outrageous, this is too much bullying, this is simply arrogance. Over the years, there have been people who wanted to become famous and challenged me, but this time,
this is not a challenge at all, it's clearly to force me, damn it. I've only been away for a few days, and you dared to do this, it's really abominable, damn it. Emperor Lu was furious, not only for himself, but also for the entire village and hundreds of lives. Never doubt the bottom line of some powerful foreigners. Some powerful people have no bottom line at all in their eyes, except for their own lives. The lives of others are like ants and can be trampled and killed at will. In fact, there are quite a few strong people who have this kind of mentality. After all, with powers beyond human power, many people cannot control their own hearts and cannot keep to some bottom lines in their eyes. They are like gods, and are not at the same level of life as ordinary people, or even the same species in their view. They are the gods who are high above and overlooking everything, and everyone else is just ants. In such a situation, what does human life mean? Emperor Lu has seen it, Yi Tianqi has seen it, and Boss Leopard has also seen it. Therefore, they understood why Emperor Lu was so furious, especially since Emperor Lu was the one who guarded the border of Dragon Country with only his sword in his heart. There was a sense of justice that protected the people of the world. Now, many people are going to die because of him. How can he not be angry and violent? Yi Tianqi looked at Emperor Lu, frowning slightly, and said softly, Emperor Lu, sit down first, don't be anxious. Do you know who is coming? Only Yi Tianqi's words could make Emperor Lu sober up and remain calm, but there was still a murderous aura in his eyes. According to the news, it seems to be the blood demon. 3 years ago, when he entered the Emperor realm, he fought with me, cut off one of his arms and spared his life. I didn't expect that 3 years later, he would come back again. It seems that he must have improved and came to seek revenge on me. Damn it, I shouldn't have been so soft-hearted back then. It's just that he hadn't done too many bad things back then, plus, I'd already fought many times and had sustained some injuries, so he kind of escaped. If I had known earlier, I would have chased him down and killed him, even at the risk of getting hurt. He's been missing for the past few years. I thought he was hiding and didn't dare to show up again, but I didn't expect him to become so bad. This damn thing, he's been possessed by a demon, and he must die. It sounds like they are old acquaintances and old enemies, and there seems to be nothing wrong between them. But Yi Tianqi always felt that something was wrong. Looking at Emperor Lu, Yi Tianqi was silent for a moment before speaking. Since this blood demon dared to come to me, he must be more than just the strength he had back then. He had just entered the Emperor level now. 3 years have passed. Even if he has cultivated his magic skills and encountered other miracles, could he have reached the Emperor level or even a higher level? Upon hearing this, Emperor Lu immediately shook his head in denial, saying firmly, absolutely impossible. I am very aware of the blood demon's strength and his aptitude. Even if he cultivates magic and has some fortuitous encounters, he's only at the highest level of the Emperor, is not even qualified for the Emperor's perfection. Furthermore, even if he does reach the Emperor's perfection, in my eyes, he's just someone I can kill at any time. I am not afraid of him at all. When Emperor Lu said this, his expression was extremely arrogant, but he was speaking the truth. In his eyes, the blood demon was nothing more than a defeated opponent, not worth mentioning. Even if he, Emperor Lu, was at the same level as him, he could kill the blood demon at any time. What's more, the blood demon couldn't reach his level. And here comes the problem. Yi Tianqi sneered and said, then the problem arises. I've also heard of the blood demons, quite arrogant, overbearing, and extremely evil, but to say that the blood demon has no brains is impossible. He's been lying dormant for 3 years. Why not just keep waiting? He definitely doesn't have that kind of patience. What's more, you, Emperor Lu, are well aware that even those of the same realm can easily kill him. Moreover, he may not even be of the same realm. How could he not know that? That would be a joke. Therefore, I believe there must be some deception and conspiracy involved. The blood demon is just a bait to lure you out. If I'm not mistaken, there must be someone plotting behind him. There must be a stronger one waiting in the dark. When these words were spoken, Emperor Lu was stunned for a moment, then his brows furrowed. Yes, what Yi Tianqi said makes sense. This is not in line with the blood demon's character, unless he is deliberately seeking death. But this is impossible. So, if the blood demon clearly doesn't want to die, why does he insist on coming to him? Of course, he must be completely sure of it. He might even be just a bait. However, he had no choice but to go, because according to the blood demon's character, he was really capable of doing such a thing. As long as Emperor Lu did not show up, he would really massacre the entire village. But who wants harming him, Emperor Lu? But, at this time, Emperor Lu gritted his teeth, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. He was really angry. Someone actually wants to kill me in this way. What a good trick. What a good idea. It's really abominable, extremely abominable.
Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi shook his head slightly and said with a smile, perhaps, his purpose is not just you, but more likely me? After all, the timing is so coincidental that it's hard not to be suspicious. It just happened when you were protecting main fact, it just happened after something else happened, haha, how could it be such a coincidence? Even if it's really such a coincidence, it's premeditated and the target isn't just you. Really interesting. I haven't even set foot in the imperial capital yet, and the conspiracy has already begun, huh? Emperor Lu really didn't expect this. However, after thinking about it carefully, Emperor Lu's face changed drastically this time. It seemed that it was indeed targeted at him, but he was now responsible for protecting Yi Tianqi's safety with him around. It would be difficult for anyone to touch Yi Tianqi. But what if he was transferred away? Others don't know that Yi Tianqi is Emperor Qi Tian. Even if they know that Yi Tianqi has someone protecting him, without Emperor Lu, things will be much easier. In addition, it can also target Emperor Lu, which is like killing two birds with one stone. The person who can do this is definitely not simple, very complicated. In fact, it is likely that there is not only one force behind it, but at least two top forces, or even more. Thinking of this, Emperor Lu's face became even more gloomy. For a moment, I didn't even know what to do. 570, Chapter 570. Kill him and turn the world upside down. It would be fine if he couldn't analyze it, but now that he has, how could Emperor Lu not be torn? Yi Tianqi's safety is the top priority. However, the hundreds of lives in the border villages are also human lives. If something really happens to him, Emperor Lu, then he will definitely develop inner demons at that time, let alone improving his realm. It would be considered lucky if he can avoid going astray. There was no other way. It wasn't that Emperor Lu had to take the blame for these over 100 lives, but he had no choice. People specifically asked him to come forward, otherwise they would kill people. This was equivalent to adding him to the list. Damn it, don't let me know who it is, or I'll make him know what anger is. Emperor Lu's eyes flashed with anger, and he was about to explode with rage. Mr. Yi, who do you think is doing this? Is it Night Owl? No, Night Owl may have this force and cooperate with others, but he definitely doesn't have the ability to hire a stronger person, let alone someone who can directly kill me. Therefore, there must be someone stronger than Night Owl behind this. And this is specifically targeting you, so I can't leave. What a good trick, what a strategy, what a skill. This situation is directly taking my life. Not only will they kill me, they will also destroy my heart. Looking at Emperor Lu's anxious and angry look, Yi Tianqi naturally knew that Emperor Lu was really anxious. However, being anxious will not solve any problems. Emperor Lu has made his choice. He wants to stay and protect himself, because this conspiracy is not only aimed at him, Emperor Lu, but also at Yi Tianqi. If Emperor Lu leaves, Yi Tianqi will be in danger. Even though he knows that Yi Tianqi has the means to protect himself and there is a high probability that nothing will happen, Emperor Lu cannot take the risk. What's more, knowing Yi Tianqi's situation, he is even more reluctant to let Yi Tianqi use his trump card when it is unnecessary. The price will be very high this time. If the other party's plan succeeds, the price will be really high, which is not comparable to the banquet in Dongzhou. Therefore, Yi Tianqi may have to use unimaginable power to quell this crisis. By then, even if everything is safe and sound, not only will his trump card be exposed, but he himself will probably suffer backlash. It would be relatively minor if it affected the time to recover his strength, but if it affected his future potential and even cut off the possibility of entering the Emperor realm, it would be a huge sin. That is the Emperor realm. Once Yi Tianqi steps into the Emperor realm, all crises will vanish into thin air. Everyone will not have to consider how to deal with Yi Tianqi, but how to avoid Yi Tianqi's anger. This is the power of the Emperor realm. Even though there are very few people who have witnessed the former Emperor realm nowadays, and Emperor Lu has no idea how terrifying the Emperor realm is, this does not affect his knowledge of some legends about the Emperor realm. It is precisely because of this knowledge that I understand more clearly that everything else is unimportant. The most important thing is to ensure that Yi Tianqi can enter the realm of Emperor smoothly. Only in this way can he truly crush everything and change everything. Mr. Yi, I will try to arrange for someone to go to the border. If that doesn't work, I will go find Elder Ming and ask them to arrange for someone to go to the border to resolve the problem. In short, I can't leave your side. Your safety is more important than anything else right now. Emperor Lu spoke directly. Made a decision and made up my mind. Yi Tianqi could understand this, but he could not accept it. Looking at Emperor Lu, Yi Tianqi chuckled and shook his head, saying, "No need, Emperor Lu, this matter is specifically targeting you and me. I am afraid we've already figured out the details.
especially the ones that are out in the open. Plus, what happened in Dongzhou must have spread, so there's nothing to worry about. I can even guess who's behind this and what they want to do. They're really going to any lengths, but unfortunately, there's nothing you can do. You have to go back, and you have no choice but to go back. Over 100 lives are now in their hands, and they are capable of anything. It's too late to find Elder Ming and the others. Even if we could find them, what if they really killed them? Emperor Lu, we can't take this risk, and you can't take it either. It will become a demon in your heart, so you must go. You have no choice but to go. I know you're worried about my safety, but don't worry, I'm fine. I can guarantee my own safety. I don't even need to use any trump cards. I have arrangements in the imperial capital, especially with the secret investigation office. I am already prepared. If these people don't target me, it's fine, but targeting me is just giving me more excuses. So, Emperor Lu, go ahead. Perhaps this is your chance. I originally thought that it might take some time, an opportunity for you to reach the peak of the emperor level. Now it seems that when I feel sleepy, someone automatically brings me a pillow. It's really quite interesting, huh? It was clearly a crisis, but it turned into what Yi Tianqi called an opportunity, which made Emperor Lu a little confused. However, if you think about it carefully, it does make sense. What Emperor Lu needs most now is to fight with the strong. If he wants to break through, he, like Boss Leopard, needs to go through a life and death battle, so this is an opportunity. If someone plots to harm him, he will naturally fight back, and then a life and death battle will naturally come. One blood demon is definitely not enough, but since the blood demon has come out to lead the charge, the person behind him will only be stronger than the blood demon, not weaker. Emperor Lu also understood what Yi Tianqi meant. He would definitely not let him stay by his side to protect him, but let him rescue the more than 100 life. Looking at Yi Tianqi's confident look, Emperor Lu was silent for a moment and then said, "Mr. Yi, is it really okay?" Yi Tianqi smiled slightly and nodded. "Emperor Lu, don't you still believe me? Just this one sentence is enough." Emperor Lu gritted his teeth and said, "I believe Mr. Yi. Then, I will go to the border and personally deal with these disgusting enemies. Mr. Yi, I will come back immediately after I have dealt with them." He said it so easily, as if everything would be easy as long as he went there. However, both Emperor Lu and Yi Tianqi were very clear about one thing, that is, this trip would not be so easy, nor so simple. There are so many crises that it is not an exaggeration to say that you are in danger of death. In fact, it may be even more difficult. However, Emperor Lu did not complain, did not say it was difficult, and did not make Yi Tianqi worry. Yi Tianqi did not say much either, but simply expressed his trust in Emperor Lu. In that case, Emperor Lu, there is no time to lose. Let's set off as soon as possible. Don't worry about my safety. I'll be here waiting for your triumphant return. Also, since we have to fight, then let's fight to our heart's content. Kill as many as we can. Kill until the whole world recognizes what kind of person you, Emperor Lu, are. Let them never again dare to use such despicable and shameless means to force and threaten you. Kill until they are afraid, terrified, and trembling. Go, Emperor Lu, and kill him. 571, Chapter 571, Inexplicable Sense of Familiarity. This is not the way to get excited. One has to admit that Yi Tianqi's words made people's blood boil and their fighting spirit surge. But the key issue is that this statement is too big. If it was against an ordinary enemy, it would be fine. Emperor Lu's strength was enough to do what Yi Tianqi said, but the problem was that this time it was a conspiracy by others deliberately targeting Emperor Liuha. Was just a bait, and even a strong emperor like Blood Demon was not weak. How many people were waiting behind him? It was hard to imagine. In such a situation, no matter how conceited Emperor Lu was, he would not dare to say that he would kill everyone and turn the world upside down, so that the whole world would no longer dare to use such despicable means to target him. He is Emperor Lu. It is true that he is a strong man among the emperor-level strong men, but he is not a god. Of course, Yi Tianqi is qualified enough to say this in his prime. Yi Tianqi is really qualified to kill everyone and turn the world upside down, but the problem is that Yi Tianqi is no longer in his prime. However, Emperor Lu did not say anything. Yi Tianqi trusted him, and of course he had to appreciate it, especially, who said that he would definitely be in danger of death, even after this trip to Dongzhou. With Yi Tianqi's advice, he now had a great possibility of making further progress as long as he stepped into the peak realm of the emperor level. With his combat power as Emperor Lu, he did not dare to say that he could directly kill the enemy this time, but his chances of winning were greatly increased. Moreover, according to the analysis, this conspiracy is not only aimed at him, but also at Yi Tianqi. As long as Emperor Lu does not die and wins, the pressure on Yi Tianqi will be much less. More importantly,
as long as Emperor Lu is alive, then he will have to think twice before continuing to target Yi Tianqi. Therefore, his line of work is indeed crucial, and the focus of breaking the deadlock may really lie with him. As for who the enemy is, it doesn't matter, he can guess some of it, but not necessarily all of it. All he has to do is do what he should do. Looking at Yi Tianqi, Emperor Lu nodded solemnly and said, Mr. Yi, I will borrow your auspicious words and go there to kill. In this trip may also be a journey of transformation for me. Please wait for my good news, Mr. Yi. After finishing his words, Emperor Lu looked at Boss Bao and said in a deep voice, Please, Boss Bao, you must protect Mr. Yi. This trip to the imperial capital is fraught with danger. Before even entering, various conspiracies have already begun. I am afraid that there are more people who don't want Mr. Yi to enter the imperial capital, or rather, those who don't want Mr. Yi to leave the imperial capital alive, than we imagined. They are even more numerous and ruthless. Boss Bao, please be careful. These words should not actually be said by Emperor Lu, and there is no need for Emperor Lu to ask Boss Bao for help. After all, Boss Bao is Yi Tianqi's subordinate, loyal and willing to die for him, and Emperor Lu and Yi Tianqi have only known each other for a short time. But this was also well-intentioned, and it was also Emperor Lu's mood. Boss Leopard, of course there is nothing to be unhappy about. Looking at Emperor Lu, Boss Leopard nodded heavily and said, Emperor Lu, don't worry, I am not bragging. There are many people in this world who want the Emperor's life, but the one who can take my life hasn't been born yet. Even if something unexpected happens, we will stand before the Emperor before we die. No one can touch the Emperor's hair. This is the solemn oath we have sworn long ago. Upon hearing this, Emperor Lu nodded, then bowed slightly to Yi Tianqi and Boss Bao, saluted with his fists, and then turned and left. This back view looks like there is a feeling of whistling wind in cold Yishui River. And at this moment, this situation and this scene are actually quite realistic. There are ambushes on all sides and powerful enemies everywhere. It is extremely dangerous for Emperor Lu to go there. Looking at Lu Huan's back, Boss Leopard's expression became somewhat sinister, and raging anger also flashed in his eyes. Emperor of Heaven, you haven't even entered the imperial capital yet, and someone has already dared to target both you and Emperor Lu. This enemy is no ordinary person. They left no room for retreat. Who could it be? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi's lips curved into a cold expression as he said, this matter wasn't orchestrated by one or two people, but I don't believe that the Eastern King had no hand in it. I even suspect that the Eastern King might personally take action this time. It's even possible that he's already at the border, awaiting Emperor Lu's arrival. This feels strangely familiar. When talking about this familiar feeling, a cold light flashed in Yi Tianqi's eyes, and at the same time, there was ridicule and murderous intent. There was indeed an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Was it the same kind of siege that Yi Tianqi had experienced before? Although there are some differences, the blood demon is definitely just a bait targeting Emperor Lu. This time there must be powerful Emperor-level masters behind them. At the same time, these Emperor-level masters are not enough to be safe. There must be someone who is at least the same level as Emperor Lu, or even has stronger combat power, to be foolproof. Well, in today's world, although there are many people who are stronger than Emperor Lu, it would be a lie to say that there are many. Coincidentally, the Eastern King is in the territory of Dragon Country, and what's more coincidental is that the Eastern King has contact with Night Owl. Coupled with various other reasons, Yi Tianqi has to believe that there is no shadow of the Eastern King behind this. Although Boss Leopard also had some guesses, but when he heard Yi Tianqi say so, his guess was no longer a guess, but a fact. No evidence is needed. As long as Yi Tianqi said it, then it is the fact. Boss Leopard gritted his teeth and roared in a low voice, this damn traitor, I really want to cut him into pieces. Emperor of Heaven, has this King of East Heaven guessed that Yi Tianqi and Qi Tian are you? For traitors, anyone? Yes, I hate you much more than I hate my enemies. If there is still a possibility for the enemy to turn hostility into friendship and coexist peacefully, then traitors will never be forgiven and will always be the type that everyone hates the most. What is a traitor? A traitor, first of all, is someone who was once one of our own people. Who wouldn't hate someone who was stabbed and betrayed by his own people? When the person you trust the most betrays you, how many people in this world can forgive him? If this gets out, you will be despised, without exception. So, Boss Leopard hated everyone, but the one he hated the most was Yi Tianqi. He is the person involved. If there had not been the betrayal back then, there would not have been any hiding for all these years. It is impossible that he has not recovered his strength until now. Although fortune and misfortune go hand in hand, it was the betrayal that allowed Yi Tianqi to find the real ruins, but this could not erase the hatred in Yi Tianqi's heart.
It's a shame that I'm not strong enough to beat this bastard, but even if I can't beat him, I'll bite a piece of flesh off him and let him know what pain is, even if I die. Emperor of Heaven, if there's a chance to deal with the Eastern Heavenly King, I hope I can lead the charge even if I can't defeat him. I will fight him and kill this beast. No, he was indeed no match for the opponent. Although Boss Leopard was arrogant and very angry at the moment, he still knew his own strength. He was no match for the King of East Sky, and he had to admit it even if he didn't want to. The King of the East is strong enough. There is no way to deny this. It is a fact, an ironclad fact. 572, Chapter 572 The Mastermind. Looking at the indignant and angry leopard boss, Yi Tianqi didn't say anything. He should be angry. It would be ridiculous if he wasn't angry. His subordinates and brothers had betrayed him and were even plotting to harm him. However, no matter how angry you are, some things still need to be said. Don't worry, there is a time like this. However, I didn't expect that he would leave the imperial capital first in order to deal with me. Originally, I was planning to meet and talk with him after returning to the imperial capital. It's said to be a chat, but how can it be just a chat? Once two people meet, it's a different story. Of course, Yi Tianqi is just an ordinary person now. Although he has a trump card that can restore his peak strength at critical moments, it is better not to use it if possible. The price to pay is too high and it will be detrimental to the future. However, sometimes, when he was angry and the time was right, Yi Tianqi had never been a person who hesitated. He would definitely take action when it was time to do so. As for whether it would affect his recovery of strength and his entry into the Emperor realm, sometimes he just didn't care about that. Thoughts must first be clear, otherwise, if the thoughts are not clear, it will truly affect everything. Boss Leopard frowned slightly, looked at Yi Tianqi, and said, Emperor, although I hate the Eastern King with a passion, I have to admit that he is powerful and scheming. If this matter is really his influence, and if you say that there are other powerful forces colluding together, then Emperor Lu's trip this time will be very dangerous. Emperor Tian, do you think we really don't need to contact Elder Ming to help Emperor Lu? If he were to go it alone, it would be really dangerous. It is a fact that Emperor Lu is surrounded by ambushes on all sides and is in great danger. The fact that one king of the East is eyeing him covetously is enough to put Emperor Lu in absolute danger. What's more, there is definitely more than one king of the East. Emperor Lu's behavior towards Yi Tianqi means that he can be regarded as one of his own. Naturally, Boss Leopard has to be worried. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi shook his head and said, No need, we all know the news, and Elder Ming and the others naturally know it too. However, since the news has been spread and the problem has not been resolved, then it is obvious that someone must have obstructed and stopped Elder Ming and the others, so there is no point in telling them now. It really is meaningless. Can Elder Ming and the others easily obstruct it? But since they can obstruct it, it already represents a lot of things. Speaking of which, this point really has to be blamed on Yi Tianqi. Boss Leopard was a little surprised, as if he hadn't figured it out yet. After all, everyone knew how powerful and terrifying Master Ming and his men were in Dragon Country. There was only one possibility for someone to stop them, and Boss Leopard thought of this possibility. Emperor Tian, you're not saying that the royal family has taken action, are you? Is there a shadow of the royal family behind this? But how dare they? Although the royal family has been at odds with Elder Ming and his group over the years, they haven't really torn their relationship apart. It's not time yet. Moreover, Emperor Lu has always remained neutral. His existence does not harm the royal family in any way. Joining forces with others to target Emperor Lu and offend Elder Ming and his group will not benefit the royal family at this time. There is indeed no benefit. This situation seems to be of no benefit to anyone. It will harm Emperor Lu and offend Elder Ming and others. This is not worth it for the royal family, who are still in the process of preparation. However, we cannot only look at one side of things. If we look at more, we will find that things have changed. Yi Tianqi sighed softly. Looking at this change, it seemed that he was the instigator again. Emperor Lu himself was indeed neutral, and was only focused on becoming stronger and guarding the border. He did not get involved in any other matters. In fact, neither the royal family nor Elder Ming and others had any intention of letting Emperor Lu get involved. The royal family did not allow Emperor Lu to participate because they were not sure and could not convince Emperor Lu to stand on their side. Elder Ming and the others were unwilling to let Emperor Lu get involved. Although Emperor Lu's stance might play a key role in some senses, or at least an important role, they could not bear to do so, and there was no need to do so for the time being. But now, everything is different. The appearance of Yi Tianqi changed all this. In other words, everything changed from the moment people knew that Yi Tianqi was Qi Tian. And Elder Ming found a way to convince Emperor Lu to protect him. At the same time, he knew Emperor Lu,
so what could have been just protection became almost loyalty. Who could not see this? It would be a lie to say that this did not touch the sensitive nerves of the royal family. When it comes to Dong Zhuo affairs, Emperor Lu is by his side, standing up for him. Who doesn't know his attitude of being willing to make enemies with everyone, regardless of the consequences? In addition, he had rejected the royal family before and did not get along well with them now. No matter how you look at it, he is getting closer to Master Ming. Is it possible for the royal family not to think too much? There is a man like him who once created miracles, who is praised as a wise man close to a demon. The closeness of this immortal who has been banished to the mortal world and the others will invisibly change the strength of each other, not to mention that there is also Emperor Lu. In addition, Yunting Tianjun had an accident in Dongzhou. How could the King of the East not think about who had the ability to control Yunting Tianjun? Coincidentally, Emperor Lu came, and everything fell into place. Besides, Yi Tianqi clearly returned to the imperial capital to become the enemy of Yi Xiao and to seek revenge. There is nothing to hide about his journey. If he says it is not true, others have to believe it too. Regardless of whether it is Yi Xiao, the Qi family, or the Tang family, the shadow of the royal family is behind them. If Yi Tianqi returns to the imperial capital to be their enemy, it would be better to say that he returns to the imperial capital to be the enemy of the royal family. What else is there to say? Adding all of this together, is it possible that the royal family will not take action? There is no harm in taking action, especially if the King of the East makes some promises. The royal family will have no scruples at all. Come to think of it, neither Emperor Lu nor Yi Tianqi would be of use to the royal family, and they might even become enemies. However, the King of East Heaven has already hooked up with Yi Xiao and has even met with higher UPSO. How could the royal family refuse the promise and goodwill of a powerful King of East Heaven? It seems that there is no need to think about how to choose. After Yi Tianqi told Boss Leopard this analysis, Boss Leopard fell silent. This matter was no longer just Emperor Lu's business, it involved the royal family, and the level had risen to more than one level. Emperor of Heaven, what should we do? Are we just going to ignore it? What on earth is this bastard, the Eastern Heavenly King, trying to do? After all these years, we really can't figure it out. Why on earth would this bastard choose to be a traitor and become your enemy? You've been very kind to him. Boss Leopard has been holding these words in his mind for a long time, and I believe that after knowing all this, there will be many people who have this question. The so-called traitor was only recently confirmed, and we don't even know if there are more. If Yi Tianqi had not confirmed that King Dongtian was the traitor, Boss Leopard would probably still be kept in the dark. 573, Chapter 573. The reason for betrayal. Indeed, we were kept in the dark. Up to now, there are very few people, whether in the outside world or inside, who know that the King of East Heaven is a traitor. I am afraid that except for the King of East Heaven's confidants, no one else knows anything. Because there is no evidence, and also because there is no reason. That's the Eastern Heavenly King, one of the 4 Heavenly Kings in heaven. In fact, he can even be said to be the most powerful one in the entire Heavenly Palace. To be able to become one of the Heavenly Kings, one must be an absolute high-ranking figure in the Heavenly Palace, have made immortal contributions, and be someone deeply trusted by the Emperor of Heaven. One cannot become one simply by relying on strong martial arts. Otherwise, one would not be able to become a Heavenly King, and would be even weaker than the Emperor of Heaven. He held a high position of power and deep trust. The key point was that Yi Tianqi, the Heavenly Emperor, had once been single-minded in becoming stronger, rarely caring about worldly affairs, and even said that he would gradually fade out of the Heavenly Palace. Given all this, why did he betray? What was the reason for the betrayal? This is really confusing and incomprehensible. What's more, this person is the King of the East, the person whose life was saved by the Emperor of Heaven in the past. This makes it even more difficult to understand, and people will not dare to believe it. In the eyes of outsiders, if the Heavenly Palace had to make a list of people who would be least likely to betray, then the name of the King of the East would probably be at the top. However, the reality is cruel. It was precisely the King of the East who betrayed. Now, very few people know about this matter, but unfortunately, Yi Tianqi himself found out about it. Even after Yi Tianqi disappeared, the Heavenly Palace seemed to be falling apart, and even each party began to act on its own. However, even so, it was just an internal struggle for power and profit. Does anyone else doubt the King of the East? It cannot be said that there is no such thing. After all, Dong Tianhuang was involved in that incident back then, and it is impossible not to suspect him. But if Dong Tianhuang was not there back then no one would doubt Dong Tianhuang now. Even so, if there was a suspicion, there would be no evidence. This is the Eastern Heavenly King. This is also the reason that Boss Leopard couldn't understand after he found out. Not to mention that he couldn't figure it out, Yi Tianqi also couldn't figure it out now. Although Yi Tianqi knew the truth of the matter and who betrayed him, what was the reason for the betrayal? What made King Dong Tian decide to betray him, Yi Tianqi? Until now, Yi Tianqi has no definite answer to this question. I am afraid that only after meeting King Dong Tian can he really know the truth. And this is also the reason why Yi Tianqi wants to meet with the King of East Heaven. You, why did you betray? Why, it was you who betrayed. Sighing softly, Yi Tianqi looked at Boss Bao, shook his head, and said, you asked me, and I want to know too, but betrayal is betrayal. The reasons for betrayal are varied and varied. Who knows what his reasons would be? It's just that it's a bit confusing if it were someone else's betrayal. Perhaps I could guess the reason after all. There are only a few reasons: power, wealth, women, hatred, and so on, but I really can't guess why the King of East Heaven betrayed me. It's not that Yi Tianqi doesn't have enough brain power, but these reasons shouldn't be the reasons, or there is something behind this that Yi Tianqi doesn't understand without enough information. Even if Yi Tianqi is a god, he can't analyze the truth. Seeing a trace of melancholy on Yi Tianqi's face, Boss Leopard didn't want to mention this matter anymore. He was already feeling so uncomfortable, let alone Yi Tianqi, who had suffered greatly from it. No matter what his reasons are, no matter how many excuses he has, they cannot be used to absolve him of his guilt. Betrayal is betrayal. This person deserves death and must die. But, Heavenly Emperor, the question now is, what should Emperor Lu do? Are you really going to watch him face this trap and these enemies all alone? Although Emperor Lu was very strong, terrifyingly strong, this time, the enemy is too brutal. If he's not careful, Emperor Lu will lose his life. There was an anxious look in Boss Leopard's eyes. It wasn't that he had a very good relationship with Emperor Lu, it was just a pity. Most importantly, I'm angry. Without the involvement of the Eastern King, Boss Leopard would not be so angry, but with the involvement of the Eastern King, they became mortal enemies to Boss Leopard. Things that made the Eastern King happy would not make Boss Leopard happy. What's more, having Emperor Lu's loyalty and protection is indeed very important to Yi Tianqi now. It's not that he doubts his own abilities, nor is it that he doubts Yi Tianqi's skills, but rather, an extra layer of security means an extra guarantee before Yi Tianqi recovers his strength, or even steps into the Emperor realm. The better Yi Tianqi is protected, the more at ease Boss Leopard will be. Also, the most important thing is your safety, Emperor Tian. I think, even if we don't mobilize the people of the Heavenly Palace, you should recall some of our brothers from the Imperial Guard. That way, we can better protect you. Boss Leopard had no choice at this moment. He only hated himself for not being strong enough, otherwise, he wouldn't have to say these words. But, even if I don't want to say it, I have to say that his current strength is not enough. But at this level, King Dong Tian and the royal family have taken action, so his strength is really not enough. But his lack of strength doesn't mean he doesn't have enough strength. The 18 Imperial Guards were no joke. Boss Leopard's strength among them was only average. There were people who were much stronger than him. Having them here to protect Yi Tianqi is enough, and any risk can be resolved. However, when Yi Tianqi heard this, he shook his head and said with a smile, forget it, they all have their own things. If you want to be together again, there must be a chance, but not now. You just need to do your own thing well. Don't worry, it's okay. Even though they've mobilized such a large force to deal with Emperor Lu, it just means that they don't know that I am the abandoned emperor. Otherwise, let's not talk about whether they would deal with Emperor Lu so easily. If they know who I am, would they dare to let me discover it so easily? How much do they despise me, the Lord of the Heavenly Palace? That is true. Now, they are just dealing with Emperor Lu and Qi Zishen. If they knew that the person they are dealing with is the Lord of the Heavenly Palace, Emperor Qi Tian, then the plan will definitely be more than 10 times deeper than it is now. Moreover, before there is a foolproof plan, Yi Tianqi will never and cannot discover it. Even if Yi Tianqi lost his power, they would not dare. After all, no one knows what kind of strength Yi Tianqi is hiding in secret. If the enemy cannot kill Yi Tianqi immediately, he will cry. When Boss Leopard heard this, he agreed, but he was still worried about Emperor Lu. As for Emperor Lu and Yi Tianqi, it is impossible that they were completely unprepared. Emperor Lu is so grateful to him that he is even willing to pledge allegiance to him. He is also powerful enough. How could Yi Tianqi possibly push such a friend into the fire pit? As for Emperor Lu, you don't have to worry about anything. Since I asked him to go, there must be a reason for it. Since I said I wanted him to kill everyone and make them afraid, then naturally, he has the ability to do it. What conspiracies, what ambushes, what narrow escapes, so what? In the end, it's just shooting oneself in the foot. The more enemies you encounter, and the stronger they are, the more heartbreaking it will be when they die. It's such a wonderful thing to make the enemy feel so distressed that they want to cry. 574, Chapter 574 Arrangements. Make the enemy feel so distressed that they want to cry. Only when Yi Tianqi said this would it not seem so awkward. After all, this person really has this ability. However, Boss Leopard is still a little confused. Of course he believes Yi Tianqi, and he believes that if Yi Tianqi says it, he can definitely do it, but how to do it? This makes Boss Leopard a little confused. Emperor of Heaven, what are you going to do? Are you going to send people to provide support? It seems that this is the only possibility at this stage. Apart from the blood demon who has been exposed in the open, the Eastern King is probably the one who must go. However, it is definitely not just the Eastern King. This time, in the killing game against Emperor Lu, the number of Emperor-level powerhouses that appeared was probably much more than just 3 or 5. Since it was a game where death was inevitable, it must have looked like a game where death was inevitable. Moreover, it is not necessarily that they have contacted each other in advance, and there may be many unexpected changes. Emperor Lu has been stationed at the border of Dragon Country for so many years, and he has killed countless enemies. To put it bluntly, the number of people he has offended and who want him dead is also countless. Normally, perhaps due to various concerns, they cannot or dare not take action, and they are not sure and dare not take risks. However, this time, someone took the lead and specifically targeted Emperor Lu, and even set up a deadly situation. In this case, it is not impossible for others to take the opportunity to take action. Many people would be happy to see that Emperor Lu could be dealt with. Therefore, it is hard to say how many people will target Emperor Lu, and how many powerful people will ambush and kill Emperor Lu. It is really hard to say. If we only count the Blood Demon and the Eastern King, and even if the Dragon Kingdom royal family secretly takes action, then it is difficult to guarantee that accidents will not happen inevitably. Additional factors must be taken into account. If it was just about breaking the impasse, that would be easy, but if you want an Emperor Lu to not only break the impasse but also kill the enemy and gain a great reputation, then you really need to think about what to do. Yi Tianqi smiled slightly, and his expression showed that he was confident. If you don't say it, then it's fine, but if you say it, then you can naturally do it. That's right, since this conspiracy was originally aimed at me, and it is actually true, if Emperor Lu hadn't stood by me and protected me, allowing some people to see the crisis and become murderous, then Emperor Lu wouldn't have experienced this. After all, it was me who caused the trouble for Emperor Lu. Since that's the case, I naturally have to take action to resolve it. I, Yi Tianqi, don't have the habit of leaving troubles to others, let alone my own troubles. Don't worry, everything has been arranged. Have a good meal, and after dinner, we will head to the imperial capital. I was originally thinking about how to find a breakthrough point, but now, this crisis can be transformed into an opportunity. Interesting, really interesting. Yi Tianqi was not worried at all. Not only did he think about solving Emperor Lu's troubles, he even thought about how to use this trouble as an opportunity for himself. Naturally, there were people in the imperial capital targeting Yi Tianqi this time. He didn't even need to take the initiative to cause trouble. The opportunity had come. Upon hearing this, Boss Leopard's face lit up with a smile, and he nodded, saying, "Don't worry, Heavenly Emperor, I am fully prepared. I am even a little impatient. I must teach these clowns what fear is." However, Emperor Tian, who are you planning to arrange to help Emperor Lu? Could it be my eldest brother, second brother, and the others? If the power of the Heavenly Palace is not used, of course, Yi Tianqi really will not use the power of the Heavenly Palace now. Yi Tianqi is not sure how many minions the King of East Heaven has and how many people are secretly colluding with the King of East Heaven. How can he easily use the power of the Heavenly Palace? Of course, this doesn't mean that there are no people in Tiangong that Yi Tianqi trusts. There are definitely some, and perhaps quite a few. However, so much time has passed, and it is always better to take another look and observe. It is always better to be more careful. The most important reason is that, in the Heavenly Palace, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. The King of the East arrived in Dragon Country in advance, but the sphere of influence of the Heavenly Palace has always been outside the country. As for the others, those whom Yi Tianqi must trust and have enough power to break the deadlock may not be nearby. Apart from the Heavenly Palace, the 18 Imperial Guards are the most trustworthy and should be the most likely to arrive. However, the strength of the Eastern King is there, and it would not make much sense for ordinary people to go. In other words, the eldest and second in command have enough strength to fight back. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi shook his head and said, "They have their own things to do, so there's no need for them to go. Someone just happened to come to Dragon Country disobeying orders, so just let him go." After hearing this, Boss Leopard was confused. Someone came to Dragon Country and was told by Yi Tianqi that he was disobedient? There are not many people who can say it in this tone and believe it so much. Boss Leopard suddenly thought of a name and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Emperor of Heaven, you are not talking about that troublemaker, are you? If the eldest and second in command cannot take action, then there are not many people in the entire Imperial Guard who are capable of stepping forward to solve the current troubles faced by Emperor Lu. However, the troublemaker mentioned by Boss Leopard may be one of them. There's nothing we can do about it. This troublemaker is so talented that people have to admire him. But, coming to Dragon Country? This is something he can really do. If it were someone else, they might not have the courage to do it. What news did you know? But none of this matters. The most important thing is that Yi Tianqi said he can solve the problem? This made Boss Bao feel mixed emotions, and he didn't know what to say. He could solve the troubles of Emperor Lu. That meant that his current strength was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Although I know that he is extremely talented and it is not impossible, this is a bit too fast, so fast that it is a bit scary. Emperor of Heaven, please don't tell me it's really him. Is his current strength already so terrifying? Is he even capable of resolving the trouble Emperor Lu is facing now? Boss Leopard looked at Yi Tianqi, still a little hesitant to believe it. However, although he said he didn't believe it and his expression seemed a little reluctant, Boss Leopard didn't have any bad intentions. He just felt a little uncomfortable. After all, he is also his brother, but he is also a brother that makes people like and hate him. If someone else suddenly possesses such terrifying strength, Boss Leopard's face at this moment will only show pride, and no other emotions. Yi Tianqi naturally understood Boss Bao's thoughts. He shook his head and chuckled, "That's right, although it was within my expectations, it's still progressing faster than I imagined. It seems that he has indeed been stimulated in the past few years and has started to work hard. Did you try your best?" After these words were spoken, Boss Leopard fell silent, his eyes became complicated, and there was also a hint of heartache. 575, Chapter 575, Normal Orientation. Yes, although we still don't know what realm Hongtong has reached, but just based on Yi Tianqi saying that he can solve Lu Huang's current troubles, we can imagine that his realm is already incredibly high. However, with Hongtong's lazy nature, even if he had unparalleled talent, he shouldn't be so fast, so it could only be what Yi Tianqi said. I was stimulated and tried my best. That's true. With such a big change happening, how could Hongtong not be shocked and fight hard? Hongtong had a very difficult life. She became lively only after having Yi Tianqi and brothers like them. Her usual smiles and playfulness were her nature, but also a disguise. It seemed that only when she was with them could she be truly relaxed and happy, not thinking about anything. This is also true. However, the situation suddenly changed. The Heavenly Emperor Yi Tianqi, whom he trusted the most and was closest to, was betrayed and his life or death was unknown. With such a big thing happening, how could Hongtong not be shocked? This is to hate oneself for being powerless while also accumulating the strength for revenge. I'm afraid not many people know what Hongtong has experienced and how much suffering she has endured in the past few years. Boss Leopard has always been with Yi Tianqi and has not discovered any connection between Yi Tianqi and Hongtong. So, when Yi Tianqi says that Hongtong has come to Longhua, it is obvious that he has arranged for someone to take care of Hongtong secretly. Yes, it means taking care of someone secretly, not monitoring them. Because there is no need. And they will not judge others by their own standards. Boss Leopard was silent for a moment, then looked at Yi Tianqi and said, Emperor Tian, Hongtong, have you suffered a lot? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi fell silent for a moment, then sighed softly and said, That's right. According to the information provided by the people I arranged, Hongtong is very desperate, even willing to risk his life. However, this is only what they see on the surface. As for how desperate and crazy Hongtong is in secret, I'm afraid only Hongtong himself knows. I am not surprised that he has achieved what he has today, but it's hard for him. But fortunately, I'm back now. The hard times will soon be over. It is said that the hard days will soon be over, but Yi Tianqi hesitated in his heart. He was afraid that the days to come would be even more difficult, truly, with enemies on all sides. Boss Leopard was also very emotional. Times have changed, and an accident has changed the fate of everyone. It can even be said that the entire world pattern will change. Don't disbelieve it, Yi Tianqi really has this ability. Yi Tianqi glanced at the time, then looked at Boss Bao and smiled. You haven't contacted Hong Tong for a long time, right? Give him a call. He should have gotten off the plane by now. It's a pity that we are not in Dongzhou, so he had to make a wasted trip. A smile appeared on Yi Tianqi's lips, and it was obvious that he did it on purpose. Everyone knew that Hong Tong was coming to see him and knew the specific flight information, but he didn't wait for Hong Tong and didn't even leave a message. Doesn't this mean that Hong Tong would have a bad time? However, Yi Tianqi was not so bored and would not play with Hong Tong like this. He must have a reason for doing so. Boss Leopard nodded and said, okay, I'll make one right away. Then, Boss Leopard dialed Hong Tong's number. And at the moment the phone was connected, Hong Tong's slightly exaggerated voice reached Boss Bao's ears. Beneath the exaggeration, there was an unconcealable joy. It can be seen that Hong Tong is really happy. Boss Leopard talked a lot and fought even harder when they met, but at this moment, he was also very excited and happy. After all, these are your brothers, true brothers who are willing to share life and death no matter how much you fight or quarrel, they are still your brothers. Alright, stop making such a fuss. I am asking you, where are you and what are you doing? After all these years, why are you still so irritable and not steady at all? As Boss Leopard spoke, a burst of laughter came from the other side of the phone. Brother Xiaohua, how can I be so lifeless when I'm in my prime? Ha 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 you. Ha 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 you. On the other hand, look steady. Don't be pretending. The Emperor of Heaven asked you to cultivate your character, but you disappeared. Why did you think of calling me now? Did you miss me? I'm telling you, don't think about me if you have time. Think about women. You're not young anymore, but you're still single. I am embarrassed for you. Oh no, you're not interested in me, are you? Let me tell you, I'm a completely normal person and I definitely don't have any interest in you. If you have any thoughts, please give them up as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame me for breaking your heart. Boss Leopard's face turned pale, and he knew that he had been feeling sorry for Hong Tong for no reason. This thing was so infuriating that it could kill him. Moreover, he is so long-winded. However, although I thought so in my heart, after hearing Hong Tong's emotions, I felt relieved a lot. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Why are you talking so much nonsense and teasing me? I think you really deserve a beating. You're itching for a beating. I haven't dealt with you for so long, but you don't learn your lesson. When Hong Tong heard this, he immediately became excited. Originally, he had been dormant for several years and had become so powerful that he wanted to give Yi Tianqi a surprise. The most. Boss Bao was also one of the people he wanted to surprise. It's because they used to always fight with each other. Who's itching for trouble? Brother Xiaohua, you were no match for me back then. I was the one who gave in to you, let alone now. Hurry up and think of how to say something nice to me. Otherwise, believe it or not, I'll rush over to you right now and beat you into a pulp. If you want to say that there is no intentional intention, someone has to believe it. What else then? She immediately appeared in front of Boss Leopard, wanting Boss Leopard to say he didn't believe it, and then Hong Tong gave Boss Leopard a surprise. After seeing through Hong Tong's thoughts, Boss Leopard laughed, and Yi Tianqi also smiled. Really, I don't believe it. If you can show up in front of me right now, I'll just stand there and let you hit me, and I'll even call you big brother, okay? Seeing that Boss Bao had fallen into her trap, Hong Tong couldn't hide her joy at all. She immediately laughed and said, okay, that's what you said. However, it's unlikely that I'll show up right away. 10 minutes, just give me 10 minutes and tell me where you are. I'll be there right away. Don't deny it then. Dongzhou is naturally not small. Ordinary people cannot reach the destination in 10 minutes even if they know the location. However, if it is Hong Tong, then he can do it. His speed is not that of riding a car, but it is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Boss Bao smiled softly and said, oh, I'm at a service area on my way to the imperial capital from Donghao. It's not far, only about 300 or 400 kilometers from Dongzhou. Hong Tong, is 10 minutes enough? If not, I'll give you another 10 minutes. After these words were spoken, Hong Tong fell silent. Boss Leopard, are you not in Dongzhou? And since he is not in Dongzhou, does that mean that the Emperor of Heaven is not in Dongzhou either? Are you late? This made Hong Tong, who wanted to see Yi Tianqi and Boss Bao as soon as possible, a little unhappy. 576, Chapter 576, You Became the Throne? Why aren't you talking? You were just bragging, saying you could get there in 10 minutes. Now that I've told you where it is, you can't make it. Xiaoshiba, talk now and don't say it's too full, okay? After hearing Hong Tong's voice, Boss Leopard was also very kind, so he teased Hong Tong. Hong Tong frowned at this moment and said, alright, Brother Xiaohua, are you with the Emperor of Heaven? You guys, did you already know that I came to Dragon Country? Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that you called me directly and made this bet with me?
What's the point? You know I've come to Dragon Country. But you're still hiding from me, Emperor of Heaven, don't you want to see me? When she said this, Hong Tong's voice was a little low, and she seemed to be in a bad mood and had suffered a blow. When Boss Leopard saw that Yi Tianqi showed no emotion, he understood that he was allowing himself to express himself freely and give Hong Tong some advice. Thinking of this, Boss Leopard's face turned stern, and his voice became somewhat indifferent. Hiding from you, Hong Tong, do you think it's the Emperor of Heaven who needs to avoid you, or is it me who needs to avoid you? You still say you don't want to see you, but can you find a reason for the Emperor of Heaven to want to see you? Did you get the Emperor of Heaven's approval to return to Dragon Country? Is this how you've been carrying out the Emperor of Heaven's orders all these years? Or is it that the Emperor of Heaven's words no longer work for you? If this big hat is put on, Hong Tong will collapse on the spot. Since Boss Leopard did not deny that he was with Yi Tianqi, they must be together then. Who dares to say that Yi Tianqi did not mean these words? Of course Hong Tong dared to throw a tantrum at Yi Tianqi, otherwise she wouldn't have come back all the way, and without any orders however, to say that she really dared to make Yi Tianqi angry, that was impossible. If Yi Tianqi was really angry, he didn't need to show his anger as long as his expression changed. His red eyes would be like a child who had made a mistake, at a loss, nervous and scared. There was no way he cared too much about Yi Tianqi no matter what level Hong Tong was at now. In front of Yi Tianqi, he was no different from a child. So, when Boss Leopard spoke in this tone, and thought that this might be Yi Tianqi's intention, Hong Tong immediately wanted to cry. Brother Xiaohua, I didn't mean that I didn't mean to disobey the Emperor of Heaven's orders. Others may not know, but you know it, and the Emperor of Heaven knows it very well. I, Hong Tong, will never say a bad word about the Emperor of Heaven even if I die, let alone say anything else. The Emperor of Heaven is my life. No, even a strand of his hair is 100 times, 1,000 times more important than my life. This is true, it's true. I just miss the Emperor of Heaven. I haven't seen him for so many years. I miss him. So when I heard the news about him, I rushed here the first time. I didn't mean to not ask for permission. Brother Xiaohua, can you help me talk to the Emperor of Heaven, please, ask the Emperor to not be angry with me. If he is really angry, I would be willing to beat me to death if he sees me, but please don't refuse to see me. Hong Tong was really a little scared. Who couldn't hear the nervousness in her words? Boss Leopard didn't have the heart to tease Hong Tong at this time. He understood that Hong Tong really missed Yi Tianqi too much. Also, it would be strange if Hong Tong didn't miss him. With a soft sigh, Boss Leopard shook his head and said, Hong Tong, remember this from now on. Don't be so reckless. No matter how much you want the Emperor of Heaven, you must first seek his opinion. You can't make decisions on your own. Don't forget, things are different now. You are not a child anymore. Do you understand? Boss Leopard is older than Hong Tong, and he always used this tone to speak to Hong Tong. However, Hong Tong would not listen to anyone except the eldest and second in command of the Imperial Guard. Of course, Yi Tianqi's words were naturally the Imperial Edict. Hearing Boss Bao's tone soften, Hong Tong quickly said, I understand. I just have good news to tell the Emperor of Heaven. I want to give him a surprise. I, Hong Tong, am not useless. I can help. This is true. If Yi Tianqi hadn't said that Hong Tong could solve Lu Huang's troubles, Boss Leopard wouldn't have believed it. Now thinking about it, he feels helpless. Being able to solve Emperor Lu's troubles means that Hong Tong at least has the strength of an emperor. Otherwise, he would not be qualified to be sent to such a dangerous place. In the blink of an eye, the youngest brothers have all become powerful emperors. It really makes people sigh and lament. Although Boss Leopard felt a little disappointed, he was definitely not jealous. At this time, Yi Tianqi spoke. Hong Tong, what surprise do you have for me? Have you successfully challenged the throne, or do you already possess the strength to hold the throne? As soon as these words came out, the corner of Boss Leopard's mouth twitched. Well, if Yi Tianqi didn't speak, it would be fine, but once he opened his mouth, he scared people to death. However, this is not surprising. Yi Tianqi is giving Hong Tong some advice to prevent him from becoming arrogant after gaining some strength, thinking that he is invincible, and then not continuing to work hard. It's true, Hong Tong really has this possibility. Although she is working hard enough to improve her strength now, who knows what will happen after she meets Yi Tianqi. Especially after knowing that Yi Tianqi might enter the Emperor realm, let alone Hong Tong. If he really reaches the Emperor realm, he will be invincible. Does Hong Tong still need to work hard? This is also Hong Tong's idea. However, although Yi Tianqi did not want to force Hong Tong too much, he definitely did not want Hong Tong to waste her talent. You don't have to work too hard, but you can't not work hard. That's why Yi Tianqi said this.
Hong Tong was originally excited when she heard Yi Tianqi's voice. Rong immediately became timid. He had already made a mistake, and at this moment, he was more like a child who had made a mistake. He suddenly didn't dare to face Yi Tianqi, and even didn't dare to answer Yi Tianqi's questions. "That, Emperor Tian, I'm sorry, I've disappointed you. I haven't reached the strength of a throne yet. I've only reached the peak of the emperor level, half a step to the throne, but I swear, I once secretly fought against a throne champion. Although I didn't win, it would be difficult for him to defeat me. Give me some more time, and I will definitely be able to go further and possess the strength of a throne champion." After hearing this, Yi Tianqi was stunned for a moment. He knew that Hong Tong possessed the strength of the peak emperor level, but he was not sure that he could fight against the throne without being at a disadvantage. This must have been something Hong Tong did when he was secretly in seclusion. Moreover, he is really brave. He even dares to fight for the throne. He is crazy and wild enough. However, this is also good. With the true strength of the half-step throne, there will be no surprises this time. King Dong Tian and the others will definitely have a big surprise. Boss Leopard fell completely silent, looking somewhat listless. I guessed in my heart that Hong Tong would have the strength of the perfect emperor level, and even thought that he might have reached the peak of the emperor level. However, who knew that he could already fight with the throne and not be at a disadvantage, becoming a true half-step throne. In fact, it won't be long before he will have the strength of the throne and stand at the top of this world. Thinking about myself again, Boss Leopard, it's hard not to feel depressed. Chapter 577. Don't be so arrogant. Although Yi Tianqi was very satisfied with Hong Tong's strength, there was no smile on his face. Instead, there was more sadness and heartache. It is true that Hong Tong has talent, but according to Yi Tianqi's understanding, under normal circumstances, even if Hong Tong is crazy enough, he should not reach such a level. The peak of the emperor level is already the limit, and the strength of the throne should not be enough. Even though Hong Tong said that his strength was not up to the throne, he could only fight against the throne for a short time without being defeated, but he would still be defeated in the long run. Of course, it would be difficult for the throne to kill him. It is even possible that this throne is the weakest among all the thrones. However, the throne is the throne, and it cannot be compared with anyone else. If anyone can challenge the authority of the throne, then what is the throne called? But Hong Tong did it. And Hong Tong would never deceive Yi Tianqi about such a thing. That means one thing. Hong Tong, in order to become stronger in secret, worked harder and more crazily than Yi Tianqi could have imagined. With a soft sigh, Yi Tianqi gave an address and said, "Go to the border. Your strength is stronger than I thought. Then, go directly there." As soon as these words were spoken, Hong Tong immediately became anxious. In his opinion, Yi Tianqi had not forgiven him yet. Otherwise, why would he let him leave without even seeing him? "Emperor of Heaven, I truly know I was wrong. Please forgive me. With my current strength, I won't be a burden to you anymore. Please let me follow you. As long as you let me follow you and see you, I will accept any punishment you may give me. Okay, please don't chase me away, Heavenly Emperor, please don't chase me away." Hong Tong was really a little scared. He didn't understand the current situation, but he knew that Yi Tianqi was not far away from him. A few hundred kilometers away was a distance that Hong Tong could reach soon if he gave his all with his current strength. However, Yi Tianqi did not give him this opportunity, but sent him directly to the border of Lungwa. What does this mean? Yi Tianqi didn't want to tease Hong Tong anymore. He knew that Hong Tong had experienced countless life and death situations. In order to become stronger and be able to help Yi Tianqi felt a little reluctant. Sighing softly, Yi Tianqi shook his head and said, "Hong Tong, I'm not angry with you, nor am I unwilling to see you. It's just that I need you to go to the border now. You are the only one who can make it in time and help. Go to the border and help Emperor Lu." After saying that, Yi Tianqi told Hong Tong the details of the situation, including what had happened in the past few days. Hong Tong instantly understood who was his own people, who was the enemy, and who to help. When Hong Tong learned that she was going to help Emperor Lu vent Yi Tianqi's anger and solve his problems, she immediately felt happy. Isn't this what he wants? Working hard, risking one's life to become stronger, becoming stronger madly, all for the sake of being able to help Yi Tianqi one day, not becoming a burden, but also being able to solve problems for Yi Tianqi. Now, the opportunity has come. However, Hong Tong hesitated for a moment and said, "Emperor Tian, I can go and rush over right now as quickly as possible, but what about you? Since this conspiracy is targeting both you and Emperor Lu, you are also in danger, especially since this is the imperial capital of Dragon Nation." Hong Tong's reaction was the same as Emperor Lu's before, and the conspiracy was also aimed at Yi Tianqi. Based on this point, they had to consider Yi Tianqi's safety. Yi Tianqi smiled and said, "Don't worry about me, Xiaohua is here, she will soon be a mid-level emperor, she is more than enough to protect me after all. Few people know that I am the master of the heavenly palace yet, therefore, they will not spend too much effort or use too much power to target me. By the time they know all this, your troubles should have been resolved. What's more, I'm not powerless in the imperial capital, I am more than enough, so don't worry, just do what I tell you to do, then you can come to the imperial capital to find me." Yi Tianqi had said so much, and Hong Tong had no reason to refuse. He forgave him and gave him a more important task at the same time. He promised that after the mission was completed, he could let Hong Tong come to the imperial capital to follow him. This was exactly what Hong Tong wanted. For Hong Tong, this means that Yi Tianqi recognizes his strength and entrusts him with an important task. Although I can't see Yi Tianqi right now, the result is not bad. When Hong Tong heard this, she immediately spoke excitedly. "Okay, I'll rush to the border right away, don't worry, I'm here and won't let anyone harm Emperor Lu, just wait for my good news. Also, King Dong Tian, you see, should I kill him directly or bring him back to you?" Hearing this, you can really see that Hong Tong has grown up. You can say it directly, whether he was killed or captured alive, and the target was the King of the East. It is difficult for ordinary people to even think about it, let alone say it. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqi chuckled and said, "Just make sure Emperor Lu is safe and sound first, this is the most important mission this time. Only after confirming Emperor Lu's safety can you proceed with the further work you want to do. As for the Eastern Heavenly King, don't force it, let nature take its course, his affairs will naturally be resolved when the time comes." Having said that, as if afraid that Hong Tong might not be convinced, Yi Tianqi's tone became a little serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Hong Tong, I'm not kidding you, don't take advantage of your current strength and become ignorant of the world, thinking that you are invincible and don't care about anything. You are still far from it. Listen carefully, no, I don't want you to have such a bad experience that would make me very disappointed, understand?" Suddenly, Yi Tianqi's tone became extremely serious, making Hong Tong dare not say anything more. However, this reminder is really timely. Ever since he had acquired such strength, Hong Tong had really gone a little crazy. There is no way not to be arrogant at such a young age. He possesses strength that is almost on par with the throne. If Hong Tong is not arrogant, who will be? Of course, the so-called arrogance and conceit will depend on the situation and the person. At least, this time Hong Tong really wants to be arrogant and avenge Yi Tianqi. Otherwise, he would not have said anything about killing or capturing the King of the East alive. The fact that she could say these words itself showed Hong Tong's arrogance. After all, that is the King of the East. However, Hong Tong was not clear about this, but Yi Tianqi was very clear about it. If you underestimate the King of East Heaven, you must be prepared for failure. The King of the East could even harm Yi Tianqi, let alone Hong Tong. It's not that Yi Tianqi underestimates Hong Tong. Although her strength has improved, Hong Tong is still far behind in terms of intelligence and conspiracy. Besides, is the strength displayed by the King of East Heaven really his true strength? Yi Tianqi doesn't believe this. After so many years, it is impossible for the King of East Heaven to say that he has no trump cards. The most important thing is that the King of East Heaven was able to unite with other thrones in the past, but now, he can't do that? This is what he is most worried about. 578, Chapter 578 Our Battlefield. Fortunately, Hong Tong is the person who cares about Yi Tianqi's feelings the most. Therefore, after hearing Yi Tianqi tell her these words so solemnly, Hong Tong immediately put away her little thoughts and kept saying that she would definitely act cautiously according to what Yi Tianqi said and would never do anything that might lead to a disaster. Saving Emperor Lu is the first priority. As long as this task is completed, it doesn't matter whether the others are done or not, it will be a great achievement. Only then did Yi Tianqi look at Boss Leopard and nodded, indicating that he should speak first, and he himself did not say anything. Boss Leopard was also filled with emotion, but at this moment he smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to have such strength now, haha, but just wait, sooner or later, I will surpass you. You better be careful and don't capsize in the ditch." Facing Boss Bao, Hong Tong was no longer as cautious as she was with Yi Tianqi. She immediately smiled and said, "Brother Xiaohua, then you should work hard, otherwise, I'm afraid the gap between you and me will get wider and wider. Okay, I won't say any more to you, the time is almost up. I have to rush to the border immediately to carry out the mission given to me by the Emperor of Heaven, but you, Brother Xiaohua, must protect the Emperor of Heaven. Well, if the Emperor of Heaven is really hurt, I will never forgive you." What kind of condescending tone is this? Boss Leopard's face immediately turned gloomy, but there was nothing he could do. He was not as skilled as the other person now. He was really no match for Hong Tong. Not only was he not her opponent, but he was also far behind her. Fortunately, he has received Yi Tianqi's evaluation, and his future ceiling is not just this much. Otherwise, Boss Leopard would have no place to cry. Don't worry about the Emperor of Heaven. Even if I risk my life, I won't let the Emperor of Heaven suffer even the slightest harm. But you, be careful and don't be too arrogant. Otherwise, as the Emperor of Heaven said, you will capsize in the ditch. I wonder if you will ever be able to face people again in this life. At this point, Boss Leopard's tone became serious. Hong Tong, seriously, no kidding. Don't underestimate the Eastern King. Never underestimate him. This man is no ordinary person, with an extremely deep mind. To say that he hasn't noticed anything, the Emperor of Heaven, and I don't really believe it this time, targeting Emperor Liu is a conspiracy, or perhaps a test. So, do you understand? The Eastern Heavenly King is no ordinary person. Although you now possess the strength to rival the throne, you must still proceed with caution. Go ahead, the Heavenly Emperor, and I will be waiting for your good news. Although we often quarrel and argue, we are still family and our concern is sincere. Hong Tong also knew what Boss Bao was thinking. She smiled and said, "Don't worry," and then hung up the phone. At this moment, Boss Leopard looked at the hung-up phone, his brows slightly furrowed, as if he was worried about something. Yi Tianqi took a sip of tea, looked at Boss Bao and said with a smile, "Are you worried about Hong Tong?" Upon hearing this, Boss Bao smiled bitterly and said, "Emperor Tian, am I being a little too worried? Hong Tong already possesses strength comparable to the throne, so there's nothing for me to worry about. But in the end, I still worry that he's being too aggressive." It's not really groundless worry. Boss Leopard felt that his own strength was limited, but he was worried about a person who had the strength of a peak emperor and half a step to the throne. It was really a bit presumptuous. However, Yi Tianqi didn't think so. Looking at Boss Bao, Yi Tianqi chuckled and said, "It's right and normal to worry, although you should trust your brothers. The people around you still know them best. You know Hong Tong's personality very well. If you don't worry and say a few words, it would be irresponsible to him. That wouldn't be a brotherly act. I know what you're thinking. You don't have to overthink it. Although your strength cannot compare to Hong Tong's, there's nothing that can be done about it. Everyone has different talents, but talent isn't everything. As long as you're willing to work hard and be willing, your future achievements will be no less than Hong Tong's." If someone else said this, Boss Leopard would definitely ignore it and would just think it was poisonous chicken soup. Is hard work really more important than talent? Countless ordinary people have also faced such chicken soup, but what is the result? What is the truth? Hard work will definitely be rewarded, but no matter how hard you work, even if you sweat 10 times as much, you may not get the same results as someone with better talent who just plays around. This is the difference. Whether you admit it or not, it's the same. People with good talents, if they put in a little effort, will get the same results as those who work very hard after going through a lot of hardships. Is this fair? But there is no way around this. Just like one's birth, some people are born with everything they have, which puts them at a point that countless people cannot reach even if they work hard all their lives. There is no logic to this at all. Therefore, we must keep a calm mind and work hard to change our own destiny. With a little bit of luck, who knows the result in the future? Yi Tianqi naturally wouldn't say any toxic chicken soup or impossible things to Boss Bao. What he said was the truth. Boss Leopard's talent is indeed much worse than Hong Tong's, but looking around the world, how many people in the world have talents like Hong Tong? In fact, isn't he more talented than Hong Tong? However, this world does not mean that ordinary people have no chance. Especially for someone like Boss Leopard, who is actually quite talented. If he works hard, who knows what the upper limit of his future achievements will be. The most important thing is that Yi Tianqi can be sure that he may not be able to completely change a person's upper limit, but he has the opportunity and ability to change many things. Patting Boss Leopard on the shoulder, Yi Tianqi chuckled and said, "Believe me, the future is unpredictable." Looking at Yi Tianqi's expression, Boss Leopard smiled. Originally, he was not jealous of Hong Tong, he just felt a little lost now. Seeing Yi Tianqi's expression and hearing Yi Tianqi's words, he believed it. He could only believe it and had to believe it. "Yes, Heavenly Emperor, I understand. Don't worry, I won't be discouraged or stop working hard because of this. I will work harder than before. Just like you said, the future is not unchangeable." Yi Tianqi then laughed heartily and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, you can do it. However, we will be arriving in the imperial capital soon. It would be better to change the title of Heavenly Emperor to Mr. Yi since they don't know yet, then we can't reveal it directly to them."
The imperial capital, huh? I wonder what kind of scene is waiting for me. Let's go, it's time for us to set off. Emperor Lu and Hong Tong have already rushed to their battlefield next. The imperial capital will be our battlefield. Don't let them win while we haven't gained a firm foothold. If we don't win, we will be laughed at. That's true, although it seems that there are more people targeting Emperor Lu now, and they are more ruthless. In fact, the real dragon's den and tiger's lair is in the imperial capital. In particular, when Yi Tianqi begins to gradually exert his strength, the imperial capital will slowly understand his identity. Even if they don't understand, they will target him with particular attention. At that time, all kinds of troubles will follow one after another. This is inevitable. What's more, what Yi Tianqi wants is not just to gain a foothold in the imperial capital. 579, Chapter 579 Flattery. After Yi Tianqi and Boss Leopard had eaten, they started on their journey again. Just as Yi Tianqi said, on the other side of the border is the battlefield between Emperor Lu and Hong Tong. That battlefield is probably gathering many emperor-level powerhouses, including some top-level ones. At the same time, all the top forces at home and abroad who know the news, or are about to know the news, should have their eyes focused there at this moment, waiting for a result to emerge. After all, no matter who planned this conspiracy, the target was Emperor Lu of the Dragon Kingdom. A man who guards the border of Dragon Country with only one sword, killing powerful enemies from outside the country so that they dare not invade. A terrifying strong man whose combat power can be ranked in the top 10 under the throne is about to face siege. Who would not pay attention? This time, there are also many forces and strong people targeting Emperor Lu. In fact, many people are secretly preparing to take action without knowing it. If Emperor Lu dies or is defeated, it will not bring any burden but only benefits to foreign forces and foreign strongmen. But everyone ignored or simply could not imagine that the real battlefield that controlled everything was in the imperial capital. On Yi Tianqi's side, his battlefield is the foundation that controls everything. However, at this stage, no one knows about this and no one takes it seriously. On the contrary, those who stayed in the imperial capital and were preparing to target Yi Tianqi had already begun to make preparations. The bedroom and study of Prince Xingshan. Night Owl stood there with great respect. Prince Xingshan was painting at his desk. Night Owl didn't even dare to breathe, for fear of disturbing Prince awakening. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that Prince Xingshan let out a soft sigh, then hurried forward, took the brush from Prince Xingshan's hand, and said with a flattering smile, "Prince's painting skills are becoming more and more like the style of a sage in painting. It's not an exaggeration to call you a contemporary master." Night Owl looked at the painting very carefully, as if he was attracted and fascinated by it, and he kept praising Prince Xingshan. A landscape painting is indeed well painted, but to say that it has the demeanor of the sages in the painting and is called a contemporary master is to lie with open eyes. Prince Xingshan's skills are at best amateur, barely reaching professional level. People of this level, if they are not famous, cannot be sold for a very high price. As for the Grandmaster, that's really bullshit. You can't even think about it if you're too far away. However, even if a great painter were standing here, facing the situation where Night Owl was lying with his eyes open, he could only smile and agree, and it was impossible for him to directly undermine him. There is no way, because the person who painted the picture is the current Prince of Dragon Kingdom. With this title, there will be a lot of people rushing to pay for any graffiti. Even if the painting is ridiculous, it will be praised as rare in the sky and unparalleled on earth. My status and position are there, there's nothing I can do about it. Prince Xingshan walked slowly to the side, sat on a chair, picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. Then he looked at Yi Xiao and smiled. All you do is flatter. May know my level well at most, I'm just a professional. I am still some distance away from being a master, let alone the sages in ancient paintings. Yi Xiao, you can't do this. If this gets out, people will laugh at you. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao quickly put on a smile and said, "Prince, I'm not trying to flatter you. Your skills are truly exceptional. Many professional painting masters have recognized these. As you know, they won't bow down for a few dollars, so they won't lie or deliberately curry favor with you. Of course, I can't deny that they think your paintings still have room for improvement, but your talent has already been revealed. It can be said that you have an extremely rare and peerless talent from ancient times to the present. As long as you are willing and put a little more effort into it, your achievements will be unimaginable." However, how could they know that you, the Crown Prince, are so busy with official duties every day that you barely have time to practice even once or twice a week, let alone a day? It's rare for you to find time to paint and reach this level. If you could have more time, they wouldn't have the chance to comment on you seeing your level, they would just bow down in awe. These words were spoken sincerely, and I have to say that Yi Xiao's flattery was quite good. At least, it's much better than just shooting without thinking. Prince Xingqian was a conceited person and was extremely satisfied with his calligraphy and painting skills. After all, when he was young, it was with this skill that his father, the current emperor of Dragon Kingdom, admired him very much. Moreover, Yi Xiao was right, he was the Prince Xingqian, after all, the prince of the Dragon Kingdom. How could he have the time to study painting all day long? It was okay before, but not now. He could do it as a pastime, but if he indulged in it, people would say he was not doing his job properly and was not on the right path. Therefore, it is understandable that his level is average, but average level does not mean average talent. Prince Xingqian believes that if he has enough time, he will definitely have a place among the great contemporary painters, and his ranking will be extremely high. It's not impossible to imagine the sages in the painting. Haha, that's enough, Night Owl. I can't do anything about your mouth. Since you like it, I'll give you this painting. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao excitedly knelt before Prince Xingqian and said, "Thank you, Prince, for the treasure you have been so kind to me. I don't know how to repay you. If it weren't for you, Prince, I and my family would still be being bullied. I can only kowtow to you, Prince. I wish I could dig out my heart and show it to you." Night Owl was excited, with a feeling of dying for his friend posture. It seemed as if what Prince Xingqian had rewarded him with was not just a simple painting, but the entire kingdom was entrusted to him. But this painting, which would be worthless if it were unsigned, is the best time to flatter Prince Xingqian. No matter how much Yi Xiao flatters him, he will not feel embarrassed. How many people want to flatter this gentleman, but they haven't had the chance yet? If Yi Xiao didn't know how to flatter, would there be a Yi Xiao today? Would there be a Yi family today? Besides, as long as one is a human being, no matter how much he wants to hear the truth, who doesn't want to hear good words? Prince Xingqian smiled slightly, looking at Yi Xiao, who was kneeling before him excitedly, prostrating himself on the ground, and said softly, "All right, you are now the famous eldest son of the Yi family. Don't kneel on the ground for no reason. If the news gets out, you won't be laughed at." Hearing this, Yi Xiao quickly shook his head and said, "I'm not afraid, and no one will dare to laugh at me, Prince. You are my adopted parent. The kindness you have bestowed upon me is something I could never repay in my entire lifetime. Kneeling to you is shameful. If anyone says I'm shameful, I can risk my life against them. Kneeling to you and being loyal to you is my greatest blessing. Anyone can say whatever they want anyway. I, Yi Xiao, am willing to kneel to you. If I weren't afraid of what others would say about you, I would be eager to kneel at your feet every day, obey your orders at all times, and serve you." This statement is no longer just corny. Prince Xingqian laughed heartily and shook his head, saying, You, that's enough. Get up, stop kneeling. It's time to talk about business. Serious business, that's right. We come here not just to flatter, there must be serious business to discuss. The King of the East has already set out, and the layout against Emperor Lu has been formed. So, the next thing is the matter of the imperial capital. 580, Chapter 580. Give him a chance to turn from darkness to light. Neither Prince Xingqian nor Night Owl thought that any unexpected events would occur in their plan against Emperor Lu. After all, this layout was planned by the King of the East himself, with the participation of the royal family, and it was an action that was agreed upon by foreign strongmen and foreign forces, whether intentionally or unintentionally. If this fails, it will be a huge joke. Therefore, there is absolutely no possibility of failure. Night Owl stood up, still standing respectfully, a smile on his face. He said, "According to the news, the Eastern Heavenly King has arrived at the border to take charge. At the same time, in addition to the Blood Demon, there are 7 other Emperor-level experts, all of whom are planning to ambush and kill Emperor Lu. And secretly, according to reliable intelligence, there are also experts lurking, ready to take action at any time. It can be said that it is absolutely foolproof if Emperor Lu doesn't go. It's fine, but if he goes, then he will definitely die. It is a situation where death is certain. There is a chance of survival in the face of 9 deaths. No, there is no chance of survival in the face of 10 deaths. Anyone who knows about this plan will see clearly that this is not empty talk but a fact. There is no chance of survival in this desperate situation. If Emperor Lu wants to survive, at least a miracle must happen. Even if a miracle happens, it will be a life or death situation. Of course, only if a throne takes action, perhaps this crisis can be resolved, and it must be unexpected. Otherwise, if people knew that a throne wanted to protect Emperor Lu, who would dare to say that there would not be another throne to stop it? So, death is inevitable. There is no other way. There is only one result.
Upon hearing this, Prince Xingshan showed a look of satisfaction on his face, then, with a hint of regret in his eyes, he sighed and said, "It's a pity Emperor Lu is still very powerful and capable. If he hadn't insisted on standing on the side of the Minister of Political Affairs with Yi Tianqi, then this time, neither I nor my father would have made such a decision so easily. What a shame, what a shame, he's a talented person, but I can't use him. If Emperor Lu had been more sensible, what the Dragon Kingdom royal family could have given him would have definitely exceeded his imagination, and his end wouldn't have been so tragic. It's a pity that he chose to stand on the opposite side. Well, we can't blame him. We can only blame him for standing on the wrong side and following the wrong person. No matter how powerful a person is, or how worthy of pity a person is, if he cannot be used for his own benefit and insists on standing by the enemy, the harm he causes will be greater. Such dangerous factors must be eradicated, and the bud any force will do this, otherwise, it will be a disaster. What's more, this is a ferocious beast. If we don't take the opportunity to deal with it, will it be left to eat people?" Seeing the regretful and emotional expression of Prince Xingshan, Yi Xiao also revealed the same expression. There was no other way. Since the master had already done this, Yi Xiao couldn't possibly go against him at this time. Even though they were actually very happy in their hearts, they still had to do the superficial work. Yes, Emperor Lu was brainwashed by those people. What a pity. Emperor Lu is too simple-minded, otherwise, he wouldn't have obeyed their orders just because of some small favors in the past. But he didn't see the truth. No, maybe he did see it. Otherwise he wouldn't have been guarding the border and standing neutral. It's a pity that Emperor Lu must have been unable to withstand the pressure this time. Otherwise, why would he change his position? So, Prince, the worst offenders are those people over there. They took advantage of Emperor Lu. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to take action against him. We could just slowly influence him. We wouldn't even need to do anything. We just need to let him see the reality clearly, and he'll naturally know what to do. Unfortunately, time is running out. They acted too quickly. And there's nothing you and your majesty can do. No matter how much you cherish this talent and are reluctant to part with him, he's already been bewitched and wants to be called an enemy. He wants to butcher us for the sake of our own people. We have no choice but to get rid of him. Yuri, not wrong. Yuri, wrong, because those people are too wicked. It was them who harmed Emperor Lu. Yi Xiao spoke indignantly, putting Prince Xingshan and the others at the highest point. It was not that they were cruel and ruthless and wanted to eliminate Emperor Lu, but that everything was forced. Prince Xingshan was very satisfied with Yi Xiao's words, which always touched his heart. This was also the reason why he trusted and liked Yi Xiao so much. Sighing softly, Prince Xingshan spoke, "Yes, that's the truth. Even now, even though it has come to this, before the Eastern Heavenly King left, I asked him to give Emperor Lu one more chance. As long as Emperor Lu can abandon his evil ways and stand on our side, then, no matter what the foreign enemies think, we must never let them harm Emperor Lu. Next, it depends on what Emperor Lu chooses. I've done everything I can. If he still refuses to change, then it's his life. I can't put the future of our people in danger just because of my admiration. That would be the greatest injustice to them. I can't do that, let alone do that. So, let everything be left to fate. If he doesn't turn back, then he will have no choice but to die." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao immediately flattered Prince Xingshan again. What great material and example this is. If we don't praise the prince now, when will we praise him? Prince Xingshan sighed, waved his hand, and said, "Alright, don't talk about this anymore. It's meaningless. The things on Emperor Lu's side have been arranged. It's up to him. However, the things in the imperial capital still depend on us." Shi Tian, no, now it should be called Yi Tianqi. He was also one of the instigators of this incident. What a pity. We all admired the brilliant Qizishan, but like Emperor Lu, he was also bewitched. Although he didn't do anything, we still have to say that we can't let him become a hidden danger. The more powerful a person is, the more we must root them out. Otherwise, the damage caused will be unimaginable. Yi Tianqi had countless chances before, but he chose not to this time. He disappeared for many years and re-entered the imperial capital. Should I give him another chance? Yi Xiao, what do you think? This was the first time Night Owl heard these words. Prince Xingshan was actually thinking, should he give Yi Tianqi another chance? If Yi Xiao could understand and support Lu Huang if he was given another chance, then he really couldn't understand or support Yi Tianqi if he was given another chance. That was the enemy he had always believed in, that he must crush underfoot. If Yi Tianqi was given this opportunity and was willing to take it, considering the high regard that Prince Xingshan holds in Yi Tianqi, would he, Yi Xiao, still have a place to stand in the future? The most important thing is that Yi Tianqi will never let him go. However, is it not possible to directly refuse Prince Xingshan and tell him? Then Yi Xiao is really looking for death. 581, Chapter 581. Make Yi Tianqi surrender. Yi Xiao looked at Prince Xingshan and kept analyzing Prince Xingshan's words in his mind. How much of his words were sincere and how much were false? Was it a test or something else? But after thinking about it, Yi Xiao knew that there might be sincerity, but it was not necessarily a test, because there was no need to test at all. Is it easy to awaken the prince? It's not simple. People who don't know Prince Xingshan well might think that he is just SOSO, with average intelligence, average abilities, and everything about him is average. It seems that among the princes, there are those who are more capable than Prince Xingshan. However, Yi Xiao had been following Prince Xingshan for quite some time, so he knew more about him. Are you kidding? Who dares to say that Prince Xingshan is simple when he can win among the cruel crown princes? The most brutal struggle in history is the struggle for the crown prince. Throughout the dynasties, the struggle for the crown prince has been full of conspiracies, fighting among all parties, and rivers of blood. There has never been a simple winner. Even if you are lucky, it won't last long. There is someone behind Prince Xingshan. He, Ye Xiao, is just a loyal dog of Prince Xingshan. He is not even an advisor. He is just loyal enough and crazy enough. It's okay to have your own little thoughts, but if you use all your little thoughts on your master, then there is no need for him to exist. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xiao looked at Prince Xingshan and said softly, Prince, although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit that Yi Tianqi is indeed very capable. If you can gain his loyalty, it will definitely benefit you more than it will harm you. It's just that I think you're very clear about this person's personality and what kind of person he is, so, even if you're willing to give him this opportunity, it's hard to say whether he'll cherish it. I'm just afraid that you, Your Highness, will be disappointed. Yi Xiao did not object to Prince Xingshan's desire to recruit Yi Tianqi, but he analyzed from the side the possibility of Yi Tianqi joining Prince Xingshan's camp, and this possibility was impossible. Even if it is not absolute, it is almost absolute. Prince Xingshan must be aware of this. In fact, Prince Xingshan was indeed clear about this, but he was also very clear about Yi Tianqi's abilities. He believed that this was a man who would be of great use if he surrendered to him. If he submitted to him, Prince Xingshan could even be sure that his position as prince would be unbreakable. That's how much he values him. In a sense, Prince Xingshan even values Yi Tianqi a little more than Emperor Lu. Of course, if Emperor Lu possessed the power of the throne, that would be a different matter. It's a pity that no matter how much he values it, he actually knows very well in his heart that Yi Tianqi will not surrender to him. What's more, Yi Tianqi has probably reached an agreement with the other side, and he is already an enemy. The more he thought about this, the more suffocated Prince Xingshan felt. Lu Huang and Yi Tianqi are both absolutely talented and useful people, but in the end, they all defected to the enemy. What is this? However, I still feel unwilling. Of course I understand what you said. I am just still a little unwilling to give in. Besides, if I can convince Yi Tianqi, it would be like a loud slap in the face to the enemy. Oh, what a pity. It's so difficult, it's really too difficult. Oh, it's really infuriating and hateful. However, I still want to give it a try. I'll leave this matter to you. Do you think it's feasible? This made Yi Xiao dumbfounded. He could understand Prince Xingshan's reluctance, but leaving the matter to him, Yi Xiao, this really made Yi Xiao puzzled. What had gone wrong with Prince Xingshan? It would be fine if others didn't know, but Prince Xingshan knew everything. The contradiction between him and Yi Tianqi was irreconcilable. Yi Tianqi might have come to the imperial capital with the intention of dealing with him in this case. Why did he ask him to come forward and persuade Yi Tianqi? Not to mention agreeing, I'm afraid that even if there is a slight possibility of seeing me, it will become impossible. My lord, you want me to handle this? I'm afraid this is inappropriate. Night Owl smiled bitterly and shook his head. Prince Xingshan narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Yi Xiao, and chuckled. Why, you don't want to? Yi Xiao swallowed and shook his head quickly. No, of course I am willing, master. No matter what your order is, even if it means taking my life, I will definitely not blink an eye. It's just that I'm afraid of ruining your business. You know that there is a conflict between Yi Tianqi and me, and it's a deep conflict, especially since the person I'm about to marry is Yi Tianqi's former fiancé. He probably hates me to the core. If you ask me to persuade him at this time, I'm afraid it will only have the opposite effect, master. I'm afraid it will delay your work and disappoint you. There is really nothing wrong with this statement. There is an incompatibility between Yi Xiao and Yi Tianqi, and each of them hates the other to the core. Therefore, asking Yi Xiao to persuade Yi Tianqi would not only have no effect, but would anger Yi Tianqi instead. Prince Xingshan doesn't know about this situation? How could he not know? In fact, he knew it, so he deliberately said it. Seeing Night Owl's embarrassment, Prince Xingshan chuckled and said, I understand what you said, but it is precisely because of this that it better represents our sincerity, right? Isn't it a foolish thing to ask you, an enemy who is so incompatible with him and wants each other dead, to personally ask him to join my camp? Is it sincerity? Or are you, Night Owl, unwilling to apologize to Yi Tianqi for my great cause of awakening the mind? Prince Xingshan's train of thought is truly unique. However, we have to admit that this possibility does exist. Prince Xingshan seemed to be smiling as he spoke, as if he was discussing something with Night Owl, but in fact, since he said it, it meant that he had this idea, and having this idea meant that he was very likely to do so. Yi Xiao couldn't imagine that if Prince Xingshan really ordered him to do this, then, would he agree or not? He would definitely not agree, but, if he agreed, would he go and ask Yi Tianqi for help? Even if he really chose to ask Yi Tianqi for help, would Yi Tianqi let him go? Moreover, not to mention the embarrassing things, let's just talk about the result. Even if Yi Tianqi really agreed to it out of madness, then, wouldn't Yi Xiao have made a great contribution? Wrong. Totally wrong. If Yi Tianqi really agreed to Prince Xingshan, it must be fake. Even if it is true, the result will be even worse. Considering how much Prince Xingshan values Yi Tianqi, if he joins Prince Xingshan's camp, then Yi Xiao will have a place to stand. Will he have a good future? No, absolutely not. Even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, Night Owl will never allow this to happen. However, the most important thing now is how to refuse. How can we make Prince Xingshan give up this idea? Master, how dare I am willing to personally persuade Yi Tianqi for the sake of my master, even if he beats me, scolds me, humiliates me, or even kills me. As long as he is willing to serve my master, then my life as Yi Xiao will be worth it. 582, Chapter 582, Who to choose and who to give up. Prince Xingshan looked at Yi Xiao, smiled, and shook his head, saying, It's not a matter of life or death, it's not that serious. Besides, you are my trusted and beloved general. No matter how much I value Yi Tianqi, I can't use your life to exchange for his loyalty. What's more, I don't believe in his loyalty. So, don't worry, I know the right choice for this kind of thing, but if I can get his help by letting you suffer a little, then I think you'll be willing to do it, right? Believe it or not, Yi Xiao now has no choice but to believe that this is what Prince Xingshan, his master, said. If he doesn't believe it, what else can he do? Fortunately, what Prince Xingshan said about using Yi Xiao's life in exchange for Yi Tianqi's loyalty was not worthwhile. This was the truth, not a lie. Just this point alone could make Yi Xiao relax. At least, Prince Xingshan had not been carried away by the temptation. He still had some bottom line and was somewhat sober. Indeed, even if Prince Xingshan used some method to obtain Yi Tianqi's service, Yi Tianqi dared to say the word loyalty. Could Prince Xingshan believe it? Of course I wouldn't dare. That's Yi Tianqi, how can anyone subdue him? However, since Prince Xingshan had said so, Yi Xiao had no choice but to continue speaking. What's the big deal about suffering a little grievance? In Yi Xiao's opinion, Yi Tianqi will never work for him, Prince Xingshan. So the more grievances Yi Xiao suffers, the more trustworthy he will be in Prince Xingshan's heart, and the more points he will get. Why not do such a good thing? The most important thing is that no matter what, Yi Xiao will definitely have contact with Yi Tianqi. As long as Yi Tianqi enters the imperial capital, Yi Xiao and Yi Tianqi will definitely meet. Although the meeting now seems different from what he imagined, in order to make Prince Xingshan happy, he has no choice but to endure the humiliation anyway. As long as the final result is good, that's all. Master, for you, let alone being wronged, even if it costs my life, it is all worth it. Don't worry, since you have such an idea and such a decision, then I will definitely complete it for you. But, do you think you need me to promise Yi Tianqi something? After all, if you want him to serve you, it is impossible to have no conditions at all. Then, there is no way to negotiate. It's just like when a company poaches people who have switched jobs. If you don't negotiate conditions, or the conditions are worse than before, then what is there to negotiate? It's impossible for people to work for you for free and even get paid, so just put in the effort. This sentence was actually Yi Xiao secretly reminding Prince Xingshan, because now that it has been confirmed that Emperor Lu was sent by that side to protect Yi Tianqi, it means that Yi Tianqi has probably negotiated terms with that side and is definitely working for them. Who's that over there? That is a force that can stand on equal footing with the royal family and can compete with His Majesty the Emperor. Moreover, its power in the Dragon Kingdom is something that others dare not even imagine. Apart from the Emperor, it is unclear whether other people, other members of the royal family, will give him face or not.
Although Prince Xingshan is the crown prince and the future emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, this identity is enough to make countless people worship him and make countless people rich and powerful, but for Yi Tianqi, it may not be the case. Unless he, the Prince of Awakening, ascends the throne of emperor now, otherwise, the actual benefits and power that the Prince of Awakening can give may not be more than what is given over there. More than that, I'm afraid it can only be pie. As for when this big pie can be realized and whether it can be realized, everything is still unknown. However, Prince Xingshan really did not expect this. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten about it after all. It was just an idea that came to me on the spur of the moment, and I hadn't really thought about the specific conditions. It's not Prince Xingshan's fault. What is his identity? He is the crown prince. How many people cry and beg and dream of serving him? Why does he need to make any conditions? Even if he wanted to poach someone, no one would ask for conditions first. After they became his own people, he would naturally arrange everything. Now suddenly we have to give benefits first to wake up the prince. It is understandable that he is not used to it and can't remember it. The key is that we don't know what conditions they've given Yi Tianqi. If we don't know, it's hard to discuss. Besides, this kind of thing is probably hard to find out, so we need to think about it carefully. However, instead of doing that, it would be better for Yi Tianqi to ask for whatever he wants. If I can satisfy him, I will do my best to satisfy him. This is a promise I made to Xingshan. I think my promise is not completely without credibility. Good guy, he didn't even mention the conditions, and just let Yi Tianqi propose it directly. When Night Owl heard this, his eyes turned red. He had worked hard to follow Prince Xingshan for so many years, so naturally he got what he deserved, and he was indeed satisfied. However, Yi Xiao had never experienced this kind of attitude before. Swallowing his saliva, Night Owl looked at Prince Xingshan and said, "Master, you are so kind to Yi Tianqi and you value him so much. I think even Yi Tianqi would be deeply moved after knowing this. Now I am afraid of one thing, that is, I am afraid that they will not only offer generous conditions, but also play some emotional cards. You know, that is what they are best at." Upon hearing this, Prince Xingshan's expression turned somewhat gloomy. That was exactly the case. Emperor Lu remained neutral, but in the end, he was defeated by the other side who played the emotional card. When it comes to the means of bewitching people, Prince Xingshan believes that he is really no match for them. They play the emotional card, so why can't we play it? Night Owl, tell me, Yi, what is the thing that Tianqi wants to do most when he returns to the imperial capital this time? He disappeared for many years and suddenly showed up again. He insisted on returning to the imperial capital. What's the reason? Yi Tianqi returned to the imperial capital. How could Prince Xingshan not know what he was going to do? Yi Xiao was having a headache. Prince Xingshan clearly knew the answer, but he still asked him. This was not just a simple question, he had an idea. But Yi Xiao guessed these thoughts, but he was absolutely unwilling to let Prince Xingshan do so. Prince, you don't want to do these things for Yi Tianqi, do you? When Yi Tianqi returns to the imperial capital this time, he will definitely do three things. The first is to go home, return to the Qi family, and seek revenge. This is certain, a done deal. Secondly, we'll go to the Tang family. I am already aware of his attitude towards Tang Qingyu, and so Aryo is probably going to cause a lot of unrest. Furthermore, I've specifically told him the time I'm going to marry Tang Qingyu. It's impossible for him to say he doesn't intend to snatch the bride away. As for the third point, it's actually not much different from the second. Whether he's trying to steal my bride or to get revenge on me, it's all the same. These 3 points are set in stone. As for the others, I'm afraid they'll also be about settling accounts and taking revenge. However, I don't know the specifics because I don't have a clear understanding of what happened back then. But, even these 3 points are enough, Master. You know my side, but both the Qi family and the Tang family are now your die-hard loyalists. They are doing their best to serve you. Are you sure you want to give up them for Yi Tianqi, or even take action against them yourself for Yi Tianqi? At this moment, Yi Xiao swallowed his saliva wildly and looked at Prince Xingshan cautiously, not daring to think about this possibility. 583, Chapter 583. Cancel the engagement. As if fearing that Prince Xingshan still didn't understand clearly enough, Yi Xiao continued, moreover, it's not just these 3 forces, including me. When Yi Tianqi returns to the imperial capital this time, he'll probably have to deal with even more people, and many of them will probably be loyal to you or close to you. Are you sure you want to help Yi Tianqi deal with them all? These words are all facts. Yi Xiao understands them, and Prince Xingshan actually understands them as well, but what is the exact weight of them? Yi Xiao feels that it is necessary to remind them again and again. Otherwise, if Prince Xingshan was really impulsive and chose Yi Tianqi without considering the consequences and offended everyone else, it would be a loss.
The most important thing is, what should Yi Xiao do, not to mention his status and position? What should he do with his life? How could Prince Xingqian not see through Yi Xiao's little thoughts? But that was the fact, and what Yi Xiao said was not an exaggeration. There has to be a trade-off, that's inevitable. Not to mention the Yi family, whether it is the Tang family or the Qi family, they are all his people, considered to be the royal family, and their power is not weak. In fact, among Yi Tianqi's enemies, there may be more people from their line. Just as Yi Xiao said, what should he do then? Did you offend all these people just for Yi Tianqi? Even, we have to help Yi Tianqi to eliminate all these forces? How is that different from clipping your own wings? Is it a good thing to ruin your own path? Prince Xingqian would never do such a thing. If Yi Tianqi could willingly submit to him and resolve all the conflicts, that would be the best thing, but this possibility is almost non-existent. So, he had to consider it. Looking at Night Owl, Prince Xingqian had no concerns. He simply held up his chin and said calmly, "What do you think? If Yi Tianqi is loyal to me, then what should I choose? Who will be of greater help to me?" Of course, I'm talking about if. If? That's right, what if? But there are not so many ifs in this world. Even though you know it is impossible, you still have to do it and listen to it, then Night Owl will say it. Sighing inwardly, Night Owl looked at Prince Xingqian and said, "If Yi Tianqi truly submits to you and wholeheartedly plans for you, then I actually don't know how to choose. It's really hard to say which is more important. On one side are the forces loyal to you or close to you, and on the other side is Yi Tianqi, a man of incredible wisdom. Although I hate him, I cannot deny his abilities. They are indeed extraordinary. If you can get his help, it will be like adding wings to a tiger for your cause, and may even play a key role. But the problem is, the forces he is hostile to can also provide you with great help." "Master, I really don't know how to choose, but if I were to choose, I wouldn't choose Yi Tianqi. After all, he's just one person. No matter how powerful a person is, it's always limited. I can't say whether it's worth using so many mature forces in exchange for the loyalty of Yi Tianqi, but if you ask me, I think it's probably not worth it unless Yi Tianqi can bring greater value, can compensate for your losses, and allow you to gain more benefits. Otherwise, it really isn't worth it." Prince Xingqian took Night Owl's words to heart. He had some thoughts in his mind about whether it was worth it or not. Maybe it was worth it. Maybe it wasn't. Before the result came out, it was all nonsense. However, if we talk about more benefits and values, then there are some. Prince Xingqian narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Yi Xiao, and said with a smile, "Let's not talk about Yi Tianqi's ability for now. Let's talk about the so-called added value. What do you think? Snatching back the person they value so much from the other side, and then turning against them for our sake, is this added value? Is it worth much?" Over the years, they have been enemies of our royal family. Although they sometimes dare not show it too much on the surface, the irreconcilable nature of the two is an indisputable fact. It all depends on who will make the first move. Yi Xiao, slap the guy on the other side. Do you think Yi Tianqi's slap hurts enough? Does it hurt enough? This slap is not just about pain, it's the kind that hurts your heart. Just based on this point, the added value is enough. Night Owl didn't say anything, but Prince Xingqian smiled and continued, "Besides, if I can get Yi Tianqi to pledge his loyalty and give him a slap in the face, not to mention the changes that will occur as one side gains while the other loses, wouldn't my father be very happy? If he is happy, wouldn't I, as the crown prince, gain more benefits and secure my position?" Night Owl, is this a big enough benefit? One sentence after another made Yi Xiao not know what to say. Moreover, there is no way to refute it. There is no reason to refute it. The benefits are huge, very huge. No matter from which perspective, Yi Tianqi seems to have become a must-have option, and Yi Xiao has nothing more to say. At this moment, Yi Xiao could only put on a smile and looked at Prince Xingqian, saying, "The benefits are huge, master. Then, I will try my best to get him to work for you." Prince Xingqian looked at Yi Xiao deeply, chuckled and nodded. "Then let's give it a try. What if, by some chance, it works, right?" Yi Xiao nodded hurriedly and said, "Yes, this is Yi Tianqi's honor. If he doesn't know what's good for him, then there's no need for him to live." Afterwards, Prince Xingqian looked at Yi Xiao and said meaningfully, "There's actually no fundamental conflict between you and Yi Tianqi. If there's one, it's only Tang Qingyu. If there weren't this conflict with Tang Qingyu, you wouldn't even know each other, wouldn't be familiar with each other, so where would the conflict come from?" Night Owl, sometimes, you have to be more open-minded and think long-term. Only in this way can you go further and higher. Do you understand? This is referring to Night Owl. Yi Xiao couldn't figure it out, but if he dared to play dumb, Prince Xingqian would not be happy. If Prince Xingqian was unhappy,
how could Yi Xiao still have a happy life? The name has been mentioned, and it's just a matter of telling him directly what to do. Night Owl, you can't continue to play dumb. Master, you mean that you want Tang Qingyu and I to cancel our engagement and then explain everything to Yi Tianqi? Prince Xingqian smiled slightly and said, after all, this is a matter of your relationship, so I won't get involved. Everything is up to you. I just think you can have better choices. He said he would not get involved, but he did not deny the matter. If he said that Prince Xingqian did not have this idea, would anyone believe it? Does Yi Xiao love Tang Qingyu? To be honest, there must be, no matter what I thought before, but people are so strange. The more they can't get it, the more they want it, and now, Yi Xiao wants Tang Qingyu very much. Not to mention anything else, just talk about Tang Qingyu's appearance, which is already stunning. Man, who doesn't love beautiful women? He had even announced the wedding date at this time. Everyone knew that Yi Xiao was going to marry Tang Qingyu and was about to slap Yi Tianqi in the face, but what was the result? Now, he wanted to give it up. Not only did he have to apologize to Yi Tianqi, but he also had to cancel his engagement with Tang Qingyu. This was simply a huge humiliation. 584, Chapter 584. Going to Qi's house. It's a great shame, an absolute great shame. Not to mention doing it. Now whenever Yi Xiao thought of that scene, his face turned red and he felt uncontrollable anger. He, the Night Owl, the great Night Owl. The eldest son of the Yi family controls more than half of the power of the Yi family and is famous throughout the imperial capital. How many people dare to offend him? Normally, everyone would be respectful to him, but now, he had to apologize to his mortal enemy and put on a smile. Not to mention, he even had to give up his fiancée? If this gets out, will he, Yi Xiao, still have any shame? Will he still be a human being? Even though this was the intention of Prince Xingqian, Yi Xiao couldn't get over the frustration in his heart. He was so annoyed that he couldn't even describe it. If it were possible, if there was even the slightest possibility, Yi Xiao would have wanted to turn against Prince Xingqian directly, but he didn't dare. That's right, I don't dare. I don't have the courage or the guts. What are the consequences of a falling out? That means if Yi Xiao returns to his former self overnight, he will be nothing, and the Yi family will lose its glory. Surrounded by wolves, countless people have long disliked them and want to bring them down. Although the Yi family seems to be very powerful now, and even Prince Xingqian seems to have to rely on them and cannot be easily dealt with. In fact, the Yi family's foundation is not deep at all. If Prince Xingqian wants to deal with them, he has plenty of means and methods. Is face important, or is future important? What's more? This is not something that can be explained by future alone, it is a matter of life and death. Night Owl took a deep breath. The smile on his face was extremely bitter, but he still forced to smile. Master, if Yi Tianqi can serve you by doing this, then I am willing. No matter how reluctant he was, Night Owl still said the word willing. I don't want Tono Wei. Prince Xingqian kept staring at Yi Xiao. He did have this idea, but he could not deny that he also wanted to test Yi Xiao. Loyalty cannot be expressed with words, but must be done and seen by others. This kind of thing is really difficult for Night Owl. In fact, the word difficult cannot even be used to describe it. It is the kind of humiliation that strips Night Owl naked and throws him on the street. Night Owl, once you do it, you will become the laughingstock of others. That is a foregone conclusion, there is no other choice. However, Prince Xingqian also knew that Yeshua would definitely agree, because he had no choice. What does it mean that if the king orders his subject to die, the subject must die? What does it mean that the king's grace is as deep as the sea? This is it. Who is the Prince of Awakening? He was a prince since birth, and he rose step by step to the position of crown prince. How could his mind not be deep? What about feelings, loyalty, this and that? It's not impossible to fool him, but, in the heavenly family, is there any affection? Only those that are beneficial to him and useful to him are available. If he wants to keep the useless, inconvenient, or unnecessary things, he can keep them. If he doesn't want to keep them, he can throw them away. What's the harm in that? The emperor is a lonely man. This is how an emperor's mind should be. He, the Prince of Awakening, was destined to become an emperor. He had already prepared himself to be alone. It's not necessary to do so. We should first see if Yi Tianqi can agree. If he can, then everyone will be happy. If he doesn't want to, then he is our enemy, and there is no need for you to give in to the enemy. What's more, you have to give up your beloved wife, right? These words sound like Prince Xingqian cares about and loves his subordinates, but in fact, that is not the case at all. Yi Xiao is not a fool, but he cannot argue with Prince Xingshan. Looking at Prince Xingshan, Yi Xiao nodded gently and said, "Master, don't worry, I know what to do. Everything is based on his willingness to serve you. If he is unwilling, then he is our enemy. We should kill our enemies without mercy." Prince Xingshan smiled and nodded, saying, "Since you understand everything, then go ahead and do it before you go. While Yi Tianqi still has some time to return to the imperial capital, go to the Qi family first. I think the Qi family must have mixed feelings about Yi Tianqi's return, so let them make preparations for both scenarios. Well, the same goes for you. Since we want to recruit people into our camp, in addition to showing our sincerity, we also need to demonstrate our strength. Otherwise, people will look down on us and think that there is no future for them following us. That would be bad. If you need anything, just contact me directly. I'll give you the greatest authority and allow you to mobilize any manpower you want. Okay, go ahead and do it. I believe in you. I have complete trust in you. You won't let me down. Go ahead." After saying this, Prince Xingshan waved his hand, signaling Night Owl to leave. This sentence of 100% trust and the maximum authority given made Yi Xiao feel not very happy, but full of pressure. Don't let him down? In order not to disappoint Prince Xingshan, they would have to get Yi Tianqi to serve in Prince Xingshan's camp. But the key to the problem was that although they said they were just trying, Yi Xiao knew very well that this attempt would probably end in failure. Taking a deep breath, Night Owl bowed respectfully and left. He couldn't say another word. All he could do was try his best. He carefully carried the painting given to him by Prince Xingshan and left under the protection of more than a dozen guards. Yi Xiao got into his car with a gloomy expression on his face. At this time, the sky began to be filled with dark clouds, and the originally cool air became a little stuffy and a little heavy. Just like Night Owl's mood at this moment. However, even though he was as angry as a volcano about to erupt, Night Owl still controlled his emotions. Otherwise, what can we do? Yelling in the car, letting others know how humiliated he was? He doesn't dare. That's right, he didn't dare at all. This world is omnipresent. No one knows whether his phone is being monitored, whether there are surveillance cameras installed in the car, or whether his driver and subordinates will betray him. He doesn't dare to take the risk. If he loses, he will be completely defeated. Normally, he could be as arrogant and domineering as he wanted, and the more arrogant and domineering he was, the better it would be for Prince Xingshan. But now, he couldn't. Because he was angry at Prince Xingshan. Loyal, okay, of course he was loyal, but this loyalty was conditional. He couldn't remain loyal even after being bullied to this extent. Even if you are loyal, it is impossible not to have any emotions at all. However, he couldn't have it, and even if he did, he couldn't say it out loud, and couldn't let Prince Xingshan hear it. Otherwise, what good would it be for him, Night Owl? After taking a few deep breaths, Yi Xiao said calmly, "Let's go to the Qi family. The task still needs to be completed, but it depends on how you say it. I have to go to the Qi family, but this is exactly what Yi Xiao means." After telling the driver the destination, Yi Xiao called the current head of the Qi family, the so-called father who cruelly drove Yi Tianqi out of the house and even sent people to hunt him down. 585, Chapter 585, Welcoming at the Gate. Even the Qi family, even the head of the Qi family, did not dare to neglect Yi Xiao's call. After knowing that Yi Xiao was going to the Qi family to see him, they were very respectful and almost arranged for all the clansmen to go out to greet him. Only at this time did Yi Xiao's mood improve a lot. Is this considered a humiliation fee? Having suffered injustice and humiliation at the hands of the Prince Awakening, and then relying on everything the Prince Awakening gave him, he was able to act arrogantly and domineeringly in other places. This can also be considered a kind of humiliation fee. It's a kind of extra compensation. In fact, Night Owl has never been dissatisfied with anything. In this world, there will always be someone who is the grandfather and someone who is the grandson. It just depends on how many people's grandsons you are and whose grandsons you are, and also, it depends on who the grandfathers are and how many people's grandfathers you are. Among the working people, there are also those who are known as the working emperors. His fate as Night Owl is also something that countless people envy and want to have. You only need to be a grandson in front of a few people, but be a grandfather in front of countless people. This is a good thing that you can't even dream of. This time, Yi Xiao just couldn't accept what Prince Xingshan said. If it were any other time, he wouldn't have any emotion at all. However, things have come to this point, and Yi Xiao doesn't want to say anything anymore.
Especially now, listening to the respectful attitude of the head of the Qi family, the father of Night Owl, the dissatisfaction in his heart immediately dissipated a lot. So what if you, Yi Tianqi, are so powerful, your own father still has to be humble and smile in front of me? How satisfying it is. This can be considered as self-consolation, but surprisingly, the effect is still quite good. At least, Night Owl's mood has improved a lot. And it was at this time that the Qi family. The head of the Qi family was originally holding a high-level meeting in the group at this moment. He immediately disbanded the meeting and rushed towards the Qi family. It's not that the head of the Qi family is too cautious, nor is it that he is too flattering to Yi Xiao. There is nothing he can do about it. The head of the Qi family can only flatter him because in the eyes of these people, Yi Xiao represents the prince who wakes up. If they didn't flatter him and offended him, whatever the Night Owl said in front of Prince Xingqian would not cause them devastating harm, but would certainly inflict heavy damage on them. Why bother? What's more, the Yi family, the Tang family, and the Qi family are now in an alliance. The Yi family is in a decision-making position, and Yi Xiao, in a sense, is a person whose words are more effective than those of the head of the Yi family. Talking about age and qualifications at this time is just asking for trouble. Even the Tang family didn't dare to talk about it, let alone the head of the Qi family. After all, everyone knew that Yi Xiao's hostility towards Yi Tianqi was quite deep. Although the Qi family had severed ties with Yi Tianqi long ago, and this was something everyone knew, it was not impossible that someone would still want to settle the score later, insisting that there was something fishy going on, or wanting to implicate innocent people. Therefore, Patriarch Qi has no choice but to treat him with extreme caution. Fortunately, after rushing for a long time, the head of the Qi family finally got ahead of Yi Xiao and returned to the Qi family ahead of time. After returning to the Qi family, the head of the Qi family did not even dare to enter the gate. He stood outside the gate, waiting for the arrival of Night Owl. At the same time, everyone in the Qi family mansion came out and waited respectfully with the head of the Qi family. Anyone who sees this scene will have to say it is grand, and the level of importance is almost the same as when ancient ministers welcomed the emperor. For a dignified Qi family, doing this is really embarrassing. Mrs. Qi was a little dissatisfied at this moment. At 50 years old, she looks like a lady in her 30s or early 40s, but there is a hint of arrogance in her eyes, as if she looks down on everyone. It is understandable. After all, Mrs. Qi lives a life of luxury, and the Qi family is wealthy and powerful. Everyone she makes friends with is trying to curry favor with them, so the arrogance in her bones naturally forms over time. Hubby, it's Night Owl who's coming, not the Prince of Awakening. Is it necessary to make such a big scene, and you even called us all out to welcome Night Owl together? If this gets out, what will happen? Indeed, the Qi family of the imperial capital is a well-known family in the imperial capital. Although it cannot compare with the Yi family, the Qi family is not much worse. Of course, the so-called not much worse is only what outsiders see. Only those who are in the know that the gap between them is very huge. At the very least, Yi Xiao is the direct confidant of Prince Xingqian, while the Qi family is at most a vassal of the royal family. The gap is immediately apparent. Of course, if Yi Tianqi had not left the Qi family many years ago, it would be hard to imagine what the Qi family would be like now. A teenager, with his own efforts, transformed the Qi family from a small third or fourth tier family into a large family that is now even ahead of the second tier. It even entered the ranks of the first tier families. You can imagine how much he achieved. If he were still alive, it is hard to imagine what would have happened to the Qi family in the past 10 years. But there is no such if. No matter what the outside world says, no matter what the Qi family thinks, it is already a thing of the past. Time cannot be reversed. Many things are done, and it is done. There is no point in regretting them. But no matter what, the foundation laid by Yi Tianqi is still here. The Qi family is still a family that ordinary people can only look up to. It is a well-known family. It is really not the case that so many people, including the head of the family, ran out and stood at the gate to welcome Yi Xiao. No matter how powerful Yi Xiao is, he is not the head of the Yi family. After all, their status, position, and age are still not equal. The head of the Qi family didn't care about this. He looked at the somewhat dissatisfied lady and frowned and said, "Okay, shut up, short, it's a mistake to say these things now, and later, you can't say them anymore. Don't you know who Yi Xiao is? They say that we, the Yi family, and the Tang family are the three great forces, walking shoulder to shoulder, but what is the truth? Don't you know, you really believed what outsiders said. If it were someone else, there wouldn't be such a big deal, but since it's Night Owl,
We have to take him seriously after all. I think you all know how important this person is in the Crown Prince's heart. Tianqi out of the house and even sent people to hunt him down. 585, Chapter 585, Welcoming at the Gate. Even the Qi family, even the head of the Qi family, did not dare to neglect Yi Xiao's call after knowing that Yi Xiao was going to the Qi family to see him. They were very respectful and almost arranged for all the clansmen to go out to greet him. Only at this time did Yi Xiao's mood improve a lot. Is this considered a humiliation fee? Having suffered injustice and humiliation at the hands of the Prince Awakening, and then relying on everything the Prince Awakening gave him, he was able to act arrogantly and domineeringly in other places. This can also be considered a kind of humiliation fee. It's a kind of extra compensation. In fact, Night Owl has never been dissatisfied with anything. In this world, there will always be someone who is the grandfather and someone who is the grandson. It just depends on how many people's grandsons you are and whose grandsons you are, and also, it depends on who the grandfathers are and how many people's grandfathers you are. Among the working people, there are also those who are known as the working emperors. His fate as Night Owl is also something that countless people envy and want to have. You only need to be a grandson in front of a few people, but be a grandfather in front of countless people. This is a good thing that you can't even dream of. This time, Yi Xiao just couldn't accept what Prince Xingqian said. If it were any other time, he wouldn't have any emotion at all. However, things have come to this point, and Yi Xiao doesn't want to say anything anymore. Especially now, listening to the respectful attitude of the head of the Qi family, the father of Night Owl, the dissatisfaction in his heart immediately dissipated a lot. So what if you, Yi Tianqi, are so powerful, your own father still has to be humble and smile in front of me? How satisfying it is. This can be considered as self-consolation, but surprisingly, the effect is still quite good. At least, Night Owl's mood has improved a lot. And it was at this time that the Qi family. The head of the Qi family was originally holding a high-level meeting in the group. At this moment, he immediately disbanded the meeting and rushed towards the Qi family. It's not that the head of the Qi family is too cautious, nor is it that he is too flattering to Yi Xiao. There is nothing he can do about it. The head of the Qi family can only flatter him because in the eyes of these people, Yi Xiao represents the prince who wakes up. If they didn't flatter him and offended him, whatever the Night Owl said in front of Prince Xingqian would not cause them devastating harm, but would certainly inflict heavy damage on them. Why bother? What's more, the Yi family, the Tang family, and the Qi family are now in an alliance. The Yi family is in a decision-making position, and Yi Xiao, in a sense, is a person whose words are more effective than those of the head of the Yi family. Talking about age and qualifications at this time is just asking for trouble. Even the Tang family didn't dare to talk about it, let alone the head of the Qi family. After all, everyone knew that Yi Xiao's hostility towards Yi Tianqi was quite deep. Although the Qi family had severed ties with Yi Tianqi long ago, and this was something everyone knew, it was not impossible that someone would still want to settle the score later, insisting that there was something fishy going on, or wanting to implicate innocent people. Therefore, Patriarch Qi has no choice but to treat him with extreme caution. Fortunately, after rushing for a long time, the head of the Qi family finally got ahead of Yi Xiao and returned to the Qi family ahead of time. After returning to the Qi family, the head of the Qi family did not even dare to enter the gate. He stood outside the gate, waiting for the arrival of Night Owl. At the same time, everyone in the Qi family mansion came out and waited respectfully with the head of the Qi family. Anyone who sees this scene will have to say it is grand, and the level of importance is almost the same as when ancient ministers welcomed the emperor. For a dignified Qi family, doing this is really embarrassing. Mrs. Qi was a little dissatisfied at this moment. At 50 years old, she looks like a lady in her 30s or early 40s, but there is a hint of arrogance in her eyes, as if she looks down on everyone. It is understandable. After all, Mrs. Qi lives a life of luxury, and the Qi family is wealthy and powerful. Everyone she makes friends with is trying to curry favor with them, so the arrogance in her bones naturally forms over time. Hubby, it's Night Owl who's coming, not the Prince of Awakening. Is it necessary to make such a big scene, and you even called us all out to welcome Night Owl together? If this gets out, what will happen?
Indeed, the chief family of the imperial capital is a well-known family in the imperial capital, although it cannot compare with the Yi family. The chief family is not much worse, of course. The so-called not much worse is only what outsiders see. Only those who are in the know that the gap between them is very huge. At the very least, Yi Xiao is the direct confidant of Prince Xingshan, while the chief family is at most a vassal of the royal family. The gap is immediately apparent. Of course, if Yi Tianqi had not left the chief family many years ago, it would be hard to imagine what the chief family would be like now. A teenager, with his own efforts, transformed the chief family from a small third or fourth tier family into a large family that is now even ahead of the second tier. It even entered the ranks of the first tier families. You can imagine how much he achieved. If he were still alive, it is hard to imagine what would have happened to the chief family in the past 10 years. But there is no such if. No matter what the outside world says, no matter what the chief family thinks, it is already a thing of the past. Time cannot be reversed. Many things are done, and it is done. There is no point in regretting them. But no matter what, the foundation laid by Yi Tianqi is still here. The chief family is still a family that ordinary people can only look up to. It is a well-known family. It is really not the case that so many people, including the head of the family, ran out and stood at the gate to welcome Yi Xiao. No matter how powerful Yi Xiao is, he is not the head of the Yi family. After all, their status, position, and age are still not equal. The head of the chief family didn't care about this. He looked at the somewhat dissatisfied lady and frowned and said, "Okay, shut up, short, it's a mistake to say these things now, and later, you can't say them anymore. Don't you know who Yi Xiao is? They say that we, the Yi family, and the Tang family are the three great forces, walking shoulder to shoulder, but what is the truth? Don't you know, you really believed what outsiders said. If it were someone else, there wouldn't be such a big deal, but since it's Night Owl, we have to take him seriously. After all, I think you all know how important this person is in the Crown Prince's heart." Also, this time he came directly from the crown prince, carrying orders from him, so, do you think we can simply treat him like a night owl? He's the crown prince's messenger, do you understand now? The words prince's envoy made everyone in the Qi family, including Mrs. Qi, dare not say anything more even though they were still dissatisfied. They didn't dare to offend Yi Xiao in the first place today. They just felt embarrassed, so they complained if they were really in front of Yi Xiao, they wouldn't dare to say much. Who knows how warm his smile would be. What's more, now that the title of crown prince has been brought up, there's no need to mention it anymore. There was only a girl of about 16 or 17, dressed like a little gangster. She curled her lips and said in a low voice with some disdain, "Humph, it's only because this night owl has curried favor with the crown prince, otherwise, he is nothing. If my brother were here, my Qi family would have been so prosperous." Although the sound was small, everyone present heard it. Many people, although they had the same idea as her, did not dare to mention it, and could not mention it. Because the brother she was talking about was the taboo of the Qi family, the man known as Qi Zixian, who was kicked out of the house. Now, the meaning of this statement is self-evident. If this is not a taboo, then what is it? 586, Chapter 586. What mistake did my brother make? Qi Miao Miao, shut up. At this moment, the head of the Qi family's face turned extremely pale. He turned around and looked at his precious daughter, scolding her angrily. Qi Miao Miao is his daughter, and in a sense, she can also be considered Yi Tianqi's sister. But when it comes to his daughter, the head of the Qi family has finally experienced what it means to be helpless and powerless. If Qi Tian in the past was as obedient as could be, extremely smart, strategic, and experienced, then Qi Miao Miao, although equally smart, always seemed to have something missing in her brain. Most importantly, she was a worry, really a worry. Just looking at her current outfit, which clearly resembles that of a young gangster, the dreadlocks on her head, and the rows of pierced ears, you can tell that this young lady is really a cause for concern. In other words, the head of the Qi family issued the most stringent order. Otherwise, Qi Miao Miao would probably have a large area of tattoos by now, not to mention arm tattoos. She could have done a whole back, and even dared to tattoo her face. But she dared to get a tattoo, but others didn't dare to give her one. Even if someone who could work in the tattoo industry had some power, it was nothing in the eyes of the Qi family. They were nothing more than ants that could be easily trampled to death at any time. The head of the Qi family gave the order, and they dared to resist only if they didn't want to die. Mother Qi also put away her smile at this time. She wanted to be angry, but she felt sorry for her daughter. She could only scold in a low voice, "Miao Miao, how many times have I told you not to mention that man? Why don't you listen? He is not your brother, I tell you again, he is not, do you hear me? Also, you absolutely cannot say what you just said again, otherwise, if Night Owl hears it, it will really become a disaster. Do you understand?" At this moment, Qi's mother forgot that she was still dissatisfied now. She was worried about Qi Miao Miao. Qi Miao Miao looked at her parents with some dissatisfaction, and then looked at other people, feeling very dissatisfied. She didn't understand, and indeed she wasn't very sensible. From childhood to adulthood, she was like a spoiled child, lawless and doing whatever she wanted. But why? That's because no one takes care of her, no one cares about her, and at the same time, no one knows what she is thinking. Of course, it is not ruled out that some people have learned bad things, but there is always a reason for everything. Yi Tianqi is her brother. Even if others have forgotten him, she still remembers him. Although her memory is very short and sparse due to her young age, she still remembers that when Yi Tianqi was still young, he had always been holding her and taking care of her. In her heart, Yi Tianqi is her elder brother. Why wouldn't she remember him? But later, this brother who had always taken care of her and doted on her suddenly disappeared. No one in the entire Qi family dared to mention his name. Even Qi Miao Miao, when she was a child, cried and shouted for her brother, but couldn't find him. She was severely scolded and even locked up in a small dark room. From that moment on, Qi Miao Miao knew that she could no longer mention her brother. At first, she was young and ignorant, and didn't know where her brother had gone. She thought something had happened, so everyone in the family was very sad and didn't want to mention it. But later, as she grew older, she knew more and more. Even though the name Qi Tian was a taboo in the Qi family, who was Qi Tian? He was the man who created miracles and led the Qi family to glory. How many people still thought about Qi Tian in their hearts? Even if they didn't want to, they would always mention him more or less. Besides, the rumors spread by people outside were even more outrageous, especially when they knew that Qi Miao Miao, the little princess of the Qi family, was the sister of the exiled immortal Qi. They couldn't control their mouths. Not only did they want to see how capable Qi Miao Miao was, they also enjoyed teasing her. Gradually, Chi Miao Miao became what she is today. The more she knew and the more she experienced, the more rebellious Chi Miao Miao became once more. She had already reached her rebellious period. Looking at her parents, Chi Miao Miao gritted her teeth and said angrily, "What's wrong? What did I say wrong? What did I say wrong? It's been 10 years now, but my brother's name is still remembered. Everyone is talking about the Chi family's exiled immortal Chi. If my brother were still alive and hadn't been kicked out, how crazy would the Chi family be now? Do you know how much I've been laughed at because of your actions? They say our Chi family is blind and ungrateful, that they've never seen such cruel parents, that our Chi family is heartless, and so on. Haven't you heard that?" At first, I argued back and cursed at them, but then I learned more and more. How could I fight back? How could I curse? My Chi family has the wealth we have today, such a huge house, so much wealth, and such a high status. Have you all forgotten how we got here? I don't care about all that. I just don't understand what my brother did to deserve such hatred from you, to the point where you want to kick him out of the house. Tell me. Chi Miao Miao didn't know what had upset her this time. She couldn't bear it at all and yelled out everything that was in her heart in front of everyone present. This was not the first time that Chi Miao Miao had said these words, but in the end, she did not get any answers or results. She even investigated within the Chi family, but found nothing. It was as if, for no reason, they just wanted to kick Chi Tian out of the house, without any reason or justification. At this moment, everyone in the Chi family hurriedly started to persuade Chi Miao Miao, "This little girl is crazy today. It would be okay on weekdays, or in private, but what time is it now? Yi Xiao is coming soon. At this time, if he insists on standing up for Chi Tian and defending him, and if a quarrel breaks out and Yi Xiao finds out, how can he not be angry and resentful?" Even though everyone in the Chi family felt that they were a little aggrieved, there was nothing they could do, because when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Compared with Night Owl, their Chi family really has no advantages now. Chi Miao Miao, however, didn't care. Other people's advice was of no use to her. She was a lawless and rebellious person at this time. When Chi Miao Miao got angry, she was not afraid of anyone. But she was not afraid, but the head of the Chi family was angry. His face, which was already ashen, was now almost as black as charcoal. Glancing at Madame Chi angrily, the head of the Chi family roared, "This is the good child you gave birth to. This is simply outrageous." After saying that, the head of the Chi family walked up to Chi Miao Miao and roared, "You rebellious son, get out of here, get out now, and don't leave without my order." Chi Miao Miao was startled, but she stiffened her neck and said angrily, "Dad, did I say anything wrong? I just want to know what my brother did wrong that made you, his biological parents, want to kill him. Tell me, and I won't say anything else. I just want to know the truth. Is that wrong?" Bang! I don't know whether it's right or not. But what responded to Chi Miao Miao was a loud slap in the face from the head of the Chi family. 587, Chapter 587, Currying Favor with Night Owl. Chi Miao Miao has become what she is today, which shows that the head of the Chi family is very doting on her. It is normal for her to say a few words or scold her on weekdays, but it is almost impossible for her to use physical force. Therefore, this slap not only stunned Chi Miao Miao, but also stunned everyone present. Mrs. Chi was originally unhappy, but at this moment, she was distressed and quickly protected Chi Miao Miao, and yelled at the head of the Chi family. "What are you doing? What are you doing? The child is already so old, and she's a girl. How can you just hit her like that? Why don't you just talk it out nicely?" After saying that, he felt even more distressed and wanted to look at Chi Miao Miao's face. At this moment, Chi Miao Miao seemed to be stunned by the slap. She touched her face blankly, and then looked at her father, the head of the Chi family, with resentment. The head of the Chi family gritted his teeth and looked down at his palms, not knowing whether he was blaming Chi Miao Miao for being ignorant, or blaming himself for not controlling his temper and hitting his precious daughter. Taking a deep breath, the Chi family head gritted his teeth and said, "Shut up. If you hadn't spoiled the child like this, would she be like this today? Look at how she's dressed. Look at what she's saying in front of so many elders and clan members. She dares to directly contradict them and even openly mention taboos. What does she want to do? In her eyes, does she still have me as her father in this family? If he doesn't hit Chi Miao Miao, who should he hit? If he doesn't blame Chi Miao Miao, who should he blame? Should he blame him as a father? This is simply ridiculous, especially what Chi Miao Miao said. Every word she said was the pain in the heart of the head of the Chi family. As the head of the family, is his position too secure? What's more, everyone knows how he got the position of the head of the family. Chi Miao Miao ignored the quarrel between the head of the Chi family and Madame Chi, but covered her face and looked at the head of the Qi family, tears flowing uncontrollably. "Dad, you hit me, you actually hit me, fine, then hit me, you might as well just beat me to death, I just can't figure it out, I want to figure things out, what did I do wrong, isn't that my brother, why did you treat him like this, why shouldn't I know, I don't know whether my brother is alive or dead, but he is also your son, are you really not worried at all? You dislike my daughter for being ignorant and disobedient, causing trouble for you everywhere, and not knowing how to be considerate and helpful to you, but do you like sensible, obedient and capable people? My brother is quite capable, isn't he? He's so capable that he's recognized as a peerless genius throughout Dragon Country at only a teenager. He relied on his unparalleled planning to bring the Qi family from a small clan to where they are today. This is something that countless families and forces, after decades of hard work, might not be able to accomplish, but my brother has accomplished it for you in the eyes of everyone. This is a miracle. However, how have you treated him? Is he not capable enough? Is he not smart enough? Or is it that he is not sensible enough to work so hard for this family and for you? So what did you do? I just want to know what happened that made you so cruel to him. Am I wrong? I just want to ask you, where did I go wrong? Qi Miaomio was like a madman, yelling madly, as if she had given up everything today. She didn't want anything but an answer. Whether it was a whim or something else, once it was brought up, she wanted to know what had happened back then. The head of the Qi family took a deep breath and even felt a little dizzy. Qi Miaomio's aggressive tone and these questions made him very angry. But, should we continue fighting? Pointing his finger, the head of the Qi family gritted his teeth and said angrily, he is not your brother, and those things are not what you should know. You only need to know that he is the sinner of our Qi family, and his end is what he deserves. You only need to know this. It is enough. Get out now and reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors without my order. No one is allowed to let you out. Get out. Sinner? What crime have I committed? However, looking at the furious head of the Qi family, everyone except Qi Miaomio remained silent. The servants of the Qi family were so frightened that they dared not get close. The head of the Qi family immediately flew into a rage and said, where is she? You didn't even listen to my orders, did you? Lock her up in the room. Do you hear me? Lock her up right now. At this moment, several servants came forward, wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads, and begged Qi Miaomio to go with them. The head of the Qi family was reluctant to do anything to Qi Miaomio, but if anyone dared to say that the head of the Qi family did not dare or could not bring himself to deal with them, that would be nonsense. He could even expel and hunt down his own son. Do you expect such a person to not be cruel enough? Just forget it. Seeing that Qi Miaomio refused to leave and struggled frantically, the servants had no choice but to forcibly drag Qi Miaomio away. At this time, the gate of the Qi family finally quieted down and returned to its previous tranquility. But this calmness is only on the surface. In fact, everyone's heart is in turmoil and everyone has different thoughts. Looking at everyone, Patriarch Qi took a deep breath and said, forget about what happened just now. When young Master Yi Shao arrives later, don't let him know about this, otherwise, it won't just be me who will be embarrassed. Do you understand? Everyone in the Qi family could only nod their heads. Indeed, it would not be a good thing for Yi Shao to know about this. Soon, Night Owl's convoy slowly drove over. Everyone in the Qi family immediately smiled when the car slowly stopped and they saw Yi Shao. She, the head of the family, quickly clasped his fists and laughed heartily. Young Master Yi, your presence truly brings honor to our humble Qi family. I apologize for not welcoming you. Yi Shao took a look at the scene, a smile playing on his lips. He extended his hand and shook hands with the head of the Qi family. He said with a smile, head of the Qi family, you really embarrassed me. Our families prosper together and suffer together. Moreover, in other aspects, the head of the Qi family is still my elder. I have to respectfully call him Uncle Qi. It is my fault to ask Uncle Qi to wait for me. How can you trouble so many people from the Qi family to wait for me outside? This is really embarrassing me. Everyone carries the fancy sedan, and although Yi Shao is not an easy person to talk to, he came here today to discuss things, not to cause trouble. Others have given him enough face, and he can't just come up and start fighting without giving them any face. Besides, he was very satisfied with this scene. Yi Tianqi's relatives, these are all Yi Tianqi's relatives now. When they see him, they are so respectful that they stand outside the door to greet him from a distance. This scene really deserves Yi Tianqi to see. I wonder if young Master Yi has any instructions for you this time. Actually, there's no need to be so troublesome. If you have something to ask, just give me a call and I'll take care of it right away. I am really sorry to bother you making this trip. Look at what he said. Yi Shao came to him for something, but the other party felt embarrassed to let Yi Shao make this trip. This is flattery, right?
Looking at the fawning smile of the head of the Qi family, Yi Xiao of course knew that although this respect and flattery were directed at him, most of it was given to the prince in the end. He was still benefiting from the prince. But this doesn't matter. The important thing is that he enjoys it. 588, Chapter 588. You and your son are about to meet. Calling you Master Qi is a bit awkward if you don't mind. I'd like to call you Uncle Qi, okay? Yi Xiao spoke with a smile, as if giving face to the head of the Qi family. The head of the Qi family also needs this kind of face compared with Yi Xiao, who is a favorite in the eyes of the prince. Their Qi family does lack foundation. If they can make the prince happy, then the benefits for the Qi family can be imagined. Of course you can, Master Yi, just call me Uncle Qi, it's my honor. Hearing this, Yi Xiao smiled and said, well, Uncle Qi, let's go in and talk. It's not convenient to talk standing at the door all the time. The head of the Qi family laughed heartily and nodded, saying, I overlooked this matter, young Master Yi. Please, the tea room is ready. I just got some good tea. Please try it and see how it tastes. Afterwards, Yi Xiao followed the head of the Qi family to the tea room. The head of the Qi family originally wanted to keep some of the Qi family members to accompany him, but Yi Xiao asked them to leave, leaving only the two of them in the entire tea room. The head of the Qi family immediately understood that this was a confidential matter that should not be known to too many people. Young Master Yi, there's no one else here now. If you have any instructions, just let me know. Although my Qi family may not be very powerful, we will do our best to do something for young Master Yi. Yi Xiao smiled and nodded, taking a sip of the tea brewed by the head of the Qi family. He said with a smile, good tea. The tea in Uncle Qi's hands is really good. In fact, I can say without exaggeration that it is even better than the tea in the hands of the prince. Good tea, it really is good tea. It seems that Uncle Qi is indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he get such good tea? After hearing this, the head of the Qi family didn't dare to respond. The tea made by the head of the Qi family is even better than the tea made by the crown prince. Yi Xiao dared to say this, but he didn't dare to respond. Young Master Yi, you're joking. This is just an old friend's collection that has been treasured for many years. How can it be compared with the crown prince's tea? I absolutely dare not. If the crown prince likes it, I will not hold back. All my tea will be presented to the crown prince immediately. This is my honor and the honor of the Qi family. Seeing Patriarch Qi wiping his sweat, Yi Xiao finally smiled and said, Patriarch Qi, there's no need to make such a fuss. It's not such a big deal. The crown prince wants tea, and there's all kinds of tea, but today, the tea the crown prince gave me was just something he casually picked up. Besides, the crown prince wouldn't ask for your tea, and would never force someone to part with it. The crown prince is incredibly kind and generous. He loves helping others achieve their goals, not taking away their love. Uncle Qi, don't say these things carelessly, or it will damage the crown prince's reputation. These words gave the head of the Qi family a headache. What did he say? It was obviously Night Owl who started it first, and he just added a few words to the conversation, so how did it become something bad? What's more, it's not right to say this, nor is it right not to say it. This is just digging a hole for him. Oh, young Master Yi, please stop teasing me. I am timid and can't stand being scared. Young Master Yi, it's just some tea. I am a rough guy and don't drink tea on weekdays, let alone understand tea. To me, this is like a cow chewing on a peony, a waste of natural food. Young Master Yi knows so much about tea, why not give this tea to young Master Yi? After saying that, Patriarch Qi looked at Yi Xiao seriously and said, young Master Yi, please don't refuse. Good tea deserves someone who understands tea. Young Master Yi doesn't want this tea to be ruined by someone who doesn't understand tea. This can be considered as doing me a favor. Young Master Yi, please don't refuse. Hearing this, Yi Xiao's mouth curled up into a smile, and he seemed a little embarrassed. Finally, he sighed, nodded, and said, since Uncle Qi insists on doing this, then I will be disrespectful to refuse. But Uncle Qi, please don't feel bad. Hearing Yi Xiao agree to accept it, the head of the Qi family immediately smiled and shook his head, saying, I'm not sad. How could I be sad? I'm so happy. When this good tea came into my hands, I just drank it in big gulps and couldn't taste its deliciousness at all. Only someone like Yi Xiao can live up to this good tea. I am happy. I'm very happy. Are you really happy? The head of the Qi family had a bright smile on his face, but the flash of heartache in his eyes could not be faked. What you say about not understanding tea and not liking tea is all false. It is a well-known fact that the head of the Qi family loves tea. It cannot be said that he regards tea as his life, but he loves tea to the extreme. Doesn't Yi Xiao know this? That's nonsense. Yi Xiao is very clear about this matter, but so what? If the head of the Qi family insists on giving it, then what does it matter if Yi Xiao takes it? This is the gap in strength and status. Even if you can't swallow this anger, you have to swallow it honestly.
Just like, Yi Xiao acted like a grandson in front of the crown prince, all for the purpose of being a grandfather in front of other people now. Even if he is not a grandfather in front of the head of the Qi family, he is almost the same. What's more, what kind of anger did Yi Xiao suffer from the prince? Why did he suffer such anger? He even had to bear the pain of giving up his love, endure humiliation, and endure shame. Why did all this happen? It's all because of the Qi family's beloved son, Yi Tianqi. If Yi Xiao said that he was not angry at all, who would believe him? Take the opportunity to vent your anger. What's wrong? No one can say anything. As long as Uncle Qi is happy, there's no need for us to be so formal. We the Yi had our tea, so let's get down to business. Having said that, Yi Xiao's expression turned serious, and the head of the Qi family also became solemn. Night Owl would not come to visit for no reason, and this time, he must have come with a mission given by Prince Awakening. The task of awakening the prince is probably not so easy to accomplish, but for the head of the Qi family, it doesn't matter whether it's difficult or not. What matters is that Prince Xingqian is willing to give. As long as they are willing to give and do well, it is naturally a good thing. If they don't do well, as long as they work hard enough, Prince Xingqian will surely be able to see their efforts. The head of the Qi family took a deep breath, looked at Yi Xiao, and said, "Young Master Yi, if you have any instructions, please feel free to tell." May still say the same thing, the Qi family will do its best. Yi Xiao chuckled and looked at the head of the Qi family, saying, "Uncle Qi should know that I came here directly from the crown prince this time, so there is no need to say more. I think Uncle Qi is very clear that I came here with the orders of the crown prince. That's right, this time, I was ordered by the crown prince to complete a task, and this task is quite complicated, so I cannot do without your help, Uncle Qi." After hearing this, the head of the Qi family was even more moved. Everything depends on his help. If Yi Xiao can't do it, how can the Qi family do it? However, we can't be too absolute. There are always unexpected events. Young Master Yi, please tell me what's going on. Please feel free to tell me. Yi Xiao smiled, looked at the Qi family head, and said, "It's nothing, it's just that Uncle Qi should have known that your precious son is still alive. Not only is he alive, but he's on his way to the imperial capital. I am afraid he'll be there soon. You and your son will meet soon. Uncle Qi, you should be very happy." As soon as these words were spoken, the thing that Patriarch Qi least wanted to face finally happened. 589, Chapter 589. I regret not killing him. That's right, this is what Patriarch Qi least wants to face. From the moment Yi Xiao said he was coming to find him, although the head of the Qi family thought a lot, after thinking about it, there was still one thing he was most unwilling to face. That is, Qi Tian, or rather, Yi Tianqi. How to face it, how to face it. The head of the Qi family knew exactly what Yi Xiao thought of Yi Tianqi. Everyone in the entire imperial capital knew this. Originally, it was nothing after all. Yi Tianqi had disappeared for so long, and everyone knew how the Qi family treated Yi Tianqi. Based on this point, even if Yi Xiao wanted to deal with Yi Tianqi, he would not hurt the Qi family. What's more, they can all be considered as members of the prince's lineage. That means he is one of us. Everything was originally peaceful, but then Yi Tianqi appeared. He appeared so suddenly, and even said that he would return to the imperial capital to help Tang Qingyu vent her anger. This made the head of the Qi family very passive. If he wanted to help Tang Qingyu vent her anger, then first of all, there must be something that made Tang Qingyu unhappy. Putting aside other things, everyone knows that Yi Xiao wants to marry Tang Qingyu, but Tang Qingyu actually doesn't want to marry Yi Xiao at all. I assent this. What angered Tang Qingyu? What's more, Yi Xiao has been provoking Yi Tianqi in various ways. Even when he is not around, he is still provoking him from a distance. Now that Yi Tianqi is going back to the imperial capital, can he tolerate this? It's a joke. Therefore, the head of the Qi family has actually been worried that Yi Xiao would come to his house. After all, no matter what, they are still Yi Tianqi's parents. If he doesn't vent his anger on them, who else can he vent his anger on? This is also the reason why the head of the Qi family was very respectful and even flattering to Yi Xiao from the moment they met today. He didn't want to give Yi Xiao the opportunity to lose his temper and cause trouble for them. But now, the thing I least want to see has happened. The first person Yi Xiao mentioned was Yi Tianqi, which made it clear that he came for Yi Tianqi's matter. Moreover, it was likely that Prince Xingqian had really been alarmed. Yi Xiao did not have the courage to pass on false orders in the name of Prince Xingqian. The head of the Qi family swallowed his saliva, looked at Yi Xiao, and said quickly, "Young Master Yi, you can't say that. Qi Tian, no, Yi Tianqi, he even changed his name now. He has nothing to do with my Qi family anymore. Young Master Yi, you know, everyone in the entire imperial capital knows, that our Qi family has long severed all ties with this Yi Tianqi. You can't treat him as one of ours. Young Master Yi, you are the most clear about this, and the Crown Prince is also very clear about it, so even if you are joking, you can't make such a joke. Looking at the appearance of the Qi family head, Yi Shao sneered in his heart. Joke? Who was kidding him? However, he could understand why the head of the Qi family felt this way. This is even more annoying than Yi Shao, and he doesn't want to see Yi Tianqi even more. It's not surprising after all, the relationship between the head of the Qi family and Yi Tianqi is not so easy to ease. It is certain that Yi Tianqi will come back to the imperial capital to cause trouble for Yi Shao, but it is impossible for him not to cause trouble for the Qi family. He made great contributions to the Qi family and led the Qi family to create miracles, but what did he get in return? What he got in return was being removed from the family tree, being expelled from the family, and even being hunted down. What was the reason? To this day, outsiders don't know what the reason is, but in fact, did Yi Tianqi really do something that angered heaven and people, something that people could not forgive? The answer is no. Yi Tianqi did nothing for this family, for the Qi family. How much Yi Tianqi has paid and how much he has protected this family, I am afraid, only he himself knows. But everyone has eyes and brains, so who can't see it? But the final result was shocking and completely incomprehensible. Even if Yi Shao was gloating over this matter, he also thought about it. If it was the Yi family who treated him like this, he, Yi Shao, would probably not surrender at all and would have rebelled long ago. In fact, although Yi Shao is not as good as Yi Tianqi and does not have Yi Tianqi's ability, Yi Shao has made an indispensable contribution to the current status of the Yi family. If he had not connected with Prince Xingshan and become Prince Xingshan's confidant, how could the Yi family rise to this point in such a short time? All of this depends on the Night Owl. Yi Shao can be said to be the greatest contributor to the Yi family. If the Yi family turned against him and wanted to eliminate him, the greatest contributor, would Yi Shao be willing? Would he not hate it? This is also the reason why Yi Shao looks down on Yi Tianqi. He is too loyal and filial, and thinks too much, which makes him stupid. Kindness cannot be exchanged for kindness. Otherwise, would the Qi family have been able to expel Yi Tianqi from the family so easily, or even hunt him down? Are you kidding? Don't forget that Yi Tianqi was at the peak of his career back then. It was he who single-handedly brought the Qi family to where it is today. It's nonsense to say that he has few people he can trust and no people who are loyal to him. If he really wants to fight, who in the Qi family can compete with him? But the result was that he accepted his fate, and accepted his fate in a cowardly way. This was the reason why Yi Shao looked down on Yi Tianqi so much. Stupid, extremely stupid. Looking at the Qi family head who was anxious to distance himself from the matter, Yi Shao smiled meaningfully and said, "Qi family head, why are you so anxious to distance yourself from the matter? You don't even know what orders the Crown Prince has given, let alone how capable your precious son is now. Aren't you afraid of regretting it?" Yi Tianqi's affairs in Dongzhou have actually spread far and wide. Of course, this does not mean that everyone will know about it, especially about the Qi family. Now almost everyone knows that Yi Tianqi it was the exiled immortal Qi from that year. But the relationship between the Qi family and Yi Tianqi is they're going to talk to the Qi family would just be asking for trouble. In particular, the Qi family actually knew a little about Yi Tianqi's situation, but it was only a very small amount. They didn't listen to or pay attention to what happened in the banquet hall later. Other people didn't say anything either, so naturally they didn't know much about it. The head of the Qi family understood what Yi Shao meant, but he still shook his head and said, "Young Master Yi Tianqi and I have nothing to do with each other. He is not my son. Besides, no matter how capable he is, it has nothing to do with us. No matter how capable he is, it has nothing to do with my Qi family. As for regret, that's even more impossible. My Qi family kicked him out back then, and we've had nothing to do with him since then. If I were to say I regret it, I do, but I only regret kicking him out, not killing him right then and there. I regret that the punishment I gave him was too lenient. I regret that I didn't kill him right away." 590, Chapter 590. I have sent someone to solve it. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. This saying has been around since ancient times. Moreover, it has been recognized by everyone. But in this world, there are always some different people and different accidents. The head of the Qi family kept saying that he regretted not killing Yi Tianqi before. Is there anything more vicious than this? That was Yi Tianqi, his son, who had made great contributions to the Qi family. It could even be said that he was the one who led the Qi family through a complete transformation. All the people in the Qi family, including the head of the family, enjoyed now were the result of Yi Tianqi's efforts. Without Yi Tianqi, the Qi family would not have such a status now. As for Night Owl, there is no need to come in person. Even though Yi Xiao hated Yi Tianqi to the core, and even wanted to cut Yi Tianqi into pieces, the more unlucky and miserable Yi Tianqi was, the happier he was. However, even so, looking at the head of the Qi family like this, Yi Xiao felt that Yi Tianqi was really sad. Looking down on the head of the Qi family, this is what Yi Xiao really feels. But none of this matters. For Night Owl, completing the task given by Prince Awakening is the most important thing. Of course, he didn't mind making Patriarch Qi feel equally uncomfortable. It seems that Patriarch Qi and Yi Tianqi have completely severed their relationship. Moreover, they are sworn enemies and can't wait to kill him. Night Owl smiled and spoke. The head of the Qi family immediately agreed, nodded heavily, and said, "That's right, young Master Yi, my entire family and I have no relationship with Yi Tianqi. If we have to say there is, it's only a hostile relationship. We are enemies and I'm not afraid to tell you, young Master Yi. I heard that Yi Tianqi might come to the imperial capital to cause trouble for you and us, so I have already sent people to take care of him in advance. He will definitely not come back to the imperial capital." When he said this, a hint of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the head of the Qi family. The head of the Qi family felt no psychological burden at all when sending someone to kill his own son. Yi Xiao was stunned. He really didn't expect this. The head of the Qi family was doing something big without saying a word. Although he thought that the head of the Qi family would definitely not feel good and would definitely take action, he did not expect that he would act so quickly, and so cruelly, and directly send people to kill Yi Tianqi. What a loving father he is. After not seeing each other for so many years, Yi Tianqi has been hiding his identity for so many years, and he still won't give up. He wants to kill him. He didn't even ask for details, didn't even ask if Yi Tianqi was doing well these years, and whether he had any confidence. He just sent someone to kill him. How impatient is that? Night Owl was speechless. Looking at the head of the Qi family, he shook his head slightly inside. He didn't say anything. It seemed that for a moment, Yi Xiao didn't know what to say. When the head of the Qi family saw Yi Xiao's attitude, he was immediately confused and said cautiously, "Young Master Yi, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong?" Yi Tianqi is a trouble. Although he won't cause any trouble, he is the biggest trouble if he is alive. But looking at your expression, it seems as if I have done something wrong. Hearing this, Yi Xiao shook his head and said, "I know that Patriarch Qi hates Yi Xiao to the core and his sworn enemies, but I didn't expect that Patriarch Qi would hate him so much. It's not wrong after all. This is a matter between you and your son. We outsiders can't say anything, and we can't say anything. Whatever you want to do is up to you. However, I'm afraid Patriarch Qi's wish will be dashed. You may not know this yet, but your precious son is not as weak and vulnerable as you think. Far from being weak and vulnerable, he is a dormant beast. When he gets angry, he will eat people." The fact that such words came from the mouth of the arrogant Night Owl obviously showed that Night Owl was afraid of Yi Tianqi. This made the head of the Qi family a little confused. "It has been so many years, Yi Xiao, are you still afraid of Yi Tianqi?" The head of the Qi family shook his head slightly and said, "Young Master Yi is overthinking. No one knows better than us what a murderer is, what a cannibal is. I admit that Yi Tianqi's brainpower is indeed powerful, and his strategy is even more outstanding. If he is really given the opportunity, the time, and the opportunity to calculate something, then it will be a real trouble. So, I will not give him the time, nor the opportunity. I will directly strike him with a thunderbolt and kill him all. Troubles will be gone. This is really a good idea. Before any trouble occurs, just kill the person directly, and the trouble will naturally no longer be a trouble." Yi Xiao agreed with what Patriarch Qi said, but the problem was that Patriarch Qi was thinking too naively and too easily. Shaking his head, Yi Xiao sighed softly, "I'm afraid that Patriarch Qi won't be able to resolve this problem, and instead will earn Yi Tianqi an even deeper hatred. Of course, I'm not looking down on Patriarch Qi, but 10 years have passed and everything has changed. Patriarch Qi, you're underestimating Yi Tianqi too much." Upon hearing this, the head of the Qi family said without waiting for Yi Xiao to continue, "That's right, 10 years have passed, and everything has changed. Back then, my Qi family was just a small 3rd or 4th tier family, and we might not even be able to maintain this 3rd or 4th tier position. But now, my Qi family is no longer what it used to be." "And what about Yi Tianqi? He disappeared for 10 years. Even if he had any ability, he had wasted 10 years. What else could he do? Of course, as I said before, if we give him time and opportunity,
I don't deny that with his brainpower, he could do something that would hurt us, so I can't give him this opportunity, this time. Yi Tianqi has no time, no opportunity. What else can he do? Can he just rely on his courage? It's ridiculous unless he's been plotting revenge for the past 10 years. He's not threatening at all. The head of the Qi family spoke in a decisive tone, his eyes revealing disdain and indifference. However, sometimes, the tougher a person is on the outside, the more afraid he is deep down. The head of the Qi family kept saying that he would not give Yi Tianqi any chance. Was it because he was afraid of Yi Tianqi? As the direct beneficiary of Yi Tianqi's powerful strategy, no one knows better than the head of the Qi family and the entire Qi family how powerful Yi Tianqi is. If he wasn't powerful, would the head of the Qi family have sent people to deal with Yi Tianqi directly after learning the news? How could a real big shot care about the life and death of an ant? If he did, it would be these ants that endangered their safety. Yi Xiao chuckled and nodded, then sighed and said, Master Qi, wait for me to finish what I'm saying. I know that Patriarch Qi doesn't want to see Yi Tianqi at all right now, but I have to say that Patriarch Qi, I'm afraid you really have to meet Yi Tianqi. I am afraid your methods will have no effect on Yi Tianqi. I think Patriarch Qi must have blocked the news about Yi Tianqi recently, so, without knowing his latest situation, he directly sent people to solve the problem. Hey, that's why I said that intelligence is important at all times, because a good intelligence network will have an absolute advantage, allowing people to know what to do and how to do it. Just like now, I think if Patriarch Qi knew what I know, he wouldn't act so rashly. 591, Chapter 591. How is his health? Yi Xiao wanted to keep it a secret and watch the show. However, even if he wanted to hide it, he couldn't. No matter how much the head of the Qi family didn't want to know about Yi Tianqi, after Yi Tianqi arrived in the imperial capital, he had to know it even if he didn't want to. What's more, Yi Xiao still had a mission to complete, so he had to tell it. Seeing the somewhat disbelieving expression on Patriarch Qi's face, Yi Xiao sighed softly. Patriarch Qi, I think you are very familiar with the grudge between Yi Tianqi and me, so if I could make fun of him, I would definitely be very happy. If I could make him disappear completely from now on, I would also be very happy, of course, if possible. I have also thought about letting him live and then humiliating him in front of him. I have even planned to do so, but now, I have given up. Do you know why? This is really not an exaggeration. Not only does the head of the Qi family know this, almost everyone knows how much hatred Yi Xiao has for Yi Tianqi. He is as cruel as he can be. This is inevitable. However, give up? This made the head of the Qi family a little confused when he thought about what Yi Xiao had just said. He suddenly had a very bad feeling. Oh, Master Yi, what do you want to say? Why don't you just say it directly? Yi Tianqi, could it be that he has really turned things around? But how is this possible? Even if Yi Tianqi turns things around, he can never be your opponent. Master Yi, don't believe this at all. This is considered as a compliment to Night Owl, so be it. Before the change, Yi Xiao would definitely be very pleased, but now, Yi Xiao felt that these words were not friendly to him at all. Sighing softly, Yi Xiao looked at Patriarch Qi and shook his head, saying, You still don't understand your son at all. Logically, you should be the one who knows him best. What kind of person is Yi Tianqi? Do you need an outsider like me to remind you? It's true that he disappeared for so many years, but does that really mean he was content to just eat and wait for death? The initial intelligence might have indicated that, but the truth is, the intelligence changed suddenly. Everything changed. Yi Tianqi, the so-called good for nothing, the so-called waiting to die, suddenly turned into a man-eating beast, and a beast that was almost impossible to kill. Don't know, don't understand, don't believe it? Then what if I tell you that at the banquet held by the old man of the Bai family in Dongzhou, the entire underground world of Dong province pledged allegiance to Yi Tianqi, and he became the most powerful person in Dong province? Would you dare to believe it? As soon as these words were spoken, the head of the Qi family was really stunned. He also knew about the Bai family in Eastern Province. After all, there was old Master Bai, who was indeed a highly respected person. Even if he didn't want to pay attention to the Bai family, he had to pay attention to it. Eastern Province, the underground world, all loyal to Yi Tianqi? The head of the Qi family didn't want to believe that it was the underground world of a province. Although these people seemed to look down on people outside the imperial capital, let alone the underground world, everything would change when it reached a certain point. If the underground world of an entire province is controlled by one person, it would be really scary. At least, even if it is the head of the Qi family now, if he is asked to go against a giant who can control the underground world of an entire province, he will still hesitate and consider whether it is cost effective and whether the price to pay will be too high.
Now, Yi Tianqi has become the person who has gained the loyalty of the underground world of East Province in the mouth of Yi Xiao. To put it bluntly, this is expected, but also unexpected. Young Master Yi, you are not kidding, right? If Yi Tianqi has this background, then the news that came out before is all fake. However, those are all confirmed intelligence. Even if he is fake, it is impossible for Yi Tianqi to disguise himself for so many years. The head of the Qi family still found it difficult to believe it. Pretending for so many years? Yi Xiao smiled. If it were someone else, they might consider whether it was true or not, and whether it was possible. However, if this was Yi Tianqi, then, was it really necessary to consider whether it was true or not? Yi Tianqi, is it really that difficult to disguise yourself for a few years? He didn't even need to answer anything after the head of the Qi family finished speaking. His tone was already unsteady. Yi Xiao then laughed and said, not only the underground world of East Province, but also the Bai family obeys his orders. Old Master Bai even announced in public that wherever Yi Tianqi's sword points, the Bai family will obey until death. Hehe. Okay, none of this matters. The face of the head of the Qi family became increasingly ugly. If Patriarch Qi could accept or even understand the underground world of the Eastern Province, then Patriarch Qi would find it very difficult to accept what the old man of the Bai family said in person. But, Yi Xiao said, none of this is important? Yes, maybe it is not important to Yi Xiao, but to him, the head of the Qi family, it is very important. However, the face of the head of the Qi family turned even uglier and darker. Afterwards he stared blankly at Yi Xiao, waiting for what Yi Xiao would say next. He realized that for Yi Xiao, this was just an appetizer, and what would shock the Qi family leader even more was yet to come. If gaining the loyalty of the Bai family and becoming the controller of the underground world of the Eastern Province were just appetizers, then what other terrifying things had Yi Tianqi done? Patriarch Qi didn't even dare to think about it. Young Master Yi, please don't joke around. Night Owl smiled and said, I wish I was joking, but unfortunately, I'm not. Before I speak, I would like to ask Patriarch Qi about Yi Tianqi's health. How about it? How is Yi Tianqi's health? These words were incoherent, making the head of the Qi family feel that there was something abrupt going on. As they were talking, they ended up talking about Yi Tianqi's body. Young Master Yi, this is a bit difficult for me. Yi Tianqi and I haven't been in touch for more than 10 years. Before this, I didn't even know whether he was alive or dead, so I really don't know how he is doing. What's wrong, Young Master Yi, why do you ask? Yi Xiao shook his head and said, I know you haven't contacted me, and I don't have any intention of testing you. What I'm asking is, how was Yi Tianqi's health in the past? Regarding his physical fitness, there have always been rumors that Yi Tianqi's physical fitness is not very good and he is sickly. Are these true or false? Master Qi, this is very important, you have to think it through. Seeing Yi Xiao's serious expression, the head of the Qi family didn't dare to say anything nonsense and spoke directly. I would never dare to deceive young Master Yi. Yi Tianqi used to have a bad physical condition. Calling him a sickly person might be a bit of an exaggeration, but it's true that he was weak. He had seen many doctors, but none of them could help him. No matter what medicine they prescribed or what supplements they took, there was no way to make him better. It was as if there was a black hole inside his body that absorbed all the nutrients but left his body without any nutrition. So his physical condition is very poor. He would even get out of breath after walking a few steps. Everyone knows this. For a long time, both Yi Xiao and others knew that Yi Tianqi's physical fitness was not very good, but they didn't know much. Now that I hear what Patriarch Qi said, it really is a strange disease, and it's very serious. But now, it seems that this strange disease has been cured. 592, Chapter 592. Kill him, the sooner the better. Unable to figure it out or understand it, Night Owl could only give up. Unless Yi Tianqi started to conceal the true condition of his body 10 years ago, but this is impossible. At that time, Yi Tianqi was a treasure in the Qi family, and no one wanted to harm him. Even if there was, Yi Tianqi had no need to pretend this. What's more, the doctor's examination and the instrument examination cannot be faked. Even if Yi Tianqi wanted to conceal it, he couldn't. That means that all of this is true, but during these 10 years that no one knew about, Yi Tianqi found a way to heal himself, which made his body get better, and he even possessed the power of a strong man. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao's mouth twitched. After thinking about it, he really overlooked one of Yi Tianqi's titles, the Miracle Doctor. Haha, yes, he is a miracle doctor, so doesn't that mean he has the opportunity to cure himself? Whether he became a miracle doctor in order to cure his own strange disease, or he became interested in learning after being cured by others, it doesn't matter. What matters is that Yi Tianqi once again demonstrated his terrifying talent. Is it really that easy to become a miracle doctor? You must be kidding. The more he thought about it, the angrier Yi Xiao became. He found that the more he wanted to compare himself with Yi Tianqi, the more useless he seemed. Yi Xiao, wasn't bad, wasn't he? He was recognized as a capable person, and very capable regardless of his reputation. His ability was real, but what was the result? He had originally thought that the gap between him and Yi Tianqi wasn't that big, that Yi Tianqi had simply gained an advantage, but now, the more he understood, the more he realized how terrifying Yi Tianqi was, and the more he felt helpless. This feeling was so intense that Night Owl couldn't describe it with words like powerlessness and anger. It was simply hatred. Master Qi, if I tell you that Yi Tianqi has become a miracle doctor and that his physical fitness is so good that he can even defeat a king-level warrior, would you think I'm joking? Joke? That's a joke. What Night Owl said is a joke. Does good physical fitness have anything to do with defeating a king-level warrior? Yes. Being able to defeat a King Realm expert means that his physical fitness has reached an incredible level. However, having good physical fitness does not necessarily mean that he can defeat a King Realm expert. But that is a King Realm expert, are you kidding? Kidding? The Qi family head's eyelids twitched wildly at this moment. He looked at Yi Xiao and laughed dryly. Young Master Yi, aren't you telling me a joke? If you say Yi Tianqi is a miracle doctor, then I can believe it. After all, he has already controlled the underground world of East Province and has the loyalty of the Bai family. Adding another miracle doctor title doesn't seem to be a big deal. After all, he has a strong brain and learns things quickly, so I can understand. I can believe him when he says his physical condition has improved and his strange illness has been cured. But isn't young Master Yi teasing me when he says he defeated a King Realm expert? I, Qi, may not be very talented, but I am the head of the Qi family. Others may not know how terrifying the experts are, but I know it all too well. Every expert has gone through countless hardships and dangers, and has come through numerous dangers, especially when they reach the King Realm. It can even be said that they have surpassed the limits of humanity and cannot even be called human. Which of these beings was not created through countless lives and deaths? I can believe other things he said about Yi Tianqi, but I absolutely cannot and will not believe that he can defeat a King Realm expert. He is useless except for his brain, let alone a King Realm expert. He can be beaten to death by just a few thugs. This is the truth. At this point, the Qi family head seemed to feel that what he said was too absolute. He shook his head and said, of course, what I said was a bit exaggerated. With his intelligence and talent, if his physical fitness is restored, then even learning skills will be very easy. He may even be able to embark on the path of becoming a strong man. However, even so, in 10 years, Grandmaster is already his limit. Well, even if Grandmaster is not enough, Grandmaster should be fine. If that's not enough, then General, that should be fine. Reaching the King Realm is absolutely impossible, let alone defeating him. Young Master Yi, you must have been deceived, or there must be something you don't know that has affected your judgment. It's fake. It must be fake. Yi Tianqi can't be as powerful as you say. If he is really that powerful, then I would rather die by hitting my head against the wall. The head of the Qi family said it in a very firm tone, and I would never believe it. Yes, it is impossible to believe it. It is impossible to believe it at all. Everything else is easy to say, but saying that Yi Tianqi directly defeated the powerful king-level warrior is nonsense. If Yi Xiao had not firmly believed that what he knew was the truth, and that so many people had witnessed it with their own eyes, he would not have believed it. But, the facts are the facts. Yi Xiao sighed, looked at Patriarch Qi, and said, then, Patriarch Qi, it's better not to get killed. However, what I want to say is that Yi Tianqi defeated not just one King Realm expert, but two, at the same time. If you don't believe all this, then if I tell you that Yi Tianqi used his general level strength to cross the realm and defeat two mid-level king-level warriors at the same time, I'm afraid you, Patriarch Qi, will find it even more unbelievable. However, I'm sorry, these are all facts, and they happened at Mr. Bai's birthday banquet. Everyone present can prove it, so it can't be faked. Well, I was the one who sent those two king-level experts, so I know them best. Patriarch Qi, I understand your feelings, but these are the facts. The head of the Qi family was extremely pale at this moment. He looked at Yi Xiao in disbelief and was unwilling to believe his ears, but he understood that Yi Xiao had not lied to him. Everything was verifiable. Even the head of the Qi family could find out himself. There was no reason for Yi Xiao to lie to him. That's true. Yi Tianqi possesses the terrifying power to defeat two king-level powerhouses at the same time? This is simply unbelievable and terrifying. How could this be? How could this be? this is unreasonable, this is unreasonable. The head of the Qi family muttered to himself, looking a little distraught. Yi Xiao could understand the feelings of the Qi family head, but was this unacceptable? With a light laugh, Yi Xiao shook his head, patted Patriarch Qi on the shoulder, and said, Patriarch Qi, there's no need to worry too much, it doesn't matter whether Yi Tianqi is strong or not after all, no matter how powerful he is, he has his limits, right? Moreover, according to reliable information, Yi Tianqi doesn't actually have much power himself, he possesses such powerful strength because he seems to have used some unknown secret technique, and this secret technique doesn't seem to be used casually, the user himself seems to have to pay a price. Well, I don't know the details, but it's probably like this. Of course, even if Yi Tianqi can really use the power of the strong without limit, then, what's the use? He just defeated 2 middle-stage kings, and they were the kind of middle-stage kings who were forced to grow, haha, it's nothing. This is to comfort the head of the Qi family, and it is also Yi Xiao's self-comfort. Otherwise, he would have wanted to cry. Upon hearing this, the head of the Qi family also breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, no matter what, Yi Xiao is still here, the royal family is still here, and Yi Tianqi, no matter how strong he is no match for them. Now that he knew Yi Tianqi was so strong and difficult to deal with, how could Yi Xiao not deal with Yi Tianqi? This time he came with the prince's order, which means he wants to deal with Yi Tianqi. Yes, that's it, definitely. Young Master Yi, I know what you are here for, you must want me to cooperate in killing Yi Tianqi, right? Okay, kill him, you must kill him, you absolutely cannot give him any room to grow, otherwise, he will definitely retaliate against us, he will definitely kill him, the sooner the better, the faster the better, you must kill him. 593, Chapter 593, It's too late. The head of the Qi family was very excited at this moment, he thought he had understood the purpose of Yi Xiao coming here, and also understood why Prince Xingshan asked Yi Xiao to come. The reason for all this is Yi Tianqi, who has surpassed their imagination to the point where they have to be on guard against him. Growing up is so fast and so scary. It was only a short 10 years, and it was a decade in which he disappeared. Even now, only a few years could be found. Let's not talk about all that. The key point is that in such a long period of time, Yi Tianqi's growth was too terrifying. He is silent, like a waste, but he is secretly accumulating strength. What does he want to do? To say that Yi Tianqi hid himself to such an extent and had no intention of revenge, would anyone believe it? Who could believe it? Who dared to believe it? He is too scheming and too talented. This kind of person is really scary. Ever since Night Owl said Yi Tianqi was now capable of defeating 2 King Realm powerhouses, Patriarch Qi had already lost control of his fear. No matter what method Yi Tianqi used to defeat them, it didn't matter. What mattered was that Yi Tianqi had this method, and he had quietly unified the underground world of Eastern Province and gained the support of the Bai family. Back then, no one knew about it, but now, Yi Tianqi had revealed himself, and everyone knew about it. So, did he still need to endure? Or should he still hide? How terrifying would Yi Tianqi be if he no longer had any scruples and used his abilities recklessly? Perhaps no one knew this better than the head of the Qi family. The conflict between them is probably irreconcilable at this moment. What the head of the Qi family thought in his mind was not words like pity at all, but to kill, only to kill, and kill as soon as possible. Kill Yi Tianqi, and everything will be over. He, the head of the Qi family, is still the almighty head of the Qi family. Nothing will change, and there is no need to worry. At this moment, Yi Xiao really doubted whether Yi Tianqi was really the biological child of the head of the Qi family. It would have been fine back then, but after all these years, Patriarch Qi still had such a strong desire to deal with Yi Tianqi, and he couldn't even wait a minute. He wasn't going to give it a try. Wasn't he going to put in an effort? Patriarch Qi hadn't understood the saying, even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xiao signaled Patriarch Qi not to get excited, but shook his head and said, Patriarch Qi, have you ever thought about whether you two can find a way to reconcile? Of course, I know this is difficult. After all, everyone witnessed what happened back then. It can be said that there is a deep hatred between you, and it is difficult to forgive. However, he is not dead after all, and now he has extraordinary abilities and powerful strength. I think everyone wants to see such a clan member. Master Qi, why do you hate him so much? Have you really never considered it? With Yi Tianqi, the Qi family will reach a higher level and become more powerful. In fact, it is not a difficult thing. Upon hearing this, the head of the Qi family shook his head and said, Young Master Yi, you don't know, and I don't want to mention it anymore. In short, there is no connection between our Qi family and Yi Tianqi. and we don't want to have any connection. Young Master Yi, there is no need to test him. Listen to me and do everything you can to get rid of him as soon as possible. This will be good for everyone. Otherwise, if he is alive, none of us will be able to sleep well. Young Master Yi, let's talk business. There's no need to test him. Anna Marie, it's meaningless. It's really meaningless. Our Qi family will never reconcile with Yi Tianqi, let alone help him. Please rest assured. The head of the Qi family believed that these were all tests of him by Night Owl. Yi Xiao was also speechless. He was not testing anything. He just wanted to tell the Qi family about Yi Tianqi's situation and see what the Qi family's attitude was. Of course, if you had to say that this was a test, then it was not impossible. But, can it be killed? Can it be killed? The head of the Qi family didn't care to understand the specific situation, but Yi Xiao knew it meant that he had already used a trick to transfer Emperor Lu away. Otherwise, killing Yi Tianqi, it was simply a joke. Even if Yi Tianqi collapsed on the bed and didn't move, with Emperor Lu still there, the Qi family, even with the Yi family, couldn't touch Yi Tianqi at all. Master Qi, you are too nervous. Calm down. Being nervous now will be useless because it is already too late. Although we all want Yi Tianqi to die, we have to say that it's too late. It's really too late. When saying this, Yi Xiao felt a little suffocated. It was too late. If he had found Yi Tianqi earlier, if he had dealt with Yi Tianqi earlier, there would not be such trouble today. However, it was too late to say anything now. From the moment Emperor Lu started protecting Yi Tianqi, nothing more could be said. But the head of the Qi family didn't know all this. It's not too late. How could it be too late, young Master Yi? It's really not too late. It's not too late now. As long as we deal with Yi Tianqi as soon as possible, there will still be a chance for everything. But if we continue to wait, it will be too late. Young Master Yi, you also know what Yi Tianqi's talent and ability are. We really can't give him any more time to continue to develop, let alone let him use his eloquent tongue to say or do anything. Otherwise, no one knows how things will develop, let alone how many people he can find to support and help him. He is just starting now, and there is still a chance. Young Master Yi, a short pain is worse than a long one. If you don't take action now, it will be even more difficult to take action in the future. I know, I understand. What young Master Yi needs from my Qi family, just ask whether it's people or money. As long as young Master Yi can say it, my Qi family will support young Master Yi no matter how great the price. However, my Qi family's strength is limited, and we still need young Master Yi's help. Young Master Yi, make up your mind as soon as possible, otherwise, it will be too late. The head of the Qi family had already sent people to intercept and kill Yi Tianqi. However, at this moment, he knew that the people he sent out would probably be like throwing meat buns at a dog, and would never come back. Yi Tianqi could not be harmed. From the moment he knew that Yi Tianqi had become the actual controller of the underground world in East Province, the head of the Qi family knew this result. Yi Tianqi possessed a secret method that could make him a strong man, but the hope he had originally had was now even less. Only if Night Owl takes action will there be a chance. Unfortunately, not to mention that Yi Xiao has received orders not to take action. Even if he has not received orders to take action, Yi Xiao will still have a headache. Master Qi, when I said it was too late, I wasn't lying to you. It really is too late. Don't even mention that we can't take action now. Even if we can, it would be very difficult for our two families to do so. After all, do you think your Qi family can deal with Emperor Lu, or can my Yi family deal with Emperor Lu? As soon as these words came out, the head of the Qi family was stunned. Emperor Lu? Of course he knew about Emperor Lu, but what did this have to do with Emperor Lu? Why did he mention Emperor Lu? Patriarch Qi was no fool. He immediately understood what Yi Xiao meant. However, precisely because of this, Patriarch Qi felt dizzy and on the verge of collapse. Did Yi Tianqi get the support of Emperor Lu? What can we use to fight this? How can we fight this? 594, Chapter 594. Let you reconcile. The head of the Qi family was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How could he not know who Emperor Lu was, even though his Qi family seemed very powerful now? If they offended Emperor Lu, they would die without knowing how they died. Moreover, if they wanted to deal with them, I'm afraid no one would be able to plead for them. Those who can plead for mercy will not offend Emperor Lu for the sake of their Qi family, and those who cannot plead for mercy have no right to say a word to Emperor Lu. A killer who guards the border of Dragon Country and makes foreign hostile strongmen tremble in fear, is this someone that the head of the Qi family can afford to provoke? But now, what did Yi Xiao say? He actually said that there was a relationship between Lu Huang and Yi Tianqi. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. No matter how talented Yi Tianqi is, he can't be related to Emperor Lu. It's fake, it must be fake, everything is fake. Patriarch Qi couldn't believe it, but reason told him that Yi Xiao didn't lie to him. Then it was
was true. No wonder Night Owl kept saying, "It's too late, everything is too late." With the help of Emperor Lu, it is no longer a matter of being too late to deal with Yi Tianqi, but rather it is simply impossible. At this moment, the head of the Qi family slumped in his chair in despair. He looked at Yi Xiao and said in a daze, "Young Master Yi, did you come here today to laugh at me? If so, you've already seen it, but my joke today will become your joke tomorrow. What are you trying to achieve?" At this moment, the head of the Qi family was not in a good mood towards Yi Xiao. In his opinion, it seemed that Yi Xiao came here specifically to laugh at him. It was no wonder that he thought so. After all, anyone would think so. If you didn't want to laugh at him, then why did you come here and say so much? At this moment, Yi Xiao could also understand the attitude of the head of the Qi family. After all, no matter who it was, they would probably be in a bad mood right now. With a soft sigh, Night Owl spread his hands helplessly and said, "You've already said that you're a joke and it will be my turn soon, so do you think I'm in the mood to come here just to tease you? I won't beat around the bush. You already know the general situation. All I can tell you is that I didn't lie to you. Everything I said is true indeed. It's too late. Whether it's you or me, or if we join forces to deal with Yi Tianqi, it's too late. But, just because we can't deal with it doesn't mean no one can. Patriarch Qi, whether he's Night Owl or Emperor Lu, they're not at the point where they can dominate the Dragon Kingdom. You know this without me having to remind you." Hearing Yi Xiao say this, the head of the Qi family seemed to finally see hope. He immediately became energetic and said happily, "Young Master Yi means, is the Crown Prince ready to take action?" "Yes, we can't deal with Emperor Lu, but the Crown Prince can. No matter how powerful Emperor Lu is, he can't be more powerful than the royal family. With the Crown Prince taking action and the royal family taking action, even if he is Emperor Lu, he has to be honest." Hearing this, Yi Xiao chuckled and nodded, saying, "You are right, the Crown Prince will indeed take action. This is certain. In fact, I can tell you now that it is not only the Crown Prince who will take action, but also a terrifying force and a terrifying figure. Not only that, because of this action, many foreign forces will also take action at the same time. It can be said that Emperor Lu is doomed to die. He is no longer by Yi Tianqi's side and has already set off for his burial place." Patriarch Qi, are you satisfied now? How could the head of the Qi family have the right to say whether he was satisfied or not? However, Yi Xiao's words were indeed equivalent to pulling him out of despair and giving him great hope. Emperor Lu is doomed to die, which is equivalent to destroying Yi Tianqi's greatest backer. So, what is there for him to be afraid of? No matter how scary Yi Tianqi is, he doesn't seem that scary now. Satisfied, really very satisfied. Master Yi, you should have told me earlier, this almost scared me to death. Ha ha ha. The head of the Qi family seemed to come back to life at this moment, and the joy on his face could not be concealed at all. Yi Xiao did not mock the head of the Qi family. What was the point in mocking him? What was the difference between mocking the head of the Qi family and mocking himself? Wasn't he, Yi Xiao, also frightened? Unfortunately, this satisfaction is not enough, because the prince has given an order, and this order is destined to make neither him nor the head of the Qi family satisfied. Master Qi, don't be too happy. We won't say anything else. It's useless to say too much now. I will directly convey the prince's order. I think this may not be a bad thing for you, but the premise is that you have to think it through. That's right, he has to figure it out, otherwise, his performance as the head of the Qi family today is not a good thing, but a huge disaster. The head of the Qi family was now really afraid of Yi Xiao. He didn't know what he would say next, so he looked at Yi Xiao cautiously and said, "Young Master Yi, tell me, what are the orders from the Crown Prince?" "Forget about the benefits for the Crown Prince. Even if I have to go through fire and water, I will do it willingly. Show your loyalty first, and you will definitely not go wrong." Yi Shi heard this, smiled and said, "It's good that Patriarch Qi has this intention. I think the prince will be very happy when he knows it. In fact, the task is very simple. The prince thinks that Yi Tianqi is a talent. It is a pity to just kill him like this. His value will be greater if he is alive. Therefore, the prince wants to give Yi Tianqi a chance to surrender. As long as he surrenders, Emperor Lu will probably stand in a neutral position again. Even if he does not surrender, the most important thing is to be able to slap the other side in the face. Now, Patriarch Qi knows about this, right?" Upon hearing this, the head of the Qi family's face changed drastically. Is this a good thing? What a good thing this is. The Crown Prince wants Yi Tianqi to surrender, not to mention whether it is possible or not. If Yi Tianqi really surrenders, what benefits will it bring to him, the head of the Qi family? The more the prince values Yi Tianqi, the less important the Qi family will be in the prince's heart at that time. Yi Tianqi won't have to make any schemes or tricks. He just needs to say a word to the prince, and the prince will probably vent Yi Tianqi's anger without even thinking about it. It is not impossible for him to directly destroy the Qi family. Is this a good thing? Young
Master Yi, you are kidding me, right? How can this be considered a good thing? Is there any difference between this and directly wiping out our Qi family? Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao immediately shook his head and said, of course there is a difference. Moreover, it is indeed a good thing the Crown Prince intends to reconcile you two. Isn't this a good thing? If Yi Tianqi can return to the Qi family and you two are reconciled, then the future of the Qi family will be limitless. I think, without me saying anything, the head of the Qi family should also understand this. Of course, the head of the Qi family knew this, but the problem was, it was impossible. Even if the head of the Qi family was willing, Yi Tianqi would never agree even if there was a slight possibility. How much would it cost to reconcile? In other words, there was no need to reconcile at all as long as Yi Tianqi did not hate the Qi family. The price he would have to pay would be unimaginable. He, the head of the Qi family, cannot escape this no matter what. How can he accept this? Young Master Yi, there is no possibility of any reconciliation between us even if I am willing. Yi Tianqi will not be willing. Therefore, I would like to ask young Master Yi to persuade the Crown Prince not to have this idea. Also, young Master Yi, as far as I know, you should be the one who least wants Yi Tianqi to be valued by the Crown Prince. There is an irreconcilable conflict between you and Yi Tianqi. If he joins the Crown Prince's camp, I won't benefit, and you won't benefit at all. 595, Chapter 595. Do you want to disobey? The head of the Qi family refused. Even though he knew that this was the intention of Prince Xingshan, the head of the Qi family still rejected it completely. Good thing? What a bullshit good thing. Where does this good thing come from? If the Qi family had not expelled Yi Tianqi from the family and had not sent people to hunt him down, then this would certainly be a good thing. The more powerful Yi Tianqi was and the more attention he received, the better it would be for the Qi family. But the problem is that now they are in a situation of mortal enemies. What's the point of talking about blood ties or the past? It would be better if they didn't talk about it. The more they talk, the more they are stabbing Yi Tianqi in the heart. There is no reconciliation, it is absolutely impossible. That's why the head of the Qi family opposed it so firmly and asked Yi Xiao in return. After all, even if Yi Xiao's situation was different from the Qi family's, how much could it be different? They'd already been grudged for having their wife stolen, and they still wanted to settle things peacefully. What were they thinking? Night Owl smiled bitterly. What the head of the Qi family said was exactly what he thought. However, the more he became the confidant of Prince Xingshan, the more he understood that no one could change what Prince Xingshan decided. Didn't he try to persuade her? Of course he had advised him. He had told Prince Xingshan everything that the head of the Qi family had said, but it was useless. There is only one solution now, and that is to do as Prince Xingshan said. Otherwise, Prince Xingshan would be the first to be unhappy without having to wait for Yi Tianqi to take revenge. If he is unhappy, then who can be happy? Yi Xiao looked at Patriarch Qi and sighed, saying, Patriarch Qi, do you think I don't know all this and haven't told you anything? It's useless. The Crown Prince has already made his decision. He asked me to come this time to convince you to cooperate. However, it sounds good to say it's persuasion, but if you don't obey, then it's not a question of persuasion, but of disobeying orders. I don't need to explain the consequences of resisting the Crown Prince's orders. When the head of the Qi family heard this, his face immediately turned ugly. He'd even said the word disobedience. This matter wasn't something to be discussed. Did Prince Xingshan have a good temper? Anyone who believed him would be in for a real disaster. Not to mention anything else, as far as the head of the Qi family knows, there was a powerful force that had followed Prince Xingshan for many years. As a result, overnight, those who should be imprisoned were imprisoned, and those who should be punished were punished because of some trumped-up charges. Such a big family fell apart overnight. Why? The answer is simple. They disobeyed orders and went against the orders of Prince Awakening, which made Prince Awakening unhappy. Don't doubt it, it's that simple, there is no other reason. Although it was a special situation at the time, disobeying orders means not following the orders of Prince Xingshan. Not following the orders of Prince Xingshan will most likely lead to betrayal at a critical moment in the future. Prince Xingshan will never allow those around him to betray. It is better to solve the problem in advance than to regret it later. Even though this powerful force had helped Prince Xingshan a lot, it still ended up in this situation in the end. As for the Qi family, did they help Prince Xingshan much? Very little. At most they could only be considered as Prince Xingshan's influence. If they really wanted to move against the Qi family, Prince Xingshan would probably not even hesitate. The head of the Qi family believed what Yi Xiao said. He had tried to persuade Prince Xingshan, but failed. There was no need for Yi Xiao to lie to him about this. What's more, the head of the Qi family was also very clear about the conflict between Yi Xiao and Yi Tianqi, so it was impossible for Yi Xiao not to persuade them. Why? There's obviously no hope. The head of the Qi family was a little distraught, as if he had accepted his fate, but what else could he do? Things had come to this point, and he had no choice but to accept his fate, unless he really wanted to disobey. Yi Xiao sighed, patted Patriarch Qi on the shoulder, and said softly, Patriarch Qi, don't overthink it, just follow the orders of the Crown Prince. In fact, we all know that Yi Tianqi will not stand on the side of the Crown Prince. Even if the two of us ran to him and cowed out to repent, he would not do so. Even the Crown Prince is probably aware of this, but he still told us to go, so we'll go. In short, we went and did what he ordered. The results are beyond our control. The more we do, the more thoroughly we carry out the Crown Prince's orders, and the clearer it will be for him. Don't worry about anything, it's just a matter of sooner or later. It's just another humiliating experience. Sometimes, good and bad go hand in hand. Who knows? What seems to be a bad thing may turn out to be a good thing. Yi Xiao winked at Patriarch Qi, who was stunned for a moment. Then, as if he had thought of something, he looked at Yi Xiao and said after a moment's silence, Young Master Yi, means that the final outcome is predetermined, but the grievances we have suffered for this will be remembered by the Crown Prince in the end. Yi Tianqi will not have a good ending, and we will also be compensated. Is that right? Yi Xiao smiled and shook his head, saying, Master Qi, I didn't say anything, but considering the Crown Prince's kindness to his people, and the injustice done to them because of him, he will not be stingy with his reward. It is said that nothing was said, but in fact, everything was said. Upon hearing this, the head of the Qi family sighed softly. Although there was still resentment in his eyes, he finally sighed and said, Young Master Yi, tell me what you need me to do for the sake of the Crown Prince. Prince, I will endure a little injustice. After all, my Qi family is loyal to the Crown Prince. However, I'm afraid the result may not make the Crown Prince happy. This rebellious son is lawless to the extreme. He is a rebellious person. Yi Xiao nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, That's right, Master Qi, I still say that grievances will not be in vain. You and I both know exactly what the outcome will be, but if the prince wants to see it, then let him see it. I've seen it. I've given up, even been angered. That means everything is over. There won't be any chance on Emperor Lu's side, and there won't be any chance on Yi Tianqi's side either. Don't worry, if Yi Tianqi can't submit to the Crown Prince, then the Crown Prince will definitely not let him live. The reason is very simple. If he doesn't submit to the Crown Prince, Yi Tianqi will be on that side. I think you understand this without me saying anything. The head of the Qi family nodded, a hint of coldness appearing on the corner of his mouth. He said, I understand. To be fair, Yi Tianqi has the ability to do so. If he stood against the Crown Prince, it would be a disaster for the Crown Prince and the royal family, and would cause great trouble. Therefore, he cannot be one of us. Then, he can only be an enemy, and enemies must be killed. Young Master Yi, tell me what you need me to do and what preparations do I need? Yi Xiao was very satisfied with the attitude of the head of the Qi family at the moment. However, what the head of the Qi family needed to do was actually very simple. It is enough to give Yi Tianqi enough face and erase your own face. He has shown his sincerity and even repented. If Yi Tianqi still chooses not to forgive, is unhappy, and refuses to serve the prince, then he is not giving the prince face. There is no need to say more. The result is very simple. But it is easier said than done. Especially when he thought about having to do this kind of thing, Yi Xiao felt like he wanted to die. 596, Chapter 596, Getting Ready to Depart. What's needed is for the two of us to put our pride aside and follow the Crown Prince's instructions. We must unconditionally do everything we can to make Yi Tianqi forgive us, and at the same time, make him agree to submit to the Crown Prince's command. This is the ultimate goal. As long as Yi Tianqi agrees, the Crown Prince will agree to any conditions he offers. In a word, in order to get Yi Tianqi to agree, I can give up anything and agree to anything, including our face, dignity, and even everything. When Yi Xiao said this, he was also filled with emotion and had a headache. What a grace this is! This kind of grace is something that even he, the night owl, cannot envy. Others say that Yi Xiao is extremely favored by Prince Xingqian and has everything he wants. However, compared with the promise that Prince Xingqian has made to Yi Tianqi, Yi Xiao is nothing but a chess piece that can be abandoned. How sad! At this time, the head of the Qi family did not want to feel sad for Yi Xiao. Everyone was in the same situation now. There was no question of who was more unlucky or who was suffering more. They were all the same. However, no matter what the result is this time, I am afraid that it will become a laughingstock, and at the same time, it will be completely remembered by the prince's enemies. Young Master Yi, when should we set off, or should we wait for Yi Tianqi to come to the imperial capital? Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao said, wait, but before that, Patriarch Qi should make a phone call and withdraw the people you arranged otherwise, I think, although it will still be embarrassing, this person will be embarrassed even more. At this time, the head of the Qi family also remembered that before Yi Xiao said these things, he had already arranged people to ambush and kill Yi Tianqi. Calculating the time, is it still too late? The head of the Qi family's face turned a little ugly. He looked at Yi Xiao and said, young Master Yi, according to what you just said, Emperor Lu has been led away then. Yi Tianqi no longer has Emperor Lu's protection. I am afraid it's too late. If my people kill Yi Tianqi, will the prince blame me? Yi Xiao looked at the head of the Qi family speechlessly. He had seen beautiful dreams before, but it was rare to see such beautiful dreams. This Qi family master really doesn't take Yi Tianqi seriously. He really thinks that he can kill Yi Tianqi by just sending some people. If it were that simple, Yi Tianqi would have died countless times. Moreover, Yi Xiao now doubted whether the head of the Qi family had heard what he had just said. He sent two powerful kings, but they were unable to kill Yi Tianqi. Instead, he was beaten to death. Master Qi, do you really think that this was done by Emperor Lu? This is brainless. Oh, Master Qi, if you can really kill Yi Tianqi with such a small number of people, then he is not worthy of being valued so much by the Crown Prince. Don't worry, I promise that the Crown Prince will never blame you for this matter. But, do you think that the people you send out have such powerful abilities? It's not that Yi Xiao underestimates the head of the Qi family. The truth is that the head of the Qi family cannot send any strong men. Maybe it is enough to deal with ordinary people, or even some local tyrants in small places, but to deal with a person like Yi Tianqi, it is simply ridiculous and a way to get your head. Before Patriarch Qi could continue, Yi Xiao smiled and said, even without Emperor Lu, Yi Tianqi is not someone who can be dealt with by anyone. So, Patriarch Qi, you should really feel lucky that the Crown Prince gave you this opportunity. Otherwise, even if we want to deal with Yi Tianqi, do you think the Crown Prince will care about you? What if Yi Tianqi comes to deal with you before we do? Don't forget, even if you want to move him, you need a time and a reason. And Yi Tianqi attacked the Qi family and killed them all, blood flowing like a river. I assent that the best reason. So, Master Qi, don't have any psychological burden. You should be grateful, understand? You have to understand it whether you understand it or not, otherwise, you will offend people. However, if you think about it carefully, what Night Owl said is not completely unreasonable. Yi Tianqi is protected by someone. If you want to touch him, even if you don't need a reason, you still need a legitimate reason to give an explanation to the other side. The Qi family is the best reason. Otherwise, even if Yi Tianqi went to Yi Xiao's wedding to cause trouble, this reason would not be sufficient. Of course, for people like them, no matter what the reason is, it doesn't matter at all. Young Master Yi, I understand. I'll call now if they haven't seen Yi Tianqi yet. That would be great if they have, then I'll find a way to explain it. Hopefully, it's not too late. Yi Xiao did not stop the head of the Qi family, but just smiled and nodded. Afterwards, the head of the Qi family immediately started calling the subordinates he had sent out. However, no one answered the call. In fact, no one would ever answer the call. The face of the head of the Qi family became increasingly gloomy. Young Master Yi, no one answered. Let me play another one. After saying that, the head of the Qi family was about to continue making a call. Yi Xiao shook his head and said, don't call. How could your men not answer your calls? If they don't answer, there are only two reasons. Either it's inconvenient for them to answer, or they can't answer, and these two reasons actually only lead to one, that is, they will never answer your calls again. Okay, it seems like you really need to think about how to explain this matter. Get ready, wait, follow me and set off this time. Both of us must be prepared to lose face. Just go as soon as you say so. Patriarch Qi was a little stunned. This was a little too sudden. Young Master Yi, are we going now? Isn't this too sudden? A little. Although I agreed verbally, the awkwardness in my heart was not something that could be easily eliminated. I resisted it, really resisted it. Yi Xiao looked at Patriarch Qi and shook his head, saying, let's go. Patriarch Qi, actually, we should go and wait for him earlier. The sooner we go, the sooner it will end anyway. We can't hide from him. Besides, he's almost in the capital. If we don't go now, we might really be in a passive position. Upon hearing this, the head of the Qi family could only nod. Then young Master Yi, do you need me to tell my family in advance, to avoid any mistakes later? Except for a few individuals, everyone in the Qi family now holds great hostility towards Yi Tianqi. What's more, only a few people know that Yi Tianqi is Qi Tian. If it really appears suddenly, something unexpected might happen. The head of the Qi family is also afraid that he will lose face after working hard and doing things well, but in the end, it will be ruined by his family, not to mention what Prince Xingshan will think. Will he be embarrassed again? He doesn't want to. Yi Xiao just looked at the head of the Qi family and laughed. The smile is very playful. What does Patriarch Qi mean by this? Do you really think we can convince Yi Tianqi? Forget it, let's just go. It's embarrassing. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Besides, if you refuse to be convinced, then what will you have to explain to your family now? By then, sworn enemies will still be sworn enemies. What do you think, Patriarch Qi? After hearing this, the head of the Qi family had nothing else to say. He nodded immediately and said, okay, then, young Master Yi, let's set off now. I will obey you in everything. 597, Chapter 597, All the invading enemies are killed. After finding the head of the Qi family, they reached an agreement, and there was nothing else Yi Xiao could do. The imperial capital is his Night Owl's base camp, not Yi Tianqi's. Everything that needs to be arranged has been arranged. There is nothing that can be done about it. It is impossible for Yi Xiao to shamefully ask Yi Tianqi for forgiveness and request him to submit to the prince, only to have the other party refuse and even kill him. He couldn't do such a stupid thing, so he made preparations for both situations. At least, you can ensure your own safety. At this time, many people in the service area where Yi Tianqi was staying were frightened and fled in panic. Someone also called the police, and the law enforcement officer's car was getting closer and closer. Yi Tianqi and Boss Bao were sitting by the flower bed outside the service area, looking at the dozen or so killers lying in a pool of blood. Dead, that was no surprise. Emperor, these people are all deadly. I have been questioning them for a long time but still haven't gotten any information. I was too harsh. I should have left a few alive and interrogated them slowly. These damned things actually dared to send someone to kill you. They are simply courting death. Moreover, even if they wanted to kill you, they should have sent some experts. With people of this level, do they look down on you or disgust you? Boss Leopard was quite disdainful and even a little angry. The reason for his anger was not because of anything else, but because the level of the person who came was really too low. That's true for a strong man like Boss Leopard. These killers, even if each of them is elite, are far from enough. In particular, the affairs of Dongzhou must have been spread, so it is impossible that they don't know what kind of methods Yi Tianqi possesses, and it is even more impossible that they don't know how powerful both Emperor Lu and his Boss Leopard are. Even if both of them are not around, then Yi Tianqi, who can control the underground world of Dong Province, is definitely not so easy to kill. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they wanted to kill Yi Tianqi, but they sent these people. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that killing was secondary, and disgusting people was the most likely culprit. That's why Boss Leopard is so unhappy. Yi Tianqi didn't think so. Although what Boss Bao said made sense, there must be other reasons for sending such a powerful person to kill him. Xiaohua, why are you so excited? This is great, isn't it? Do you think you'll be happy only if they send an emperor-level expert to kill me? Okay, don't worry, they definitely didn't send them here to die or to disgust me. There are two most likely reasons for this. First, they sent them here specifically for us to kill you. See, the law enforcement officers are here now. As they were talking, more than a dozen vehicles carrying law enforcement officers had already entered the service area with their flashing lights on. Yi Tianqi's lips curled up into a smile, and he said, just like when I arrived in the imperial capital, I didn't want to just go to your door without any reason besides the fact that my strength hasn't recovered. I also want to use some legal means and find some legitimate reasons to do things. They are probably in the same boat. However, this time, it's not because of that reason. It's because the enemy probably hasn't received any information about the Dongzhou banquet hall at all. Seeing these dozen or so vehicles of law enforcement officers, and knowing clearly that they were out to find him, an ordinary person would have probably collapsed in fear at this moment. But now, both Yi Tianqi and Boss Leopard looked indifferent, as if they didn't take this seriously at all. But Boss Leopard was more concerned about what Yi Tianqi said. The meaning of this statement clearly means that you already know who the enemy is. Emperor of Heaven, could it be that you have already guessed who the enemy is? As expected, you are simply a god. These killers didn't leak any information at all, and you were able to directly lock onto the enemy. This is truly unpredictable. Boss Leopard looked at Yi Tianqi with a look of worship, as if he was really looking at a god. That's true, just think about it and you will know how scary it is. If Yi Tianqi only had one enemy, it would be easy to guess, but the problem now is that Yi Tianqi has more than one enemy, and he has leaked his identity, so he has many enemies at the same time. His enemies also have enemies, so there are probably many people who want to take advantage of the situation. In this situation, there are quite a few people who have the ability to send out killers on this scale. In such a short time, without any evidence, he was able to lock onto the enemy directly. This kind of meticulous thinking is simply unpredictable. Yi Tianqi looked at Boss Leopard speechlessly, shook his head and smiled, saying, "Alright, stop flattering me. I am not some goddess for how I locked onto the enemy. The reason is very simple." After saying that, Yi Tianqi pointed to a mobile phone placed next to him and chuckled, "It's a coincidence that I just saw a missed call. The caller happened to be someone I knew, but I just didn't answer the call. So, who else could it be but the enemy who called at this time?" Boss Leopard was stunned when he heard this. This was not the result he had imagined, but it didn't matter. Emperor of Heaven, who is it? I want to see who did this. This is simply courting death." Yi Tianqi's eyes became indifferent, cold, and a little angry. Who else could it be? The appearance of these assassins has already proved something. There are only a few people who don't want to know about me, and this person is the one who drove me out of the imperial capital. Well, he sent people to hunt me down back then, and now, he's ambushed me on my way back to the imperial capital. It's really interesting. I just don't know whether he really doesn't want to hear news about me, or someone deliberately concealed my news, so that he can do such a thing. This is ridiculous. But none of this matters any more than imperial capital is right before our eyes. He and I will be meeting very, very soon. At this moment, more than a dozen law enforcement vehicles stopped, and dozens of law enforcement officers had already seen the tragic situation on the ground. When they received the news, they thought it was a joke, but when they arrived at the scene, they found out that it was them. They thought it was too simple. There were more than a dozen dead bodies lying on the ground. Yes, dead bodies. This was an unimaginable and terrible case that they had never heard of. The most important thing is that we heard that there were two people who committed the crime at the time. Now, aren't there two people sitting next to these corpses and chatting? They look so indifferent, as if they are afraid that others don't know. Are they the murderers who did these things? No need to ask, no need to think, it must be these two people. If not, that would be really strange. With more than a dozen dead bodies before their eyes, it would be impossible for ordinary people, even law enforcement officers like them, to remain calm, let alone chat there so calmly. Put your hands up, both of you. Put your hands up. Dozens of law enforcement officers got out of the car and found their positions. They raised their weapons and pointed them at Yi Tianqi and Boss Bao, and started shouting at them. They didn't get close, and they couldn't get close. How could it be so easy for two people to deal with more than a dozen adults? 598, Chapter 598. Raise your hands. Raise your hand? For these law enforcement officers, this is the most basic rhetoric, and there is nothing wrong with it. But for Yi Tianqi and Boss Bao, raising their hands, such a humiliating act of surrender, was absolutely impossible to do. When Boss Bao wanted to speak, Yi Tianqi shook his head and said, "They are not sent by others to cause trouble. There is no need to conflict with them." After saying that, Yi Tianqi stood up slightly, looked at the law enforcement officers and said, "They came to kill me, and we were acting in lawful self-defense. The service area has surveillance cameras, you can check it out. There is definitely surveillance, but now, for these law enforcement officers, it is not a question of who is right and who is not, who kills whom and who does not kill whom. But the biggest problem is that more than a dozen people have indeed died, and the two murderers are still standing here. As for the others, that requires their investigation, not letting them go." A middle-aged man frowned, stood up, looked at Yi Tianqi and shouted, "We will check the surveillance, but now that so many people have died, you must go back with us to assist in the investigation. Please cooperate with our work, otherwise, you will be resisting arrest." Yi Tianqi did not expect these people to compromise and let them go, because that was impossible. If they really did that, it would not be a good thing. However, if there are sufficient reasons and legitimacy, that is another matter. Yi Tianqi sighed softly, then said, "Come out, I'll leave this matter to you." Boss Leopard was a little confused, but he absolutely believed in Yi Tianqi. However, these law enforcement officers were all confused and had no idea what Yi Tianqi was talking about. However, they soon found out. Suddenly, more than a dozen people in black clothes, who looked like bad guys, came out from places they had not noticed at all. As soon as these people appeared, the law enforcement officers, who had been relatively calm, immediately became nervous. Just kidding, it would be a lie to say that they weren't nervous. It was just that facing Yi Tianqi and Boss Leopard, who were both unarmed, there were dozens of them, so of course there was no way they would be afraid. Even though they knew that Yi Tianqi and Boss Bao had killed more than a dozen killers with just the two of them, they didn't think it was that scary after all. They hadn't seen it with their own eyes. But now it's different. The dozen or so people who suddenly appeared gave people a different feeling in terms of number. What's more, no matter how you look at it, they all seem to be well trained and definitely not someone you want to mess with. The law enforcement officers were all very nervous. The law enforcement captain even shouted directly, "Stop, everyone, stand still and don't move." At this moment, a man in black, about 30 years old, waved his right hand, signaling everyone to stop. He then took out a small black notebook with his left hand, looked at the law enforcement officers and said calmly, "I am Heishan, director of the 3rd Division of the Inspection Department of the Secret Investigation Bureau. Here are my IDs. You can take a look at them." "One of us?" As soon as the man named Heishan opened his mouth, all the law enforcement officers were stunned. Although the Secret Investigation Bureau seemed to be in a dispensable state since its establishment, and it seemed that no one thought much of this department, but the Secret Investigation Bureau was the Secret Investigation Bureau, and it still had the necessary level. Moreover, they were real people. The people who came were actually from the Secret Investigation Office, so the people who called them out were also from the Secret Investigation Office? Although they all looked down upon the Secret Investigation Bureau and had hardly ever dealt with this department, now that they had revealed their identities, it was obviously impossible for them to ignore it. The law enforcement captain frowned slightly, feeling that things might be a little complicated. "Throw your ID over here, I need to verify it." Heishan nodded indifferently, then threw the certificate in his hand directly to the law enforcement captain, and it fell accurately into the hands of the law enforcement captain. Just this one move made the eyes of these law enforcement officers shine with brilliance. If this is not a fluke, then Montenegro's only trick is incredible. The law enforcement captain didn't have time to be amazed. He opened the document and saw that there was almost nothing wrong with it. Of course, this is true, there is no need to find fault with it, it's just that people like them rarely see it. Moreover, on his work ID, Heishan was wearing a black military uniform, with 2 bars and 3 stars on his shoulders, and the rank of colonel. Coupled with his age of early 30s, one can't help but sigh. That's right, the Secret Investigation Bureau implements a military rank system, but on weekdays, few people in the Secret Investigation Bureau wear military uniforms. Of course, this is still for the same reason the Secret Investigation Bureau almost doesn't take care of things, disappears on weekdays, and has no sense of existence at all. Even if they wear military uniforms, they won't know. But no matter what, this is true, the military rank is true, that's for sure. The law enforcement captain called the inquiry number and conducted an inquiry with Montenegro's ID number. Soon, it was found that all the information matched. Heishan was indeed a member of the Secret Investigation Institute, and he indeed held the rank of colonel and was the director of the 3rd Inspection Department. Although he didn't know much about the Secret Investigation Bureau, the law enforcement captain was still clear about some simple structures. The inspection department of the Secret Investigation Bureau was responsible for a very wide range of business, and the business of the 3rd Inspection Division seemed to be specifically aimed at inspecting various law enforcement personnel in Longhua. In other words, it is equivalent to these law enforcement officers encountering the people who happen to be in charge of them. Of course, the same thing applies, no one takes it seriously. The Secret Investigation Bureau has been established for so many years, but I have never heard of them taking any action. It's as if they don't exist at all. So, no one takes it seriously, including now. Even I know, this Heishan is the director of the 3rd Inspection Department, but no one takes him seriously. Oh, so it's Director Heishan of the Secret Investigation Bureau. I wonder what Director Heishan is here for. You won't say that these 2 murderers are from your Secret Investigation Bureau, right? Although the law enforcement captain was less hostile, his tone was still somewhat contemptuous. Obviously, he did not take the people from the Secret Investigation Institute seriously, even though their rank was higher than his in every aspect, not to mention that they were responsible for inspecting them. Moreover, calling him a murderer obviously represents an attitude. A hint of coldness flashed in Heishan's eyes, and he said in a cold voice, "You'd better keep your mouth shut. Mr. Yu is acting in self-defense. If I hear disrespectful words like murderer from you again, I will let you know the consequences." Heishan didn't know whether Yi Tianqi was willing to reveal his identity, so he didn't dare to point out Yi Tianqi's identity directly. However, although Yi Tianqi had not yet officially taken office as the Supreme Commander of the Secret Investigation Institute, the document had actually been issued. All the personnel of the Secret Investigation Institute were already very clear that they finally had a leader since their establishment. This is equivalent to saying that Mr. Ming and his team have already selected someone who can lead their Secret Investigation Institute to glory and no longer keep a low profile. Although many people don't know Yi Tianqi, it is enough for them to understand Master Ming and the others. Maybe some people will be dissatisfied and have various emotions, but at least there is no such feeling in Montenegro. Even if there are, they are just some, and I am not very convinced. After all, Yi Tianqi's age is there, and he has no qualifications. Why did he become the top leader of their Secret Investigation Institute as soon as he arrived? But out of duty and trust in Master Ming and the others, unconditional obedience is certain. At the very least, at this time, Heishan would never allow anyone to humiliate Yi Tianqi. 599, Chapter 599, Conflict between the Secret Investigation Office and the law enforcement team. Montenegro didn't allow it, so he said this is what he thought he should say. However, these words made the law enforcement officers furious, and made the law enforcement captain feel ashamed, as if he had been slapped in the face. Who are they? Law enforcement officers are the ones who truly hold the power. Normally, who would dare to treat them this way? Yet, today, they were threatened, and the one threatening them was someone from the very Secret Investigation Office, whom they despised. This was simply a joke. Director Heishan, are you threatening us? Oh, the sun is rising from the west. Director Heishan, are you determined to protect these two people? Could it be that I was wrong? Aren't they the murderers of these dozen people? As for whether it was self-defense, you have to follow me back and investigate thoroughly before you can say anything. Director Heishan, I advise you not to stop us from carrying out our official duties. Heishan took a deep breath upon hearing this, then looked at the law enforcement captain coldly and said, since this is official business, then I'll talk to you about official business. The Secret Investigation Bureau has the responsibility to supervise and inspect all law enforcement departments at the same time. We have the power to provide you with professional guidance. In a sense, if I, the Secret Investigation Bureau, say something is not allowed, you must obey. Do you understand? The Secret Investigation Bureau does have this responsibility, otherwise it would not be said to be the most terrifying violent organization. Of course, this statement has now become empty talk. It has the responsibility and the authority, but unfortunately, in the past 10 years, the Secret Investigation Bureau has been almost transparent and no one has taken it seriously. Now, Montenegro is talking about the issue of responsibilities and powers, and these law enforcement officers are more like a joke. The law enforcement captain burst into laughter, no longer hiding his contempt on his face. Captain Black Mountain, I thought you were going to say something, so you're bringing this up again. Oh, I'm really sorry. I don't deny that I've heard of the Secret Investigation Agency, but, sorry, I really don't understand what right you have to control us. In all these years, I haven't even heard of anything your Secret Investigation Agency has done. It's basically a shell organization, so, you want to act like a tyrant now? Then think about whether you have the qualifications. Now, let me tell you again, Director Heishan, I am giving you face by calling you director. If I don't, I'll arrest you all too. Believe it or not, the title of Director of the 3rd Division of the Secret Investigation Bureau is intimidating, but who do you think you can scare? To be blunt, does anyone care who you are? Get out of my way now. I'll pretend these things never happen. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Then, I'll have the highest ranking official from your Secret Investigation Bureau come to our law enforcement team to collect the suspects. Believe it or not, by then, I'll want to see if this so-called highest-ranking official from your Secret Investigation Bureau has the guts to say these things in front of our law enforcement agency. The law enforcement captain seemed to be irritated by Heishan at this moment, or perhaps there were other reasons. After hearing Heishan's threat, he became furious and even said such words. To put it bluntly, the highest person in charge of the Secret Investigation Institute, the highest person in charge of their law enforcement department, is only one level lower than the highest person in charge of the Secret Investigation Institute. Now, he is just a small law enforcement captain, and the law enforcement captain of a certain region, but he dares to say such words. It is simply outrageous. From this we can see that he is arrogant and looks down on the Secret Investigation Office. Moreover, by looking at the big picture from the small details and seeing the whole from the details, we can roughly understand what kind of status the Secret Investigation Office is in. Heishan looked at the extremely conceited law enforcement captain with a sneer on his face. He said,
it seems that you really don't take our secret investigation office seriously, huh? Then, do you know that based on what you said today, I can directly shoot you dead? As Haeshan finished speaking, the dozen or so men in black he brought with him all pulled out their pistols and pointed them at the law enforcement captain and others. The law enforcement captain and his men also pointed their guns at Montenegro and his men. A hint of disdain flashed in Haeshan's eyes as he said, "You know what? With just one order from me, none of you will see the sun tomorrow, while we will be unscathed. The reason is simple: all of my men are the elite of the elite, and are you sure you can handle it? It has come to this point, no one can give in." However, the law enforcement captain and his men were also surprised. They did not expect that Haeshan and his men would actually dare to point guns at them, although, according to their duties, the Secret Investigation Office does have this power, but having the power does not mean that they really have the courage, let alone that they can do such a thing. This time, the law enforcement captain felt that Haeshan was completely different from the people from the Secret Investigation Institute that he usually heard of. At least, no matter whether he was pretending or was really bold, Haeshan had made a gesture. The most important thing is that the law enforcement captain felt an extremely bad feeling, a feeling of absolute danger, which actually enveloped him as soon as he came out of Montenegro. Reason told him that he must never conflict with the person in front of him, otherwise, things would really get out of control. But now, can he admit defeat? If he does, then he will really have no place to stand in the future. Moreover, he wanted to gamble, bet on Montenegro, and didn't dare to take action. The Secret Investigation Office is still the same Secret Investigation Office as before. But at this moment, when the situation was tense and a gunfight could break out at any time and become a big scandal, Yi Tianqi spoke. "No way, he is the law enforcement team. Where is the top person in charge of the Secret Investigation Office mentioned by Chang? Who can blame Montenegro for making things like this when it clearly has the ability to solve the problem?" Yi Tianqi would have to believe that there was no one trying to test his thoughts. "You guys, do you really think I don't exist?" Yi Tianqi sighed lightly and shook his head. "I didn't want to bother with these messes, so I let you out, but after you came out, Haeshan, is this how you solved my problem? As the director of the 3rd Division of the Detective Department of the Secret Investigation Bureau, you can't even solve such a small problem. Are you trying to test whether I, Yi Tianqi, am qualified to be the Supreme Commander of the Secret Investigation Bureau? Or, are you trying to tell me in this way that the Secret Investigation Bureau has been wronged and frustrated for 10 years, and now this is the situation? Or perhaps, you, or the others in the Secret Investigation Bureau, are dissatisfied with me, the newly appointed director, a position that has been vacant for 10 years since its establishment, so, you want to show me some power? Or do you want to see if I have the ability and capability to be the Supreme Commander of your Secret Investigation Bureau?" Yi Tianqi had an indifferent expression and a calm tone, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. But is this a trivial matter? Every word he said not only made Haeshan's face look extremely ugly, as if his lies had been exposed, but also made the originally confident law enforcement team look at each other in bewilderment, swallow their saliva wildly, and couldn't believe their ears. This cannot be blamed on the law enforcement officers. After all, the news is too shocking. Even if the Secret Investigation Bureau has no sense of existence, it is actually a terrifying and violent organization with great power. It is just that it has done nothing all this time, so it has been ignored. But no matter how much they ignore it, at least there is one thing they can't ignore. That is, the level of the Secret Investigation Office. In Montenegro, the director of the 3rd Department of the Detective Division of the Secret Investigation Bureau can all hold the rank of colonel. So, what rank should the highest person in charge of the Secret Investigation Bureau hold? It is easy to imagine how he will rank in the Dragon Kingdom sequence. To put it more simply, Yi Tianqi, the Supreme Commander of the Secret Investigation Institute, is of a higher rank than the Supreme Commander of their law enforcement department. And what level are the law enforcement officers who came here today? At best, they were just civil servants in the city, but they ended up meeting the highest level figure at the highest level of the Dragon Country. How could they not be frightened and terrified? It's like a county magistrate in ancient times who met a first-rank official of the imperial court, or it's like an official of the 6th or 7th rank in ancient times who met the Jinui who were specifically responsible for inspecting them, and the highest leader of the Jinui. 600, Chapter 600, Opportunity? You don't have one. Let's not talk about the emotions of the law enforcement team for now. But the expressions of Haeshan and the others had all changed.
Yi Tianqi's words directly saw through their little thoughts, and he said it out loud in public. If they said that he was not expressing his dissatisfaction with them, no one would believe it. That's the truth. Can't Montenegro solve the current problem? For them, this is not a trouble at all. They are the Secret Investigation Bureau and have always been invisible. However, if Master Ming and his team have been hiding and lying dormant for 10 years, and the result is like this, then it is extremely embarrassing. It is not only their own face that is embarrassed, but also the face of Master Ming and his team at the same time. The face of the Secret Investigation Bureau is also embarrassed. It would be fine if they were just some peripheral secret investigation agencies that were meant to confuse people, but people like Heishan are clearly not marginal figures. Instead, they are the core force of the Secret Investigation Agency. Is this the level of such people? Obviously, this is impossible. It was indeed as Yi Tianqi said, Heishan was deliberately creating trouble for Yi Tianqi, or in other words, he had several plans. One of the reasons was that he wanted Yi Tianqi to see clearly how dire the Secret Investigation Agency was today. Another important reason was that he wanted to test Yi Tianqi's reaction. At the same time, it cannot be said to be a show of force, but for the past 10 years, everyone in the Secret Investigation Institute has been holding their breath. Now, Master Ming has finally appointed a supreme commander to them, but unfortunately, they all don't know or recognize him. Of course, those who know the inside story know very well that Yi Tianqi is the exiled immortal chief from that year, but so what? When Qi Zishan was at his peak, the Secret Investigation Institute had not yet been established. What's more, even if they knew how Qi Zishan performed the miracles and why he disappeared, it was still too far away from now. He had no achievements and disappeared for 10 years, but when he came back, he became the supreme commander of the Secret Investigation Institute. Who could accept this? You have to check how much it weighs. Originally, it was something that everyone knew about, but Yi Tianqi did not play by the rules and just revealed it directly, which was very boring. However, no matter what, things have come to this point, and Heishan didn't dare to say anything more. If he continued to talk and act, it would really be considered as questioning the decision of Mr. Ming and others, and at the same time, it would be a loss of face for the Secret Investigation Office. Taking a deep breath, Heishan walked directly to Yi Tianqi, saluted respectfully, and said loudly, "Your subordinate, Heishan, the director of the 3rd Division of the Detective Department of the Secret Investigation Bureau, greets you, Master." If there is anything wrong with Heishan that has caused the First Lord to misunderstand, please punish me. Yi Tianqi didn't return the gift. He just looked at Heishan calmly and said, "Although the appointment has been issued, I haven't officially taken office yet, so I won't return the gift or anything like that. I know that you, or you all, are very dissatisfied in your hearts, or you have been holding a grudge in your hearts for 10 years now. It's okay if you want to see it, I'll let you see it, but do I really need to take action myself for such a small problem? Then it's not me, Yi Tianqi, who will be embarrassed, but you, who will be embarrassed. The Supreme Commander of the Secret Investigation Bureau is right before your eyes, yet he's been humiliated by these law enforcement officers at the same time. They've also humiliated the Secret Investigation Bureau. Is this the gift you're giving me? Has the Secret Investigation Bureau been disgraced to this extent? If that's the case, then I think what Elder Ming told me was a bit exaggerated. You, if you're not beasts that have been dormant for 10 years, are not worthy of being my subordinates. Take back the glory that belongs to you. I can take over the Secret Investigation Bureau, but I will advise Elder Ming and the Minister of State that the personnel of the Secret Investigation Bureau must be re-examined and rechecked. Those who should be removed will be removed, and those who should be retained will be retained. Those who are unqualified will not have the opportunity to stand with me and witness the rebirth of the Secret Investigation Bureau with their own eyes. Heishan, you are so ignorant. Are you qualified? If you can't even do the most basic maintenance of your superiors, what are you? After Yi Tianqi's words, Heishan and others broke out in cold sweats, lowered their heads, and even didn't know how to face Yi Tianqi. That's right, they had waited for 10 years and finally got their wish now. Yi Tianqi hadn't entered the imperial capital yet, and hadn't officially become the supreme commander of the Secret Investigation Institute. But what was the result? They used such a trivial matter to embarrass Yi Tianqi. It seems inconspicuous, but in fact, it is an extremely inferior method. It is not unreasonable for Yi Tianqi to look down on them. If he is willing to give up even the face of his superiors and the face of the Secret Investigation Office, then who would want to use such a person? Especially when Yi Tianqi said that he would advise Master Ming and the Minister of Political Affairs to first screen and purge the personnel of the Secret Investigation Office. Heishan and the others were really anxious. Being able to join the secret investigation agency, and having been dormant for 10 years, not to mention the problem of ability, their ideological identification is impeccable. Eliminating them is even more unacceptable than letting them endure humiliation for 10 years. That would be the greatest shame of their lives, and they would be nailed to the pillar of shame in the secret investigation office. They couldn't even imagine the disappointed looks in the eyes of Elder Ming and the Minister of Government. Just thinking about it makes me feel like thousands of arrows are piercing my heart. Master, I was wrong. Please give me a chance to make amends. Black Mountain will never let you down again. No matter how much you defend yourself, it's useless at this moment. This kind of thing, if you look at it small, is actually harmless, but if you really make a fuss about it, then it's really hard to say, even outrageous. Everything depends on Yi Tianqi's intention. Look, Heishan's face was extremely sincere. Yi Tianqi spoke indifferently. Opportunity, will the enemy give you a chance on the battlefield? If you miss it, you will be responsible. You don't need to deal with today's affairs now. As the highest commander of the Secret Investigation Bureau, I declare that you, Heishan, will be relieved of all your duties in the Secret Investigation Bureau from now on. Considering that you have served in the Secret Investigation Bureau for many years, you will retain your status as an inspector of the Secret Investigation Bureau. At the same time, you will be punished with 50 lashes. Do you accept this? At this point, Yi Tianqi sneered and shook his head, saying, I don't need you to submit. You just need to obey. If you don't want to obey, that's fine. In consideration of your many years of contribution, the 50 lashes can be waived. However, you will no longer be a member of the Secret Investigation Office. I'll give you a chance. Make your own choice. Yi Tianqi's words were like a bolt from the blue to Heishan. It has been 10 years he has been able to reach the position of director of the 3rd Division of the Inspection Department of the Secret Investigation Institute. Heishan's ability is unquestionable, and his loyalty is also unquestionable, but this time, he just made a small mistake, or even not a mistake, and was punished so severely by Yi Tianqi. This is simply incomprehensible. However, no matter how painful and regretful Montenegro was, he knew that there was no room for negotiation. There are only two choices: accept the punishment or leave the Secret Investigation Office. Heishan took a deep breath, looked at Yi Tianqi, and said, Heishan, can I ask the First Master a question?